will start the fight. Yotoro's gonna TP in here on the side. Try and go for the quick kill on Amira. Nightfall pops directly in BKBs, but he's just gonna run away. The Fiend's Grip from the low ground is gonna hold back these heroes as best they can, but look at Collapse. He's guarding Yotoro straight after Nightfall. They chase after and pops the Satanic. Hit by the call. Meanwhile, the stun out for the Dragonite. That's gonna help him reset a little bit, trying to hit him on the wheel. Looks like with the follow-up stun of the Dragon Tail again, Nightfall's just gonna die underneath this wheel. There's not much they can do about it.
Another
they
box.
did manage to run down Yotoro and threaten him, but can they finish him off with these box saves? Just keep on going up. The light steal is
not dying.
The stop is going down. There's just too many saves. They can't get him. Takes him back up to the high ground with the Nightmare pulling him back. The Ice Path as well. Now hit him with the Magnetize. He's going to die. Makoto has to abandon. He knows that Nightfall is dead. He's just going to try and preserve his own life here. Hits him with the kick. Roland did land, but slow down with Blood Grenade. The Magnetize building up. Disruption trying to bail him out here, but it just sets up Dual Breath. More Magnetizes. Makoto will die. He hit a Dragon Slave. They'll finish off the support. Now Mira's going to be in some trouble. Laurel underneath the tier 2 tower. Rampage for him. What is happening? Give him another Rampage with the arena going up. No! The Phoenix 8 to finish off one. The burn, it'll take Rue out as well.
Shadow, Bignum in, Yule's up into the air. Now they're going to try and make the move. They've got the air that's popped on Bignum as well as FY. RCY is going in with the Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chains. FY can't even get the Echo Slam out. They're going to pick up this Ember in the cart. BKB, Winter's Curse, locking up 2. Exactly what they need to follow it up with the Terrorize. They've got the Fear on to Nothing to Say, and he will have his lips shut and sealed. He is killed off once again, does have buyback, and he will use it immediately.
Oh, he gets the BKB. All right, he gets the BKB off the last second. He needs a Thunder. He gets a throws onto his own Underlord.
Sorry, corrupted.
No. And he's still just dying to the Pit of Malice. The constant stuns out from the Pangolier. He cannot move. Gets the Force Staff out. Walrus punches there. Snow has not been able to play the game. This game is over. Vici Gaming will take game number 2 and force the game 3.
$30 on the Necropost. He's gonna have the buyback here pretty soon as the Omni Slash again being nullified to a high degree. They can just take out these buildings with the Blade Fury. Finally, Fortification comes out. Still no buyback on the Necropost. 20 seconds. Finally, we'll use it. The Rolling Thunder, though, comes out from GPK. They kick out Satanic. He does have the Switch Slash, losing the mana, though, now nullified. Looking for the kill is Kiritish. Getting to the other side. The Manta Side's going to keep it alive. Miro trying to apply some more pressure. They get the kill onto the Bounty Hunter, but it's not nearly enough to turn this. And the buyback coming out now from the Bounty. Reaper Scythe doing absolutely nothing. It's double, in fact, will be enough to get the kill. But that is mega creeps as the throne is completely exposed. Didn't even realize.
Wanting to boots and travel to their TP. They're going for it. They're going for it. They're flipping the wave. Immediately hitting over for the tier 4 towers. They're on the ancient, but they can't do it.
I mean, they have a glyph too. There's just no way.
Oh no! The 2-man stun. They're looking for it. Mount Reed. He's going back in. They're trying to control. Do they have enough to take down the ancient? The Yule Scepter lift up is there. I don't think they can do it. The White is off to the side, keeping him alive, and GG is called.
When you're Mega'd, the best way to win is fight. And really just all in, right?
Oh, Laurel gets the crush initiation.
Oh, there's the
grip.
grip.
BKB. They're going to play all this action out to Kez. Already have HP. Pops the BKB. There's Laurel. Trying to go on top of him, but they do have the cart coming out from Ace. He gets killed off by the Chicken Man, though. And look who's next. It is Mickey on the Luna. No buybacks. And that should be it. Nisha, the third core default. Triple kill for Yotoro. Can he get 30 with the ultra kill? He does. Disgusting display from the Chicken Man. Looking for
Give him the rampage.
Finish Rampage to get 31 kills in a game at TI. And it is Yotoro. Beast mode enabled.
Arrow is, oh, DM, nicely played. BKB, blink forward, no problem at all. The Winter's Curse is going to come out now. Do they have any follow-up? Nightfall looking for the Requiem, thinking about going, lets it fly, moves in for the finish. No more DM, but now Chira Jr., he too goes in, and the Reaper's Scythe will be there. They take down the Shadow Fiend. WS also in the grave. Chira Jr., he will not be denied. Get back over here, sir. And GG is called.
A very good morning to everyone tuning in for day number 3 of our Swiss group stage here for the International 2026 Modified Swiss group stage. And it's day 3, and that means today is special. Today could be very good or very bad. It's going to be the first day where we will eliminate teams. 3 teams will advance to the main event, very good, and 3 teams will be eliminated. And tomorrow, another 5 on each side as well. So it's gonna go very fast, and it also means we already have a lot of data on all the teams. We kind of know where they fall in their power levels. We're gonna talk all about it here on the panel. I'm joined by Saberlight, Fly, and Jenkins. Jenkins, how are you this morning?
What's up, guys? Jenkins here. We're back with another epic day of Dota 2. And I'm glad to be joined by my boys, Saberlight and Fly. And Fever, the wonderful host.
Saber, he kind of blocked the ending there, didn't he?
No, that was really good, actually.
Yeah?
Thank you. What's up, guys? It's your boy Saberlight, also on the panel with Jenkins and Tal. Now it's your turn.
What's up, guys? It's Fly here. How are you guys doing? Something like this with the hands. It's good to be here. It's another lovely day. And I think we've had some incredible Dota. And today, the stakes are even higher. You know, teams are going to qualify. Teams are going to go out. This is a stressful day if you're a player. You know, I've been in these shoes, so it's a hype day, though, as a viewer.
It's so hype.
I have a question for Tal. As a guy who's been to 11 of these things, how would you rate, it was 11, right? How would you rate this group stage compared to other TIs? Because I feel like the games have been insanely hype. And sometimes they're hype, but they're not insanely hype. But this one has been, like, so close.
Yeah, I think it just, like, some tournaments you have where it's, like, very one-sided, like the groups, and the first and the second day, it's just kind of the stomps. But this TI, it feels like all the games are really close. You have upsets with, like, Resilience taking games off people. You have GamerLegion doing, you know, like, some good upsets here and there. Some of the Chinese teams are struggling, but there's some signs of hope. So, like, the storylines can go anywhere from here. There's only maybe like a handful of teams where you came into this and are like, yeah, these guys are probably going to win, and they're doing it. But you also have, you know, teams like Yandex who are not doing so good. So it's been crazy.
It has been crazy. It will be even more crazy as the day goes on, most likely. But yesterday was, as the panel said, already very crazy. We're going to highlight a couple of the matches we feel like you should be aware of that happened. Saber, we're going to go for yours first. You went for Boom Boys and Vision.
Yes, today we will have Vision against Spirit later today, so I thought it would be very nice to highlight how well Vision played in this series, especially Satanic. I cannot believe how good Satanic played. He went 27-1 in this series, something like that. Well, I know he had 1 death, absolutely unbelievable. This first game, obviously Boom Boys, they played really well. They opened the top tower, but it didn't even matter. Satanic just farmed and farmed. As you can see, he's on the top of the net worth. He just killed everybody. Absolutely beautiful gameplay from him. Obviously supported by his 2 boys on other 2 cores. And then game 2, even better showing from Vision. This was a very close game. I think it went to some minute 60. It was very close. Boom Boys, they almost had it, but I just felt like his Juggernaut was absolutely insane. There was so many moments where he like Mantador something, blinked out. As you can see in these fights, it was an absolute massacre. So
you guys want to hear some crazy stats?
Yes.
We'll get into it later in more detail, of course, because we will cover that series. But KDA records for this tournament. Satanic has 12.38 average KDA per game. He is number 1, obviously. The next closest is BZM with 7.6. And then everyone else in that list is like in the 7s. So this guy is 5 KDA average ahead of everybody else that's in this like top 5 list. That is insane.
It's
Those
crazy.
are insane stats.
I mean, the guy is a menace. We're going to see him in action, of course, today. The team has been doing good. They're one of the 2 3-0 teams. So, yeah, we will see if Vision can win that series later today. Punch their ticket already to the main event, but I know the Team Spirit will have something to say about that as well. But yesterday, we had more epic games. Iron Wing Falcons was definitely one of them. Jenkins felt the need to highlight that extra. It was a very long series, so there's a high chance you saw bits of it anyway.
Yeah, we were fighting over who got to cover this one because it was
Yeah.
unbelievable. Game 1, definitely the big highlight for me. You know, if you were to look at this in a vacuum, obviously pun intended, you would think, okay, Falcons, they've got this. Look at their gold lead. They've got a rapier going on. No, this actually ended up going the way of Iron Wing. Falcons was like crushing the entire time, and Iron Wing was just barely hanging on. Like, they were really struggling. But hang on, they did. And they did until about 68 minutes into the game. They had one comeback fight. Rapiers dropped on the ground, you know, go down mid, win another fight, end the game. And then they end up winning the entire series, which is insane. And I love watching 33. Like, I wanted to talk a little bit about this idea that I think if you're an offlane player, you particularly love watching this guy play because there are all of these problems you have to solve in Dota. And obviously, you know, offlaners are going to relate to the offlane problems that you have to solve. You have this SF, Treant, whatever, like owning you in lane. And 33 just says, nah, I'm not dealing with that. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to solve that problem. So you can watch him do this crazy stuff as an offlaner, and you can emulate it and not really play the game. And it's so satisfying. And what I'm talking about exactly is this IO Largo is so not fair. It is insane. The moment that they got the 2 Aghanim Scepters on the IO and the Largo, you have the Largo with the buff, putting that on IO, amplifying the magic damage. You're doubling the healing that's coming from Largo. You're adding tankiness to the Largo. They just ran at Falcons, and there was no counterplay. That's at least how it felt.
I'm also surprised there was an Arc Warden
Yes.
in the game too.
This is true, yeah.
There was an Arc Warden and a Night Stalker, which I guess is kind of cute together. Like, you get the Vision, the Arc Warden clone can go in and stuff. But that's a hero we haven't seen. Unfortunately, I think they lost.
They did.
that game.
Yeah, but he owned
But
Lina,
they're trying different ideas.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a good answer to Lina. So it's kind of cool to see these different ideas coming out. I agree. The IO Largo sounds very toxic to play against. So that sounds like something Iron Wing would do, you know, some kind of like crazy strategies like that.
They do try to break the meta, set the meta, and redefine everything that people have believed to be true up until that time. We have another series to highlight. Fly, I mean, you're going for GamerLegion again. This team is really showing up.
Yeah, I've been impressed watching their games, even the ones they lost. I always felt like they had some moments where they showed a lot of promise, and, you know, it's NA Dota, I got to root for them a little bit, and also this was against Xtreme, which we're going to cover today. But this series was pretty one-sided. GamerLegion just kind of crushed the lanes. RCY is showing how flexible he is as a mid laner, where he plays heroes like Centaur this game, the next game is going to be playing Ember. But it felt really, really hard for Xtreme. They actually felt lost. And I also want to root for Xtreme as a team. I want Chinese teams to do well at this TI. So I really want this loss that they had to kind of help them propel forward, fix whatever issues they've had. We're going to go over that more in detail later. But this was a fantastic showing from NA Dota. Like, everybody played really well. Second game, I think, was maybe a little bit closer. But again, we see Xtreme going for a very weird strategy with IO Huskar, which is just not something we've ever seen this team do before. But, you know, GamerLegion kind of stuck to their guns. They had RCY on the Ember Spirit. It's one of his signature heroes. Very classic heroes for this TI with like Shadow Fiend, the Centaur we've seen do really well. And it felt both games that GamerLegion was just having the advantage the whole way through. And it is nice to see them play well. I hope Xtreme shapes up. I think they won their series after that. So something did change. So hopefully best for both of these teams, you know?
Yeah, and then GamerLegion actually lost the series that they had after that against Vici Gaming. So, you know, the revenge was had from the Chinese corner.
Why does it have to be NA versus China, dude? Like, I want to root for both, you know? Because with GamerLegion, I feel like there's always they're the potential man of TIs. You know, it's like everyone talks about them. They take games off of good teams, and then they just barely don't make it through the group stage. I would love to see them make it through to the playoffs somehow. Even if they have to go the longest distance, let's see them make it through. But also the Chinese teams. Let's get those guys through as well.
I'm with you.
Yeah, we can take a look at how it all stands right now in the group stage. We've had we're making our way through. It's going pretty fast. So round 3 is done. That also means that from here on out, the 2 groups we had, they are merged, because from here on out they'll face teams from the other group to make sure there's no overlap and make sure nobody faces the same team. It's a quite an even playing field, I'd say. We see a lot of 2-1s on the board. Of course, the bottom is the place where OG and HULIGANI are now in a very scary position. They'll go up against each other for elimination there. And the top is where we see Vision and Spirit. They'll go up against each other for the main event placement. And the playing field has been very even. And you hear people say this wherever you're listening to. If you hear it from the players, you hear it from the coaches, you hear it from the panel, of course, as well, because we like to talk about everything multiple times. That also has a different result. The playing field being so level and so high for a lot of teams, it means that we actually don't have a lot of new rookies coming in, because everybody is so high. Everybody has the experience. We have, I'm going to say, only 7 rookies here. In terms of players, we listed the coaches as well, because I do want to talk about both of them, because they're both unique in their own way, but only 7. And keep in mind, by the way, that you got to, okay, Echoes and Malady, obviously the names are swapped around, guys. Don't you worry about that. You know that. But Malady is one of those 7. You know, of course, he should have been there last year, and he wasn't. But only 7. To give you some context, last year, it was 16, Jenkins.
What's happening to us? Are we all getting old?
Maybe it's finally happening.
Everybody is just getting so much better that it's more difficult to get your foot in the door.
True. I can't believe like Natsumi is on that list either, just because I mean, we've seen him at a lot of major tournaments.
Yeah. He's been playing forever, actually. That's what it feels like. So good for him to finally make it.
Yeah.
You know, today is a rough day. Hopefully, you know, they're able to pull through, but yeah, some of these names are a bit surprising for me, because I've been playing against these guys for a while, whether it's qualifiers, other random tournaments, seeing them in pubs. It is a bit surprising, actually, to see these names.
For me, the most surprising name is not me, not necessarily because he's not a new guy, but because of how well he plays.
Yeah.
It's absolutely incredible that this is his first TI, and he's just making plays left and right. He's like fitting in so well. They're 3-0. It's crazy. This, as your first 3 run, is super impressive.
Incredibly impressive. I also wanted to highlight Asel, the coach from Yandex. I feel like he came out of nowhere, Fly, and he's just on that top level, and he's also going steady.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know that much about him. All I've known is that whenever this Yandex team started, they kind of started off really well, even though they ended up switching at some point. But yeah, I don't know much about him. Looks like he's done great work. I've seen some of their vlogs that they posted, and looks like he has a lot of good input. He also seems to help them psychologically. So looks like both drafting and mental is what he's doing, which is great. So good to see.
Good to see. Another thing that we wanted to kind of look into, just to see how the playing field is ages of the players. Here's the youngest players per role. So we got one of each, because normally, you know, traditionally support players are a little bit older than the core players. And Satanic, you already mentioned him a lot, Jenkins, but at 18, smashing it.
Yeah, he is just butterfly. You know, we saw the 16-year-old little caterpillar Satanic. Like, this kid has got potential, and it really feels like this TI, he is realizing it. I mean, they won EWC, right? So obviously he's getting to that point, but you know, it's a very similar story to Yatoro, where in such a small amount of time, this kid has achieved so much. It's really impressive.
It is. We also got to look at the other side of the coin, because where there's youngsters, there's old folks as well. As I feel like every year, Fly, we're pushing it.
We are pushing it. They keep going up by one every year.
The shame panel.
No, it's not. I think this is actually incredibly impressive. Because it is impressive to be able to keep up this level of play at that age.
I will speak on this because I think I'm close to this. I think some people think older players are just not as good. I think it just comes down to motivation, honestly. I think a lot of these old players are still incredibly mechanically talented. We look at No One, for example. He's still one of the absolute best mid laners in the world. And the age is not really the problem. It's really your motivation. Sometimes you're going to have kids like Satanic coming in who just ooze so much talent that it's kind of hard to overcome. Okay, that does happen. But all of these players, a lot of them are just doing really well at this tournament as well. Even Ace as the oldest player, snaking, 2-time TI winner. Like, these guys are really good at Dota. So, you know, I'm here for the old boys, all right?
Yep.
I'm on their side.
I feel like the reaction time argument is just dead. It just doesn't exist anymore. It's like that whole people who drink red wine are healthier thing, and it turns out
Surely that's true.
I like where you're going with this.
This was an American study, and the people that were drinking red wine had money, and guess what? They pay for healthcare, right? So it was a correlation causation type situation. I agree. It really is motivation, and I think the younger players happen to be a lot more motivated. But you take somebody like No One, speaking of oozing anything, this guy oozes motivation. Like, he's out here reading philosophy and psychology and super introspective and constantly making changes, not only in Dota, but in his life to improve things. Like, he's just somebody who cares a lot in general.
Yeah, I think for me, it's especially like interesting to see that. I think like 5 years ago, whenever I would talk to people about esports, they're like, okay, so, it's like a young people thing. When you're 30, you're going to retire, right? You don't have the reaction time anymore. But I think as esports matures, it kind of proves, not necessarily only in Dota, but even in other esports like Counter-Strike, that there isn't necessarily like a cutoff. I think the only thing that really changes is that I think older people, they kind of get a life and they aren't as motivated maybe to play, but it's not a hard line, if you want to play, and I think a lot of these players, they do want to play and they play really well, there isn't like a reason why they shouldn't be good. I think it doesn't really matter what age you are. You can just, if you cook, you cook.
As long as you're willing to grind 16 hours a day, every day for years, and have no social life, and just grind Dota, you can do it.
Yeah. Here.
No matter what age. We also see, of course, that we have in the case of Vision, we have Satanic, the youngest, Carry, and the oldest mid laner. They're in the same team because teams often try to find a balance in terms of experience. Definitely, we can take a look at the average ages of every team here at the International. We rounded it out, but it's pretty close. I think.
Hold on a second.
What?
Spirit is the youngest team?
Yeah, what do you want? Yatoro is 23. He's the oldest. Oh, no, he's not the oldest, but
they won 2 TIs already. That's crazy. It's crazy to have an org like this in Dota. We're blessed.
Here I am arguing for the oldies. Meanwhile, look at the stats. Liquid, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Liquid
baby.
is doing very well as well. Let's see. I think it will be very interesting to, at the end, have this one and then overlap it with the results. See how it plays out.
That's a fun idea.
That's a great idea.
Or maybe we don't do it because it might be too
depressing. We'll see how the results are.
No way.
We just make this great case. It's like, guys, it's age doesn't matter, and maybe at the end we'll see. Of course, so far we have no rankings just yet because nobody's out yet. So anything can still happen. We can take a look at what is happening today. We still got 4 streams coming your way. Let's start off with Stream B, Jenkins. 4 series for every stream.
Oh, I get to choose. Oh, man. Why is it always so tough? I'm going to go Iron Wing again. I know I pick them every morning. I love to watch my boy 33 just completely break the game. And watching their series yesterday, they had some crazy comebacks. So, and against a top caliber team, putting Falcons 1-2, which I was not expecting. Liquid, they're a team that could win potentially the entire thing. So I would expect that's a 3-game series, and one of them at least is going to go 60+ minutes. So I'm in for that.
Okay, for OG HULIGANI, I think also this is going to be, if we're talking about pressure and TI pressure, this is literally their tournament lives on the line. So they will go, well, hopefully for both teams, that they will go for game 3 because
I hope so.
They will fight to the death, and that's going to be very stressful for them. Let's take a look what's coming our way on a Stream Fly.
Yeah, so Stream C today looks like we're going to have Falcons GamerLegion. honestly, I feel a bit bad for GamerLegion. I know they have a chance to win this, but definitely a hard matchup. You know, Falcons, one of the favorites, and it's crazy that the Falcons even have 2 losses. Like, they've had some really hard-fought battles where I think they ended up even against the Iron Wing. I thought they could take it. There was a game that was swung the other way.
Could have been a 2-0 easily.
Yeah, it could have easily been a 2-0. So it is a bit surprising to see this. I feel a bit it's going to be tough. And then Boom Boys versus Aurora. I think this one is kind of hard to call because, you know, it's like ex-teammates playing against each other. There's going to be that like little rivalry going on between, you know, Nightfall, who used to play there. So that one is probably going to be a banger, I think. So I would choose that one as like the highlight. And then I want to see GamerLegion at least perform well.
Yeah, let's take a look at what's coming our way on stream number D. Saberlight.
Stream number D has the best games. Don't watch the other streams, watch Stream D. We got Resilience against Yandex and NGX against Vici. So 2 Chinese teams, very exciting. I personally am looking forward to NGX against Vici Gaming. We got I would say the pinnacle of Chinese Dota. I personally am a Vici fan against NGX, which is also an absolute banger of a team. So that is the series to look out for.
Yeah, and then there's, of course, the stream that you're watching right here. And we know that later on we will get that series between Vision and Team Spirit, and that will be deciding which one of these 2 teams will be the first team to make it to the main event. You've seen the TBDs on all the other streams as well. Later on today, we will have 2 more teams joining them in the main event, and that also means we will see 2 more teams getting eliminated as well. So a lot of Dota coming your way, but we're going to focus our attention on the first series of the day. You saw it. It's Xtreme Gaming taking on LGD, and it is a spicy one for many reasons. Both of these teams are 1 and 2, which is not fantastic. I think a lot of people were very hopeful for both teams for different reasons. LGD, of course, has got Thompson, and they have got this potential underdog story making it all the way, and I think a lot of people are rooting for them. And then on the other side, you've got Xtreme Gaming, and everybody wants to see Xtreme Gaming do well. So very curious to see how this one plays itself out. Saber, you got any initial thoughts for us for this series?
I personally am rooting for LGD. You know, I'm a big Thompson fan, also a big KJ fan. Obviously, we all on the panel hope that China does well. So it's a hard matchup because you want LGD to do well, but you also want Xtreme to do well. Honestly, it will be kind of close. I'm leaning slightly towards LGD, but honestly, I think anyone can take it.
That's hopeful. We like that. Let's focus our attention first on LGD. You did a little bit of deep dive, Jenkins, into what they've been playing.
A little bit of a deep dive. I mean, it's easy to do a deep dive with a team like this because they are number 1 in terms of hero pool this tournament, which is often the case that they pick a lot of heroes. Like we've talked about this on previous days where, you know, King Jungles, for example, will just be like, whoa, he's a 5-position Axe or a 5-position Enigma if it means that like Yuma can get a better matchup, or if Whisper can get a better matchup, and they are willing to play through either of their cores. Now I feel like I can say through any of their cores because they have played through Thompson as well in a few of these games that they've played. But yeah, this is a 34 heroes played in 8 matches. These guys are out here picking different heroes every single game. It's really insane, and some of these heroes are like just this team.
It's very entertaining, but I don't like seeing this, actually.
You don't?
I don't. I think this is a bit too much.
Wait, this is the same amount that Spirit had last year. Right?
Really? Oh.
Didn't we highlight that? So that was, but they were way more matches than 8.
I think it's cool to see new heroes, but you're also putting your players in a position where they're constantly having to adjust so much to something new constantly while you're playing under pressure. And that's why I always advocate for the teams like Falcons where you're gonna just know what to do on your heroes, but these guys are just playing something new every single game. Like, I think they just tone it down a little bit, just a little bit. It's okay to have some new spice in there, get that extra salt that Saber likes, but just contain yourself, Caps, please.
To be fair, though, on the other side of this coin, if you don't know what you're doing. The enemies also can't know what you're doing.
That's the saver strat right there.
I feel like for a team like LGD that did not have time to prepare anything, it is actually good to have this because you don't have strats to prepare, so you just kind of send it, and no one knows what's up. But that includes the enemies.
I talked to KJ a little bit at breakfast, and he's usually pretty honest with how he's feeling about the team. I was like, how are you feeling about how the tournament is going so far? Given everything that's happened and going on. And he said, yeah, it's really good. Like, we're actually really happy. It's just that, like, yesterday was a rough day, but things are going well. So they're confident, and so that kind of makes me confident going into this one for them.
That's good. I'm happy that the confidence is there. And I mean, it needs to be there. Xtreme Gaming is a strong team when everybody plays at their best. We're going to focus a little bit on the offlaners here, Saberlight, as you wanted to see how XXS and Whisper compare.
Yes, very exciting. We got two extremely talented offlaners. I would say XXS, the classic archetype of an offlaner. He's got the blink initiators / like guys that team fight, whereas Whisper, he's like much more unique, as we can see in the heroes. They both have these Timber and Darkseer, which is like a team fight hero, whereas for XXS, he's got these classic offlaners, and Whisper, he's got the crazy ones. He's got the Magnus, he's got the Batrider, the Enigmas. I'm sure XXS can also play these heroes like Axe and Beastmaster. He just didn't have the opportunity to do so this tournament. But we'll see. I think if anyone's gonna come up with some crazy offlaner, it's gonna be Whisper. Whereas for XXS, I think he'll stick to his guns, play the solid heroes, set up the map for his Ame.
Yeah,
he's stable.
He is stable, and it's very much fitting into both teams' playstyle, I feel, as well.
Yeah, as Tal loves to say, he loves his stable boys. So I think, what do you think, Tal? You think XXS is like a better fit? You got
stable maxer?
Yeah, you got the stable maxer against the crazy maxer.
Yeah, I like what you said, that actually LGD did not have time to practice. So I agree. If they don't know what they're doing, there's the chaos element we like talking about. So. I think Whisper has it in him to be consistent, and I think he's actually one of the most talented offlaners out there. Just in terms of pure raw skill, Whisper is incredible. I think XXS he gets overlooked a lot because I think, especially last TI, he had one of the most incredible performances out of any offlaners. I think he had insane Aegis steals, crazy team fights, good scaling, good laning. He definitely ticks a lot of boxes, and I do think he gets overlooked just because Ame is on his team.
Yeah, and speaking of last TI, Xtreme Gaming came second. They did very well. And you wanted to know exactly how they did so well, what they used to get there.
I think last TI, I just wanted to highlight this, just through talking about it, that they did get second place, and some of these players are still the same. I think it's 3 of the same roster, if I'm not mistaken. They have it in them to win. Like they do. These guys are really good at Dota when they come together and have proper communication or whatever it is, team identity. I don't exactly know what issues they're having. I really hope that after these losses, what can happen sometimes is like you could lose sight of what is happening. You can start going into this dark hole of like, hey, nothing is working. I don't know what to do. Or you could be hopeful and be like, hey guys, we need to fix this. I want to be honest with you. I think, we need to do this better. You need to play these heroes. Whatever it is that's going on through their team, just be honest with each other. Get it all out there. Come today, start fresh, play your best Dota, because these guys have it in them. They really do.
They do. And when they got second at TI, and we kind of talked about this on panel like all year, when XG is looking good and in form, they are a wall. You cannot break that wall. Like, they will play fights and they will be together. They will be jumping the right targets. Nobody will be over chasing. They will protect their back lines. It is legitimately like playing against an AI. It's one, super intelligent AI playing all the heroes at once. And so I think a lot of that does come down to their hero pool. They need to figure out what heroes they can be comfortable with so they can have that level of communication in their games.
Yeah, I don't want to see this Huskar personally. I want NTS to play his heroes. He plays fantastic on the Spirits, the Stunners. His Tinker obviously was really good. I think we covered one of the games, but the lineup didn't make that much sense around it. So I hope they talked it out, figured it out. Today is a fresh new perspective on XG. I really want to see them do well. I also want to see LG do well. So
Yeah.
it's kind of tricky, actually. This one is pulling on the heartstrings a bit.
It really is. It really is. I think for Xtreme Gaming, it's also, for me, it was interesting to find out. I mean, obviously, everybody knows Ame is the uncrowned king, but he's played in 8. This is his 8th international. The 7 internationals before this one, he never had a result below top 6. That's mad, Saber.
That's impressive. That's impressive. And it kind of speaks to his consistency as a player. I personally wouldn't mind top 6 at every TI. That's
Yeah,
not bad.
that'd be nice.
Yeah, so I am expecting a top 6 this TI as well, to be fair.
For yourself.
Well, if only. But for Ame specifically, so we have, and hopefully Vici also makes it there, and then we have 2 Chinese teams in the top 6.
That would be very cool. So what is lacking for Xtreme this event so far? Like, where do they fall short? Is it their drafting?
I would say partly. Obviously there was the coach situation that happened, and Zhao 8 is out and Lanham is in, so that's going to take some time to adjust to. Ame played Io recently. It's just not something that you would really expect for his sort of play style. Nothing to say Huskar, nothing to say is the type of player where you give him an Ember in like even a semi-decent Ember game, and the guy will literally 1v5 and look like the best player on the map, But he also has the performances on the other side where you give him something he just doesn't look comfortable on, and it looks like he's griefing. So I really feel like if they can just find heroes that are good in the meta that are also like they're classic heroes, like they're gonna do fine.
I think what they excel at as a team is team fighting. It's just their bread and butter, not just because they're a Chinese team, it's just how these guys operate. They get a pretty good win condition for Ame. I remember how they used to draft, and when we played against them, it was always kind of the same idea, where Ame always gets a good matchup to be able to carry the game. The other heroes kind of work around him. When you have X success, maybe he gets a little sacrificed. NTS is going to get some mid laner that can go in, initiate. And it was always kind of this formula, and then they would switch up the heroes. But that's what they were good at. And I feel like they're experimenting a little too much. They're trying to maybe try to copy like some of the, the Western Dota or like the CIS Dota. So they need to stick to their guns. That's what my advice would be if I were coaching them, is like, hey guys, let's just look at what we do well and just do that again, because we have it.
You're really, really good at these like 5 protect 1 team fight strategies. Like, just
do it again.
Get all my draw ranger, and like, I know Mars isn't very good. Pick Mars. I don't care. Pick Mars, Phoenix, like Phoenix for X Nova. Like, just get your classic bread and butter. Like, all these heroes, I think, are at least semi-viable.
I mean, that's the thing. I think like we covered the Xtreme against Spirit game where we're talking about, both teams want the draw ranger, and then Xtreme didn't get a chance to play it. But I think even though it doesn't work against Spirit, I think you just kind of send it again, because like none of these teams are as good as Spirit. So even though it wasn't enough for Spirit, I think it would be enough to beat maybe like someone like LGD.
It could be. We are in game 1 of this best of 3, and it's Xtreme Gaming Dire side, LGD Radiant side, first big goal in the way of Xtreme.
I'm already confused by the salt that Caps is adding. Why is there a Huskar ban on my screen? I'm so confused.
Yesterday's Huskar was so spooky.
I'm not saying the guy cannot play Huskar, but I'm coming to TI. I want to play my best heroes, as a player. I want to show what I can do on my, top 5, top 6, even a little bit more. That's what I would ask for as a player, as a drafter. I don't think Huskar is one of them. I think the other bans all make sense. I think the Draw Ranger, I know they did get their hands on it in one of their series yesterday, and they were able to win with the Draw Ranger, so that's an Ame classic. Ember, Sand King, these are all NTS classics. Huskar, not sure about.
Ooh,
we have a Treant.
Yeah, it doesn't make it through very frequently, but when it does, it looks strong.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking of this. To me, this is like the best answer to Tree. definitely something that you're not necessarily comfortable picking super early into the draft. Like, there are very hard counters to Timber, especially ones that can dumpster him in lane. However, we literally saw Spirit first pick Drow Ranger, and it ended up being a pretty decent Drow Ranger game in both of the games. So I guess there's a lot of other stuff to think about where LGD feels like they can just whip out the Timber and like, okay, Xtreme, go ahead. Like, fully hard counter it, see how it goes.
But to be fair, and maybe Tal can speak more on this, but this matchup used to be really good for Timber, as you know, your Whirling, wait, what is it called? Whirling Death is very strong against melee heroes and strength heroes, so you can like Whirling Death this Treant. However, with the new Living Armor, you have a damage block, which is extremely nice against Timbersaw, as he has like burst spells that suddenly deal no damage if you're Living Armored.
I'm 100% with Saber. I was going to say the same thing. This Treant Protector Living Armor is actually very good against Timber. Like, in the lane, you don't always get to walk up and punch him without taking serious damage. But there's a lot of good things about Treant. One is definitely Living Armor. The second is, when Timber gets high levels, you usually don't want to stay in his lane unless you really destroyed him before. So Treant is one of the best heroes at gating. So when the Timber is untouchable, you just gate, you start attacking the safe lane. So all of these little gameplay things and mechanics all play into this matchup where, as a Treant Protector player, one of my favorite heroes, I think I'm saying that a lot, but as a hero I like,
You're Dota enjoyer.
I don't care about this matchup that much.
Sure, you know, and okay, I'll add to the train of kind of talking down on this matchup. I also don't like the thing with Treant is that, yeah, okay, maybe you counter him with the Whirling Death to kill the trees, whatever, do extra damage to Treant when he's standing in the tree lines, etc., etc. But all of the heroes that pair with Tree really nicely in the lane destroy Timber in lane.
That's a good
you
point.
You have SF with Tree, like that destroys Timber. It's still in the pool right now. I'd expect it to be banned. You have like Muerta with Tree, Lina with Tree, like even Wind Ranger is...
All the ranged carries.
All the ranged carries are good against Timber. Even Wind Ranger does well against Timber because you just go Javelin early and you can kill Timber at level 6. Like, it's really hard genuinely to ban all of them. You can only ban SF here. And if you don't ban SF, you're getting SF'd.
They banned SF.
They banned one.
But there is still like many others. And it's interesting to see that they could have banned the Tree right instead of the Huskar, but I think that we saw how they insta-picked the Timbersaw, so they did want this trade. They wanted to play Treant against Timbersaw. Okay, now they got the Lone Druid, it's a nice hero. You get like a second stage Lone Druid.
Yeah, it's not a hero that Xtreme Gaming was worried about because they banned out the Willow and the PL instead. They had every opportunity to ban out the Lone Druid, and Lone Druid is not normally a hero that people forget about, so this is a conscious choice of them.
Yeah, I believe LGD did play Lone Druid. I think they ended up losing the game against NGX, but it was very close. It went like super late game. So they are definitely aware of what each other is doing. They definitely baited out the Treant, so this was all like pre-planned, which is very much like Calf's MO. Like, he's going to give you something and have a plan against it. Lone Druid, maybe the idea was to take it early because they were worried about Xtreme playing it, because I know Ame does play it. But now Xtreme kind of has to choose which route they want to go. Do they want to really focus on trying to destroy the Timber? Do they want to focus on gating on the Lone Druid? And nice, we get a classic here. We get the FY Rubik. That's super hype.
Oh my goodness. And then Underlord. Dude, this is such a good draft from Xtreme. You have Rubik Underlord. We talked about this yesterday. Insane lane. You can pull them back into the root from Underlord. You're blocking the Rubik from being picked against the Underlord because that counters. And then you also have Underlord versus Lone Druid, which is one of the best matchups for Underlord in the lane. You can just fight the bear, pretty much. And then you have Rubik versus Timber. You steal all the Timber spells, and it just annihilates him.
And a Hoodwink coming out, one of the most played position 4 heroes that we've seen. But as we also see, sometimes rotated to hard support. Overall, just a solid choice, though.
Yeah, I think this will be a Hoodwink 5, because Hoodwink Timber doesn't pair that well together, I think. And King Trungles does play it. But I was curious to hear Saber's thoughts, because he plays this matchup with the Underlord versus the Lone Druid.
Yeah, so the problem with playing against Lone Druid is that this hero is just absolutely busted in the lane. So you have two choices. One is like you just kind of keep bringing heroes in and killing the Lone Druid, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Or the other choice is you get one of the few matchups that can handle this lane, And honestly, Underlord is like one of the best ones. You have your Firestorm, which deals percentage damage, which is very nice against the bear, as he has like some 1600 HP. So you just Firestorm it, you can fight the bear if necessary, and you can just kind of lay normally, because you can always like fight back. But if you pick some other hero, you know, not Underlord, let's say you have some Mars or whatever, suddenly you cannot fight the bear, and the Laundry will just keep bullying you, and it's just really sad to play.
I'm thinking if I'm Xtreme, like if I'm in their position right now, I might propose as the Treant player, hey, let's start as 3 bottom and instantly go on the Lone Druid with, you know, Treant hiding in the woods. Rubik gets lift level 1 along with the Pit of Malice. So you're going to root them, lift them back in, Treant comes in with another root. That's a 100% kill. You can really snowball the game if that happens. So I hope people are thinking that far ahead, like how we're going to actually play the game out besides the heroes. And I guess it is a Hoodwink 4 then and an Undying 5, which has been a fantastic hero this tournament. I don't know if I've seen LGD play it, but I know King Jungles can play it. The guy can play anything. So I like Undying. I think you see 2 heroes that is good against in the Underlord and the Treant Protector. I think it is a save, again, which we keep talking about. It's very good against all these like roots. You can do it through root. And it just looked like a good team fighting hero in general. So good Undying pick, I think.
Yeah, and we also got the Lina, as we said, they got their range hero. I'm assuming that this will be Lina carry. So we have Treant Lina lane against Timber Hoodwink, which it's not the easiest lane for Xtreme, but I think they're still like favored. And yeah, honestly, very nice Lina game. I think this guy, or like Lina, will kind of dominate the game up until Lone Druid gets Silver Edge on his bear and he's able to like get on top of the Lina. But up until that moment, it's going to be very hard to do anything to this Lina. You have like no stuns, you have only the Hoodwink, but other than that, these 4 heroes, they don't really touch Lina. She's going to be just way too far in the team fight to get on top of her.
It's a really good hero to kill the Tombstone as well, which is always nice. Like sometimes, I know you can over-adjust to, oh, it's an Undying, we need to get a Snapfire to kill the Tombstone, you know? Maybe that's a bit far. But to get something that's already good in your draft that also hits the Tombstone is very convenient, because then you don't just have to run away from it every time he puts it down.
Another thing about the Tombstone is that sometimes when you play against this Undying, these teams, they have like spells that you kind of commit, and if you save them with Tombstone, it's kind of the fight is over. Like let's say some Black Hole, you know, you Black Hole and then he saves with Tombstone and you're done. Whereas if you look at Xtreme's heroes, it doesn't matter too much if someone gets Tombstones, because there will still be like root on top of him. So after he goes out of the Tombstone, he's still getting rooted, he's still getting hit by Lina. So it doesn't matter too much, this Tombstone saves this game.
So we are looking for a hero for nothing to say on the side of Xtreme Gaming. We do have LGD banning out the Templar Assassin, so they're still respecting the potential flex of the Lina to maybe go mid instead of safe lane, so we'll see how that goes. On the other side, we are looking for a hero for Topson on the side of LGD, unless we also still consider there to be flex there. I don't know if the Timbersaw going mid is an option.
I don't think that's really a Topson MO. And also they are banning for Lina mid with the Pangolier and the Dragon Knight. Those are bans specifically for Lina mid. So we could indeed see a hero for Ame, maybe the Wind Ranger that we talked about, like as another range hero, another like pseudo disable, which could be nice for the Lina. I could see them going for something like that. And I do think we're looking at a Topson last pick, which honestly I think is the best way to play around Topson, because he does have these like wild heroes. Maybe this is the Arc Warden game, you know, like that would be actually super hype. They play like the super cancer lineup.
They will get the
so we're wrong actually.
Or maybe this was just the bait from Xtreme all along. Is no, we're gonna ban out heroes that will be good against Lina mid, and that makes you ban out some carries that we don't care about.
I remember
5-heading.
I remember Kezu saying at a point that literally never happens in his experience.
I believe,
but we
always
bring up the 5-heading. I'm with you. I think that's exactly what happened here.
We gotta give credit to Lanham. You know, he's thinking about this.
Next level.
Yeah, but let's see. What does Topson want to play against Puck?
Is this the Ricky game? He already Ricky'd yesterday, so this might be it, to be fair.
Quinn,
yeah, go ahead.
He was saying that in the Ricky matchup, you're pretty much guaranteed to die at level 2 as Puck. Like even if you play perfectly, that's how bad he thinks it is. So I can get behind the Riki here.
So he lost the Riki game, but it did look very good, right?
Yeah, they had like a 20k gold lead or something.
I think there's a decent Riki game. I think the root from Underlord is really the only annoying thing.
This is a very
throwback.
normal hero.
This is a throwback, though. Nobody's really playing Void Spirit right now. I think out of all the spirits, he's considered the weakest because he doesn't deal enough damage compared to like an Ember with Vessel. And he does scale well into the game. The later the game goes, when Void Spirit does get items, he can get Aghanims against the puck with the silence. And he later on gets like Octarine, so he can go in and out of fights. It is a Thompson hero for sure. So kind of would have liked to see the Riki, actually. I think that was cooler. But I think this is like a stable one that ties their lineup well together. It plays well with the Hoodwink. It is an extra setup for Timbersaw and Lone Druid, who already deal a lot of damage in fights. They just need a little extra catch.
Yeah, I think that's why I like it, because he already has heroes that are dealing like unlimited amounts of damage. So the problem that you're talking about doesn't really exist as much in this game. So you're just kind of getting all the benefits of Void Spirit, and I think it's like top 3 highest win rates against Puck, despite being a fairly normal hero. It's really hard to itemize to deal with a Void Spirit on Puck. There's not really like an item build that feels that good, other than just going BKB at some point.
So who's going to take the lead in this best of 3, Saber?
To be fair, I really like Xtreme's draft. I think it's very solid. So honestly, I'm leaning towards them.
I'm going Xtreme on this one. I like what they did with the Rubik Underlord. I think there's a lot of cool plays Treant can do in the early game. They have good scaling. They have good team fight, which is what I wanted them to have. So I'm with Xtreme on this one.
Yeah, we have Treant Protector as the first phase ban. The majority of games, and when I say majority, it's literally only a handful of games that Treant makes it through. And if it does, gets first phase picked. So is it answered?
God, I know I'm supposed to say that LGD can. I'm with you guys. Like, I really think Xtreme cooked in this draft. I was very impressed the whole way through with all of their answers, all of the synergies that they have. But LGD has some classic heroes for them too, so they can always pull through.
Okay, let's see who takes the lead in this best of 3 as we're heading over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, very much looking forward to this one, XG versus LGD. Andy, what do you make of that? It's a bold move, always leaving one of these heroes in, available as the first pick that everybody else is pretty much banning. Treant gets through. Are they going to be okay, LGD, or are they going to regret letting that one in for XG?
Might regret. I mean, it's banned every game for a reason, like you're saying. It does so much. It's not just about the lane, like they were mentioning as well, too. Sure, Timbersaw can be this type of answer in some type of ways in the past, but now Living Armor is pretty insane, and it's also just about the global threat. It's also later the vision that the hero can apply just to be able to put pressure out.
I guess that's the question. Because I feel like there's sometimes periods in Dota, right, where there is a hero that's banned all the time.
Sure.
And sometimes it's like, well, everyone's just copying each other. Does it really need to be banned all the time? With Treant at the moment, is that maybe one of those other heroes that people are just banning to ban? Or this is one that's actually like, you do kind of need to ban it.
You need to ban it. It's like, what was it? You remember the Naga Siren?
Yeah.
Right? Was it last year or the year before?
There was a period, right? People were all banning it,
Yeah.
and then they kind of stopped banning it, and then they were like, well, you know what? We don't actually need to ban this hero. We can beat it. But Treant
is a different beast.
Yeah, it's different.
It's just because it's not just the laning, it's not just the living armor,
Yeah.
it's everything in combination. Gives you vision, stalks around later on, and then the ultimate. It just has one of the best teamfight ultimates in the later stages of the game. Sure, you have BKBs and your mantas and whatnot to dispel it, but it is a disarm route. Super strong, so I'm looking forward to this matchup. I do like XG's a bit too, but Lone Druid, this hero sometimes can just dominate games super hard. And with the combination with the Undying too, that's the lane I'm really looking at, is how this Underlord and Rubik can endure. Because sure, Firestorm and all that, you can kill the bear perhaps, but you're going to be getting reduced constantly from the decay, and this is a nasty combo.
Because overall in the game, how good is the bear killing potential from XG if this bear does start to get out of hand?
It's okay, but it's not to the extent that we saw from, yesterday, Liquid with the Shadow Fiend that was 3-shotting the bear really early. It takes a little bit more for something like the Lina. They also don't have minus armor with their draft, so that bear is going to be quite a bit tankier. Sure, they have percent damage, but yeah, we'll have to see how it ends up going in these lanes.
Let's have a look, see if they can somehow slow down Yuma in the early game.
I think this is the lane that's going to be super hard for XG. I don't really know how you just play straight up versus the Lone Druid. Maybe it's going to be that tree rotation that Fly was talking about on the panel, where they're just going to be like, well, I don't want to be up there, make the move and kill that lone. Because I would look at LGD, and I do like their lane setups a little bit more in particular. It's just XG's overall draft does look strong if they get to that mid and late game timing.
And what do you make of the decision from Thompson to go with the Void Spirit this game? As the panel said, it is one of those heroes that
good versus Puck.
It indeed is great in the matchup, but also it's just one of those mid heroes, especially when it comes to the spirits, that has fallen out of favor for a lot of teams.
It has. It's the weakest of the spirit, like they were saying. Its damage is nothing like the other ones, like no way. But the thing is, it's very good versus Puck, and it's good versus Lina. It's a gap closer, and they were lacking a gap closer in a way for their draft, so. Right now, XXS doing pretty good on these last hits, just forcing the waves in with the Firestorm. FY trading pretty decently with KJ. Good start in this bottom lane.
Keeping them relatively low hit.
And also the other thing about the Thompson playing the Void Spirit, I think him and Ame are having a competition of who's going to play the most heroes. Because they're just playing different hero every game.
That's pretty crazy indeed. We saw that during the draft. That an insane amount of heroes being played by Thompson already. I don't know how it necessarily compares to all the other players at the moment, but he's got to be up there. It's probably the highest in terms of the amount of heroes he's played in the game. He's played bottom lane.
XXS, careful.
He's looking pretty dead. There's a blood grenade upon him. One more hit will do it. Get him under the tower. The bear's coming in.
Got him.
There's the roof. There's the kill. First blood for Yuma.
They tried to go for the aggressive play themselves, XG, but being kept too low, that's the problem with the constant decay spam. You think you're tanky on the Underlord, but not so much. Doing good on the last hits, but this is what happens sometimes versus this lone. He's able to just kill you, run you down a lot of times. What I've seen is actually like the Tide and the Slardars look really nice in terms of laning phase versus hero, because they have double damage block, or they have stuns to push the bear off. But yeah, mid. Void Spirit right versus that Puck. There's a reason we're going to clearly see the separation, at least in terms of the laning phase as well, too.
Yeah,
how much stops it can get.
I'd say this is pretty much sort of the CS difference you expect right between Void Spirit and Puck. Just a little bit of an edge on the denies, having that nice little attack animation as the melee Void Spirit.
Definitely says missed a couple free ones, though. I think I just saw him miss 2, so that happens.
Imagine build from Thompson. Almost certainly wouldn't, by the looks of it, yeah, but just earn Vessel, get the shard early for the farming potential.
That's the usual that we've seen. Is he actually going to go for the full Vessel is the full question for me. That's kind of like the big one. I know Quinn always was talking about like this item build on this hero is super important in a lot of games, so the argument for the Aghanims maybe like they were mentioning on panel could be there for the Puck, but
yeah, I guess
we'll have to see.
Yeah, it depends how early you want to try and get that into the build,
Yeah, just because they lack some catch for the Puck is the only reason why I was saying that, because a lot of times we see the Void Spirits, they kind of stray away from it nowadays. Their catch is not the best for nothing.
Yeah, they're going to need something. Otherwise, yeah, nothing to say. He's going to have a pretty free game jumping about.
Yeah. Bottom
lane. With the root again onto XXS. This time, no further damage, so he'll be fine. King Jungle starting to fall pretty low on the resources.
It's fake, though. He looks low. He just decays and soul rips really quickly, and he's back.
He's got one more round to sort of throw at them if they do go in.
He's holding skill point as well, too. Just in case of things if he needs to maybe get like a tombstone or something. He's going to heal up as well. The laning start at the moment, as we said, Lone Druid is going to do amazing in actually all 3 lanes, right? Pretty much across the board here.
They're winning all lanes.
Setting themselves up for success with this one. That's the power of the Timber versus the tree in the lane, right? So even though Living Armor does block some of it, you can't really pressure Whisper with a Lina and a tree at the moment.
Yeah, Whisper looking very comfortable up in the top lane into this matchup. Been some nice sort of creep dragging.
And overall for the Timber game, I did want to mention this. This was a first pick Timber, and yes, there's some percent damage and all that, but this doesn't look like the easiest game to bring Whisper down overall. Sure, if they isolate him, they can happen, but there's a lot of heals, there's saves as well from the Undying, and overall we have to say, right, they did pick the Underlord into the Timber, which for a long time, if not always, Timber is very good versus Underlord. Sure, Pit's annoying, but you kill him so fast if you get on top of him.
Because there's definitely a chance, right, that with this Timber and the Lone Druid, you might get to a point in the game where XG could have damage issues.
They could.
Having to deal with these 2 incredibly in-your-face tanky units, it's not going to get easy for XG unless they sort of have Arme with this insane amount of build-up of right-click damage.
Yeah.
So going for that Mjolnir first, he is going to try and get that sort of insane output when it comes to the physical DPS, but it's going to take time.
Yeah, and there's the heals, there's the Tombstone, the save that we've seen so much, so. KJ? Good for X-Nova.
Now, Arme considering if he wanted to spend time trying to help for a kill, but
he's probably a little scared of getting dove as well, too. If a Tombstone gets dropped down, they triple hero collapse onto him, it could be dangerous.
Yeah, they'll be able to go around as well. They do have to be careful. Probably able to get the bushwhack. Nova hiding in the trees. They're looking at Arme. Further backups coming in. XG's had enough. They want to bring the backup, try and put a stop to this. LGD, they're going to continue the dive, though. Moving forward here with Whisper, but XG turns towards him, force back the Timber, so they're push back onto Arme. King Jungles against the three of them. The big burst comes in from Whisper. They take down one of them. Can they get Arme as well? They can. Thompson in with the rotation. Gets the connection with the Remnant, makes a quick kill, gets himself straight back to mid lane. Believes the Whisper and Theolacor should be able to finish off FY between the two of them.
They should.
And slowly but surely another chain coming in. Whisper whirling death. They get the job done. The dive is a success. And XG tried to bring in sort of the backup to help with that, but they couldn't deal that with the aggression from LGD. And big kill. Already 6 minutes in. LGD up a 2K gold lead.
Love the rotation from Thompson too, right? He's like, oh man, we're actually able to dive like this. We're going to just bring even more numbers if they're going to try to. Nothing to say. Doesn't look like he wants to respond. And now, Wisdom.
Oh, they might be able to contest this.
Uh-oh.
Have a look.
The Bear's inside. They got to bring more on XG.
Yeah, they need backup. Get the pit down onto the two of them.
Good damage on Yuma.
He's looking pretty dead here. One more punch to the high ground. He's running away, but the zap comes in. FY takes him out.
They brought the numbers.
They'll make sure that LGD do not stop XG from getting the Wisdom. But Kiko is still going to try his best to make them spend as much time as possible, but he will not survive this double kill for FY. XG protect the Wisdom.
Really well played from XXS, just bodying there. KJ just accepted his death, right? He's respawning instantly anyway. He's got the Ceaseless Dirge, so just wanted to get a little extra damage, push them away again. Good response, but still seeing, right? LGD with that laning prowess, looking very strong. 800 difference between Thompson and Nothing to Say at the moment. Nothing to Say being kept a bit low.
It's kind of low.
He's playing it dangerous.
That is, oh my goodness, living on the edge there.
Oh my
and
God.
had the orb still out just in time to jump out towards the end. It's gonna.
He's trying to get the rune. He's got the rune.
I mean, that's a coil well used there indeed. Anytime taking away these early power runes away from Thompson's Void Spirit, it's worth.
That was very heads up. Yep. Spotted the bottom rune, gets the coil there. Thompson can't actually make the move to go for it.
See what they can go for, LGD. Whisper and King Jungles. Oh, okay, just smoking it. Bolus would clear the Ancients. King Jungles going to try and use the smoke to also connect over towards Thompson. Getting a bit of pressure. Nothing to say. Oh, he will be fine. Pretty low. Gonna stick around for one more creep wave and get back. Out of regen here, Thompson.
He is going for the Vessel.
Yeah, I mean, the Vessel Rush is just super strong.
Yep. Seems like he just does want it. It is good versus the Underlord in the tree as well, too, right? Just being able to have that extra damage. And overall, yeah, just the hero still does want to build in some of these games, so.
And they're going to be looking for action.
They are.
Going to be getting charges.
LGD is going to be playing quite a bit more aggressive, I would say. XG, they probably want to play more passive style of farming. Sure, they can react with the global potential of the Fiend's Gate when he's got it, but XXS is super slowed down. You know, we were commenting on how he was doing okay in bottom to contest the Wisdom. Whisper is level 9, XXS is level 5.
I mean, yeah, the fact
that's 4 levels off lane difference. I think that's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, there's definitely some struggles there. The 3 cores of LGD doing just that little bit more better than that of XG here in this early game.
And Underlord, he can farm stacks in a way, but nothing like a Timber saw, right? So Timber, on top of having this good this start, he's got the stacks to go back to as well to continue to improve him. And we already mentioned, even though it's a first pick Timber, it looks like a pretty solid Timber game.
And one of Whisper's best as well.
Yeah. Probably his best right
at the moment, yeah. I would agree.
That's why.
Thompson can get the grab. This should be a kill. It's okay, stolen. Jump away. We'll save him.
Stops the TP from the bear. That's annoying. Looks like they're trying to hang on to their mid tower as much as possible here. Bringing 3 heroes. Fiend's Gate is ready too, so they can look for the fight if they overextend too hard, but LGD is also bringing quite a lot here. Bringing Whisper for a second. Looks like they'll stop. Hard to just full commit for the tower. There's a lot of deep push on the side of XG. Fade Bolt puts the puck orb. Yeah, one of the slower games for XXS, and I do like to say always for XG, he's one of their main guys. He almost always has a pretty stable game, so it's definitely important for LGD that they've shut him down this hard at the start.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense, right? Imagine if you're going against XG, that's not a bad approach, right? To sort of say, we are going to go and do our best to shut down XXS.
Because he's always so stable.
Yep. The X-Nova in the river. It's going to get caught here by Theolacore, Thompson and Whisper.
This Timber.
I mean, yeah, this Timber's just massive. Arme, of course,
scary.
keeping up on farm
He is.
with the 3 cores of LGD, but it's just going to be so much for him to deal with. Because
It
it's
is.
3 cores that are going to be very ready to get straight in his face.
And they do get on top of him, right?
Yeah.
All 3 of them in a way. Sure, the bear, not for now until later when he has the Ags.
But when
and
it
the
comes
Shadow
running
Blade.
at him,
Yeah.
he's going to have to try and keep the bear off him, keep the Timbersaw off him, keep this Void Spirit off him. And the team around him, they've got a lot of work cut out for themselves, and they don't have the biggest saves.
Exactly. Yeah, I was about to say the
It's
same
like,
thing.
here you go, have
They
a living armor,
and
hope
that's
for the
about
best.
it.
Yeah.
FY. Can't get away. And overall for the Lina too, most of the time, well not most, but a lot of times when I've seen the Lina carry have a lot of success, there's a good amount of like magic and all that. There's a lot of physical and pure damage that can bypass through it too.
Gonna try for Whisper.
Bringing everybody.
Coil, Laguna Blade, a Fiend's Gate, everything to bring down the Timber. They will succeed. Takes a lot though. Thompson maybe seeing if he can find something on the way out. Nothing to say, relatively low on mana, but does have 1 charges and an orb. Maybe he can play after the orb use, but nothing to say, he's not sticking around.
Okay.
Not taking any chances.
Vessel done. Time to accelerate even more. Can look for FY again.
A couple of times now where they've managed to catch out FY around this mid area.
And for LGD overall, right, they're the ones setting tempo. So this just means Lone Druid is completely free, which is usually not something you want to see. A lot of the games that I've seen when teams have done very good versus Lone Druid, they've killed him once or twice in the laning phase, maybe even a 3rd time. They're always the ones hunting him. That's not the case this game. It's a lot harder, I would say, for XG to really look for him until Tree can start getting down here, you know, get some vision to stalk him so they can use the global. LGD playing fast. Power time. Can look to start the siege. They want Ame.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good timing for him to get away. X-Nova shows for a second here. They've got a dust.
Yeah, Thompson knows he's around.
He's gone down. Distiller also already picked up for Theo, so they're always going to have the vision to catch this tree. And the buildings. This is going to be an important thing too, right? For XG, hitting these towers, not the easiest for them. The Lina is the one who wants to, and it's dangerous for Ame to really show up early at any point to go for these towers. So
yeah, Ame's not going to want to show his face on the Radiant side of the map for a very long time this game.
So it feels like LGD can kind of start to not fully just run at these towers, right? But they can just start to get in a pretty good advantage of taking over the map as well too, with getting these easier pushes in comparison. XG is more just a farming lineup.
So the moment, XXS and nothing to say aren't getting too much at that farming.
Catching up though, at least especially in levels. Right? He's now level 10. Thompson.
He is everywhere. Up and down the map, constantly putting on the pressure. Living Armor will be there for FY to help out, and TPs are coming in. This time XG wants to punish Thompson. Got to jump away from Simon. The astral step actually gets out of the range of the overgrowth. They don't catch him. He's going to have another step in a few seconds. The Fiend's Gate coming in as well. They really want to kill him. They'll get the silence onto him. The pit is there. They finally get him.
It takes a long time, but no help coming from LGD to turn it around. And the bear might go down. Okay, they were making their own move.
Yeah,
that's
indeed.
why.
Same time, Whisper and Teolacore get the setup onto Arme. So, Thompson, end of the day, they'll say space created.
It took them 20, 30 seconds to chase kill him. They didn't have the coil at the ready the whole time, so. And Ame gets slowed down.
It's the big kill. Got, of course, a very fast timing on the Mjolnir.
He did.
Managing to beat that, in fact, of Yuma's timing on the other side of the map. Only just Yuma has now also got his. Fast timing there, but does get taken out.
He'll farm fast, but he is super squishy.
He's very
vulnerable, and they have multiple ways to get on top of him, as we're indicating.
It's a very scary lineup that can run at him. And LGD so far, they've been doing exactly that, up and down the map.
And towers, right? This is the timing that they can go for it. Where for XG, they can't really hit these buildings in the same manner. Hard for them to hold on to this one. Without the Underlord here, this tower likely just going to go down.
Much easier for Yuma to turn up with his Mjolnir as opposed to Arme with his. There's the Lina on the other side.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's
Tower's gone and Theolical and Whisper. Now ready to continue the hunt.
X-Nova.
Radiant are
Giving some good information, and LGD are not aware of his position.
How long for Fiend's Gate? They're starting to get some damage on the bottom tower too. XXS is actually able to finish it off. Very important that they get at least one early one. Buys the shard early too, so interesting. Wants to get that little extra farm. It's going to delay his Aghanims, but strong to be able to throw onto the puck as well too. You Firestorm the puck when he's jumping in. Can actually do a lot more damage to get some extra kills. Oh, KJ's just going full heal build. Locket, max soul rip, not something we see every game on the Undyings. We do see max decay occasionally as well too, so this is interesting. We also do see like the blink save builds with the shards, so this is a different approach that we're seeing from him.
XG. Get to make a move here with the Dream Coil.
It's on the Undying. I mean, he'll die, but committing a coil does mean now that Thompson has some liberty. Right, that's probably one of the few ways that they can kill him early on is with that coil, unless they commit a lot more to do so. And the Undying's back. Instant respawn, so.
Yeah, especially with the fact that on top of having no coil, Thompson has got an illusion rune in the bottle, so
and Whisper,
the little other catch that they did have has got an answer right now.
And Whisper continues to just be at the top, almost level 16. He's got the blink now finished up for even more catch into the back lines. He is a problem. They see Ame. As soon as they saw him, the second he went under that ward.
They did it before, they're ready to do it again. X-Nova's trying to be in position to block these sort of plays. But tell you what, with that
no way!
They avoid exactly where X-Nova was trying to block off this smoke play.
Oh, that was beautiful.
If they find him here, he's going to get a nasty surprise. And they will. X-Nova's going to try and help out.
Oh, the Fiend's Gate to cut the tree.
It actually cut the tree immediately.
Oh, that was smart.
Comes in. And with that backup, they can kill off Whisper. Actually chase down Theo. They just want the gate straight on top.
It cut the tree. That was actually big brain as hell. I mean, that's on purpose for sure by XXS.
Wait, was it? No.
I think so, yes.
That was instant.
I think that was on purpose,
that was pretty crazy. And Thompson, he's going to be fine. Shield Broom will save him. While I say that, no, blinks up and the Dream Coil's back online. Nothing to say, closes the gap. They have the pit. Is it enough? It's not. Thompson's able to jump away. He'll live.
What an insane... I mean, I would say that that's on purpose,
You think he was ready?
Because we've seen some of these Fiend's Gate plays where they cut off like the exit plan.
Quick.
Right on top of the bushwhack, right on top of that tree.
Yep.
That was sick.
XXS might have had a bit of a slow start, but yeah, he's locked in now. Catching up, slowly but surely.
And now Ame
plays.
He's at the top. Quick, right away after that. And he's going to have he's rushing the BKB right after, too, which I really like this game.
Absolutely.
Very cool stuff. I mean, fantastic angle that LGD somehow finds and then just counteracted right away.
But I guess that's the thing, right? It was not only X-Nova that was ready for that sort of play with his position, it was the whole team, right? They were like, they are going to make this move onto Ame. We all have to be ready to save him.
Saving Private Ame. Definitely going to be the name of the game.
Another sort of good defensive response like that, and they'll have pretty much taken away that entire the network fleet that LGDs have for the majority of this game so far.
And now Ame can turn up with the team. Now he's not just a farming on the sidelines or anything like that. He can start fighting with this team for sure and start looking for these objectives as well soon. It's gonna. I mean, it's pretty perfect timing that they get Ags now on the Underlord. They get the BKB for the Lina. They're at 20 minutes. It's time for these Roches, time for these Torms, and they are at the ready to fight against it. LGD's still very big, right? They do have that 3-core lineup that is incredibly strong, but now this Lina a lot harder to deal with the BKB.
BKB timing super strong this game.
Yep. Not the most damage that goes straight through it, right? It's a lone druid, pretty much.
Yeah, outside of that, he's able to BKB and run away.
Yeah. Sure, if Thompson can close on top of him as well, too. All right, game has changed, though. The Ags is now done for Yuma in a pretty fast timing.
Because that's the thing as well. He is going to get BKB off every fight. There's no instant catch, right? It's what, Bushwhack and a Remnant. Neither of those, you know, they're both relatively telegraphed. You're going to be able to pop BKB.
Yeah, until the bear has Shadow Blade, and then he's doing the thing where he gets you behind with Savage Roar, blah, 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 right? But that's still some time until he has to worry about that. He should be able to get the protection. Low kill score game, but a lot of little tricky moves that both teams are working around here. Vessel, also for FY now. Really like this game versus the Lone and versus the Timber, versus the Soul Rip that we see. Undying going for the max.
Good moves here, you know, just sort of bringing Arme now over to LGD's side of the map. They know that it's time to get Arme involved.
Whisper.
The pit and the coil.
A lot of damage with the Vessel.
The three of them is certainly adding up, and yeah, Whisper's gone. Same time, Arme's able to turn and take out Theodore. They use the overgrowth into the Light Strike Array to lock down the bear, get that extra bit of money coming in for Arme.
Big money. LGD starting to hemorrhage some big kills. XG starting to get crazy momentum and set up, right? They're set up for the Tormentor. Can look to go for that here.
Yeah, all really started to fall back in their favor after they made that play to keep Arme safe. He gets this BKB timing straight away, taking the tier 1 mid, and making aggressive moves in the mid lane, whilst they're also making that play down bottom. Things starting to really come together now for XG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Thompson. Might get gone on here.
They can land the Light Strike.
Oh!
A little off.
That was quite off there from Ame. I mean, it happens.
Can't hit them all.
Yeah.
Yep.
LGD setting up. They do have Undying, so they can just force this Roche. And no Feed Skate. XG did use it earlier. They can't contest this, it looks like. They're trying to make their way over. It's dying very
They're
fast.
going to try. At least the temptation's there going to be for nothing to say to jump in. Can't do it. Oh,
Coil.
Coil now, but the Roshan's already dead and the Agent's already picked up by Thompson.
They're fighting.
Get the pit round on the back lines over towards Yuma. Silence down on towards Thompson and King Jungles. They'll kill King Jungles. See how much more they can get. They take the Aegis out of the hands of Thompson. Then they go for round 2. Arme sort of stuck in the pit. They'll get the root onto Thompson. Arme pots me.
Arme
turns with the core. He's going to opt to TP out. Arme knows that this fight is no longer theirs. Will BKB TP away. They don't stop the Roche, but they do get 2 kills. Can nothing to say get out. He can't. So do end up losing the puck on top of that, but they do immediately take the Aegis away from Thompson.
I mean, it's pretty good, right? They got 2 kills, they got the Aegis, they're going to slow down the momentum that LGD might have gained if they didn't make that move, so I like it. BKB used from Ame, able to fight, get a couple kills, pickups too, so why not?
I'm making the correct call there to leave the fight when he did, right?
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't overstay his welcome, knows to get out of there during those remaining seconds of the BKB.
Yeah, if he stayed any longer, he was definitely going to die there. Good connection. The coil lands on almost everybody. They get a huge pit onto everybody as well, too, in the Firestorm, too. So people were burning down very quickly here. But losing nothing to say. Does hurt a bit, because he is struggling. But it is all about Ame, right? So, Numa.
Can these 2 kill the bear? Or not yet?
Don't want to risk it. I don't think they see anything, so don't want to just go for like a random bear kill and get turned on when there's no BKB for Ame. What's Thompson going for here? Okay, he's going to go for the BKB. Feels like he needs that. He really does need it, right? When you're playing versus the pit, it's just so much to control you. Now they'll go for it, but they can walk away.
Just a bit too much at the moment. Need that extra damage item on Ame before they can really take down the bear consistently.
Might go for it again here.
Yeah, round 2 at half HP would do it, but Yuma's playing safe with the bear.
Parasma finished up for nothing to say. Standard build, not deviating. Rarely do we see these pucks deviate, even if you're versus some annoying stuff. It's always just Blink, Witchblade, Aeon.
I mean, absolutely, as we said, well, this is a pretty dream game for him in the sense that they just don't have cash.
Yeah, and he's not going Aghanims on Void Spirit either, too, right? So won't have the extra silence to be able to bring him down. You know, he has died a couple times.
Yeah, we'll see if it goes through after the BKB. I imagine that is likely, or do you think there's other items at that point you're considering then?
Probably other ones he's considering with the way that he's gone already.
Bigger?
Yeah, I
think go straight up for a Hex or an Octarine player on the cooldowns.
It depends on how he wants to play for like the right clicks, right? Does he want to? I've seen some people go like these Witchblades and all that. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I prefer the Octarines. Very close game though, 11-12.
It really is.
Exactly what I wanted to say from these two teams.
Just that sort of difference though, where XG's side is resting pretty heavily on Arme's shoulders.
It is.
Still XXS and nothing to say. Pretty far behind on farm.
They've just got that bit of an edge overall if they have the team, like the 5 heroes as team fight. When you look at XG's, their team fight's just a bit better overall. LGD ideally want to get a catch beforehand.
And this time they'll get the bear.
Got to resummon. Getting quite a bit of gold, though, for Ame. Is that the BKB done? It is. So Thompson now has a lot more liberty to pick and choose his targets inside of these team fights as well. He's only died the once.
And that was just off that pretty aggressive dive that he tried from the tier 1 bottom, where just happened at a moment where there was no real way for the team to connect to him, and was of course that moment where the team did kill Ame. So,
it's true.
You know, that one death that Thompson had allowed them to get the one kill against Ame.
Tormy time. FY.
It's going to be close.
I mean,
he's living on the edge. The 2 supports.
Can they do this? It's I can finish it. Okay.
My goodness.
That was dangerous.
Job for FY.
That was so dangerous. I guess they had a good read of where LGD was, but yeah, that's pretty crazy to do with 3 heroes.
Things have slowed down a little bit from LGD, right? They didn't get the they got the Roshan and the Aegis, but they didn't get to do anything with it because they lost the Aegis immediately. So I think XG is realizing that LGD themselves have also slowed down just to try and get that next step of items online.
And maybe he is anticipating like a Hex or something to come out from the Void Spirit, like you were saying. I saw the Lincolns queued up from Nothing to Say, so maybe he's thinking similar vein as us. They're like, oh, he's just switching like crazy. Okay, he's just showed like 4 different items, but...
Yeah, Thompson queuing up the Ags.
He's gonna go. Okay.
As you said, there are a lot of merits to the Ags this game. They need that sort of silence to be disruptive against the puck.
I like it versus supports too, to be honest, right? The Rubik and the tree can be tripped up a lot from it.
There's the Shadow Blade done for Yuma, so getting closer and closer to being able to make these sneaky, aggressive plays with the bear.
They are kept under vision here, though. Nice ward there from XG, scouting quite a lot of LGD's movements. Okay, it's taken away. Gem now picked up. LGD. I think this is getting to these timings where LGD wants to probably do a bit more. They're still very strong. Sure, as we're saying, XG's team fight is strong, but they can just like wrap around with the bear and get all this extra information and maybe just snipe a hero.
Xame's pretty massive. If he can get the Satanic Daedalus done, you know, this will be the Lina of that you come to be fearful of. And one of the reasons why we see Lina be quite a hot pick right now.
How fast he kills the bear, too. He did get the serrated Shiv, so very fortunate. It's a lot of extra damage versus the bear.
Aghanim is very close to being done for Thompson. It's 1,200 gold for the point booster, and he'll have it.
I didn't think that this was this type of series. I thought this game was going to be a bit more action-packed, I'll be honest. Both teams pretty content with just playing that farm game.
They're keeping it very close. LGD with that little bit of an advantage overall.
Thompson.
He's going to get found, but he's got BKB, of course.
Just got to watch out for X-Nova. He gets caught.
They've got the overgrowth. TP out ain't going to cut it, even with the BKB when X-Nova's around.
I was a bit surprised that he goes for it like that, rather than like dissimulating, making them force a little bit more. Just does get caught. That's a painful death. And they hunt for more. They do have a coil. Whisper so very difficult to bring down, especially if the Lina's not there. Can't quite do so. Back to farming.
Yeah, mate. Did pick up the Reaver, but wants to get the small crit online first before finishing off the full set.
No, he's going to...
he is getting the set.
Yeah, he's going to standing. No.
In the broadswords, the Claymores mix up.
Yep. Very safe build.
Yep.
But you already do so much damage anyway, right? So it ends up being fine even if he doesn't have the crit.
I mean,
we'll see if it matters, though.
Satanic and BKB, you are incredibly tanky.
Yeah, look at the hero damage, right? It's pretty interesting to see.
There it is. So 30-minute timing. Looking very good on the Lina. Of course, throughout this, Whisper's keeping up on this Timber Saw.
He is. And the Lone Druid.
Been incredibly fun the entire time.
That is the difference, right? They do have these two very big cores.
It's going to be a lot for Ame to deal with.
XXS, though, also keeping up at least with levels, right? He's going to have his Shivas pretty soon. He's got his BKB to counter the Timber, as we were mentioning from earlier. Roche coming back up soon. Probably the point of contention that we're going to see both teams really clash.
They were prepared for if there was going to be a move towards Ame, but nothing of the sorts right now. LGD continue to not make any over-aggressive plays.
Top. Trying to poke something here, but it is Whisper, so not able to fully commit for him. So something interesting too, like you were mentioning before, for the side LGD, they don't have the craziest amount of stuns and lockdowns, right? So the BKB and it's essentially gonna give him this like 3 lives. It's not like there's control after he pops the BKB. He'll just be able to hit targets and heal back up.
Definitely one of those situations where until the bear is, they're fully confident that the bear can take him down through it. If you see that BKB pops on armor, you're probably looking to just kite it out and not get involved in the fight.
LGD just farming so hard, though. Now they've got extra timing. BKB's done on the bear. Okay, now they want to force an issue before.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. Ag's done for the Void Spirit, too.
Ready for the full 5-man team fight.
What does Nothing to Say have on the puck right now? Does he have anything to counter the silence? He does not.
Just finished the Octarine.
He went greed. He did not go A on disc. He could get caught because of this.
Arme's up there, but it's pretty deep. I mean, the XG seem to be pretty responsive to this, just holding back around the tier 2. Nothing to Say does jump out though. And
oh god.
With this build-up, nothing to protect him. They're going to try and fight back. They're looking towards the bear. They've caught him in the pit. Arme's bringing in the damage. The tombstone.
Oh, got tombstone.
Got to bail the bear out, get him into the tombstone. Jump out, taking himself out of there with the Invis. He's away, and at the same time, Whisper, he's able to just clean up X-Nova run at the tier 2 tower.
Uh-oh. This is the issue with the puck sometimes. If you don't, you're feeling like, oh, the game state's all cool. You know, I could go the greed build, not the Aeon disc. Now he dies, and not only does he die, he loses their gem. A real big deal.
He has the gem.
He did.
Well, this time, Roshan, they will get to take the Aegis, and they won't have to be concerned with any chance of XG taking it out of their hands as soon as they kill it.
Oh, that is such a monstrous kill that they're able to find like this. And Nothing to Say is going to be feeling it pretty bad, because now he has to go back and farm that Aeon disc as well, too.
Yep.
He's going to have a lot of time in this game now where he's just at risk of dying pretty much just if the Void Spirit shows up with +1.
And they need that Daedalus as well on Arme. They couldn't quite kill the bear.
Now they're in trouble.
8k lead here for LGD.
Double gems as well for LGD, so they can control majority of the vision on the map now too to find these jumps. Restrict the farm from Ame. And look at Theo as well too. He's actually very close to having a Hex himself for the puck as well, so further and further catch it's going to be there for Nothing to Say, who's now the bottom of the court. Yeah, he needs it desperately, but it's a long ways away now.
Dobson. Seeing what he can force out of them here beyond the tower. Get the catch on him, but a big burst comes in from Whisper. XXS almost dying for the BKB. He's got to run away. They have the overgrowth to lock down Thompson. Can they take him out? The one Slow Stroke Array comes in. They can. That's the Aegis gone. Whisper holding back the backlines though, forcing FY Nothing to Say off to the side. Tombstone save comes in from himself. King Jungles gets back out of there. The BKB popped by Arme. He'll stand his ground and take down the bear. The rest of LGD though, able to back off.
Aegis gets taken away, a couple BKBs. XG with a nice defensive response there. Ame holding on to the BKB as long as possible. All important for him to be able to fight there. Look at the damage from Ame.
Yeah, he pretty much is all of their late game damage at the moment. Sometimes we do see the pucks do crazy damage late game, but it's going to be a fair bit of time until Nothing to Say is able to get there.
Kind of a crazy play there from LGD as well too, right? Thompson was just kind of running in into the tier 2. I mean, not really with the bear getting the flank either, so it's just kind of an awkward go for them. So XG was very prepared.
I mean, they did get very close to bursting XXS.
They did. That timber burst.
We saw how quick this Underlord can die, despite how much HP he may have.
It's time to be miserable as a support, though, because this bear is now going to kill all of them on the map. And yeah, that Hex for Theo, it's going to come pretty quick. So even for Ame, too, right? Like, now this BKB, now the Satanic, not as safe either. If he does get caught from an instant stun, he can get burst.
Yeah, if they get the Hex on him and the follow-ups there, they'll 100% take him down before he's able to get out of the Hex and get the BKB Satanic off.
Because they will have the Rubik potential save, right? But they don't have something hard save like the Undying, where you get put in a tombstone, you're gone. Even the cores.
As they talk about the supports, even XXS is struggling with the spare.
Oh, nice try, X-Nova. He's trying to get that bear kill. Now they have Overgrowth on cooldown, but both of these BKBs also used. See if LGD wants to take advantage of Overgrowth cooldown. It's a big one.
They're looking at Arme. Arme posturing pretty far up on the lane, but looks like LGD don't want to take the risk up near the tier 2.
Yeah, not with the bear being on the opposite side of the map at this point. Now they'll smoke, probably rejoin their bear and look for some of these connecting kills. Full dataless now for Ame.
If he's able to find his position in the fights, Arme will take them down one by one.
Theo.
Quick catch on Theo, easy kill.
Big kill.
If they can go for more, they got the coil down onto King Jungles. Arme finds his way around, a couple of hits. It's another kill for Arme.
Support's a little out of position there, and that's going to give back the gem to XG. All important.
Now, how much you try and force it here with Arme?
You don't have that much time. You don't have overgrowth up either. You used your coil. I don't know how much you can force it. You can go for the bear.
Get the bear. For the bear. It's already out. Arme. Gonna try and turn up towards Thompson. Yuma turns with the bear back over towards Arme, but the Satanic's there. Arme back up to full HP. Nothing to say. Trying to play around with Thompson. The lift up into the light strike. Here comes the damage from Arme. They've got it.
Action, Arme.
You get a catch on someone, and Arme will have no struggle killing them right now.
Arme's been struggling in some of this games in this tournament, but this one, he's truly being the carry they need him
Yeah,
to be.
this is looking like a real step up in terms of carry performance from Arme compared to what we're seeing in some of the other days.
And this is truly a game of, it's saving Private Arme, right? As we saw with the Underlord, with the Rubik, with everything pretty much, it's there to ensure that he can have the best game possible. XXS is close to 25 as well. LGD. Getting caught again.
Could be another one for XG. Find King Jungles. Number one for Arme.
These are all important moments too, as we said, for the puck too. Got caught earlier, now has probably had the downtime to be able to finish off that A on this pretty soon. So should have the protection as well.
And the Bear's just terrified of Arme now. Ooh, they do make the burst.
Annihilate.
Whisper's in with the BKB and the reactive armor. Arme trying to kill him off through it. Still very tanky on the Timber Saw. Whisper's able to Timber Chain away. Yuma with the Bears. BKB looks over towards FY. Arme trying to take him out with the right clicks and he'll get him. The Bear's gone. Now looking to make the jump over to Whisper. Whisper, he missed it. Didn't get the Timber Chain connection.
Oh,
now
he's
out
in
of
trouble.
position. They get the lift up into the light strike array. Arme brings to the right clicks with Timber Chain out. The crit's coming in. FY jumps in.
He's burning him.
Step, they're able to burst him down. Whisper's gone.
Oh, these sequences from XG are massive. They will lose nothing to say on the south side, but wow. What a couple moves we're seeing from XG, just relentlessly running through them there. They'll bring down Whisper. End up losing 2 cores though.
I mean, it's still pretty crazy. Just, I mean, XXS, we barely see him and he's dead.
Power
they
of
kill
the
this
Timber.
Underlord so quickly with Whisper.
Always been one of the hardest counters. Takes out what, like, I mean, it's like 40% of your HP in 1 Q. Octarine soon for Thompson. So something interesting I did want to point out, the Daedalus with the Lina, he did take the left talent, and I think if you know how this one works, Daedalus actually bricks this talent.
Because you don't get
it just doesn't work with the Dragon Slave. You can watch as well too, like, you get your Daedalus crits, but when you Dragon Slave and you're starting to attack them, you don't get the 150%. I'm not sure why. I don't know if they fixed it. I'm not sure if they fixed it, but I know as of a few days ago that wasn't working, so.
Either way, he's definitely doing enough.
He is.
With or without Arme. To get the damage down onto these heroes.
And Whisper, I mean, missing in a tree there, too.
Yeah, rare miss from him. Would have likely survived if he got out with that initial Timber Chain.
Nice little play from FY, too, right? Blinking in, gets the flamethrower, gets on top of him, finishes him off. And this game is very exciting. Yeah, he feels that one.
There on that miss chain.
It's rare to see that from Whisper. As he said, it's his best hero, so. Bots 2, Ame hitting actual critical mass here at this point now.
Yeah, he can treat himself to the Axe Blessing and a Moon Shard, and then he's pretty much done.
I'm trying to watch for the Dragon Slave thing, by the way, just to see. Yeah, right, you don't see the 150 crits, right? Those 2 hits should have had
Yeah, they didn't have any red numbers on, you're right.
Yeah. I've seen this a couple times, but either way, as you said, he does have enough damage, so. Smoked up, looking for another catch in this triangle.
The bear?
They got it.
Get out. They kill off the bear, they kill off the hoodwink.
They keep catching it. They keep catching these supports in the front line.
And the gem keeps passing hands between them.
It is. I think this is like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, this Hoodwink and this Undying are just getting caught in the front lines over and over again. It is important for them to survive. They're the control.
Yeah,
especially the Hoodwink.
These two
just done.
At this point, right, they die so quickly to the Lina.
Starting to get some good siege. Tier 2 will fall.
Middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom
Swift blink for the bear.
Can you imagine having a BKB to save the bear here?
They are hunting this bear pretty good now at this point, though, with how big Ame is. It is not safe. And how's nothing to say his progression that he's gone. So yeah, he does have the Aeon Disc now, so should be safe to protect himself versus this Void Spirit in particular. So all that downtime that was scary for him ends up being okay because they win a couple fights to be able to get that. But looking at the Tricore, right? That Tricore of LGD is still keeping themselves in a pretty good position in comparison, right? 9,000 ahead from Whisper in comparison to XXS. So I said, Ame, he has his work cut out for him still. But XG with a good supporting cast around him and ooh, an amp damage.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of damage. They get the Hex though.
No follow-up.
Initial outburst of damage. Now the Hex comes to an end. He turns towards the bear. Yuma trying to run it away. He'll keep it alive. The bear gets out for now. Ame will turn over towards the tombstone. King Jungles, he'll certainly fall. Looking for the Roche, but not quite up yet. Just the Undying to fall. The rest get out.
XG is just... some of these moves that they're making with the smokes, it seems to be catching LGD off guard, right? Always finding these supports in the front line again and again. And Roche soon to be the call. And now the bots too.
They're going to try and see if they can take down Whisper. Ame. Not quite enough there, but they do have chase potential in a second with the blink. Whisper will just play it safe, go for the BKB, TP out.
No BKB though, and that could be around the Roche fight that he's not going to have BKB available. XG might just be able to go for it when it spawns immediately because of no BKB on the Timber. Towers are starting to fall though. The bear starting to do bear things. It's opening up. They always do have the Underlord though, which is nice because then you can not worry so much about the split push. Okay, Roche is up. Are they just going to go straight for it? I imagine so. With no BKB on Timber, XG can force this. Dying fast.
Not able to put a stop to it there, LGD.
Heads up moves.
Topson's looking for some sort of wraparound to see if he can find someone alone. Already cuts being made. They'll get the Hex off on a ward's nothing to say. See Topson jump in, has the Remnant control on Ame, but cannot come in for the kill. X-Nerve will get the overgrowth over towards Yuma, but the BKB's popped on the bear. Yuma trying to get the bear out of there, but cannot escape Ame's reach.
This bear needs some, maybe some armor or something. It's dying so fast to Ame.
I mean, he might have just been able to set up for more. Whisper's got the BKB and the reactive armor at the ready.
Ame's got
Aegis, TP out.
Ame's got more than enough protection. Aegis, Satanic Cheese, has everything at the ready here.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Even though we've seen LGD having the gold lead for a majority of this, it's actually XG kind of taking over most of these fights in every scenario. That gold lead, of course, at this point, becoming pretty irrelevant. Just this small amount. Whisper also going to go for a Hex. They do want multiple ways to control this Lina.
They do. They need more because even with what they have at the moment, some way in every one of these plays, we're never really seeing any of them actually be able to find a way on top of Lina. You know, Ame's getting the chance to just stand his ground and get insane amounts of damage out without any interruption.
They just have so much protection for him. Oh, FY.
Very dead.
Far forward. How's Yuma's next item looking? He's still continuing to be very big, and he can scale maybe a bit harder than the Lina with how many items he can pick up on this bear. The Daedalus is going to unlock quite a bit more potential for him, but we are seeing these Aeon Discs even protect the supports for a moment. But that will actually allow him to probably just kill off the Underlord solo with the Daedalus.
Careful around here. Very close to the 25 and the Shivas.
Keeping themselves, again, just consistently with that gold lead.
I mean, they do have that gold lead, but it feels like it's been a while since we've seen them sort of convincingly win a trade.
And actually it feels like it's been a while since we've seen LGD BS5, right? It feels like it's always XGS5 running in and LGD kind of frantically coming one by one to form things together.
They're going to try and force things a bit more aggressively now. Yuma. Whisper looking for nothing to say. Arme's going to TP over. They're going to try and get the jump on towards him. They get the Redmond control on Arme, but he's able to put the BKB, turns to the Satanic, stands his ground against the bear. The bear will fall.
He's just eating the bear.
They just can't.
Every single time.
They can get the jump, but they can't stop him pressing the Satanic. They not even the BKB in that case. He didn't need it. Still in the backpack. Still has that Aegis for 2 minutes. So just the Satanic alone. He gets that off. He's going to stay at full HP.
So maybe for LGD, what they're going to do is wait 2 minutes, wait till they have the hex, and then they're going to go for this like multiple hexes and just try to blow up Ame through it. Because yeah, so far unable to answer him. Illusion Bear. Bye bye. These levels starting to get crazy high too. Level 27 on XXS.
Need as many hexes as they can get here, LGD. They kill Arme. They should have a solid shot of winning these fights, but as we've seen the last few times, they cannot stop this Lina.
It really is all about Ame though, right? If Ame dies, the fight is completely collapsing for the side of XG, so. Can't go for him. He's got a Ghost Scepter.
Ame's here ready to kill the bear again.
XX the itemization. This is the build that we're seeing from these Underlords every time, right? Now he's got the Ghost Scepter too, so the pair can't go for these solo kills onto him either. No Nullifier.
This is the thing as well, right? Ame's 11-2 and 4, but effectively the kills are much higher than that because of how many times he's killed the bear.
Yep, Fiend's Gate up top.
Full Whisper. The whole team collapsing on him. And they can kill. Yep, they certainly can. BKB and Armor won't save them this time round. They kill anybody at this point, XG.
And again, right? It's LGD all split up all over the place. XG as a unit ganking every single time here. I really like the way that they've responded to LGD.
Yeah, they very much got past that sort of period of the game where the beefiness of these heroes may have been too much for them. Now, Arme is absolutely the point where he can get the kills.
And the period of the game where nothing to say was at risk because he went for the greedy build. Right now he's got Aeon Disc. It's very difficult to bring him down pretty much at any of these times.
Just more and more lockdown is needed. Now Whisper, I think, was closing in on the hex.
He is. Okay, now that Aegis is gone, let's see what they want to do. Probably the next 60 seconds or so. Or at the 60 seconds when Whisper respawns to find that hex.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Tetsu taken.
They're starting to get some push going. They have time with the Timber Dead, but on the flip side,
force a buyback or see what reaction LGD come in with the 4 of them.
Bear's starting to push though. Oh, finds a free courier.
Fortification. Arme's going to stick on the offensive. And Point XXS trying to kill the bear. Attempt for a jump onto Arme, but it won't stop him. The hex. He's not going anywhere. Fortification will not stop XG. Zame. A few more hits and we'll be able to finish up the full set of racks. They'll make another attempt at the jump onto him. They just hit the bear on him and he's actually going to die for that. Oh, never mind. They keep the racks alive and that's Arme dead.
Oh, God. That's a pretty massive one.
Maybe felt a bit too comfortable there, Arme.
Little too much control. That is 90 seconds.
That's a big one.
Uh-oh.
And they didn't get the racks. The melee rack's still standing, right? They're on as little as HP as it has, but it's still there. He couldn't quite finish it, and he's dead.
And now his team is a bit vulnerable on the map. LGD, how much do they want to push forward to go for that racks themselves now, too, because the glyph was used? Oh, I think that's like one of the first mistakes we've seen from Ame this game. Playing it pretty clean, but they're just sticking it a little too hard. And now the hex there, it is finished for Whisper. So they do have multiple different ways to control.
That's a rough one.
That was.
I mean, we've all been in that spot. You know, when the racks is only a couple hits away, you're like, you kind of just block everything else out. And you're like, I'm hitting this racks. I'm going to finish it. Doesn't always work out here.
The damage also just comes quick, right, with the build that Yuma's gone for. Sure, he doesn't have a Nullifier, but with this Swift Blink and this Daedalus, he pops targets pretty fast.
LGD, they're looking to be ready to jump into the base.
30 seconds on Ame.
He does not want to press that buyback button. LGD, they're going to do their best to try and force it. With the tier 3 out, whispers him with the Hex onto FY. Now holding.
Aeon. Nicely done there from Whisper. Keeps it out long enough to pop the Aeon disc of FY. Now he is at risk.
At the least, they don't have to use these buybacks. They will just lose the tier 3 in the mid, so...
But 9,000 gold gain from LGD,
yes.
right? It went from 10K to 1K to 10K.
There.
So they did get quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely not going to want to do that again.
No. Ame ideally wants to play with Aegis, I would say.
And with the... I guess if you're going to go for that push, just for more of the team with him, right?
Sure. He didn't have everybody.
A lot of money on Thompson. We'll see what he commits for.
They all can purchase a full item if they'd like to. Nothing to say. Aeon gets popped. That's 2 Aeons now on cooldown for the side of XG for the next minute or so. And that could be around the Rosh again. That respawn is coming pretty quickly here. Oh, that's silly. Poor supports can't even win healing.
Yeah, you're not competing with him. This is the top in his class at healing, this carry.
That's actually mean. He's got Refresher now too, so more bears at the ready here for Yuma. And that Rosh hit is up. Not super easy for XG to get out there either. LGD can start to poke it here. They're gonna smoke. They know that they're probably looking to set up for that Rosh. The scan does connect. Ame on the front line.
These extra hexes though.
Yes. And Ame playing it very aggressively forward here.
They'll go for the bat.
They'll finish it. New Bear swinging across the map.
Neither team wanting to go into the pit until they've found a fight.
FY still 20-second cooldown on that Aeon disc.
Oh, jump.
Blinks.
Amazing, pretty good position to start getting the damage out on a Whisper. We'll back off now. Whisper leads in, they get the Hex control over the ward.
Ame.
Straight away, the bear. Ame needs help, the Hex is upon him. Can he get out of this Ame? Put the beacon in the Satanic is starting to heal up. Turns back towards the bear, looks to take it out, the bear will fall. Ame, full HP. No one else, can anyone else get on top of him? There's another Hex.
There's another bear coming.
Is there any more damage? Thompson tries to jump in, will kill off X-Nova.
Here's the bear.
Here's the bear with the fear. This time round, Ame, he'll turn. Laguna Blade pushes back with the Hurricane Pike. Ame will live. They couldn't finish him off. They had to use the 2 buybacks there on XG with the supports to come in and keep Ame safe, but Ame survives.
Literally just standing his ground, killing the bears. Do they have another one, or did he actually use the Refresher there for that?
I think that was the
Refresher, right?
It
So
was.
no bear for the defense here.
For a long time, 90 seconds until the bears back up.
Nice fight there. I can't believe how long they end up surviving on some of these supports in particular as well, too, to protect Ame. Whisper also with a couple chains that don't connect on top.
I mean, two times pretty close that they nearly did get him.
Yeah.
That first time round, they couldn't quite lock him down long enough to stop him again. The BKB Satanic off. And then the second bear, that nearly got him as well. But the control came out. Ame still had the Hurricane Pipe ready to push himself away from it and take out that bear a second time in the fight, come out on top, get that Roshan secured and pick up the Aegis.
All little things coming into play, right? This one I think was like a Refresher overgrowth perhaps that ends up catching and just slowing down a little bit of this extra attack speed and catch onto him. Now Ame,
there we go.
He can get
back to what he was looking for earlier.
And he's got an Aegis now to play
Another
around.
fortification.
But much safer.
And this time, should be able to get a little bit more. Tier 3 on the top gone. 20 seconds till Thompson's up. He doesn't want to use the buyback.
Might get 2 sets.
Another Hex to slow things down a little bit.
Another Hex. Another stun.
He's getting out there. They've caught the core in the trees.
He's so far forward.
And they've got him. He's gone for nearly 2 minutes without buyback.
He was so far forward on the Hoodwink.
That's rough. You know, he's one of the Hex carriers.
He's super
important. He's gone.
That is a rough death from Theo. I can get what he's trying to do, right, with these hexes and slowing down Ame, but he puts himself in such a vulnerable spot.
Thompson is going to climb in the jump forward, but the Light Striker Ray comes out of the 2 of them. Is he going to run out towards Ame? The Tombstone save's going to be there for Thompson. Gives him a chance. Gets him to the chance. Get the BKB off and jumps away with the Dissimulate and the Astral Step. He'll live.
Ame standing his ground.
Ready to move on to the tier 4s.
It's a 4v5, well, 4v6 essentially.
BKB's used it.
They got one bear.
Nearly got the refresher back up in 10 seconds.
It's the only bear, though.
Have a look.
It's just gone.
He's got refresher up. He's got refresher up.
Okay.
So he should be able to get a second one out. They've killed off nothing to say. Here's the second bear. It's on its way over. Whisper getting burst though. Ame's just destroying them. They'll be forced to use the buyback on both cores.
Yuma's too scared to send his bear in, too. He knows it's his last
This
one.
is the last one. See what sort of angle they can find. Still 40 seconds without Theo Lecor and still into this Aegis of Ame.
X-Nova refresh.
Out to the side, they found the bear. Yuma's going to put the BKB, try and get it away from Ame. Will manage to save it.
This bear can't do what it wants to do. It can't go for Ame by any means. He has too much supporting cast with him. Too much damage from him, too.
The fortification's gone.
They still know.
20 seconds, they've got the full lineup. Whisper's going to jump in, try and buy time for this. They'll look to FY, but FY's able to get away with the stolen Astral step down to the low ground. Tops is in with the BKB. Will jump out before his BKB comes to an end and stay safe. They managed to push them away from the base. Whisper's still trying to take their attention away from the objectives. The bear will destroy FY on the backlines. That's FY gone for 2 minutes. The Phoenix Gate comes in though. They've caught the bear. Ame bringing in the right clicks. That's going to be the bear gone.
Uh-oh.
56 seconds until you'll see the next bear.
Ame can go for the siege here. Still 2 minutes on Aegis.
Can they do it without the bear? Can they push Ame back somehow? First X comes in into the sharpshooter. Tops is going to make the jump over towards XXS, but the BKB's up for XXS. Turns over towards Whisper. Ame bringing the right click to the tombstone save comes in. Whisper's going to be fine for now. Try with the bushwhack, but no tree to connect to. Full Skade. Picked up on the way over for Ame, ready to fill his slots up after the Aegis expires. Still a minute and a half left with it. X onto him. X-Nova being bullied by Whisper, but will live with the living armor.
Ain't no way.
I mean,
oh my god, he survives.
He's pushed them away from Ame, though. So Ame's a little more isolated.
But they're just scared of him. Without the bear, they don't have the damage for him.
They're buying time, though. The bear's going to come up soon. Jump forward. The Yule setup. And the Remnant into the Hex. Might have a solid chance of getting the first life out of him here. A second Hex, a second round of burst from Whisper. It's going to be the Aegis gone.
He swaps the BKB in early, so he'll have it immediately as he comes up.
Yeah, BKB and Skadi going to be here for the next round, but straight away, they have the Remnant. The Fear comes in. They surround him. Can he heal up here? Ame, the same Satanic comes in to play the BKB. He turns towards the bear. The bashes are coming out. Can he kill the bear off? He can. Yuma's bear will fall. Ame turns towards Thompson. Thompson's gone. Ame survives.
He's doing
it. This game is looking to likely be over. There's no buyback for Thompson, no buyback for Yuma. Ame living through it all as he's ready to put an end to this onto the tier 4s.
GG.
As this game's over, game 1. It's going to be in the bag here for XG.
Oh, Ame truly being the king in this game. 15, 3, and 10. Obviously with the supporting cast from
and
his
with
team,
many bear kills on top of that, you know,
yeah.
you take those into account, he's probably getting close to the 30s.
That was pretty impressive stuff. Just being able to stand his ground multiple times, being confident in how he actually uses the BKB, uses that Satanic. He died the once going for the high ground.
One little mishap.
But that was pretty much it. That was beautiful.
Absolutely. Now, had some sort of shaky performances on the days coming up to this, but here, turning up in this day 3, Ame coming out on top in this game 1.
What a fantastic game to open this series with. We had the Lone Druid versus the Tree and Protector, 2 highly coveted heroes. We had the Ame Lina coming out. This was quite the treat. Saber, I mean, I'm sure you would have been happy either way who won, but I know you were also rooting for Xtreme.
This was incredible. I'm so impressed by Ame. I think once he got his all his items, once he got the Pendulum, Satanic, Skadi, it felt like there's just no stopping him. He just stood his ground, hit, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, this was classic Xtreme. Like, you could see it in the siege at the end there, how much faith they all put in. If we just protect Ame, we're going to win the game. Like, you had XXS just throwing down the pit on Ame. He's sieging. Everybody's, like, positioned perfectly around him. And in every fight from, like, 20, 30 minutes onward, it was so hard for LGD to break Xtreme. Like, we were talking about it the whole game. They pretty much had to rat on LGD and break them in that way, because when it came to just, like, mono team fighting, it was never going to happen.
To be fair, Yuma did a really good job of that.
He did.
There was, like, moments from, let's say, 30 to 50 minutes where he was just playing solo, just the bear pushing all the waves, pushing Rex, They almost managed to get the win from that, but I think, yeah, once the Lina got this critical mass, it became way too hard.
Speaking of critical, I wanted to be a little critical here because the whole game, I thought LGD misplayed pretty hard. When we saw the Lone Druid today compared to Spirit's Lone Druid, I thought Spirit played a lot better around the Lone Druid hero, where this Lone Druid is going to be pushing waves out, he's going to be ratting, and then the enemy has to respond. And then it's good for your team to camp some heroes behind the bear and attack, you know, or use that to attack somewhere else on the map. But I didn't really see that happening because, like Jenkins said, they cannot 5v5 Xtreme's lineup. The team fight is too strong. The Lina is like Saber said, whatever, like as fast as you can. The turret is just too powerful, and you can see Whisper getting obviously animated and sad about that.
Yeah.
I actually don't think LGD played that well after such a great early game that they had.
Yeah, I feel bad for Whisper. This is just something that sometimes happens when you're playing Timbersaw, you know, like in the late game especially, when you have that 25 talent for the extended range on the W, you can sometimes just kind of throw it in the middle of a team fight and you're like a slight change in angle and you're missing that tree that you're aiming for that's like 2-3 screens away. And then everybody sees that. It's like, okay, this guy has no Timber Chain for like 4 seconds. Just kill him.
That is kind of the problem with the 25 talent, that the range is so long that you have to like aim on trees off of screen, and like normally you're just gonna click on the tree, but once you have this long range, you're not clicking the tree, you're just clicking the direction, and if you're missing the tree, then yeah, you're in big trouble.
Big trouble. Maybe now also for LGD. I mean, this is a series not for elimination. Both these teams are 1 and 2 though, so if you go 1 and 3 here, if you lose this series, you are going to be playing to avoid elimination later today. And Xtreme with 1 game up. It had to be Ame. It had to be Ame for our MVP of this game because as the Lina, he did hold his ground. He did trust in his teammates to help him out staying alive. And I don't think you can make a better case for anyone else, Fly.
Yeah, this brought me like flashbacks of the old Lina when she was completely overpowered, and you would have the Lina and Treant as a classic combo because you're just basing your entire lineup on this Lina just being able to sit there and right-click like a turret with the living armor, with all the different buffs. You have the save from the Rubik, you have the control from the Underlord. So we were all very excited about the draft the whole time. We thought they had a really solid draft, and Ame just did his job. I think the early game was crumbling a little bit. I think they didn't play the early game very well, but as soon as they hit that mid-game timing, they played fantastic together.
Yeah, and they did have some cool moments. One of the cool moments we're going to look at right now was around minute 18, Jenkins.
Yeah, I agree with Tal. They all did do their job, and we also talked in the pre-show about how sometimes these cool plays get overlooked. You can see here, XXS actually uses the Underlord portal to destroy the tree from Hoodwink, which stops the stun, and then saves Ame here. And to me, this is just a reflection of kind of how the whole game was being played and how Xtreme plays whenever they're in form, which is everyone is utilizing every single thing they have in their kit to protect Ame. And they're all thinking about it as a team, even diving here. And I don't think they ended up killing him, but this is a lot of pressure on the map and something that started looking good for LGD and complete turnaround because they were protecting Ame.
Yeah, we did have a lot of close fights, and this game could have for a long time still go either way. But there was one fight that definitely swung everything in favor of Xtreme Gaming Saberlight.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight this fight where it becomes clear that this Lina is a problem. Like, when you play against Lone Druid, you can't really run away from him because he's going to root you. As you can see, he got the bear on top of the Lina. But once you got enough items, he just pops his Satanic and he's hitting. He's just, you know, killing the bear, chaos everywhere. But they end up winning this fight on Xtreme, and they will get Roche as well. And this was kind of the turnaround. As you can see, LGD still has the network fleet in this fight. But since they weren't able to finish this Lina and kill him, they just lost the fight. There was another sadly missed Timber Chain. But yeah, they lose the fight, they lose Roche, and the game becomes really difficult. Because if you can't kill Lina without the Aegis, then you're not killing her with the Aegis.
Yeah, this was a rough from there on out for LGD, but they did do a good job throughout the game on trying to create space, and a large portion of that space came from the lone druid. It was a very oppressive lone druid coming out from Yuma, and to look a little bit closer onto that, we are heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about Lone Druid in the last couple months, actually, about how strong this hero is, but I just wanted to show you some examples about how dominant his laning stage can be, because this game he laned against an Underlord, which isn't exactly the best matchup there for XXS. Basically what he does is he runs at his opponent pretty much consistently. We're only a minute into the game, and he's preventing his opponent from getting close to last hitting. While Yuma misses some of these last hits, the pressure that he's putting on his enemies are relatively high. And kind of a cool thing here is he ended up coming to lane with the teleport scroll already on his bear. So even though he took a bunch of damage, he can actually teleport him back to base to effectively buy him an extra summon. So he basically has 3 bears for the cost of 100 gold. And if you think about how much regen that is, it's like a 1300 HP healing salve for 100 gold, which is super, super value there. So when he ends up teleporting back in the lane, the same thing's going to happen. He's going to go back to zoning XXS, who now says, okay, that's a full HP bear. I can't TP back to base and get fully healed like my opponent can. And they get to run him down, and they get the first blood as a result of this. So even though there were some good last hits by XSS in the previous portion, it ended up getting a little spooky. Yuma does survive this chase down here. And what ends up happening afterwards, you might think, okay, well, Yuma lost HP finally. He's going to get out harassed. He's going to have to buy regen. Nah, he's got to heal from Undying. And every single time that his bear attacks, his main hero is getting regen. So he basically gets all of this sustain while harassing his opponent, while zoning his opponent. And even at one point, we do see like more run down here. XSS is again getting zoned. He just harasses him, zones him away, comes back, get a last hit. Harasses him, zones him, runs back, gets a last hit. And all this time, anytime these Radiant creeps are dying, the Underlord isn't even remotely close to it, so he doesn't get full experience advantage, which is really rough for him here. And then finally, they do get a little good harassing on the Lone Druid here, throwing him back into the Pit of Malice, getting a lot of right clicks, but the lane is just not enough. The Lone Druid survives again, and once again doesn't have to regen up because he's got Lone Druid Bear. No support has to come. He just gets to lane stabilize. He's still really, really high up on net worth if we take a look at the totals here. Let's compare them. Here's Lone Druid at 3,000. Down here, Underlord 2,000 gold. So big advantage for the Lone Druid, and this is something that a lot of players have to deal with in their games. Lone Druid's hard to lane against, and his resummon stuff capabilities later on are really tough to deal with. So further impressive that Xtreme Gaming beat it with the Lina.
It wasn't an easy beat. This game was 59 minutes, which you might think like, wow, that was very long. Thank you, Purge, by the way. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Purge.
Thank you, Purge.
You don't have to say it every time.
We will say it every time. Thank you, Purge. But 59 minutes, you know, we get that. I don't know how you guys at home are watching, but we at here rather, get the luxury of watching all streams at the same time. And we were the first game to finish. Every single game one of every single series live went to, over 60 minutes apart from the one we just witnessed. And I know, Flight, you said earlier that today, because there's elimination online, you feel it as a player. Is this the result of that, you think?
Oh, for sure. There are a lot of nerves on, for everybody here. There's a lot of like thoughts going on through players' head, and I think one of the series was Yandex. Am I allowed to spoil?
Yes, you are.
I think Yandex lost game 1 to Team Resilience in a 60-minute game or something. This is an upset I would never have imagined when I came here. I was like, this is never going to happen. But it's happening. Yandex is looking, a little not so good as we were used to them. And Resilience is actually like taking games off good teams. So some of these upsets are really cool to see. So I was watching our game, and I also had to watch the other game on the other side. It was just too good.
Yeah, and we know that that GamerLegion versus Falcons was super close as well. Falcons in the end winning, but
GamerLegion they were ahead. We were pretty hype about that. We were like, okay, well, Falcons, this happens, and then they win. They'll win game 2, win game 3, but they did end up winning the first game. Some clutch comebacks there.
Yeah, and since we're in the process of spoiling, OG did take game 1 off of HULIGANI, which is, of course, the one series that is on right now that is for elimination already. It was also a 60-minute plus game, so it wasn't an easy game for them at all, but so many spicy games coming your way today. It's hard to choose, but you made the right choice being here. Anyway, want to talk about what's happening game number 2, because we started this whole game 1 with the opening of Dream Protector Lone Druid, and these are 2 highly coveted heroes, Saber. Are we going to see them again? This was only the 4th Dream Protector game. It did win, but I wouldn't say it was the cause of the win, per se.
I think it kind of adds up. With especially like the Lina, you kind of want as many saves for her as possible. So I think the Treant impact is harder to see, but it is there. It's with him healing towers, making it harder to push, protecting the Lina. He did have some very nice ultimates throughout the game, but I think LGD are probably not going to play against Treant again. I feel like in these things, you're sometimes you come in with the approach of like, okay, guys, let's try to beat this Treant. We know what we want to do. We'll pick our Timbersaw, and that's the plan. And then you try it, and then you lose, and you're like, oh, I would be surprised that they do it again, because it's just if you're going against the grain, you kind of want to try it once, and if it works, it works. I think similar to how they played against the Falcons Huskar. They decided to play against the Huskar, they beat it, so then they don't have to be afraid of it. However, now that they lost it, it's not that good.
Yeah, I would ban the tree. It's not really about the tree. It's more so like what the tree enables. If Lina's out, then SF is the pick. If SF is out, then it's Muerta. There's some hero that is going to be able to stand their ground. It's going to be Ame. He's going to be top net worth. Xtreme is going to be completely in their comfort zone. Even, okay, obviously the living armor is a really big reason that these like hyper carries can 1v1 in the late game like Ame was doing and be unkillable. But even the Treant ulti being BKB piercing, this was giving Ame the ability to press Satanic and get to full HP. If this is not a Treant and there isn't the root there, even on like 2 heroes, they kill him through a Satanic, right? Because it's only maybe the enemy carry can like BKB and then hit Ame while he's using the Satanic. But because of the tree root, you just don't have this option to like, okay, let's all in and kill Ame. No. There's like multiple things to save him, and it's just a bit too much.
Well, with that in mind, Fly, will there be a lone druid?
I mean, with calves in the kitchen, it's kind of hard to say. Like, one game is some cardamom, next game maybe some jalapeno peppers. Like, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. He's got a lot of things cooking, so...
He's going to leave something in.
He's going to leave something in. He's going to have a plan. I think he would switch it up. That sounds like his MO. Like, something didn't work. I definitely saw this guy, like, when he's prepping for games. Like, I see him sitting down. He has a notebook. He's writing down, like, different heroes. So he's clearly planning. You know, I think he does it more serious than a lot of other coaches, where he focuses a lot on the heroes specifically. Other coaches might focus more on the gameplay aspect. I think Cavs focuses a lot on draft and trying to outdraft the enemy, which sometimes works in their favor, for sure. He definitely comes up with some good stuff. So I want to see something else this game. I do think they didn't play that well around Lone Druid, not like Yuma not playing the hero well, but as a team, their understanding seems not as high as like a Spirit team. So maybe a different approach, maybe give Thompson... I think that giving Thompson the last pick was good. I actually thought he did pretty well on the Void Spirit. So I like keeping that, and then maybe try a different opener. Give them something else. Don't give them Treant, which we said fits really well in their archetype of drafts. Yeah, so because saying that the Void Spirit was a good overall last pick, I did want to touch up on that because, yeah, he did well, but isn't he supposed to still do better? Like, isn't he supposed to dominate and take over the game, or is that not where he's...
The problem with their draft, I think, is also they have only 2 stuns. They have the Hoodwink Bushwhack, and then they have the Void Spirit. So then it's a lot of pressure on these 2 heroes to find the pickoffs on the map. Because you have the bear running around pushing waves, but then these 2 need to be really on point to get the pickoffs. And I think throughout the game, they didn't really manage to get that many important kills, and then it becomes really hard. I think that comes from gameplay, honestly. I thought they should just camp this bear while he's ratting, because then somebody's going to come out, they jump him. If they don't, it's fine. They can still just farm around the bear. There's no problem. So I didn't mind it so much. I think actually the Void Spirit just... It's not a very popular here in the meta, and we can see why. I think he's a little underwhelming. He had so much more net worth than the puck the entire game, but it didn't feel like. That's not Thompson's fault. It's literally the hero is just a little weaker compared to the other meta heroes, I think. To be fair, it's a little bullshit playing into Lina with 80% magic resist. Laguna's the bear, and all of a sudden Thompson's like, well, I have plus like 50% spell amp and like 2,000 magic damage burst. But that's going to be about 200 against Lina. And just think about it. His job in the fights was to find the Rubik. And he did assassinate him some of the fights. Like the Lone Druid and the Void Spirit were chasing this Rubik like crazy. And I think that is a good hero for that. Maybe he should have went this more like right-clicking build where you go like Daedalus, Manta.
I don't know. I don't see this hero very often, but this could have been the game for the physical damage Void Spirit.
Yeah, that's honestly not a bad call against all the magic resist.
And Manta against Treant is the best item you can get in the game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess one argument there is like maybe he didn't think the game was going to go this late, because you get to this like 60-minute mark and you're like, God damn, I wish I had a Manta style and a Daedalus on my Void Spirit.
Which is a big mistake, because as we've learned, this TI is only long games.
Yes.
So you're saying we should just buy Midas?
Well, maybe. But I feel like it's, I don't know. Maybe it's like the pressure and the nerfs, or maybe it's just teams being really good, so it's never easy to end the game. But I do feel like this TI meta always kind of evolves into, okay, who can pick a better late game and then like not get too destroyed in the early.
Do you guys remember, was it the last TI that every support was getting Midas? It started with Ancient Apparition.
That was not last
No, that was not TI. I think Midas has not been that popular for a very long time.
It was the last few years. I mean, Midas is just not happening. That item is really bad.
Unless it's on Ogre.
I agree with that. As an
sense.
Ogre player, that item actually makes sense. You get the multicast, so it's actually real good value, and you get items. Then you buy Hex, you can triple Hex, you can multicast that. It's great.
So where in that build is the Glimmer and the Wards?
Well,
what a core question to ask, Saber. Come on. The +4 will buy it.
Oh, right.
No, I actually, when you do play Ogre, I used to just buy one team item, because you want one item for like the first initial fights of like 15-20 minutes where you're fighting some small objectives. Then you buy the Midas, and then they're not as upset at you. Just letting you know.
Yeah, so you can trick your team into thinking you're supporting. But then in reality,
they'll look at your inventory at the start of the game. It's like, oh, it's a first stuff. That's nice.
Yeah, it's all a master plan just to buy the Midas, and they cannot report you after. It's great.
With these games going as long as they are, though, I mean, we are seeing more supports being more aware that their inventory will fill up eventually, right? They have to pick and choose a little bit more carefully and maybe go for bigger items. I like that. It's fun to watch as a viewer perspective, because that also means that the team fights will be more explosive potentially. Very curious to see how explosive the upcoming game is. So we are heading to Game 2. LGD and Xtreme Gaming are both 1 and 2 right now in this group stage, and we are going to see which one of these two teams will be at a 2 and 2 and which one will be at a 1 and 3 for their series later on today. As we are in the draft, we got Xtreme Gaming on the Dire side, LGD on the Radiant side, so that is similar, and the pick order also similar. Xtreme Gaming gets the overall first pick, and so far, Winter Wyvern once again banned. They went for that last game as well, just like the Earth Spirit. Keep in mind, Xtreme Gaming, their third ban, previous game, was the Invoker. They can choose to leave that in or still ban out the Lone Druid, or whichever one is, of course, being left in the pool. And the Sand King and the Ember were also two bans that were similar. The only one that we were critical of, we saw LGD ban out the Huskar in the first phase, previous game. Same bans for Xtreme here, by the way. We'll see if they still ban out the Huskar. They will have to change it up, because they ban both out. That's cool. That means that the Drow Ranger and Huskar are in.
Okay, Fly is happy. No more Huskar ban.
Yeah, I think that was, the soup was not right for that one of the salt. So let's see if this time they're going to actually take the Drow Ranger, which I think would be really fun. I would like to see it. I think the time Xtreme picked it, they did not first pick it. Yeah, they actually went for a similar draft where they first picked the Mirana, and then the Drow came in a second phase. I'm not sure about the Mirana first pick. I think she's a solid support, but she hasn't looked as good as we thought she would.
I think it was like around 40-45% win rate, right? Not super hot or anything.
it was a bit rough.
Okay, we got an exact 50%. So 50% chance they're going to win this one.
I will inhale some copium a little bit and say that the teams that are really good with Mirana, such as Falcons, they're really good at like drafting around it as well. They'll have multiple stuns in the different lanes that can set up for it if it does rotate. Like they'll run some, ST plus Mirana and then like Tiny on Skeeter, something like that. And I do feel like some of these other teams are just kind of whipping out the Mirana rather than like drafting around it too much.
It is true. You do need stuns to set up for the arrow, and then the hero becomes properly powerful.
Yeah, I think the first picks of the draft are usually like the building blocks. So you get a Mirana, you get a Treant Protector, you're going to build around that. The Treant, you're going to get this range archetype hero. As a carry, you're going to build around that. Mirana, you're going to get setup stuns. Could be an Ember Spirit mid, for example. I know it's banned this game, but some hero like that where it sets up for the arrow, Shadow Demon, etc. You're going to build around it. Centaur, generically a strong hero. I think it is pretty flexible in what it can do. It scales really well into the game. You have great item builds. You can play with a lot of different carries. They do give Ame a counter pick now, so I'm curious to see what they're going to leave in the pool, because I think Ame does have a lot of good heroes against Centaur.
Is it Ame, though? Because the originator of the Centaur mid was Thompson. People copied this. They copied this from his stream. It made its way into pro level pubs, and then this is when you had the Malorines and other people experimenting with it. So I could absolutely see LGD flexing this to potentially be mid.
3 out of the 4 games live right now went for, in the first phase, pick Centaur. It's just interesting to note that. This hero, yesterday, I thought this was cause for maybe moving this hero's priority up to the ban list, because he looked unstoppable, unkillable at a certain... Especially if games go late, you want a Centaur, because he's going to be at some point turning into this monster that's literally more than a raid boss.
He's unkillable, and then he gets an Aghanim Scepter, and then he makes the hyper carry, whatever it is, SF Lina unkillable. So yeah, it's very good. Basically, heart is a broken item, and this is the best hero in the game to have a heart.
Yeah, I would say like the best thing about Centaur is that he just scales super well, and sometimes you have a problem. Like usually people go the build of like Helm into heart, and it's very greedy. You're like farming for, let's say, 25 minutes before you really join the game. But if these games are going late and the Centaurs have the opportunity to just farm and farm, they will eventually get super fed, and you're not killing them. So perhaps that's why it's becoming way more popular and feels really strong in every single game.
I think they're gonna... So we see the Altered Titan come out, which I think it's a cool combo with Mirana, because you get a stomp in the team fight, you get a arrow follow-up. It's very... it's a solid combo. Slardar, I guess they just like it as an answer to Centaur, because Centaur usually doesn't buy armor items. He buys, for example, the heart, he buys the Helmet of Dami. He will probably need to buy Lotus this game. So now Yuma kind of has to pick his hero against Slardar, because they want to hide the Centaur, like Jenkins was saying. I didn't realize he plays it mid, but it makes perfect sense. They picked the Wind Ranger, which can also go mid, as we saw Thompson play it. So this is like a good calf's situation here, where he has these flexible heroes. Actually, Wind can also play as a support. I think Theolicor also plays
He does.
it. So this is like some crazy soup right now.
The ultimate flex, and even though we saw Lina see mostly on the carry, another flex. So that is potentially 3 cores there flexed out. And Wind Ranger can then also still go support. So that's a very cool one. And it is LGD that has overall last pick. So they're not going to need to reveal anything from this point onwards. So Xtreme got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, the world is their oyster on this one.
And to be fair, Xtreme can run mid Slardar as well for nothing to say. And I'm not sure how that would do against a Centaur mid. I know Slardar like dumpsters most melee heroes, but maybe Centaur is different. And this is where the Lina also comes in for LGD, is that if they were to run the Lina mid against Slardar, then I think Lina should do very well against a Slardar, who will just constantly get harassed.
Yeah, it becomes really hard to figure out how to do it with Xtreme, because I think the Slardar against Centaur matchup is pretty good for Slardar. Centaur doesn't have much armor, as Fly said. However, it is hard for you to decide, right? Because you don't have last pick. You need to commit with this next pick on Xtreme. Is this Slardar mid or is it carry? And then LGD can decide, okay, if it is Slardar mid, we don't need to put the Centaur there. It would make sense to put the Centaur against draw, and then you can just decide, okay, we put the Wind wherever the Slardar is going, that's where this Wind is going. Or the Lina, I guess.
I think now it's pretty clear from LGD's perspective, for sure. I think now Centaur should go offlane.
Yeah.
I think the Wind Ranger should match up against the Elder Titan, because it's a good support matchup, because you can just wind run away from the ET who's trying to hit you. I think the Hoodwink is a good support matchup against Mirana in a 1-to-1. The Hoodwink will usually beat out the Mirana. The Lina can still go either safe lane or mid lane. I guess that's the last thing to decide, but they will see everything. So it should be pretty easy for LGD from this point on. I think now Xtreme just has to make sure their draft is cohesive to enable the Drow Ranger to do what she does best, which is to right-click in fights and destroy everyone. So I would like another initiator-type hero, whether it's mid or offlane. I think both can work. I think XXS is more likely to play the Slardar. But otherwise, maybe there's something I'm missing that NTS could play mid as like a stunner.
Does he play Ember? Because I believe it is a very... Oh, it's banned in the first phase. Never mind. Because, yeah, I do think they need some kind of initiation before the Slardar goes online.
Pango now also banned.
Pango's banned. Okay. Pango would be... We've seen this as the answer to Lina. I mean, Puck is... Yeah, Puck is still in the pool. Yeah.
Puck can work. It's similar.
Yeah.
But then...
doesn't seem excited about it.
But I know that people pick Centaur as an answer to Puck, so maybe some lane shenanigans can happen there.
I think it's hard to answer every single thing. As long as your draft makes sense from this point on, I think it's good enough for Xtreme to have a shot at winning this. So whether it's the Puck, maybe there's something... If they want to get really creative, maybe there's like a Brewmaster angle, not the best against Centaur, but it will also be like some pseudo-initiation that is good against like a Lina in the early game. Otherwise, I like the Puck idea. I think there's nothing wrong with that one.
Yeah, I think drafting against Cuffs, it's kind of hard to not get out-drafted with this last pick, considering how many flexes they have. But it doesn't necessarily mean that if you get like out-drafted / out-cooked by Cuffs, that the game will be hard for you. Because I think as long as Xtreme can pick their own cohesive draft that makes sense, it doesn't really matter that the enemies are like flexing 3 different heroes. Like, you know, they have the last pick, they will get something. So as long as you make sure that your own heroes make sense, then that's all you need.
And this is exactly how they won the previous game and exactly how they got second place at the previous TI, is just having cohesive drafts that are doing the same thing every time, protecting Ame, setting up for Ame, making his game good, giving him amplification, you know, which they have.
It has been their recipe for success.
Kunkka would have been good. It's a like tanky, beefy boy to run in and initiator as well. Also a hero to set up for Mirana Arrow. Kunkka into X into Arrow is a classic.
Yeah, this one is a bit hard for me to call, like without really remembering all of the heroes that NTS plays or XXS. But I think it's more likely to be a mid lane hero that they're going to pick. Because I think Slardar offlane will do better.
Magnus.
Wow. Do we think it's mid Magnus? It does. I feel like NTS does play Magnus.
He does. It used to be one of his signatures. I think they can choose now.
Yeah.
I think they can wait themselves and choose where this goes. I think the idea is once it is an initiating type hero, so it's what we were kind of thinking they should do, and it's also a hero that can bring Lina or Wind Ranger or whoever is like a core out of position in the fights, which is always a good thing against these range carries. So I think it's cool. I like their draft. It makes sense together. It's got a very clear path to winning. And I think LGD has some pressure on them with this last pick to really pop off against this Xtreme lineup.
And to be fair, I think this last pick is very important because LGD, they've been salting their soup this entire draft, but now if you oversalt it with this last pick, it becomes a problem.
What about something like a Viper that just like demolishes both of these heroes mid?
Because
what about Monkey King? A Thompson Classic?
Yeah.
Something, I think they need something punishing, because I think if they go toe-to-toe again, like a 5v5, it's going to be really hard for them to beat this
And a
lineup.
Centaur mid is no longer an option for you guys. Never mind, it will be an option, maybe, depending. I mean, there's definitely not going to be Spectre mid, is it? No, it's Lina mid.
Okay, they're going to go with Lina mid. I mean, Lina does very well against melee heroes mid in general. I think Magnus versus Lina it's probably okay for Mag, right? You just shove the lane and go jungle.
It should be Lina favored, but not like some crazy stomp.
Yeah.
It should be Lina favored. I mean, Spectre's good against Drow in a nutshell. Like you want heroes again on top of Drow, like gap close. But Also, the Drow lineups are usually very grouped together, so Spectre will have a harder time finding that opening when she's alone outside of like some early game skirmishes. So he may have oversalted this one.
Ooh.
I think.
You think he oversold it? I think it becomes like it's very dependent on how Xtreme plays. When the Magnus gets his blink, if he's able to find kills with it and like set up the tempo going, because I feel like once Spectre hits his items, it becomes really hard draw ranger games. You have the Stampede, you have Spectre that's going to be on top of you. Then it gets a bit scary for Ame.
And a hard mag game too. Like I think Spectre is one of the highest win rates on Dota buff, like of all Dota games against Magnus, because you just can never hit a good RP because of Haunt. But Slardar against Spectre and lane should be pretty good for Slardar, right?
Yeah,
I feel like you just run him down.
Yeah, it should be pretty chill.
What do we feel about the support duo? Because Wind Ranger and Hoodwink often are considered to be heroes that do kind of the same. They also are very elusive, so it will be hard to get potentially kills on them, pickups on them, because they are just going to run and you're going to miss.
That's why I was a bit confused by the Spectre, because I think their heroes don't make that much sense together to me. They all rely on the Centaur, who doesn't even buy Blink until very much later. Like, they want to shoot their spells. They need a stun for it. So LGD has this like ratty game going on where they're going to have to outplay the opponents. And again, Xtreme is going to be this grouped up gameplay of like sticking together and going together. So I prefer Xtreme this game.
Okay, let's see who comes out on top from this game number 2. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Funked.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 time here, ready to go. And some exciting drafts, some different heroes coming into play, coming in with that Magnus as the last pick. And indeed, you're going to get to see some ET. What do you sort of think of the two approaches here? Last pick coming in from LGD, going with the Spectre. Solid hero right now, but is this the sort of draft and position to pick it in?
Hey, you can see why, right? Just gap closer versus the Drow, like Jenkins was alluding to as well. Versus the Magnus, you can give information in a lot of ways, but the lane definitely doesn't look the easiest, right? Versus the Slardar Mirana, it's one of the better ones versus a lot of these melees, so can get punished. Yeah, I don't know. I like the synergy from XG's. I feel like LGD's does look a little bit like not everything being the most synergistic, so we'll have to see how that ends up going in terms of everything. XG played super well last time, and I have seen these Drows. They can deal with Spectres. It was Ame last time on the Spectre versus Yatoro on the Drow Ranger the other day that we saw, and Yatoro was outplaying the hell out of him, honestly. So we'll see if Ame can do a similar thing in this game. Because also, this is going to be a slowed down Spectre again. And that's what happened to Ame the other day, where he was like 0-3 on the Spectre versus this super farm Drow Ranger. It was a full recovery game for him. So we'll have to see how these lanes end up going down as well, because I do have some worries for the Spectre. And yeah, my boy, ET. Hell yeah.
I mean, does it look like a good ET game?
He's one of the better ET players, and it's about, you know, having this secondary combo, sure, with the Mirana, but it's also just this protection and the eventual. Earth Splitter is amazing for Centaur, because nowadays these Centaurs, like they always talk about, they go hard. Earth Splitter is a % damage max HP ability, which is actually super good.
And they finish off this.
Heroes. They might be able to.
Oh, well,
Ame dies.
Theolacor actually kills off Ame for the first blood there. So, they'll slowly but surely get Whisper. They didn't get it before. LGD got the first blood themselves with Theolacor and King Jungles catching Ame out on top.
2 supports. Able to blast him down.
I think he might have been getting baited in a little bit by Theolacor, because he did get Theolacor relatively low, so probably tried to push for the kill, and suddenly a Hoodwink turns up and surprises him.
And let's see how this mid matchup goes, right? Thompson should have quite a bit of an edge versus Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say can start to get some recovery points later on, but Thompson's going to have a very good start and good opening into this one.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes, because I think this could be kind of tough for the Mag. Lina just is a bit of a different beast right now.
Yeah, it's pretty true.
And just constantly kept away from the wave. You'll have a few nukes yourself, but your nukes are just not the same as the Linas.
Double range creep coming in. First few waves are very important for Nothing to Say to get something, because it's going to get harder and harder, of course. We'll get that last hit, but infinite harassment. Supports might make early rotations just to help out, right? We might see the Mirana leave the bottom lane a little early just to ensure that they can get the refill to slow down Thompson's harassment onto NTS.
Now we'll see how it goes. Always fun to see some Magnus. Not a hero, really, that a lot of teams would consider right now. But always a fun one to watch. and always one that gives you that potential to make the comeback plays even when you're far behind on those base defenses.
I think that's what XG's kind of gone for in this game overall, right? Their late game is terrifying. Pushing into that high ground, into Magnus, ET, all these type of things with the Drow as well. It's going to be difficult for LGD unless they get a good advantage in the mid game to go for any of these high ground pushes, because just that's scary. You got Stampede to bail out, but it's not going to save you every time.
Well, at least have the bottle out and the water rune, and we're getting too far behind on CS. Nothing to say. We'll see if he is able to try and hold as close as he can to Topson's Lina in the CS.
Once he's got boots as well, too, he can start like dragging a little, right? You can start avoiding the Lina, but until that point, it's going to be very difficult for him to get any of those extra last hits. Yeah, Topson just literally nuking him, not even nuking the wave.
Yeah, the nukes are just a little bit too much for the mag.
Extra denies coming out because of it.
And do you like sort of the way that they went with sort of having the Lina in the mid and going for something different with the carry pick?
Whoa, nothing to say.
Can't get it this time.
He has to skewer away. I mean, he tried to go for a play to skewer him under tower perhaps, but yeah, not going to be the case. I think it was just a last second kind of pivot that they went for here. They wanted to have this Slardar in this matchup.
Sure. So far in the lane, I mean, Yuma not getting pressure too much on these first levels.
Not at all, actually. I thought it was going to be a little harder in the first few, especially, so very nicely done. On the flip side, though, Ame, same, even though he died at the start. This is a pretty free lane for him. He's got the ET to back him up always. Looking forward to see what X-Nova does, because I've seen more of these ETs than I anticipated. A lot more Clockwork Clockwork's kind of just been disappearing, and people are finding a replacement for it. And yeah, the Wombo combo, right? The eventual, they do get some good RPs. Eventually, too, that splitter, that stomp, very threatening.
It's just going to be a complete free farm for Topson on the mid lane up.
And they're not even swinging over support as well, too, which is a bit interesting. Okay, now they are. They're bringing the ET, TPing toward the mid lane, but...
They're actually going to be able to do much with this.
He cancelled.
Yeah, it's getting the jump on Topson as this Lina is looking pretty unlikely.
Yeah. Whisper is going to just have to start jungling a bit here, being kept low, going to back up. Now he can come back toward the top lane afterwards, but yeah, it's a free farm Spectre and actually a free farm Drow. Pretty important for Yuma.
If it doesn't get pushed too far behind, we'll definitely see the advantage of the Spectre against the Drow for a large portion of the game, really. It's only when you get those sort of later items, right, like having the Hurricane Pike and the Silver Edge, ways to sort of react to getting jumped upon by the Spectre that you can start to play back into it.
Starting to wave drag, as we see here. But yeah, 18-0 to the 25-2. Only 7 behind, I guess. That's like it's not that.
No, he's playing it well. As I say, I think this is a really hard matchup to play against Lina. He's not feeding. He's getting what he can. I think, honestly, he's doing the best you can kind of do in this sort of matchup. It's not a fun one against Lina right now.
Yeah, absolutely. FY does get caught during the leap.
There's a nice little bushwhack.
Could be just fine.
We'll be okay with the second leap.
A lot of damage going to come into Yuma here because of that. Can they get the arrow connection, though? He's trying to line it up.
If they can sort of do it at a distance where there's going to be time to make the connection, but timing's off. It's a tricky one to connect with.
You either have to have the bash primed and you get the stun into the bash, into the arrow, or you have to shoot the arrow instant as the stun comes out, so can't hesitate. Tough to execute. But it does mean that Yuma is brought half HP. So now has to be a little careful how he steps up in these next few moments because the harassment will add up. Power Rune, looks like they are starting to set up for it, both sides. Support's starting to swing toward the mid lane. And always going to be the case where, yes, Topson is free farming, but there's repositioning, so has to be very careful how he steps up in some moments. Nothing to say.
It's going to take quite a bit of damage from this. Will live, but have to fully back up over the river. This time around, they do get FY.
It's interesting movements from Yuma, right? He's like, I'm just not going to play the lane in a 1v1 for the Slardar. I'm going to join my support. X-Nova. He should be able to play himself out of this. Too speedy. What's going to be the build from Nothing to Say? Is it just going to be a Blink Rush is going to be the question? I feel like it might be.
Yeah, it depends, right? It's like do you buy for the blink first, or do you get yourself something like the Echo so you have a chance of getting some farm?
I feel like this might be one of those where he just gets the blink, and then the Slardar maybe does it more of a greedy style. We'll have to see.
Yeah, because it might be a bit weird if both of them rush the blink.
Yeah. We'll have to see which he wants to do, because the blink is so good this game, right? Versus the Lina, all he has to do is land it on top of her, and very likely she does just get comboed and burst. X-Nova, he's very dead.
Tried his luck there.
A little cheeky.
Just in case no one was around, but there was.
Pops in. He's looking for it. Has Laguna...
Just out of range.
So close.
Might get the reach. Say no, nothing to say. Not having a fun time, but at least he's not feeding his life away. He very much knows that when he can't be around, he can't be around. Still, not a fun start for him, but as I say, not a surprising start. I can only imagine he knew this was going to be tough playing into this lane.
He's the sacrifice in this game.
Yeah,
that's what they did with the
Simon.
draft, right? He just has to be with the way that they set up the draft with the double melees from the mid and the bottom. When there's that Lina pick. Yuma being kept very low now at this point.
Get some sort of angle, he's going to be in trouble. Success is going to look to close in as Yuma goes for that creep, but again, the combo's not really being lined up between the two of them.
Might have him anyway.
Looks like they will. Jump forward, here with the nuke to the Starstorm, they do. Why hit the arrow when you don't need it?
Yeah, did he hit a creep with it actually? It looks like he might have maybe, but I'm just kidding.
Oh, he might have. Well, for the
I think he did actually hit it behind it.
Efficiency from FY. Yeah, he's like, I don't need a hit. I'm going to farm a creep and still get the kill.
Definitely not. All right, let's see what help comes toward this mid lane. They're starting to put more and more attention on it. LGD, they want to take out this tower early, limit the Magnus' space to farm. Reactions coming in, though. I mean, this is what? Is this everybody on LGD? They're bringing, what, 4 or 5 heroes? Centaur a little bit close. Even Yuma swinging over. They really want to get this early tower.
They're on track to do so.
Yeah.
Pre 9 minutes here. Getting a lot of damage onto the tier 1 mid.
He's got the regen, so he can just tank it. No way for them to slow it down. They don't have... Honestly, on the side of XG, their D push is pretty lackluster.
It's a shockwave,
right? It's a shockwave. Like usually you see like Fade Bolts, like some other like Hoodwink spells. It's not really anything. ET is not one of those D pushers.
This time, gets obscure back up, so we'll be okay. But it's going to be a rough road for nothing to say. He is going to go for that blink straight up first naked, but
I felt like he has to
take time to get there.
So he's just going to be pretty much the full sacrifice. He's literally going to be the offlaner from the mid lane, and XX is going to be the mid laner from the off.
I mean, maybe that's one of those things you do at the moment in this patch against Lina. You know you're going to have a tough time in the lane, so just pick something that's going to survive through the lane and have strengths elsewhere. Because that seems to be the way that the angle that they're sort of taking. Tops is getting complete free start in that mid matchup.
Nice rotation from the supports. Can they finish him off, though?
Ooh, they can't. The sleep comes in.
Big stomp, big spirit.
Xnova's going to try and fight back. Not quite strong enough to do that yet, and might actually pay for his life.
Oh, that was sad. It looks so nice when you have all that damage.
It's like, time to punch him. But then you remember he's just level 4 support at the moment. And ET is not really a broken hero.
No, sadly, he has been nerfed to oblivion a lot of times. Nothing to say this time.
Yeah, this time they'll get him. He's done a good job evading death, but finally it comes for him.
He could become a support in this game pretty quickly.
I mean, especially when you're doing this sort of build-up where you do just try and scramble towards a naked blink.
Yeah.
You're not going to get any crazy farm anytime soon. And when that blink's there, you got to hope that you're making plays, because if the plays don't come, you are going to be just eternally left behind on the farm.
He does need to find a little more. He needs some more help. They did try to bring the help to him, but yeah, now at this point, it's looking really, really rough for him. Whisper going to be pretty massive. Can just use this Helmet Dominator creep, get all that he wants on the map.
I'll take a couple of creeps.
Go for him. Yeah, not really the best things to rally around now at this point for XG. They're going to have to just rely on the Slardar in the early game to make all that space until the Magnus does have that Blink Dagger, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the best thing that they have going for them right now, is that they did slow down Yuma a little bit, but it's just a question if that was even as much as they would have hoped to with their lane setup. Because LGD taking towers here, 11 minutes in, they're looking to take another tier 1 and they're getting away with it.
Give it a Yuma. Extra little bit. Always will help.
Look at the trade. on the other side.
XXS still will go Blink. I mean, he's playing versus pretty fragile heroes, so it's still super valuable. It's actually a very squishy lineup when you look at it from the side of LGD till the later stages.
Yeah.
Sure, Centaur is tanky, but he doesn't really build armor. Not any of these really build armor. Yeah, Spectre, sure, innately tanky because of it, but that's going to be pretty strong, this Corrosive Haze early on.
But they have to make stuff happen with these Blinks.
They
right?
do.
You go all in on this Blink purchase first up on the Magnus and the Slardar. The plays don't start rolling in, or if you start jumping in and dying, the game can fall apart super quickly and to a point where it might just be too much for Arme to carry alone as the Drow.
Yeah, even though the Spectre is shut down, right? That Lina is that other carry. Pretty hardcore from the mid lane.
And Thompson is having quite the game with the fact that he had a completely free lane.
And he's even going the Greed build. He's going the Kaya in between, going for this Ags.
Bot Sags, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be very dangerous. And overall for the Drow, I was talking about this during the draft. The Drow is very squishy, and there's a lot of burst damage on the side of LGD. So Ame can just get popped in a lot of these fights just from honestly, a Laguna plus a sharpshooter even, and like a random power shot in the early game. All right, nothing to say. The Blink, it's going to be coming out.
All right.
All he really needs to do is catch one big kill.
Oh, yeah. If you get out with this smoke, Blink reveal, jump the Lina with the RP, get the kill, things can be rectified very, very quickly after a rough laning phase.
Good awareness here from LGD, expecting the move. They also have that Ob Sentry on the north side, so they did see it. Very deep wards. They put a lot of attention onto the mid lane, and it's working well for them here right now.
Do they have a smoke? Yeah, they got the double blinks ready. Now an XG. See where they go with this.
And how much, I mean, where does nothing to say doesn't really want to leave the mid lane. Like, he doesn't want to go bottom and look for a play. He wants to catch this Lina.
You want Thompson.
Yeah.
Absolutely, top of the list here. What XG's going to be looking for.
Back LGD now making the move themselves. Leap FY. He's got a secondary one if he needs to use it. He will.
I'm not seeing them, quickly try and do anything with the blinks, and they do just show them.
Gets the skewer.
Say,
they've got the Stampede.
Gonna try and run, but they're on top of him. He's dead.
And X-Nova as well.
I get the sharpshooter coming in. XXS is going to try and jump Thompson, but King Jungles is here ready to help out with the bushwhack into the Light Strike Array. Arme turns up, but won't have the reach to get any sort of damage onto Thompson. Has to be careful himself here with 2 dead on XG.
Awkward for them. LGD very ready for the move.
Well, they were. I mean, the 2 blinks come out, but nothing really happens, and they lose 2 lives themselves.
Oh, this is cool. And it's a bit of a different build that we see from Whisper than we've seen usually here. It's a really good Crimson game versus the Slardar and the Drow. The damage is very limited on the side of XG in terms of magical.
Yeah, makes it even less likely that they get kills with this blink.
Yeah, and even Thompson might even survive if he gets Crimson.
Here we go. I get something here.
Just a support, though. They want the bigger targets. Yuma is starting to get that recovery.
He is. He's crawling closer and closer towards that relic. They need so much more here, XG.
This is looking much more disciplined this time around from LGD than last time.
Arme's farm is still good.
It is.
This, he had to carry relatively hard in game 1. He's going to have to carry much harder here in game 2.
And he doesn't have like the broken tree next to him this time either. Sure, you've got ET for some protection, but you don't have this tree overgrowth plus this living armor that's always going to be there to bail you out in a lot of scenarios. Much more difficult lineup to execute on the side of XG than the last time to protect Ame. And it's at the Stampede too, so have to be ready to protect him, otherwise they will just close that gap.
I have nothing to say. See if you can find a setup here off the back of the Moonlight Shadow, but the tower, does he want to jump Whisper? Probably not.
Super tanky. They'd have to do the full chain stun onto him. I really like this Crimson pickup, I gotta say.
It does, I said it really kind of just stops them from being able to make these sort of jumps.
Yeah, because Panel was saying too, right? Centaurs usually, they don't build that armor. It's just the Dominator into the heart. This is going to completely shut down the aggressive potential from that Corrosive Haze type of play and that movement that they can make.
Because it looks like, right, he's just not going to go for the heart at all with the build.
Probably not.
He's queuing up the Shivas next.
Yep, just go for all that armor. Blink Shivas. Yeah. Sounds great.
Yeah. So
like the pivot.
This is just a straight change up to not only to these Blink Rush plays, but also the fact there's an ET in the game.
Yep. Yeah. Love it. Do love to see it.
4K lead here for LGD, and 4K lead for the lineup with a Spectre. Feels kind of good. Sure, Yuma's still not at the, he's at the bottom side of the cores, but He's getting space, he's getting time, and that relic's pretty much done.
Spectre and Lina, right? Like we can never write off what Topson can do. Well, any of these Linas can do, as we saw in that last game especially.
I feel like it needs to be more kind of hastiness from XG. Well, they try to move, they got a hoodwink, they're not trying for another move.
Yep. Just a bit afraid to make these moves. The one thing they do have always is like their lineup eventually, like at some points, right? The high ground D is insane, so, but that's much later down the lines. They don't want to fall too far behind in terms of map control.
And playing for that as your strong point is definitely a risk.
Greatest.
Yeah. And we'll see what the plan is going to be from XG, but for now, things have seemed to slow down from them.
And LGD farms very, very fast with their heroes, right? The Lina versus the Magnus is going to out-farm quite rapidly. The Centaur versus the Slardar. Centaur farms way faster.
Whisper as well. I felt like Whisper on any of his offlane heroes. Yeah. He seems to always be in the top 2-3 net worth.
And Centaur's just kind of busted with the way that he farms because he just has this Dominator. Never has to really... Well, he can join with this hero, but the creep just does enough when he just stampedes it. Another one of these games, though, that is not the highest kill count. Last game also, in the early game, bit slow.
Sure, you got Arme hitting the creeps, but as I said, I feel like any time that the game is this peaceful, the Spectre player's the happiest.
They're the happiest. And look at the itemization that they're all going for on the side of LGD, right? They're like, okay, guys, there's not really the most magical damage on the side of XG's lineup. Sure, the splitter will be an issue, but they're going Solar Crest, starting to build more and more of these answers.
They'll try and make the jump onto the core.
Just hard for them to make any move.
FY nearly dying to the illusions. Managed to sneak away with a Moonlight Shadow.
They just really don't have a mid laner to rally around because of how bad it went, and then he's unable to find anything with the Blink reveal so far.
He's just going to have to take time here to try and get the BKB. Feels that he can't go for a fight before he has that. Nothing to say. It's going to be a while away, though.
They're chilling. Sure, Yuma's getting happier and happier as it goes on. Not getting picked off. Let's see if they're going to try again here. They just don't have enough. They're even going to bring Ame down here, but it's already getting red. LGD, they see him.
They do. So XXS ain't going to be able to get the jump. Nice out. They do get the sleep, but the splitter's not going to hit. They're going to be able to dodge it. Laguna comes in to take down XXS. Light Striker 8 down as well onto the ET.
Oh, this is getting awkward. And Ame came down here too, so he's in trouble.
There's a power shot slow. He'll put the man to try and run. And he's got FY with him. King Jungles is going to see if he can find the lockdown. A Gust will push him back, but the blink forwards there. I mean, you can feel how desperate they are, right? When they're bringing Ame in for that sort of play.
Honestly, LGD is just playing this super nice. I really like the way that they've covered with wards as well, too. Most of the attention in the first 14 minutes was around that mid lane, right? Now, bottom, we're seeing them cover, protect Yuma so that he can ensure getting this timing of the Radiance. Everything's going their way now.
It really is. This is, it's early days, but it's already looking pretty impossible. I don't know, what do XG do?
Nothing to say, he's got to get involved. That's the important thing. Like, Ame getting involved and the Magnus just hitting creeps, that feels pretty bad.
Because sure, he wants his BKB, but it does feel like the game is in that sort of desperate position where you got to maybe just try for some sort of blink RP play before that.
It's hard. It's hard for them.
It's hard.
It's hard for them to find these angles. Honestly, LGD, they're just playing the map really nicely. They're not having anyone too far pushed forward that's going to get caught and skewered away. So just really liking the responses that we're seeing from LGD in this time. Tormentor time soon. XG has not really found much of anything in these last 10 minutes. Tormentor, though, looks like they should be able to ensure this one with the Corrosive Haze.
LGD's heading over, and XG, they seem a bit scared.
Yep, I think they did see them there, too, so yeah, they're backing away.
Won't be able to make this play. Another thing that LGD is able to deny them of.
Very heads up. They're just reading every single one of the plays so far here. And they even have tabs of Ame with the top ward that they had. So they know exactly where the Drow is, too. They saw him for a second. It's now despawned, but they did see him.
Just take this element to themselves now that they've been able to push XG away.
This is very crisp moves. And Topson now at this point, he's got the Aghanims. I was mentioning the burst damage versus the Drow. This Drow can just die instantly when she turns up.
Yeah, Topson's having a pretty insane game. Had the dream start, and he's made the most of it. Perfect farm, top of the net worth.
Yet to die, no attention been put on him, really. And yeah, nothing to say, just one of the quietest games we've seen from him.
Yeah. It's a risky hero. We don't see a lot of people try the Magnus. I guess, you know, this is just one of the reasons why, right? If you have a tough lane, it is very, very hard to get your game back online.
Especially if they just don't show you, and they don't give you any opportunities. Like, look at the lane positioning, right? Where is the Magnus going to go for a Blink RP skewer type of play? With the way that LGD is distributed, there's just no one to really go for. Thompson's not pushing the lanes too far. They've already got all these early tier 1s. They don't want to hit tier 2s yet at this point with the Spectre lineup. Cleanly controlling the map here. Solar Crest soon to be done. At least one of them. I didn't see if the Hoodwink also went for it. And the Yules for Theo. So that Magnus, I mean, he'll need the BKB as well,
the
too.
Yules is a Magnus's nightmare.
Yeah, I was hoping to see somebody pick it up, and yeah, they are going to pick it up on one of these supports. I think he's got it done. So if you don't like pre-BKB,
no, you're never getting a sort of Blink playoff.
This is looking tough for XG. I mean, Ame, we said he had his work cut out for him in the last game. This one, it's way, way more.
Yeah, it really is.
Playing versus multiple different counters.
But maybe you wanted more of a challenge. No, Ame was like, the game one was easy. Guys, take it a bit more chill this time around. I want more of a challenge. Certainly getting it hit.
That is for sure.
So every moment has Yuma closing the gap on him, which is very scary for the Drow into the Spectre. Sure, if you had that sort of item advantage, you are going to be able to play to your strengths as a Drow against the Spectre. But if the Spectre's this close behind you on farm, it is not a fun time for the Drow.
Okay, BKB is done, but again, I'm just continuing to just look at the lanes. There's nowhere to move. So you're just going to have to deal with the fact that LGD, they farm faster than you, and they have some very good scaling as well, too.
And as you said, it really feels like that they're...
Wait for the late game.
They're going to play for the wait till they come to us.
Ground.
Yeah, yep. wait until they push. Try and catch them in the base, go for the big skewer plays. That's what they're going for.
Hey, to be fair, right, if they land like a big RP and an Earth Splitter, heroes are going to get evaporated. It's just hard to execute.
Yeah, it's a high-risk approach. It's a fun approach because it could lead to a pretty crazy comeback.
It definitely can.
But it could also lead to a pretty quick demise if the success is not there on that high ground defense.
Yeah, and the Drow might also just get deleted as she tries to follow up to some of these plays if they do get the catch. Okay, here we go. Biggest clash.
Yeah, it's got the BKB on both of them, in fact. XXS and nothing to say with the Blink BKBs.
Those are pretty important, especially now that they're getting closer to these tier 2s.
Helicor's going to scout them out, though, and a full Shivas is on the way out here for Whisper.
I think for LGD, ideally, they want to just go for this Rosh now. You don't want to go near these super aggressive plays and get caught and pulled away.
Do you go for Thompson here?
You do if you can. Too far now.
Little too quick here on the Lina.
FY trying to scout as well.
Okay, he jumped in for this. Does manage to get the arrow. Nothing to say. We'll be able to capitalize on the RP. Get the skewer out of the two of them. They've caught Thompson. Can they kill him off? No, they can't.
He's way too
fine. He's ready to turn. As they don't get the kill, XG, they're probably going to bail out of this. Ame's not going to get the chance to do so. Caught in the light strike. FY and Ame to fall.
So desperate.
Yeah, the desperation continuing here very visibly from XG's plays.
That one's just way too... If you catch him earlier, right, in the water perhaps, and you can pull him back, then you can go. But that deep?
I mean, yeah, FY really wanted to try and set that up with the Jules arrow play.
And Ame...
He had a shield rune in the bottle ready to go, so unless you're bursting him through that RP stun, it's not going to happen, and they just don't have the damage to do anywhere close to enough.
And also,
Stegman, now he's got a full Shivas as well, Thompson.
Also, the Centaur's there. He gets the Crimson Guard on him. It's going to block like so much of the damage that they really do have at this point.
I feel like these sort of attempts, they just needed to come a little bit earlier from XG, and they didn't.
And I like how LGD, we saw them posturing a bit aggressively around tier 2s, and then they're like, wait a minute, why are we doing this? We don't need to be in this area. We can force them to make these mistakes, and then we get the Rosh, and now... this game is looking
so hard. But maybe the high ground.
Maybe the high ground.
All in on the high ground for XG. I think definitely after that play, I can only imagine they are now going to be saying, right, let's literally just never do that again.
Yep.
Just keep hitting creeps. Wait until they go for a tier 3 push. We don't want to try and make a play anywhere else, especially whilst they've got an Aegis out on Thompson. They sort of missed that window of opportunity.
Hey, that was so rough. That's the double BKB reveal, and you get literally nothing. Ame just gets handed on a silver platter, standing in a place that he does not want to be. Much cleaner game this time from LGD.
Maybe, as it has been in many other series so far, this TI, the Lina factor, quite some in between these teams. Ame getting to have an incredible showing with it in game 1, and now in this game 2 from the mid, Thompson having a flawless performance.
Pretty insane hero. And he doesn't have to go for the, the magic resist talent that we talked about too. We've seen more of these mid players also taking just the straight damage at the 15 talent. He doesn't have to worry about it. There's like no magic, so.
Yeah. And overall, just what is pretty impressed with the itemization from LGD as a whole.
Yep, love it.
With some of these heroes, getting that armor across the board.
Yep, you're playing versus ET Slardar, so it just, it's natural to do this type of build. And yeah, really happy that Whisper pivoted especially.
GG, the Sages can start ticking off further boxes, get the tier 2s. I think very likely that XG probably not going to be going for any sort of crazy moves.
Nope, fight, like we said, fight for high ground.
Yeah, play away from LGD for now, and only look to meet them when you're forced to.
And it's a game where Ame also, he needs to buy BKB on the Drow, so can't just go for this type of greedy item build because he can't just get deleted.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was sort of the painful thing in that last fight, right? The other two cores, they had their BKBs, but Ame's like, why are you dragging me into this? I don't have mine yet.
I mean, nothing to say. Literally, RP skewers and BKB TPs out, and Ame's like, hey, what the hell is that, bro?
Yeah, good job you. I don't have a BKB. So indeed, he's going to be quite happy when he has that online.
Yeah, great control. LGD, just disciplined gaming play though. Not really pushing the issue. They don't feel like they need to. Chilling back and farming. More and more scaling. Yashikaya now for the Lina.
Look and see. Will we get those big plays? Will Nothing to Say be able to redeem what's been a pretty slow game where he's not been able to do a whole lot?
It would be
maybe.
So impressive.
There's still an option. There's still a chance for redemption here from the Mag.
Okay, Whisper might, I was going to say, I think Whisper might just go for the Aghanims now at this point, because then if they are going for high ground push and someone does get, he can just save them as well, too.
Yeah.
I mean, Heart's fine anyway, too.
Because then he can just stand there under the tower.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to go up, stand there under the tower. They're going to have to decide, do they want to jump this Heart Shiva Centaur and try and put him out of position to kill him? Probably not. But when he's sort of sitting there under the tower, taking your tower, it might be the only option you have. Another tier 2 taking it.
Clean pushing, TPing in. FY.
Already on the move over. And
might just be dead. I mean, dead.
Nasty surprise there.
He actually dies just with the Laguna. He has the Yules, of course, to dispel the slow burn, but he will literally just die to the Laguna plus the burn.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There's no space. No space for the side of XG this game. Nothing connecting. Literally only 3 kills. They haven't been able to find anything. They didn't shut down Yuma enough, and yeah, just it's quiet from Nothing to Say.
For now, as I said.
For now.
Building for the comeback.
Oh, he did switch, I think. Centaur. Can we check out?
Oh, he's not going for the he's going for the axe?
Yeah. I was going to say, because if you're going for siege, Lina's going to be hitting tower. Your only real worry is that they get caught. You can just jump in, card them, save
And I guess already with the Crimson and the Shivas, you can tank the tower anyway.
Exactly.
Just stand there on the front.
I prefer this, honestly. Even though Heart is so good.
Yeah.
He's very tanky enough.
Zame's BKB.
Okay, his damage is not the greatest though, right? I mean, sure, he's a Drow, so it's going to be there naturally, but they are naturally tanky on the side of LGD with the way they've itemized. He needs that Silver Edge for the Spectre in particular. But as we said, it's not really the Spectre who's been shown to be most of the problem, Thompson.
No, Yuma's kind of chilling. He's sort of the backup policy here for LGD.
Honestly, yeah, these Linas are going to have to be addressed a bit better, it feels like, in some of these games. FY.
Oh!
Whoop. Tumble. Leap. Lucky to survive. They're getting kind of stuck in the base now, Owen. Starting to be pretty limited how they can step outside on XG. I mean, X-Nova being up here could just die. Yuma's probably just considering going for the move. They know exactly what the ET is. Aegis is going to get reclaimed.
They might try something around the Aegis expiration.
Going for Thompson.
Get the drag back onto him. RP as well. They're looking to burst in the cons. Coming over. Can they bail him out of this one?
He's just tanking.
He's fine. He doesn't even need bailing out. He stands his ground. Finally dies, but he got a lot of damage out.
Oh, mate. The snipe.
Sharpshooter onto him. They got any further jump to finish him off. King Juggles.
They do.
Theo Lacour's actually going to have himself in the power shot.
He didn't even get carded, and he actually almost tanks through it just because Crimson blocks 90% of their damage, it feels like. Oh, man.
I mean, they got him.
They got him.
It's something, but of course, still nowhere near enough to put the game anywhere closer to a state that XG is going to be happy with. They lose 3 heroes themselves, including the carry.
Yeah, decent time, right? They waited for that Aegis to be reclaimed, but yeah. They're just too far ahead now at this point on LGD. The Drought does not do that much damage.
And I'm saying, what? He just didn't have the chance to get him in the cart?
I think he got stunned. Something clipped him and he couldn't actually
Because it looked
grab
like
him
Whisper
in.
was going to be able to save him there.
Yeah, it was close. LGD will take that all day.
Yep. An attempt there from XG to try and work around that Aegis going away, but doesn't go as well as they nearly need it to.
Full Scotty coming out for the Spectre soon as well.
Another Tormentor here for LGD.
One of the tougher games to recover. Even with all the things that we're mentioning about, the high ground and all that. They're just getting too tanky, too beefy.
This is what you need. You need the Harpoon, the Refresher, and treat yourself to an Aether Lens on top of that. And get them dragged back into the fountain.
You need honestly, you need a multi-hero RP. But it's not really easy.
It's not
going to be given.
It's not an easy lineup.
It's not going to be given to you
like
ever.
What 2 of these heroes are standing next to each other?
Exactly. You're not going to get it. Unless they make a big mistake.
It's very difficult. Which I guess as well is also one of the reasons why I was a little surprised with the Magnus pick, because it's just not a lineup that you look at and say, imagine the RPs, right? Sure. You're just never going to get a good RP against this lineup of heroes.
The other thing, right, that I think most of us have been kind of talking about is when you pick this, you don't have a combo now with the Mirana in most situations, which most of the times when we see this Mirana have some success, you have, I know Ember and all these were banned, and so is the Kunkka that me and you were looking at, but
yeah, the
you don't have a
been
combo.
high. That would have actually been high.
Yeah. No way to play around the Magnus, no way for the Mirana to follow up. And yeah, just as you see, so much protection here for Topson, just Solar Crest, Crimsons, even some neutral creep with some Aura.
Well, we saw last time in the fight, if they do manage to get him picked up in the cart, he won't
live.
die. He nearly lived without it. Silver Edge going to be that next big timing for Arme, but still a while away from it. Maybe with that, they can have some sort of chance of taking out the Spectre, but honestly, even with the break, because of how much Yuma's caught up and now taken the lead spot ahead of Arme, it's not an easy hero to kill.
Never feel good. Doesn't feel really good to be that Drow an item behind versus the Spectre at any means. Yuma even going to go for the safe build next, going to queue up the BKB. They're hunting, looking for somebody here. If they get a kill, it's immediately into that Roche for the side of LGD. And when you look at the drafts too, right? XG, they're the draft that wants to be getting the Roshans constantly. They have the Haze, they have the Drow. It's just not able for them with the game state. AC for XXS, even more physical, but as we said, there's a lot of a lot of armor already built up on the side of LGD. They have the answers.
Shadows take us.
It's the Moonlight. I'm going to try and get out with this.
Roche is up. It's about to start shifting to the bottom side, and LGD...
Looking at Yuma, but if we're too far away from anyone else. Just trying to force out some sort of TP reaction.
That's interesting. I guess so they can try to get outside of the base after, because it's no way he's making a move there. It's
no, you're just getting
trying to force
reaction.
TPs.
Yeah.
So, interesting. Roche, it's going to start shifting, so XG, started TP over.
And maybe you do go for this move now if you're XG. Well, because you feel that you might force some people top. Roshan's going to be bottom. Maybe you can try.
You also just don't want to give up a free Roche to a Spectre. You want to be able to contest this Roshan on the side of XG. Time to start it, LGD.
It's going to go down pretty quickly and very safely. So any sort of attempt to interrupt is going to have to come now.
They're a bit far now at this point too. They forced the roar. LGD's anticipating a fight to come.
They're playing it very safe, LGD, locking down the whole area before they go for the Roche.
Mexi's just like, all right, maybe we just can't contest it, it seems, but that does not feel good. When your condition to try to come back in this one is to go for this high ground defense, and you're going to be playing into this Aegis now.
That high ground push is likely going to be coming very soon. We'll get to see if XG do have any surprises left on the defense.
Can they get the full wombo combo? Can they land it on multiple heroes is the question, really. And is it even going to be enough if they do, with how tanky they're all getting?
Top tower is under attack.
And Ame's damage just really isn't increasing too much, too. very defensive style build that he's had to go for this game.
Yeah, really needs that Silver Edge at least, but still not looking likely that he's going to have it completed before this first attempt of a poke comes out from LGD.
Double catapults with the banner. It's time to start pushing. And Yuma very close to having that BKB coming out too, even buying Greaves, so I mean, they're looking to end the game pretty soon, is what that means there from the side of LGD, picking up this on the supports as well.
I mean, they're going to feel how far ahead they are at this point.
Nice plays. An arrow to take out one catapult through the banner, and then a force staff to move it away, so at least they'll be able to stop the push there for a moment. But pretty much the entire tower did drop there.
That's nearly got it, Arme.
Okay.
Few little things coming together for XG that might just give them an opportunity to kill someone if they do get caught by some sort of deep RP skewer back into the base.
Look how LGD playing it smart, right? Not looking to force it super hard. Yuma goes back, picks up another item. They finish up Thompson's Octarine. Just keeping that farm increase. Yeah, it's difficult, as we said, for XG to step outside. Anybody shows can just die in an instant with a haunt, and it'll catch up there from Thompson with the bots. Okay, I was going to say Theo anticipated this one. It seems like that ward was a pretty sneaky one that XG had placed, but will be taken out. The map is, yeah, just continuing to shrink, and the vision just disappearing now with this gem. FY.
No, he's around here.
Whoop. Whoop. Dangerous.
Wants to get out and get his Ags purchased.
Yeah, he will be able to get it. Can he get himself back to the base is the question. He's setting up here.
All right. And Thompson's around to try and fight back. King Jungle is back at a full HP, and now with the horn up, XG's got to run.
They're fighting outside.
Trying to make this move outside of the base. It's going to cost them one of their life. They're going to have to use the BKBs to run away with the rest of them.
Oh, that's brutal. Trying to make this aggressive move outside. That's not something they want to do.
It's going to cost them at least both supports.
And it was the two BKB. Now they can't fight for the high ground push because the BKBs are just, I mean, they're feeling so desperate.
And maybe just go for the backup plan. Let the barracks fall, let yourself get mega creeped, and then go for the defense around the tier 4s, because they're going to be that much closer to the fountain, and you're probably going to need to get them in the fountain if you want to kill anyone.
They don't have their BKB. I don't even think they're going to be able to kill anybody, even if they catch them now, without the BKBs.
It's been a rough one here for XG.
Yeah, one of the rougher ones.
The plan did not work out this time, and now Lena.
Nothing to say, can't even do anything. He's just having illusions thrown at him, power shots as well. Look at the damage. That's while he's broken. It does almost nothing to Yuma here.
Just haven't got to see many RPs this game. It's been a bit of a shame. And always excited to see some Magnus, but yeah, just hasn't been much of a chance for Nothing to Say to pop off this game. He's had a tough one.
No, and his only one actually got Ame killed and was pretty devastating.
Was that the only one?
I think. Well, no, there's two. Sorry, the other one as well too. My bad.
Oh, that's true. We've had a couple.
But yeah, not great. But yeah, I do think LGD, they prepared themselves very nicely with all this, as we said. With the itemization, they've gone for the Solo Crest, Yules, armor, etc. Great answers. Nothing to say, BKB being forced outside again.
To just try and survive.
And now if he tries to go for a blink play, he's just going to get insta-Yulesed in like 80% of...
He's nearly got the refresher though, right? I think it's just a recipe away.
Okay.
So if he could get the RP skewer, refresher, RP skewer, get them in the fountain, that's what he's playing for.
That's what they need.
Be quite the comeback if they can execute such a play.
Would be one of the bigger ones I think we'll see in this TI if it does happen. But yeah, with the way that LGD has been setting themselves up, they're not giving the opportunities. They're chilling. Yeah, what are we at? 93%. Feels like it's
I mean,
a bit high. That's actually generous.
I was going to. It's just bumped up to an 8%. You know, I said the system's believing in the refresher comeback potential of the Magnus.
Wait, and that's actually strange because usually it loves Spectre. Usually it's like Spectre's in the game.
So if I'm the Magnus, I'm telling the team this game ain't over until the throne falls. I'm getting my refresh out. We're going to get the entire team dragged back into the fountain. We're making a comeback.
That's how they have.
Nothing to say. He believes.
What they got to do. Someone's got to cause some chaos, force them to all stack up, so get that 4 or 5 man RP. Hope and pray.
Now the only problem does come, I believe he doesn't have actually mana for the full combo, right?
I don't think he does.
No, that is one of the problems sometimes when you go for this. You're dreaming big things. You're not actually going to have enough mana.
Actually, no, he will. No, he has Mystical. He got Mystical.
Oh, he has got Mystical.
He got Mystical.
I was going to say,
Gucci.
you've got to get something that's going to allow you to get the full combo off twice.
I was going to say, wait, his mana cost, so he did get, the neutral item will be able to allow him to that'll do it.
So there's the refresher. Okay. And he has got a full wand as well, so extra mana to pump into himself.
Okay, NTS, can you do it?
So next up, get that Ether Lens. You want to get, of course, the Shard as well to help you. That's it's still the extra skewer range, right? They didn't change that last, but no, it's extra skewer range.
They're going out. This is a dangerous move here. Trying to catch.
I don't know about
catch
this.
them split off is what.
This is risky.
Support. Gets the win run. Gets the blink off. He's gone.
Yeah, back to base. Back to base. Yeah, do you really want to still try and force this? This
is such a risky play they're going for. If they get caught and wrapped around behind,
I feel like the fountain is your friend. You don't want to be fighting away from the fountain. There's 27k behind. It's not going to be easy anywhere else.
I guess they're just hoping that they catch one of the cores somehow split off guard, but yeah, even then. More and more Daggons. Dobson. Very scary. I mean, some of these heroes could just die. If they get stunned, they might just die in the magic burst instantly to him.
They certainly will. No doubt about it, this Luna in this position.
With the Catalyst as well, 2 heroes are going to disintegrate. Yuma at level 25 has been hit.
Yeah, I like this as well. He realizes he doesn't need to be BKB, you know. Ended up getting to the Basher into the Abyssal, now he's going to get the Butterfly.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
At this point, you're this far ahead. Ain't nobody need a BKB.
You can just wait for him as your last item anyway, so. Another Torm. That's nice. Okay. Gets it for free.
Filling up those final shard spots.
XXS.
Ooh, outside of the base!
Not again.
That's a risk, and a risk that they're going to pay for.
And he's gone.
You at least have 2 buybacks on both of those heroes.
Not wanting to use it, but probably going to have to. The push coming in.
I think you let yourself get Mega Creep. Play for the tier 4 defense.
Nothing to say. Smoked up.
You got to go for the ridiculous plays to try and come back in this one.
God, I just don't even know. I swear, I don't think the damage is going to be there, even if you lands it on everybody.
That's why you got to get him in the fountain.
You got to get him in the fountain.
You got to get him in the fountain. And you're not really doing that for the tier 3s. You're doing it for the tier 4s with the refresher skewer. You're not doing it for the tier 3.
Is he going to go for the risk play? Is he? Okay.
All right.
He's in.
Going to try for Thompson. The
arrow.
setup into the arrow.
Instant Yules.
That's a very good Yules.
Wow.
Stops Whisper from getting the car off. Now they turn over towards the other core. Look at the Wind Ranger. They only have to use the 1 buyback as well. Now the XXS coming back in there to sort of be there ready for that. But that
Yules from FY.
Yeah, that was FY, right?
Yeah, got it right on the Centaur during that.
Made all the difference. Otherwise, you know, that Lena's getting out, and not only getting out, but probably killing your whole team and winning the game.
That was very
XG, they get to breathe another breath. The life continues.
As we said, high risk, high reward plays that they kind of have to just go for at this point with this deficit. Roche is going to be respawning soon too when this Lina is still dead for some time.
Got that bumped up to 11%.
Butterfly now finished also.
The algorithms, they are believing in the nothing to say redemption story here.
Instantly pops the refresh. They're looking for the move.
The surprise RP. You never expect this one. They're counting the cooldowns, and this is one of those positions where sometimes counting the cooldown works against you. So they catch them by surprise.
They should be able to get this Roshan time because of this. Dies super fast.
All right, 28k gold down, but they get in the Roche.
Big moves. Now they get another refresher shard for themselves too, so can look to play with that. Impressive. 20 seconds till the Lina does respawn though. Butterfly now also for Yuma.
Did he keep the Radiance? Who got rid of the Radiance for the Butterfly?
Got rid of it.
Got rid of it.
Yeah, nullifier time too.
Yep. Right, a little bit of a shake-up.
Shake-up. So for Whisper now, for the next times, he's going to pre-click BKB. If one of his cores, especially top.
Oh, that's true, because he does have BKB.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely going to learn from that last one.
Yep. I think he just didn't anticipate to happen that quickly.
No.
Very good play there from FY. And also an unexpected one, like we were saying, right? They were probably anticipating that it was going to come closer to the fountain as well. So yeah, overall, Whisper can still get the saves if he pre-BKBs. And they also now do have a Wind Waker, so they have multiple different ones to be able to protect each other. Oh, he's actually just going... Okay, no, he was just queuing it like that. Or is he actually going for this?
Going for the what?
Oh, he's just going to do like double disassemble plays and all that, or what? Because he's going for Radiance plus Nullifier. I think he's queued up the next Talisman for some reason, so it's a bit interesting. Maybe it was just to queue the item, but...
I mean, there's not really... You don't want to rebuy the Radiance, right?
I don't know. You just use a Nullifier. I don't know. It's interesting to see what...
Yeah, it's just queued up for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So the Nullifier was there for Yuma.
3 minutes on Aegis. They're smoking again.
Ooh, okay.
RP, second one, 60 seconds.
Taking the big risks here, but I'm all for it. Fun to see here from XG.
You absolutely have to at this point on XG. Especially with this Aegis advantage, they can start to try to sneak forward here.
Right. Caught in the trees. He's going to put a stop to the smoke. They're just going to move on past him. They want this Spectre, but Yuma's out.
Ame is still incredibly vulnerable with this build, too. He's still very squishy. LGD can just wait. Wait for 2 minutes.
Yeah, wait.
Don't need to risk it.
No.
Or just wait on a high. They could also just wait on a high ground position and anticipate an XG movement into them, because they still could take a fight very easily, obviously. I like this, giving the refresher shard perhaps to the ET as well. Double splitter. Every little thing they need.
Oh!
Rainbow TP.
XX is going to go for the jump on Theolicore, but the Wind Waker's there. Theolicore gets down to the low ground. The Stampede
They're fighting.
They're going to make the jump back in. They're on top of Arme. The Chakra Shot hits onto Arme and FY. RP comes out though. Arme will fall the once in with the Aegis. Nothing to say. Gets the skewer back. He is going to get turned upon and burst down low here by Thompson. Thompson turns his attention over to Arme. Arme's gone. Nothing to say to fall. Right outside of the base. Did not work this time round. They have some buybacks, but they don't have a buyback on Arme. He doesn't have the money.
Desperate move to go for that there.
Tier 4s going down.
There's no Ame. That's game.
They have a buyback on Nothing to Say, but I don't think he's got any RPs left, and he has. And GG's called. LGD will finally close this game up. XG, they couldn't find the insane comeback here today, folks.
At least they got a rush. At least they got something out of how one-sided this game truly was. They did get a couple catches here, but yeah, LGD, one of the more disciplined games I think we've seen them, and I really like their itemization in particular, right? The way that they pivoted there for Whisper, even buying Solar Crest, every little thing to just protect. And Yuma, overall, had a pretty solid game too on the Spectre, didn't get shut down in the lane.
Yeah, and Lena's stonks continue to rise.
Still rising.
It's not a surprise, but this series getting the wins this time from the mid on Thompson. We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1-1 right now here between LGD and XG.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. 1-1, that means we get treated to a game number 3 between these two teams. I will say this game number 2, though, it was not the most active game that we've seen. And a large portion of that came from the strong control that LGD had. Fly, I feel like the whole game through, maybe at the end slightly faltering a little bit, but yeah, control was the name of the game.
Yeah, I think LGD played a really good game. I think they did exactly what they should have. They pressured the Magnus mid heavily with, Thompson on Lina. It was a winning matchup, and they brought both supports. They kept attacking. The Magnus was just out of the game for the longest time. He had a really rough one, so they used that, and then they slowly got their gold lead up. They got really good itemization on the offlane Centaur, where he bought this Crimson, so they could take their early fights, and Drow Ranger just couldn't deal any damage. So, good game from LGD.
Yeah, it was like boringly flawless from them, to be honest. They won pretty much all of their lanes. They didn't give any openings to Xtreme. Like all the times that we saw, Yuma farming in locations where there was even a remote chance that Xtreme could pick them off. It was because his entire team was behind him. Whisper also just farmed. He wasn't doing anything that special. Just used the creep. Got every single creep wave, dodged the ganks that were coming to him. There was a few times that Xtreme smoked to him, like with the Magnus Blink, and he just knew it was there, and he got Toro'd. He just dodged it at the right time, and eventually they close it out. Flawless stuff from LGD.
If you look at the draft, the LGD draft scales super well. They have the Spectre, they have the Centaur, they have Lina. So this game was always going to be hard for Xtreme late game. So their only hope was they won the Slardar lane. They could have played through the Slardar and, you know, make something happen that way. Or hopefully they could have made it through the Magnus, but since he got so destroyed mid, it becomes really hard. And then the game just, you know, it gets late and then LGD wins.
Yeah, that was real rough from Nothing to Say. I think if they were to...
He only died 3 times, though.
That is utterly shocking to the degree I'm convinced that's a visual bug. He just didn't have that much impact, and this was a really late picked Magnus. It was a last pick Magnus, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get the idea. Like, I think Tal, you've mentioned it on a few of the other panels. Whenever Alina comes out, a classic counter is these repositioning type heroes, but then she just obliterates him in lane. So it's kind of like you're picking into a counter in that way. But yeah, we had to give the MVP to.
Did we though?
We were.
I thought it might be Thompson.
We were between Thompson and Whisper, right?
Yes, we were. And I think in this game in particular, if we only look at the one game, one of the main reasons why Xtreme couldn't get their feet off the ground is because Nothing to Say had nothing to say this game. That was because of Thompson on his Lina.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
Thank you.
Now, Thompson, I think he played really well this game. I also like his itemization with getting an early Shivas because they sort of recognize that they don't have that much damage on Xtreme Gaming's side because they're so far behind. So all you have to do is just not die to the initial jump, and you're just going to win the fight. So good itemization, good gameplay, constantly throwing Laguna Blade after Laguna Blade.
Yeah,
I think Jenkins wanted to highlight
here they are.
Oh, yeah, this one's going to be juicy. Honestly, I like that he did this. It looks really funny, but the idea that if you press one button, that's like, what, 60-second cooldown, something like that, on a hero, and every single time he has to leave lane, it's just good. He was getting a level advantage without killing him, like you mentioned. I mean, these are like the 3 kills on him, right?
Yeah.
He didn't have that many deaths on Nothing to Say, but he also had no points in power, so he couldn't jungle. Which you can tell, right? If you're Thompson, you get hit by a Magnus Q and it does like 200-something damage to you, you go, holy shit, this guy has no points in power. Just Laguna him when he walks into the lane and he has to go base and he's not farming anything.
Yeah, it was I mean, it looks funny. It worked out very well. It was very sad for Nothing to Say. We've got a couple of other moments we wanted to highlight around. Minute 24 is our next one because there was a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, so this is when Xtreme kind of hit their timings where they had the blink. I think they might have had BKB at this point, and it was getting desperate because they missed the initial opening to jump, and then FY goes and yules the Lina, throws an arrow, but it's so deep on the enemy side, and you're already far behind that I just felt the desperation at this point. And if you're far behind and this is what you do, you're just digging a bigger hole for yourself. You kind of need to relax. If the smoke doesn't hit, it's okay. Just relax, go back to farming, look for another opening. But if you go that deep, there's no coming back after that.
No, we did have them try a little bit more. There was a fight saber that you wanted to take a closer look at, and they managed to get Luna. They killed Thompson.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight this fight because, as you'll see, it's complete chaos. Everybody's on top of each other. But these fights are usually better for the team that doesn't have a draw ranger. Because as you can see, it's absolute madness. But if it's absolute madness, the Spectre will be there in the middle of everybody, just hitting and hitting. So even though they got the Lina, which is a really nice kill, as you can see, they cannot take the fight any further. They managed to get the draw after and also pick up this the ET. And it just feels impossible. Even though you get the skewer back, you get the RP, you're like all clumped up, it just feels impossible for the Drow to just hit and deal proper damage.
Yeah, I mean, for this team, Drow going down, like Ame going down, means that it's not a good fight.
No.
Because the other 2 cores are what? Magnus Slardar? Like, who cares if they survive? They're not the ones that are going to carry the game.
Yeah, it makes me wonder that seeing the clips that we had, all of them have one overarching problem is there's not enough damage coming through when there is a moment where damage can be done. Is that just a result of the Magnus not being there? Should it have been a different hero in hindsight?
It did feel like the gyro incident where this mid hero comes out and he's actively just not doing anything. He's losing his lane. He's so far behind the net worth. even when he got his blink, I don't think he found a single opening.
Yeah.
So maybe they could have pushed the blink dagger timing a little bit just to try to find one little RP, even on a support, anything. But they didn't get a single opening. I think LGD also played well around it. They were always like in good group formation, but it didn't work out.
Now, I also like what Jenkins said at the start, that Magnus has a horrible win rate against Spectre. And I don't think it's necessarily only because you cancel the blink RP with the Haunt, but I also think even if you do get this RP into skewer back, the Spectre will always be able to Haunt on top of you, or like your backline. So even though you get this Lina and you skewer him back, he's not really away from his team. The Spectre is able to jump there as well, so you're never really putting anyone out of position. So then what's the point of the Magnus?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's like counter initiation too, right? Like you have a hero who, it's really obvious when the Magnus team is going to go. You see that circle, you see your team get stunned and skewer back. It's like, okay, the fight is starting and there's no getting out for either team. And Spectre's like, okay, perfect. I'll press R and destroy the team fight.
Yep. And now it's 1-1. Where, by the way, every single first series of the day on every stream is a 1-1. It just goes to show how close everybody is safer. I feel like that's quite unique.
It just proves to show how incredible this TI is, how close the teams are, and maybe it's some nerfs or maybe it's just great seeding, but it's just so impressive that all of these teams are so close, especially the Resilience Yandex. I'm very impressed by Resilience, and I'm hoping that this is not another moment of Resilience taking a game off of a super strong team and then losing the series afterwards.
They did lose the second game in 18 minutes, so that was a little bit of a rough one, but of course that's happening on the D stream if you're interested in what's happening over there. We are of course getting ready for our game 3 here coming your way between LGD and Xtreme Gaming. But before we get there, we are going to check in with Xnova and how he felt before coming into this international.
Xnova, welcome back to TI, but it is a TI under much different circumstances than last year. Because last year you were coming in as a stand-in. When you were getting on that plane to Hamburg, what was your mindset like about getting into that TI?
Last year I came as a stand-in, so basically I felt really no pressure going to the tournament, to TI. So I was really enjoyed throughout the whole tournament until the finals,
The whole tournament, because that's what I was wondering is, at any point during the run, were you ever like, oh, this is getting kind of real now. Like, it's no longer just for fun. Like, we're going quite far. Or you're saying the whole time you were like, whatever happens, happens.
I felt the most nervous on the first game against Tundra at the playoff. Yeah, that was probably the only time I felt like not myself. But I immediately adjusted into it.
Nice. I like that you're saying that you felt not yourself, because that to me sounds like you're usually quite easygoing. Like when you come to a tournament, you're not that nervous. Is that true?
Not really. Sometimes you do feel nervous. You do feel pressured sometimes. But for me personally, I felt I played the best when I'm really calm and really like enjoying everything. The atmosphere, the vibes and everything in gaming.
Okay, so then if you don't mind me asking, how are you feeling right now coming into Shanghai?
Right now, I think I'm actually adjusting into like trying to catch back up how I felt last year. I mean, it was a long season for this year for me compared to last year where I just played for 1 or 2 tournaments. So yeah, I'm slowly catching back up and I hope I can enjoy it like last year.
So for you, when do you feel that rhythm? Like you were saying that you were nervous for the Tundra game last year.
Yeah.
After you beat them, you got back into it. What does that feel like for you? Like, do your clicks feel better? Do you just know what to do? Can you even describe it?
I think I just stop at everything.
Okay.
Like basically everything. Like I'm enjoying like what I'm doing. I'm so clear-headed and like every spell casting or predicting what the opponents are doing, like everything is on sync.
How often does that depend on you syncing up with your teammates? Are you usually the kind of player that like as long as you're focused, you can worry about your game, or sometimes if your teammates are off, you can find that affects you as well?
I think as long as I'm focused, the others doesn't matter at all. Like I can basically like control everything.
Xtreme Gaming has a lot of attention this TI. A lot of people are looking at you guys. Does that pressure from the public, do you feel it at all, or does it do the opposite? Does it energize you?
We are playing at home ground, for sure. There would be a lot of expectation for us, and the tension would be there, for sure. There's no doubt.
You think that home field advantage, you're going to be able to feel it, like, not just with the crowd, but like I was talking to Bach earlier, and he was even saying that just seeing the signs and like you're seeing the Chinese script for text and stuff like that, it makes you feel at home.
Yeah, for sure. I think being here just feels like comfortable.
And then how about your team's state right now? How are you guys feeling as a group of 5 in the current patch, current meta?
Throughout the year, we had some struggles, we had some up and downs, but now I think, yeah, we are like getting ready mentally for it.
Nice. Well, I think that mentality is going to carry you far. Xnova, looking forward to your Shanghai experience.
Thank you.
Let's see if that mentality can carry them into a 2-2 scoreline here in the modified Swiss group stage, as we are heading into game number 3 momentarily between Xtreme Gaming and LGD. Both of these teams are 1-2 right now, and I don't know if you guys need reminding, but it's very scary the moment you get to be 1-3, because that means you are 1 game away from potential elimination later today. So we're going to attempt to break down what's going to happen next, because both of these games that we've had so far have been very different, not just from the gameplay perspective, but Fly also from the drafting perspective. So I'm curious how you feel the team should progress from here.
Yeah, I think you just can't put yourself in a position that they did last game, where they kind of figured out that there's a chance that Selena goes mid, and I didn't realize how bad it's going to be. So in hindsight, when you see this Magnus, it was a trash pick. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why they didn't just go for some casual puck that they already played, which is going to do at least a little bit better, and it fit their lineup anyways. So just don't put yourself in that position. I like that Thompson ended up playing the Lina. It was, I mean, he played it very well. He had good items, and that shows like he can also play like the more normal heroes. He doesn't always have to cheese you, which I'm happy to see. He has both sides. So I don't mind the start of the draft, but just make sure you don't ruin it later.
I mean, I hate to say this, but LGD has looked a lot better when Thompson is playing normal stuff. When he's just Wind Ranger, Pangolier, like... The guy won 2 TIs. You know, he's an extremely good player. You don't need to cheese with him, and it seems like it's fitting better. Maybe they need to figure out what cheese is actually working for him, but some of these heroes like Lina are just so broken. You gotta play it mid.
And I think that's like the difference between game 1 and 2, is that I feel like Treant is an OP hero and Lina is an OP hero, and the OP heroes won both games.
Yeah, I guess the elevation of Lina is probably what we're going to see in this game 3, because as the series progresses, you kind of can tell what heroes are going to be better for both teams. And both teams have won with Lina. I don't see why they wouldn't just first pick it next game if they see the opening. Like, why not?
Would you then preemptively first phase ban Lina? Because we have seen after game 1 and game 2, we saw LGD ban out the Lone Druid and the Treant Protector. So is it now time to remove the Lina from the equation?
I think it could be an adjustment. Yeah, it depends who has choice, who gets first pick, who gets second pick. I wouldn't mind seeing Xtreme get second pick, because I think LGD actually thrives with second pick just because of the way Caps drafts and all these flex heroes. It's obviously a little more confusing for both sides. Nobody knows what's happening. So maybe if Xtreme has choice, they could change it up. I don't really know who chose what. And then they could afford to ban the Lina as well.
Yeah, I think also they LGD really enjoy the overall last pick. And in both cases, it was for Thompson. Maybe take that away from them in the process with the same decision there as well. But we'll find out how that happens with the draft order. Other than that, Cenk, is anything you want to see the teams focus on going into this game number 3?
I'm just looking at Xtreme's first phase bans and questioning them a little bit. So maybe you guys can shed some light on both games. They banned Wyvern. They put a lot of priority on banning Wyvern. And in the first game, like they, had Puck Lina cores. Like magic damage, right? So I'm just curious, like, couldn't that Wyvern just beat Alina? And you're banning an actual OP hero? I don't really see LGD as like the epic Wyvern team. They're probably okay at it.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. I feel like the Wyvern, it's a very strong laner, but I don't think it's necessarily a hero that you need to be afraid of. I'm hoping to see this adjustment to either like replace this Wyvern with the Lina ban or them picking the Lina themselves.
I think Wyvern, if I'm not mistaken, LGD did play the Wyvern early pick in their previous series, which I think they won. So maybe it's just looking at what they've played and they're like, okay, they like the Wyvern. Maybe we have a free ban, we can just ban it. There's definitely heroes you can pick against it. I don't think it's as an oppressing hero for sure compared to the Lina or the Sheen Protector. Those are like game warping heroes where you really have to address. Wyvern, it's like small adjustments, like maybe don't go all out physical damage, get a little more magic damage, get some range position 4 that deals with him. It's not too difficult. So I definitely see your point where they can change up the bans.
I can get behind the Earth Spirit Invoker for sure, though. Like, you don't want to play against Thompson Invoker, right? I think that hero, if you're good at it, is in that S tier category with Lina, and probably so is Earth Spirit. Maybe it's not as good as Lina, but it's in the at least same ballpark.
But I want to offer a different perspective, because when you're preparing against the team, you look at their heroes that they play, what they like to play, and you think about the heroes you like to play. So from NTS's perspective, when he sees an Invoker, I know, okay, it's permaban, but just hear me out. Let's just say you give them Invoker, and then NTS has a bunch of heroes he likes against Invoker, like Pangolier, Puck, even some late pick Kunkka could be really good against Invoker. Like, he has heroes that he plays that can pressure the Invoker. So he could do the calves where he baits the hero and picks something good against it. I like that approach that some teams do. So obviously this game, we're not going to see it. And we do have a Lina in the pool, so I wonder if Xtreme is just going to take the Lina this time.
Yeah, the Centaur is the one that gets addressed instead of the Winter Wyvern. Is the Centaur that gets banned out. Still a very strong hero.
Centaur is good. That's a totally reasonable ban for sure.
And then the Lina overall first pick in the hands of Xtreme Gaming. This makes sense. I mean, they have first pick. They don't need to ban Lina if they want to pick it, and also they have still got flex potential with that. Of course, it's exactly the same in terms of ban pick order, though. So we're still going to have LGD with the overall last pick, and probably Cavs has a plan for this overall first pick, Lina.
Yeah, this is exactly what Fly is saying, is that Cavs loves to dangle something, and then it's because he wants you to pick it, and he has some game plan against it. Maybe it won't work. Sometimes it doesn't, but he will always do this. What have we seen that's like good against Lina as a hero? The Arc Warden actually looked pretty good from Iron Wing, but it's a very weird hero. Definitely up Thompson's alley.
It's the BZM special, but I do think Thompson can play too.
Oh, I'm sure he can play anything at this point. An old school counter to Lina, and I don't know, I've not seen it that often. We've seen a couple times as the Tiny is still coming out here and there. I don't know if that's still very high on the priority list against Lina.
Some players like it a lot. I think, for example, Skitter would probably pick it for sure. Yuma can play it too. He's a good Tiny. But in my mind, I don't know, this Lina hero is just so annoying to counterpick. It feels like with some heroes you pick damage to kill her, but once he hits his timing like he did in game 1, the hero is too tanky. So not only is he dishing out so much damage, but you also aren't able to just get on top of him and kill him. Well, kill her.
So I think some classic counters could be like the Pangolier, where it's a physical damage hero that has gap close. Kind of fits the bill of what you want against Lina. You want a mix of things. You want initiation, you want physical damage, some way to catch her in the fights. I think that could be an okay second phase for LGD, but thinking that it's LGD, they will probably pick some flexible heroes. Could be another Wind Ranger game where they can put it as a core. They can actually play it on, pretty sure, 4 positions. Mid, safe lane, off lane, and support. So I don't see why they won't just go down that route again. And then maybe it will be interesting to see if Whisper can find some sort of gap closing heroes. I was about to say Magnus, but it did get banned out because I thought maybe Whisper wants to pull it out again, because I think he played it in one of the other series, if I'm not mistaken, and he is a good Magnus.
I mean, Another hero he played is Axe. It's one of the few heroes that actually can, at least I'll say, it does seem like Axe can kill Lina when she hits that like critical mass with the Blade Mail, pure damage, physical damage reflected with the Fiery Soul stacks. But Axe has not been as popular at this TI as I expected going into TI.
Which is surprising, because the hero is pretty strong, in my opinion. The only problem with the Axe against Lina matchup is if the Lina ends up going mid, then you don't do as much as Axe. She still hits really fast, so she can still kill herself on the Blade Mail. However, she doesn't really deal that much physical damage if she's going like the Axe, Kaya Yasha. And Axe doesn't like playing against heroes that deal magic damage, because you're like the, you're like the physical damage guy. You get armor from your ult, so then it becomes a bit harder.
LGD still the team with the widest hero pool this international. So very curious to see how they're gonna play this draft out. I feel like for Xtreme Gaming, in a way, it's a nice thing. So they can focus solely on themselves because they don't know what's coming. Nobody knows what's coming. Their hero pool is so wide. Keeper of the Light now coming out. That's an unusual one. I think for Xtreme Gaming, I'm happy that they, for this draft, for this series, can focus fully on themselves. I think that's actually a very good thing for them.
Are they trying to like coddle Beastmaster or something like that? Like I'm looking at the Clinks ban and wondering why.
Yeah, that is definitely a setup ban. Not for the coddle pick, but for the next pick. So the Beastmaster could be an interesting call because it does combo really well with coddle. You can just spam axes in lane. You will stack the triangle for him. Like they work well together. It is a healer core special. I'm surprised they haven't played it before, actually, because it's one of his favorite heroes. Every time you play against him in pubs, he will pick it, he will go mid, he will go offlane, he will play anything with coddle. So they do reveal the support duo. So now I think on Xtreme side, you want to answer the coddle. I think heroes that are good against coddle are either heroes that can chase him around the map. So for example, like a Bane Elemental that can just run at the coddle, sleep him out of position, follow him into the triangle if he wants to stack. That is one of the matchups I personally like against him. And against Hoodwink, not pretty sure what FY likes.
Quick question though.
Bane Mirana?
Could Keeper of the Light be for Topson? He's been playing different heroes every game, and we know that LGD does like the flex potentials. Is this still possible flex? We don't really see it that often anymore.
It could be. I think that their idea is that they love to flex, but I do know what Tao said, that Theo loves this hero.
Yeah.
So I think mainly it's a support. However, they do have the last pick and they do have the ability to just flex it around and decide afterwards.
Fair enough. They got the Mirana out on the side of Xtreme Gaming.
I'm not feeling the Mirana. I don't think it's that good against either of these supports. Again, I think Hoodwink is a good matchup against Mirana 1-1. She just deals more damage than you. She has physical damage, she has catch. And I think Coddle also is able to run Mirana down with his, when he has his ulti in the Solar Bind. So I'm not feeling the Mirana. I think Tusk is okay. It's another hero that can catch the Coddle and kind of chase him around, so similar to a Bane. And now they're setting up this Lina for potentially being safe lane. And the Beast does come out, which was a great call by Jenkins.
Yeah.
I also, I'm thinking in terms of Coddle, like it's nice to have a hero in lane that's comboing with it, but it's also really cool when you have a mid laner that is comboing with it for the mid game when you're going to leave Beast to, his own devices. The Pango that you guys mentioned earlier, I think still fits. There's no real interaction. Mirana, Tusk, I feel like Pango's fine against these heroes and still really good against Lina. I guess it's just a question of do you want to save last pick for Topson? Or do you think that these two bans are going to take out the good Coddle combos?
So the way I see it is that by picking this Beast, I think they're trying to push the Lina into the mid lane, which is why they're also picking this Dragon Knight to sort of get two lanes that are good against Lina wherever she goes. If she goes mid, she faces the Dragon Knight, which we've seen before. I think they lost that game, but theoretically it can work. And Beastmaster, with the boars and the constant access spam, should be good against Lina, where you can push her out of the lane eventually. So they're trying to trap the Lina right now. I don't think it's too bad to just put Lina mid. Well, yeah, that's what they end up doing. I think Lina mid is going to be okay against Dragon Knight, from what I've seen. So I like addressing the Beastmaster lane a little bit with Tiny, but actually, is Tiny going to be fine in this lane? I'm not so sure.
I feel like the extreme supports are just not that great against Beastmaster boars, which is usually what you want to concern yourself about, is do you have a way to kill the boars? Because if you don't, and the boars are just free to hit your carry, then these Beastmaster lanes become a problem. Because not only he's like winning the lane against you, but then the Kotla is stacking as well, so he's suddenly highest net worth from lane, and then he also gets the ancient stacks.
What I think the arrow is not good enough? Sorry.
You could arrow a boar, but
not
unreliable.
It is like, yeah, it's not that easy to hit, to be fair.
Okay.
I'm thinking, like, one thing you can do if you're extreme is have the Tusk mostly sitting bot and almost tri-lane the Beastmaster if you can get an offlaner that can be left alone in the early levels. I mean, unfortunately, there's no last pick for extreme, so they can't be sure of that. But one of the things I really hate when I'm playing Beastmaster is a 4 like Tusk just camping my lane. You can really just run away from people with boar slowing, and like Tusk's shards plus 3 heroes hitting you can be pretty devastating.
I'm feeling the pressure for extreme right now. I think they did not address this Beastmaster. I think the support duo they picked was bad to begin with, in my eyes. So I'm worried for them. I think this Beast is going to be off to an amazing game. I think XXS's hero has to address Beast in some way, maybe like a Dawnbreaker, Underlord type of hero that can help the other lanes when, you know, like when he needs to, or switch the lanes up eventually. Because I don't see how this Tiny is going to survive the constant spam with a Mirana, because they don't have sustain in the lane. They don't deal too well with boars. This is looking very good for LGD.
Overall last pick for Yuma, obligatory. Is this a good Meepo game question?
It's not that great against Tiny, I think. You could pick it, but I don't think you necessarily need to. I feel like your draft is already looking really strong with just these 4 heroes. So, well, we'll see what offlaner they pick, but I think as long as Yuma counters this offlane and is able to win his lane, then LGD's already set up for success.
I like this a lot.
They needed this, I think, to have a chance.
This was a really good call.
Now I'm thinking maybe something like a Sven for Yuma could be really nice. I think it lanes well into Dawnbreaker. I think he's going to have a free game. It's another jump for Lina. Something like that. It works really well with the supports. Maybe Sven, Alchemist type of hero could be nice.
They got a full minute still left in their bonus time to think about what they're gonna do here. So that is quite the luxury position to be in for LGD. So what boxes do they need to tick? It obviously needs to lane well into the lane that is now known with the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he can even do another Spectre game. I think the lane is going to be okay because he's laning against double melee. I know like the Tusk Dawnbreaker does have like synergy together, but if he just has an okay lane, all he has to do later on is just find the Lina in the fights. So I'm fine with any of the Sven, Alk, Spectre. I see all of them work. 2 of them are more like jumpy. 1 is more like a later game type of hero.
Is there a world they would put DK carry and pick a mid? So it's a good lane against Dawn.
I could see it. Yeah, I mean, I remember that was a counter to Dawn for a while.
Ooh.
Wow.
Revenge carry.
The spice is in.
Oh, Yuma's gonna do it.
Is this the right amount of spice, Saber? A little bit of chili powder? You do like that in your dish?
That is spicy. Honestly, I don't mind it. I think it's very solid. Like, as I said, I really like the first 4 heroes. And Venge, I mean, to be fair, I do think she's a little exposed. Like, I can see the extreme offlane killing her a bunch of times, and then it becomes a problem. However, if she does not feed in the lane, then it becomes very easy for LGD to play. They have 3 really strong cores. Bench with Axe, it's scary. She's gonna go some Hydra's Breath and deal insane amount of damage.
And we talked about repositioning as a concept versus Lina, just like getting her in there. I mean, Venge Swap is one of the best ways of doing this. It's just that Venge, other than LGD, there's not really a team that's like whipping out the Venge carry. So I totally forgot about it, but this honestly makes a lot of sense as a Lina answer, especially if you're getting it last pick like this.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily they needed it, but I like the extra spice. I think their lineup was already great before that we could name a bunch of heroes they could pick, and it'll work. So I'm liking LGD for this. I think Lina can carry this game. I think if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be NTS for his team because it is still a decent Lina game. But I am worried that this Beastmaster is going to be out of control.
Saber, final thoughts on these drafts?
Yeah, even though I am rooting for Xtreme, I think LGD will take this game.
Yeah, they have been playing maybe a little bit better throughout the entire series as well, which definitely game number 2 was very firmly in their hands. Keep in mind that this game is deciding if, well, the team that loses, if you have to play for elimination or to avoid elimination later on. And if you get yourselves a win here, then you make sure that you're just fighting to decide on which side of the elimination round you'll be at. So let's see who takes this third and deciding game of this series with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, time to see who's going to come out on top between these two in this game 3. And an exciting final pick. The Vengeful Spirit coming out. I think what we had on the stats was picked once before. Didn't win, but here are some people have been talking about. What do you make of it at the moment in carry position?
I know they like it, right? We saw them even do it a couple months ago, right? And it was against a similar lineup. They like to play it versus this Tiny because this 20 talent thing, I believe. I know I've talked to Cafs about it as well, too, and that's one of the concepts. On top of, like, multiple different things, right? So they have a repositioning tool / save versus the Lina. They have this 20 talent, which you see, the Wave of Terror steals damage, which versus Tiny clearly makes sense how much you're going to get from it. And then in the lane, it's a stun versus the Dawn for the combo kind of stuff. So a couple different reasons I can see why LGD wanted that. And yeah, their draft, it looks like a very strong tempo-setting draft. That being said, XG, a lot of stuns, a lot of ways to just take fights. Team fight overall, maybe not the most that they have on their lineup, but overall skirmishing is definitely strong from XG.
Trying for a bit of a sneaky smoke play to get some action, but Whisper is there on the high ground, puts a stop to the smoke.
And yeah, let's see this guy, right? Whisper, the one to look at probably for this game, this beast. Could get pretty scary how much he can do in this one. If he ends up having this good lane with the Coddle, who ends up usually securing that good lane, gets those stacks too, could definitely be a big deal. I think XG was, I thought they were actually walking up there to block some of this, perhaps. That's why they went for that level 1 smoke.
Yeah, I guess they just got a bit scared once the smoke came off. I didn't want to walk up blindly.
Maybe they'll wait and do the ward afterwards, because usually you do want to at least block a little bit of these camps so that they can't just enable the Beastmaster that much more. We shall watch and see. I see the Mirana walking up right now, so I think that's what we're getting. Yeah, he's pinging it. See where he places it, because you don't want to let them just stack for Beastmaster. So nice sneaky ward. We'll see if it's going to be found.
See how long that lasts.
He's checking for it. It's the way they smoked, right?
He's going to get it, right? Or you don't look in there.
He might not expect it there. Okay, nice play there from Xnova. Very clever too, right? You said they were afraid of the level 1 just in case. Waited, was able to put it afterwards. All right, yeah, let's see how these lanes go. I haven't seen the Dawn plus Tusk combo in a while.
That's
it's
an older
a
class,
lot of
right?
damage that comes out.
Yeah, it's a good combo those two can offer.
Hard versus this lane, though, right? Double range. They're going to just be playing at a distance, poking you constantly. So even if you do go for the play, you might be low HP and get turned on, or you get bushwhacked during the tag team plus Starbreaker. So they're going to have to drag waves, I'd imagine, on the side of XG down here. Yeah, lane's definitely looking very strong here for the side of LGD. Theo.
Ooh, they're both trying to stand their ground.
Flood grenade.
Xnova's going to have it. Little bit of help coming in from Arme there with that tree toss. And they will get first blood.
Nicely done. Good trade coming in. And he's going to have the whole wave to farm now under for Arme, so that's actually very important. Should be able to get a pretty much free level 2. And this is the lane to watch, for me at least, for the side of XG. If they can endure this lane, it's going to make a big deal how much they can do in the mid-game.
So good so far here on the first few waves.
Mid lane as well, too. We've seen, I think, once or twice now, this DK versus Lina. The DK can withstand it, but at some point, the Lina's actually, at least that we saw, right? The level 4 and 5, it started to be difficult
Still
for these
a lot
DKs.
To take. Yeah, it's and not quite the same as the matchup was in the past.
It's not a Magnus. It's not as bad.
It is
but
definitely
it's still,
one of the better melee heroes to put into the matchup to try and get out of the laning phase with some sort of farm. But there's definitely not a whole lot of fun against the Lina.
So far, Ame doing pretty solid up here. See, once those levels do come out for the Beast, how much it's going to start mattering because they don't deal with the board that well, and those axes are going to get refreshed constantly. But nice opener here for XG, blocking the camps.
And overall, is there anything else really about the Dragon Knight that's caused it to sort of be looked towards again? Or is it just the rise of Lina potentially turning up in the mid? You need to have a hero that gets through the lane.
I think it's that, plus just your instant stun gap closer, right? So I think that's the other concept that some people are looking at here. And looking at it too, right? Breathe Fire actually versus Tiny as well, right? It's pretty effective since you're all that base damage. Breathe Fire reducing quite a lot of the damage. Can definitely see more merits for it than usual. What is Breathe Fire nowadays? I actually don't even remember what the percentage is. 35% or 20? 32 at max, okay. Still a lot, for sure, especially versus Tiny. Spam is starting to add up. See how much regen they're going to be able to bring to this top lane on the side of XG, because this is where the power really comes in. The axes plus the chakra. Gonna have to bring that extra regen for Ame.
It's going to get trickier and trickier, but it's done really well on the first few waves.
He has. Excellent.
Of CS.
Getting that first blood definitely very important for them as well, too, for X-Nova.
Allows him to have that little bit of an edge, so
he's doing great.
It's easy for Theolocore to trade with him.
This lane actually, I mean, this is very important for Ame.
Walking up to see if they can find something.
Might just have it.
Launch into the arrow. And a few right clicks, they'll get the kill.
This
also
is
get the courier there, Ame, so a very, very good start here for the safe lane Tiny.
So important for their draft to have this start here for Ame. And just slowing down Whisper a little bit is very important too. Bottom, we are seeing the effect of the double melee versus that Venge and the Hoodwink, but either way, not dying, which is important. Nice play there from FY too, sneaking away with the snowball. I feel like we're in for quite a treat here, really, of how much I feel like these two teams are going to be skirmishing, because both lineups, it's very strong skirmishing that are going to be coming in. There's so many stuns from both sides, ways to reposition. We have a Tiny toss on one side, we have the Venge on the other. Going aggro on Yuma.
Quite able to get the hammer down onto either of them, though, so it won't be that extra burn damage, so Yuma and King Jungles are fine.
Dangerous lane to get to. You want to get aggressive with the Tusk and the Dawn, but if you get caught in a double stun plus the double bounces from the Acorns, it's a lot of damage that comes between these two.
And Thompson has been kept low in the mid, but he's doing very well on the CS. Yeah, not too far behind the Lina at all. So absolutely getting done what you need to into a matchup that nobody really wants to play into right now. The Lina being that annoying with the constant Dragon Slave spams. But here's the DK, Thompson.
Third hero, Yuma now. It's too much for him. Nice bushwhack there, but not enough to hold him away.
Might be able to go for King Jungles on top of that. He's got a little bit of a chance to juke around the trees. He's got a couple of Fairy Fires if he wants to. He'll pop one, get another bushwhack off. But he will eventually go down. XG get the two of them. It's a good start on the side lanes. I mean, 4-0, 2K lead already, 6 minutes in.
A lot of this being because of how well that level 1 and level 2 really went for this top lane, right? He knows he can leave the Tiny alone. We'll be losing FY.
Yeah, makes a quick rotation to try and find something from the side lanes. Realizes they're not going too hot right now.
I really like that move there from X-Nova, just moving with the Mirana, shutting down this Venge, who was having a better time than the Dawn. Really good preparation in this early moves from XG. The wards, though, it was taken out, so the camps, they are starting to get stacked. Starting to see that there around the triangle for the Beastmaster. So Whisper is going to be enabled. He is still going to get boosted forward a lot. That Dom timing is going to be very fast. They have good ways to force buildings, too. Like, looking at the tempo that LGD can set, right? Beast, DK, Venge with the Dominator, with a Coddle behind healing, could absolutely see how they can accelerate.
Whisper. Whisper, he does have the Roar for a potential escape attempt. If he can get it off, he hasn't actually got the mana for it, and not enough even with the one charges if he pressed it, so he goes down.
Ame's doing excellent. Yeah, continuing to just thrive in this top lane. They're enabling him. 7 minutes. Theo will be able to secure it. Next Nova doesn't make it there in time. Time to scout the stacks. Thompson won't be able to go for either of these. XG, though, now aware of the stacks. They might rotate the Tiny and the Lina over to at least try to contest them.
If you bring any of the cores over, all three of them are good at stealing the stack.
How close to 6 on the Dawn as well, too, right? Because they could have Solar Guardian as well very soon.
Super close. I mean, when that's up, they're definitely flying around.
Yeah, I think they're going to run in. They better keep tabs with that on the side of LGD.
I'm just going to try and start clearing, but it won't be quick.
Solar Guardian's up.
A little rough here. Indeed, the timing hit.
Got stopped.
Going to get put to an end, in fact, and that allows LGD to turn and get the kill. Our main X-Nova still going to try and fight on forwards. They haven't got much left in the tank. They've got to run.
Nothing to say. He's gone down.
Dragon Tail's back up. He's gone. XXS ended up teeping over. He will now turn up, but not really a lot left for him to do to try and help out. XG's just got to run and get out of this.
I think the ward that they have on the bottom side saw him maybe on the tree line, because I think he was trying to hide from the Venge, but he gets stunned during the Solar. Yeah, you have to take Yuma. That's a big play. Honestly, they would have lost so much if they didn't get that. Instead, they killed Alina. Really nice play there from LGD.
Keep their stack safe.
Yep. So they were keeping tabs of it very nicely there. And now the catch, too. Ame.
Could be fine here under the tower.
And the chakra targets too, right? They have the Beastmaster, which is the obvious one in most scenarios, but the other two aren't bad either. The Venge and this DK, you can get chain stuns coming out.
King Jungles, he's already looking for more beyond the tower. He's found X-Nova with the bushwhack. Be fine, but still, X-Nova and Ame getting forced completely out of this top lane.
Pushing the top tower, also making the move back toward bottom. Yuma is level 6, has the swap ready.
And try for this. Yeah, the swap into the King Jungle's combo.
Nice synergy coming in from LGD this game.
Not easy for XG to really make moves into any of these lanes right now. You turn up bottom, you get swapped and stunned. Turn up mid, Thompson's on the DK, pretty beefy. It's going to take quite a bit to bring him down and out of the lane, and then
he's doing so good.
On the off lane, yeah, you're going to get roared.
Yeah, honestly.
And suddenly the follow-up TPs come in, so XG, they're probably going to play it kind of passive now.
Yep, it's really big that Thompson's having this type. He's only 300 behind the Lina. Like, he's essentially won the lane.
He did very well in the lane. I mean, definitely seeing why some of these mids are considering DK as a bit of an answer or a way to get through the laning stage against these heroes such as Lina.
Oh, that's interesting. Whisper. Looking to just go for an Aghanim instead of going for the Overlord timing that we tend to see a lot of times. As you said, their lineup can get pretty tanky in the way that they kind of collapse and close the map off, so this could be a cool approach if he wants to go for as well. FY.
They get the catch on him. Get the chance to get a snowball off. He will. He's got nothing to say next over here to help out. They'll get the arrow in on towards him. Numa's there with the swap. They try to save Thompson. He's trying to run away up to the high ground. He's still alive.
No way.
He's getting away from them.
He's
swap there from Yuma, bailing Thompson out. They end up killing off XXS, and indeed a tip coming out there from Thompson to Yuma.
Yuma, these first 10 minutes, super clutch. Both Solar Guardians have been countered literally just by him. The first one stunned, the second one swapped away.
The Venge feeling pretty good.
Yep.
Not a lot of other carries could do those sort of moves, right? Not a lot of carries right now in the meta having sort of a stun to interrupt some sort of Solar Guardian player for Dawn's left on their own. And obviously no one else having the potential to just swap your mid lane out and keep him alive like that.
Literally lives with, what, 50 HP or so. Thompson able to scurry away, and that's probably going to secure his Blink Dagger at a super fast timing. And versus that Lina, that's not what you want to see as that Lina.
Yeah, the Venge pick looking very, very, very good for this exact sort of play that LGD is looking to play with.
Because I've really only seen the Venge versus the Tiny, of course, but also versus the Doom, as was the initial one that people theory crafted, because it's an Ags, you get it, you get doomed, who cares, you come back, blah, blah, blah. So, but definitely seeing the power of it versus the Dawn as well. And this hero, once it gets to the point of it, once it has its items, it does absurd damage. It actually really does some of the craziest amounts. It doesn't look like you should, but yeah.
No.
As soon as you get that Wave of Terror on 1 or 2 targets at 20, once you get this Hydra Breath as well too, yeah, the damage is absolutely crazy.
We've all been there in that game where, someone just happens to pick up a Venge carry against you and it's, 40 minutes in and you're like, my goodness, this hero looks busted. Why am I not seeing more of it?
Yeah, it is a nice one to see at times if you do get away with getting that farm in the lane. If you're able to get that array at a good timing. Blink done for the DK. As we said, the skirmishing from LGD is super strong. Same thing for the side of XG, but as we see, there are some counters that LGD has to play versus XG skirmish. Still not quite level 6 on FY either. LGD having all their 6s. Starting to take these towers early. And XG, they do not really hit buildings in the same manner at all this game. Sure, Lina can, but it's risky versus the Venge. LGD can really accelerate this game.
XG, who are you looking to make the plays around? Are you expecting FY to sort of be the one to go in and set things up, or are you sort of looking to Ame to go in first as the carry?
It's probably Ame, right? Which is usually not the case.
Because Eudora and Orlina, they don't want to be starting things, right? They want to be reactive and sort of be able to sit back, react from a distance, or react with the Solar Guardian. So it has to be the Tiny or the Tusk to make those moves.
It is. Or they just have to play like this reactive kind of Dota, which isn't usually the best thing to do. Sure, you've
Didn't work out too hot for them last game.
Like, you've got Snowball saves, you've got Solar Guardian, but playing fully reactive can be incredibly dangerous. Ame.
With the Avalanche into the arrow and the Solar Guardian, but Nigma's in with the swap. It's going to be able to keep Whisper safe. They're ready to turn with the Magic Missile and the Roar. Nothing to say is in as well with the burst to bring Yuma down, though. Laguna Blade comes in. They'll get the Venge kill.
XG's got the numbers for now. Does LGD want to push forward? It looks like they want to with Thompson.
I mean, they'll take that. You know, they were sort of looking towards the Beastmaster. They end up getting Yuma instead. I mean, that's the carry. FY is going to get caught by surprise with the fact that LGD was still hanging around on the high ground.
Ooh, can XG get out now? Especially nothing to say. He is very vulnerable right now. XXS is just out of there.
They found him.
They're caught.
So whilst the initial move did sort of work out, they killed the carry, they do still end up losing a couple of heroes for it. Thompson making sure he gets the last hit on that one.
And Yuma being, you know, sacrificial lamb. It's okay to do this sometimes as the Venge, even though if you're the quote-unquote carry, you'll get to that point as well, too, if you're enabling your other two cores.
Yeah, that's fair. And these are two other cores that can also be carries.
They can be carries themselves,
right? The DK
yeah,
and the
absolutely.
Beastmaster. These guys are going to scale.
Especially with how Whisper's building, which is he still going for the Aghanims? I imagine he was. So yeah, he's going to have that absurd scaling. He's going to have it super fast this game. And the synergy, yeah, with the lineup, with the Coddle as well, too. It's going to be tough for them to really bring him down. I don't think they can go for Vessel either on their team. Unless the Murano really wants to go for it, but that's just not the case anymore. We just see Distiller or Yules almost every single time. He's going to do it. Okay. I was going to say, somebody probably has to versus the Coddle and Beastmaster, so it's going to be X-Nova, but he's a 5 position, so it's going to take time for him to have that Vessel. Not the easiest move to make with just 2 when there's a Solar Guardian available, so looks like this was maybe just an attempt to catch a support. Moonlight Shadow, XG. Oh, they found Theo. Thompson will ditch him. It's actually not bad that X-Nova gets the kills, as we're mentioning, because he wants that Vessel early. I actually don't mind when he gets a couple of these extras. If he's able to find this Vessel at a good time, it's going to be a nice answer versus Beast, DK, and the Coddle even.
It's getting pretty close.
Yep.
I'm thinking about a swap play, maybe.
Bit too late there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still putting focus onto this bottom lane. Yeah, they're going to back off this.
Fastest, 39 minutes faster than the... Since we don't really see too many of them building it, of course, so that's actually pretty cool. Level 12. Yeah, Whisper. The real carry at this point for his team.
Yuma thinking about some sort of swap move as they're chasing onwards.
Probably wants to save the swap, at least unless he gets the Lina, or if he's like saving for somebody. I think swapping on a support's just kind of crazy. Quick little pause we got coming out.
If they want here, LGD could look to try and push that final tier 1.
How's Ame's timing looking? Does he have the Shadow Blade finished up just yet? I did see that he was going that instead of the Blink, so that kind of indicates more farmy kind of style from XG, rather than looking for the fights, more reactive style.
Yeah. So he will have that.
He will have it.
And along with the TP, if there's a situation where he can come in and try and look to sneak into the fights.
I'm queuing up the BKB next. He is playing it to Roar, so it's not going to be an end-all be-all answer, but... Now Whisper's going he's going like actual semi-carry,
Like
full
right-click.
build. Yeah, he's not even queuing up the Overlord afterwards.
Why has this sort of been strayed away from?
It got nerfed.
It's just that
It got
a lot of
nerfed.
players feel that the nerf was enough, that it was just no longer the strongest way to play the hero.
How many consecutive nerfs was it? I think it was like 3, 4, I don't even remember over the year, right? Because it was so OP for a while. They also made it so it didn't work on the Roche. They changed the Shard. They made so many different kind of changes to ensure that this Aghanims wasn't as busted as it once was.
Yeah.
That's when he added when you could just like hit them and apply all these. It was pretty nuts, like how much you were doing. You were literally a carry. Like they were actually picking it as one position in a lot of games. So even on the numbers, pretty close here.
It's a lot more threat from LGD though when it comes to taking these objectives.
Absolutely.
XG, as we say, it's going to be a question of when they want to get Arme involved.
This is, I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, XG has a lot of stun, but same thing for the side of LGD. Great ways to just skirmish and fight. And catching backline, that's the big thing, right? For XG, initiating fights, catching backline a bit difficult. For LGD, it's very easy for them to jump these backlines right now at this moment.
Eventually, we're going to have these 2 blinks on the DK and the Beastmaster.
And when you're playing versus Coddle especially, right? Like, you need to catch this backline. If Coddle just free casts in a team fight, it's usually your demise. Hopefully everything's all right with the headset.
That's true. This is a decent amount of time for a headset. So we're just getting things checked out. The build up.
Standard.
Into the Asher, into the Ags.
Yep.
And then what are you doing after the Ags? You finish off the Hydras? Do you have to buy anything defensive for yourself, or you can kind of get away with,
I guess,
statting up and going on the offensive?
It could slot something like a BKB in, maybe, just because there is that much stun and all that, maybe, but we'll have to see, because he could just go greedy and go down that line. We'll see. It all depends on like how far ahead he is.
Oh, so good. All 3 tier 1s taken here, 16 minutes in by LGD.
Oh, XXS. Caught sleeping.
That's going to be a kill.
Steps up just a bit too far. For LGD, it's just easier for them to make plays across the map. For XG, it's just hard, as we're saying. It's Ame.
It's all on Ame's decision on when to, where the value is in spending his time. Whether it is going to be to continue to play on his own, hit the creeps, farm it up, or if there's going to be more value in him turning up and trying to get involved.
Vessel.
You have both of those options as a Tiny.
Vessel is done now, so they do have that finish there for the Mirana. But now it's like X-Nova is actually playing kind of the 4 position from the 5, and that means that the Tusk now at this point is probably going to have more delay on the Blink Dagger for him, because that's the other one that they do want.
They definitely want the Blink on the Tusk, yeah.
Versus the Beast, you'll be able to save versus the Roars potentially, or catch back. So it's going to take a lot more time for FY because of this. Theo does have a Vessel himself, which it's also a good Vessel game for LGD.
Yeah, always.
Tiny and Dawn, fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. It completely ruins what you want to do with the Solar Guardian.
And Tiny is very high HP, so with that plus the Solar Bind, it takes like 50% of HP almost. Pretty absurd how much it can actually do.
XG, not ready yet. Content with just getting the space for Arme.
Looks like Whisper is considering getting a Blink as well. They're going to have like 3 or 4 different ways to start the fight then if he does go down that route, rather than going for the treads and carry build.
Yeah, I think getting the Blink first is going to feel very nice for him. Because he's going to get all these other items anyway.
Yeah.
And the Blink honestly just kind of accelerates that.
Yeah.
Just being able to have it for, I feel like one of the underrated things about the Blink, it does speed up your farm speed. Just getting around camp to camp, lane to lane.
For sure. And yeah, just can pick and choose who he wants to go for the Roar with, or which like follow-up he wants to do it with Thompson. Moonlight Shadow. X-Nova still not having the Vessel, right? He's getting close, though.
And this might be the move they're looking for. Arme's joined the team.
Okay, Whisper, he gets the Blink off. I think he just picked it up off of that Courier.
Arme's coming over, though. So Whisper has to roar and run. The Avalanche is going to catch him.
He's going to just kill the Tusk.
He is.
XXS also.
Off the mark with the Starbreaker. So he's going to be fine, and that's probably Arme's sort of ticket to sort of say, well, that's the last time I turn up. I'm back to the creeps, He tried to turn up and get involved. There was nothing to get involved in. Yeah, Arme's probably going to be back to hitting the creeps after that one.
And that's the most value pickup of a Blink almost ever, right? He literally picks it up and ends up saving him, and he gets a kill because of it afterwards as well. So nicely done there from Whisper. All right, I mean, I actually like this. I saw that he did have the BKB queued up, but I think they need something.
They've got to
be
do
able
something.
start.
Right?
Shadow Blade's not enough. You're going to run into some Sentry or whatever here, so.
Here we go. So
let's see.
Shadow Blade Blink on Arme's Tiny.
Let's see.
That last attempt didn't go too hot, but now that he does have the Blink on top, he can be the one to get in and get that reliable catch.
Top tower is under attack.
See if LGD are caught by surprise. Thompson is around. XG, what are they looking for?
Scared to run directly into them still at this point. We know how LGD just quite a bit stronger right now still as the group up. Smoke up though. They're going to look for the angle. It is going to be around this Tormentor. If they can find Whisper, that's probably primary target number 1 right now. Playing it safe though. He's hiding away. Ame. He's looking for him. He knew. TP's now coming in. LGD ready for the fight down here. Getting closer and closer to the Aghanims. He has it done now on Yuma. Essentially having 6 heroes now at this point. I actually quite like that he did that. Rather than finishing the Yasha, right? He just was like, I'm actually getting close to this Aghs now. Let's forego the Yasha for a second, get this Aghs, and now we have this very, very strong 20-minute timing.
This now done for XG, so that you have that, but
the BKBs and stuff are starting to come out.
Yeah, I mean, again, it just feels like the passiveness from XG. You know, we did have it a bit in the last game. More understandable there because they had this real struggle in the other game. So it was kind of like, well, can they actually make plays? This time around feels that there is a chance to do something, but they are opting to go on the more passive side.
And LGD's lineup, they take these objectives very fast and a lot easier in particular. Both Tormentor and the Roshan, they can just force these. LGD even themselves, they can just smoke and look for a fight themselves pretty much at any point if they feel like they want to. They have the BK, yeah, with the BKB from Thompson for sure, they could look for any of these fights now. Thompson is in the area. Ame.
He's going to go for the jump.
They've got to swap though.
Yeah, the Solar Guard.
There it is.
Swap comes in. They get Thompson out of the side. They'll turn to try and take
they got him anyway.
The Laguna does still finish up the job. Yuma, of course, is going to be back with round 2 thanks to the Aghanims. See what they can get in return. They'll get the Lina. XXS will be able to run.
They got Thompson anyway. That
they
was actually
did.
a great
I mean,
angle
the
there.
Laguna Blade kind of came in at max range.
Yeah.
To finish him off.
2 for 1, but Yuma still has the illusion to be able to farm with for these next few moments.
But it works out.
It does. Ame's like, okay, maybe I will join in for some of these now that I'm able to get away after we get the kill. Quite a bit expended though. Solar Guardian was used. Whisper's like, all right, that's my call to just go for the Roche now. See how XG wants to respond to it. Blink is finished for FY now too, so they're gonna get this further catch. I mean, Theo, very far forward, getting punished.
Trying to keep them away from the Roche, maybe.
Yeah.
See if that is going to be enough, though, or if XG do still come looking.
Nah, they got it. So Blink on FY, that's actually pretty important. Now they do have double Blinks to be able to follow up and even potentially save versus some of these stuns, the Roar in particular.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ame should have the BKB for the next fight.
Still pretty solid farm.
Level 18.
Yep, keeping toe-to-toe there with Whisper. Thompson now after that death, actually the one to start falling behind.
Ame.
They see him. Ame.
Hey, they're going to get the avalanche off it first onto the 2 of them. Solar Guardian coming in. The swap will come out. Yeah, Whisper out of the side. He's able to turn and get the roar off onto Ame. He'll run down FY, let Thompson and Whisper the rest of them deal with Ame.
Whisper is just so damn strong at this point. He truly is the carry. Every single time Yuma's in position to get these swaps as well. And yeah, just a random sentry on the floor.
It's a painful death there for Ame.
It is.
He's having a pretty safe game up to then.
He was so close to having that BKB, right?
Yeah, they're very, very close.
And now potentially this could lead into a tier 2 very quickly here. LGD collapses very quickly. Maybe even potentially threatening two of them.
Yeah, both lanes round.
You can just see it. For LGD, it's much easier for them to execute these plays. XGs, it's very complicated for them to get these type of setups. GD seeming to have more and more of the answers. And this is still, you know, I mentioned the Venge 20 talent. He's getting closer and closer. 4 more levels. It really does start to get quite ridiculous how much you steal if you do get it on the Tiny. Nice aggressive ward they've got to LGD. So scouting both the Lina and the Tusk at the moment. Getting this tier 2, access to the outpost. A bit quiet from Nothing to Say overall. 3 and 3. Sure, he got the Laguna on Thompson earlier, but not the easiest game for him as we're seeing. Another tier 2. They still have catapult. They might like just, maybe they'll just poke with some creeps there, but nope, they'll back away, maybe go for a kill. I think they...
Oh, they expect Army to head out and farm these camps.
Oh, no way. If they get him here.
But how did they know? Did they just... They didn't.
They just knew.
They just knew.
Roar, he's gone.
I mean, they read him perfectly there. They knew exactly that he was coming out of the base and going to those camps.
I guess it's Yuma who made the call. I mean, Yuma's getting a lot of tips from his team this game, and now the push. Ame just died, respawned, died immediately.
That's rough. And he was, pretty much up there as the top net worth of the team before that.
Great shot calling. Whoever got that read.
Yeah, said we got to go check those camps.
That's a Rex. Full set.
26 minutes in.
They might even get the second set. They push
30 seconds without the carry. And as we've seen, they haven't been doing anything much without the carry.
No. They might even not even get to the 20 talent for the Venge.
It's pretty crazy to see, especially in a meta, right, where we've had so many long games. 26 minutes in, taking 2 sets of racks. We just haven't been seeing that this TI.
Honestly, breath of fresh air, Owen. Gotta say. We might have a half duration game here this time compared to most of them. Lincoln's now finished up for the Lina, so, I mean, versus the individual, like, single target abilities is going to be good, but there's not just these single targets. It's a lot that they have on the side of LGD. Well, that is a pretty monstrous advantage they've gotten now. 2 full sets. Probably one of the best Aegis usages we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, just
you didn't have to use it.
In both of these games, it does just feel like LGD, they have just a bit stronger of a game plan, right, when it comes to what to get done on the map. XG looking a little lost.
For sure. It's not able to really rally around Nothing to Say, right? Even in that last game, too, on the Magnus, he had a quiet one to be anticipated, but this one on the Lina, it's incredibly quiet.
Oh, my goodness, look at this one. The algorithm's giving this one much less of a chance than last game.
It's getting pretty out of hand. Feels like they have every answer. It really, truly does on the other side of LGD. And as I said, it's all before even the 20 town, which is when the Venge just actually rips everyone to shred with that Tiny. So.
I mean, I guess this is the question as well. You know, you're talking about obviously how it did have a lot of nerfs, but now after this game, are people going to be looking at Whispered Beastmaster and be like, you know what, maybe the Axe Beastmaster is going to come back in and play this TI?
It was a pretty dream beast game overall, though, with the lane that he's up again. Even though he didn't dominate the lane in particular, it was enough. And I love that he did go for the Axe this game.
Trying to turn with the fight here, the solo Guardian, but the Bushwhack's out onto the 2 of them. They will take out Yuma the once. You get a follow-up stun on him, they'll get him a second time.
Aegis is getting reclaimed. Won't be able to chase, though. Nice reaction.
A little bit of something there from XG, yeah. Taking Yuma properly out of the game twice.
This time, Nothing to Say, actually be able to get involved as well, too.
What do they do with this next? Or do they feel that they can do anything with this?
Let's probably just back up and farm again, right?
Yeah.
With the way that XG's been playing, that's just kind of their game plan. Slowing down that momentum pretty decently, but they still are playing at this 2 racks disadvantage. So those lanes are always going to be shoving in onto their side now. Giving all that extra information to LGD to play around. Thompson going a bit of a different style build here. I think I've seen him do this before, though. Early overwhelming blink. Can be annoying in the fights, but usually not what you usually see picked up from these DKs, but sure.
It's a decent bit of attack speed slow, right?
It's annoying, yeah. And
you know what I mean?
For
Against
like
Tiny, Lina, and Dawn, they're trying to get these extra punches in. You jump on top of them, and suddenly they have to kind of put the BKBs early and such.
I'm not crazy about it, but I'm
Sure.
like, all right, whatever. You know, it's Thompson. He tends to have his own style of build, so. LGD. Imagine they do still just want to look for every single one of these fights. Especially with Roche coming up in the next minute and a half or so. Probably want to get a good ward and a good catch at the start of it. Whisper now with a full BKB as well. See the courier.
Or they can jump the Murano if they read position. I mean, well, XG are going to try and react.
We've got the whole squad.
Ame's going to show here with the jump. He's going to get caught by the roar. They're going to put everything onto Yuma. Take him out the once. Now they turn over towards Whisper, but Whisper did get the BKB off. So Whisper's going to try and stand his ground potentially. He's getting outnumbered though. Turns, throws the axes out. Ame moving him with the BKB. Trying to find Theolico. His BKB now going to come to an end on Ame. They've caught him in the bushwhack. XXS swings back in with the Starbreaker, but he's doing barely any damage to Thompson at all. Thompson's just full HP. He can turn, chase down XXS. He'll pull himself away with a hammer.
Can Ame get out also? Are they all really going to just able to disengage?
Shadowblade's going to fall to an end in a second. He'll have another blink. He's into the trees. Nothing to stop the TP. Ame gets away.
Wow, somehow able to just disengage. It looks like they were going to lose Ame or XXS, but able to get the kills and clean up out immediately afterwards too, cleaning up Yuma. He does still have his illusion alive, and now FY might just get caught. Wave of Terror. Is it in range for the swap?
Blink in a second.
He's okay. Nice moves from XG. Catching LGD a bit off guard. They weren't all together at that moment there. They're able to combo the Venge down. That is the name of the game. If they can get the Venge at the start of things, then there's no swap out of that Solar Guardian a couple of times here, as we've seen. That's quite the build.
That would be a spicy one, man. A little late game Radiance.
That would be weird too. But you know what? Like I said, it's Thompson, so who knows?
Who knows? I don't know if it's
that one I don't really like that much either.
Getting the Radiance slate that's definitely a move. I mean, I'm all for the crazy stuff.
Yeah, why not?
But you wouldn't see anyone else do this.
Gold lead has completely dropped down. All three cores now on the side.
He's changing it up. He's doing up Octarine. Thompson's still considering his options. Yuma's going to get jumped.
Again, caught first.
Get him the once. They do turn with the stun over towards Xnova. Xnova gets the leap off. The Roar's there to finish him off. Solar Guardian comes in, but they're able to kite it out. Ame popped the pretty early now, so it's going to come to an end. He's going to try and run away from this, but Whisper and Theolico are on top of him. They take Ame down. They're going to see the attempted BKB TP out from XXS. It will succeed. Well, that's Ame gone. Can get Yuma losing their own Tiny.
Get him the once, but he just comes back and ends up getting the swap off anyway.
I couldn't kill him a second time this time round.
And Whisper just continues to be the actual carry, right? Just over and over again. Sure, you're killing him, you're killing Yuma, but Whisper is just the one cleaning up and running through you. And Roche now is up.
Thompson, he's looking for all the fun stuff. I think it's talking about like a Radiance, an Octarine, a Diffusal Blade, a Shiva's Guard. You know, he's going for them all.
I like this. I'm okay with the Shivas. I mean, that actually sounds nice.
Almost certainly the most likely. Actually, sorry, his Whisper, of course, going for the Diffusal. He's looking for the Disperser.
Sure. And Whisper, an Orchid now picked up for him as well, too. Difficult for the snowball saves to come in particular, too. He can just Orchid him now.
Not looking like they can get out here. To have anything to say about this Roshan?
Give it to Yuma. Whisper has yet to really be threatened in most of these fights, so if Yuma just wants to play with that. He's level 19, Owen. Almost 20 now. Full AC for XXS. Starting to gain a bit more damage here. As we said, the three cores are farmed on the side of XG. It's a lot of heal, a lot of sustain, a lot of ways that LGD can just fight. And now at this point, the next fight, it's 7 heroes they have to go through because of the way that this Venge has. And maybe even more if he buys back in between the two. So there's a lot of different, a lot of different things that LGD can do. But XG, hanging on. Full Octarine for nothing to say. Alrighty, Venge 20. See how much he actually gets from Wave of Terroring on that Tiny.
Those numbers are going to go up pretty high.
Really, really high.
Right. So going to be looking for the heart next. Oh, it's pretty hot right now, but it isn't normally something you see on the Tiny, right?
No, usually you want this data list for the big explosive hits with your damage, but okay.
Just want some sort of way to be guaranteed to live through any kind of raw attempts onto him.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm surprised because it feels like the long fights don't work that. I'm like trying to think about the reasoning because like I feel like they want more explosive damage rather than going for the long fights because I feel like LGD and the long fights are just better.
I mean, it's your Beastmaster, DK, and Venge. They do all sound like 3 cores that don't mind a long fight.
Yeah, and with the Coddle as well too, blasting the heals. I thought that Ame would just go for more explosive.
He might change it. I think he's not spent up into any bit of it, but...
I mean, it's hard either way, right? It is difficult to itemize at this point. So 2.5 minutes on this Aegis.
Top some of the Shivas. Now on top of that overwhelming blink is definitely going to be very annoying once he gets the jump on them.
This Tiny's
early BKBs.
Ame's attack speed is going to be dreadful.
It's going to be very, very slow.
Right? He has like no attack speed already. Throw that in on top. Plus the overwhelming blink.
The 7 seconds of BKB, he's got to kill a whole lot of people.
He really
and
does.
You're
and
right.
that's why I'm saying like
doesn't get the dataless.
Yeah, that's
how
what I'm
much
thinking
damage
too.
are you actually getting out doing that BKB?
Yeah, we'll see if he does actually commit for this. He's got to be careful right now with his positioning as well too. They are starting to sandwich on top of him.
Maybe also just trusting that his job is to kind of get in the front and live, and the damage is just going to come out from the Lina.
That's okay. That is kind of fair. I was trying to think also, but the Lina's full spellcaster still, right? It's no extra right click yet.
That is true. It's all in on the magic burst.
So.
Yeah, the kind of biggest step up in physical that they've had recently is that the AC's been added to the lineup from XXS, but indeed outside of that, might be hard to take down some of these cores. LGD, they certainly do not lack in the damage department.
No. Double catapults again with the banner. They have an arrow to deal with. One, if they want to do the same thing, they have a force staff like they did last time. Last time they force staffed it out of the banner range as well. Not the case this time. Second arrow going to be up soon though for X-Nova to take out the next catapult. And it looks like LGD just a bit hesitant to just force the issue here. XG does not know that though. All right, really nice neutral items. The Prophet Pendulum, one of the best, especially when you're playing versus this high burst damage. Yuma's gonna have that to be able to play with as well. Can back up, get Tormentor. They're just being efficient on the map now at this point.
Again, it just from XG, they're literally
so
just
passive
sitting in the barracks.
Yeah, they're very passive.
All 5 of them, they don't want to leave the base. They're terrified. Not a whole lot happening really from XG's side of things.
They probably just feel, they're feeling that pressure, especially with the Aegis still on the side of LGD. And yeah, LGD, they just back up and they're like, all right, guys, let's just maximize efficiency. Gold lead jumps by like 4K in just a couple of seconds here. Boots of Travel, okay. On the Coddle. He's like, yeah, boy, you can just farm. I'll Boots of Travel, I'll join you guys later. I'm just gonna scale more.
I can get all the waves pushed in and just take as much as he can from the map.
Yeah, with the way the game state is going, right? He's just like, they're not making moves, so we might as well just farm. I like this for KJ. I was hoping somebody would buy the Vlads for the team. He's going to be the one that goes in on the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I feel like we're starting to see that a bit more from teams right now. Like, it used to be one of those items that just got ignored completely, right?
Yeah,
but
it's
now
nice.
Teams are starting to pick up a Vlads here and there again.
Yeah, really nice when you have just multiple different right clickers. It's going to synergize beautifully with the Venge. I'm waiting to see it when he does get that Wave of Terror. Just one connection on how much he actually gets, because I can't remember exactly. It's a lot. It is an absurd amount.
And the reduced damage for Wave of Terror, is their entire damage or is their base damage?
Base damage. Wait, actually, I think it is entire.
Yeah, it's total.
Yeah, it's total.
It is total, yeah. So.
Because I remember with the it's enchant totems as well, right? If you catch a shake.
Maybe that's why I don't want to get dateless then. Because then his total attack damage is higher than if he has a heart. So he doesn't want it to get stolen.
I mean,
you know?
Yeah, okay, I guess, but yeah.
Then you still don't have any yourself.
Then you don't have any damage yourself, exactly, so. Lead growing dramatically.
I mean, they've still got more to grow, right? Whisper can get this disperser.
I mean, Thompson has an insane amount to grow because he just got like, he's got this like anti-carry build rather than a carry build.
He's having a lot of fun.
And yeah, they're just not really able to step outside too safely now at this point.
And they're coming out now of the base.
Doesn't hit the Tiny, hits the Dawn, gets plus like 100 damage. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about this Venge too, is like you said, you have so much to grow. He can eat the eggs, he can get BKB, he can get Hydras,
so
Butterfly. There's so many options that he can still go for at this point.
You can make use of such a high amount of net worth on this hero as a carry.
And he isn't even the true carry in this game, right? As we've said, it's been Whisper the whole time. Soon to hit that 25. 6,000 ahead of the next hero. Flawless game so far, pretty much from him.
Yeah, I think more teams might start be looking at the Beastmaster with the Ags again, despite the fact that it fell out of favor. If Whisper can find a way to make it work this game, I'm sure there's other games as well where it can.
XG wanting to get outside. They've been stuck in the base for a very long time, trying to probably prepare for the Roche.
I guess that's the risky thing as well, right, for Ame going for this heart. It does mean they're also making these plays where he has 4k gold not spent.
True.
As opposed to where he might have felt that he could get like the small crit and still have money for a potential buyback. Saving for something a bit bigger means that he doesn't have to play with here, unless he wants to sell that one to get the Reaver. Does not at the moment.
KJ. He has an Aeon disc.
And he's got backup. They're going to turn with the stun, take out FY. It's going to be a get out of here, for XG. They don't want to be around.
Oh,
Ame's been found.
He's stunned.
And he's been left behind because the rest of the team have already bailed out.
Look at the damage on the bench. 349 plus 225 when he retires the Tiny. Oh my god. Actually doubles his damage
Let's
or
do the
more.
math. So 349 plus 225 is like 574. And then let's click on the Venge now. 574, and then 190 plus 172.
362.
It's like 360. It's like plus 200 damage or something.
It is pretty
he literally had over 200 more damage.
Yeah.
Off a good wave of Terra.
It is pretty crazy. It's one of their strategies. I think I've only seen LGD be the team that does it versus that Tiny, so it's been some time. 17k lead now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty comfortable here for LGD.
Yeah, XG perhaps feeling a bit desperate with that move.
The arrow. Many ways to protect Yuma. Still 30 seconds without Ame.
Good Lotus. He was about to get swapped.
I'm going to say that swap would have had him. Success will live. We'll be able to hold, at least by time, for Ame to respawn.
LGD just playing it very safe. They're going to back away, wait for the Roche themselves again here. And Ame, he just has not, honestly, he hasn't increased at all. It feels like in the last 10 minutes or more.
It does feel indeed he's sort of been stuck in this state of the game where he's just kind of walking around with these big dreams of items queued up, but
yeah, I mean,
look, not quite able to build into them.
Literally only gotten 1,000 gold in the last 5 minutes as the carry, which is never what you want to see.
It's a tough one here for XG. They are struggling.
They said it just feels like LGD, they've had all the answers for quite some time in this game, and yeah, just blowing open the game with those double Raxus has just had them, giving them so much extra freedom. XG, like I said, this is desperate, but they got seen. That ward did see the smoke. LGD claiming the high ground position. These supports are monstrously farmed as well too for LGD, since they've just been able to sit back and farm.
Oh, Ame. It's a good avalanche onto the two of them, but
No
there's
damage.
not really any follow-up. Thompson's just able to turn with the BKB look to Ame. Ame has to put the BKB run back up to the high ground. The Blade comes out. As they do find Theolacor off to the side.
This is so deep.
They're chasing very deep for this call, and they're not even going to get him. Or maybe with Ame going in, they can. The swap's there. No, Theolacor's still alive. Ame's trying to kill him, but the bushwhack comes out of the two. They have the Starbreaker. A heal comes through. Finally, they killed Theo Licor, but it took so much and they had to go so deep. Can they actually get out of this? Nothing to say, he's caught in the trees. They'll lose the Lina. Arme's able to TP out at least, but just getting the Kotl cost them two of their own lives, one of them being that of the mid, and they had to go so deep for so little.
It's like screaming frustration and desperation, just trying to get any of these catches, but they just cannot. But so if he crits on Yuma with the Wave of Terror, by the way, is a 1600 crit that I saw there.
After those Wave of Terrors, yeah.
Now the Roche will go down, and yeah, the damage from Ame, it's just not there. Not by any means at this point.
Did he spend up on anything?
Not before that move. Oh. So still no. All right, now he spells up. They're just buying multiple hearts.
Okay. I mean, heart it's a good item. It is a good item.
It is.
Is it going to be good enough to turn this one around on the two of them? They're down 17k gold right now.
They're tanky.
They are
but
very tanky.
LGD's heroes also do, pretty.
I mean, when you mention like these 1600 crits coming out from Yuma, it's like it doesn't matter how much HP you've got. If you've not been able to take out this Venge the 2 times you need to, or the 3 times, of course, with the Aegis, the Venge is just going to destroy you.
And XG's damage just feels very pathetic. It feels very.
And I think the Hydra's Breath, right? That does some sort of big damage, right? Depending on the percentage.
It does.
Got more HP. It's going to do more damage to you.
Yeah. Now, this looks fantastic here for LGD. Yuma. They can just look for the final set. Ame? Oh my god, that was insanely risky.
Oh, XXS. Gonna swing in. We're gonna see Thompson make the jump over towards him.
Swapped out.
Back onto XXS. He'll put the BKB. Try and get away, but the roll comes in. They'll pull him off the side. They've got the snowball to bail XXS out for now. XXS will live thanks to the save of FY.
But the racks.
And Ame jumps back in, trying to finish off Yuma, but Yuma just turns. They've got the stone control. Ame, he's locked down, finally gets the BKB off, but he's so low. The jump comes in from FY Solar Guardian as well. They'll take Yuma out the once. That's the Aegis gone. They can go for round 2. Thompson back in with the jump.
Look how slow they are.
Away. XXS tripped up by the stun into the hook wing pushwhack. He's out for good. 90 seconds, no buyback on him. The mega creeps are out.
Oh man, this Thompson build too, it's very annoying versus this team. Look at Ame. He can't move.
LGD in these last 2 games, they've really looked a step ahead of XG. That game 1, really a distant memory. After seeing the performance here in game 2 and game 3 from LGD.
Roar.
Another one.
Godlike.
Ready to close it up. They're going to try one final attempt to hold them back as they look towards Yuma, but Ame, he's gone out of the game. No buyback on him. GG is called as LGD will take this series 2-1 with a very impressive game 2 and now game 3.
Yuma getting all the tips. He probably asked for the Venge, right? And it was probably a lot of little individual things. Stopping the Solar Guardian, swapping the first Solar Guardian as well too. So many different things he was able to do. LGD just a couple steps ahead in this one.
Absolutely, just doing things a little bit different with their picks, with their item builds, and it's absolutely working. Definitely finding their footing here, LGD, as they get a confident win 2-1 here against XG.
And they do not have to play for elimination today. They are at a 2-2 record. We'll see if they go for the 3-2 later today or 2-3. Doesn't matter. They'll play tomorrow. A rough loss, as we see here for Xtreme Gaming. This is a tough one because they will need to play for elimination later today. That is a spooky position to be in, and you saw that was maybe a little bit unexpected for the players themselves as well. He'll break it all down, though. We're here with Saberlight, Fly, and Jenkins, because this game was, I think, now 2 games in a row we've seen LGD in the driver's seat against Xtreme.
Yeah, I mean, that one hurts for Xtreme for sure. I can understand why they're feeling a lot of pressure, but also coming into today, like LGD just looks like the better team. They were so immaculate in the last 2 games that they played. They played almost flawlessly. Thompson's not doing anything too crazy. He's playing the normal heroes, but adding a little bit of spice in there with the DK build. I think that was very cool. And then of course Yuma with the last pick Vengeful Spirit. So LGD in LGD fashion, they win the series.
It was very spicy build from Venge. Well, not necessarily even the build, just the pick. And you know, sometimes sometimes you spice it just right, and I think this was the game for that. I was really impressed by how they played, especially Whisper. I feel like it was pretty free Beast game after this early game. Xtreme did have the Dawnbreaker ult to like cover the roar, but it never felt like it's enough. Because LGD, they did have the DK stun, they had the Hoodwink, and you know, just so much setup that Beast could hold his roar. It just felt super hard for Xtreme to fight.
I think it was really nice how Yuma played this game in particular. I think he was always there in the right moments to kind of save from the Dawn ultis early game, and sometimes he would sacrifice his life, but I think it's fine because Beastmaster was kind of like the carry for the majority of the game. The lineup kind of was revolved around him, and Yuma played his role perfectly, so I really liked how he played this game in particular.
Whisper is such a good Beastmaster, and he's got these Grandmaster tier heroes. He's like only Platinum tier on Beast, but I feel like part of that is maybe he's too bored to play it in his pubs. It's just too easy for him. You know, he does these little things like going for the carry build, getting the Manta style, getting the Lincoln Sphere. This is something that he does a lot that I think is really cool. You get Lincolns, so that way when you roar into Lotus and you roar yourself, you save yourself from your own roar and you can continue carrying the game. He consistently does this and goes for like the late game disperser. It made the game very easy for LGD to play, having essentially a carry in the off lane for Yuma to save.
Yeah, Yuma gets our MVP for the game. It was a tough one. It was either Yuma or Whisper. But Whisper already got some MVPs, I feel. So, you know, give it to Yuma here on his Vengeful Spirit. It was a solid game. He probably made the call himself to play Vengeful Spirit in this one and pushed LGD to victory here. I want to touch upon something that we talked about when the draft was happening. We saw the Moran and the Tusk being picked on the side of Xtreme Gaming, and we instantly said, well, you guys instantly said, don't like that. And Fly, it turned out to be very lackluster.
Yeah, I think we could recognize from the draft that they're just picking Mirana for the sake of picking Mirana. I don't think there was too much thought put into it. It's not like this whole plan around like, hey, we're going to set up the Mirana arrow of certain heroes. This is a good matchup. They had some information that I think they saw both the Coddle and the Hoodwink, and they didn't capitalize on it. When you see your matchup as a support, you should have some idea in mind, how do I beat this guy in lane, or how am I going to be good against him in the game? And I felt like both those heroes didn't really do anything. So they put themselves in this hole, and they paid for it.
Yeah, it was a rough early game already. I think, Saber, you chose a moment from that early game that you wanted to highlight.
Yes, indeed. I chose the, I would say, most important moment of the early game. They played for their stacks on Radiant, and as you can see, they were just farming them. And it is important to protect your stacks. Please, guys, if you stack for your offlaner, protect the stacks. Yuma, beautiful cancel on the Dawnbreaker ulti. So the Dawnbreaker wasn't able to connect to this fight, and LGD were able to not only defend the stacks, they also killed the Lina, and also the Dawnbreaker TP'd in to help, and that helped Yuma an enormous amount because he was losing bot lane. So then Dawnbreaker TP'd out, he was just farming bot, they got the stacks, this was all they needed from this early game, and it just kind of snowballed from there on out.
Yeah, and you already said that Yuma played a big role in that fight, even though he wasn't even there, but he played a big role in a lot of fights where he was there, as we do have a little bit of a montage, Fly, of him having some great plays.
Yeah, this is what we talked about early, that he was sort of always there in the right position, because often you'd think your carry is just going to be farming back camp somewhere, but he connects to pretty much all the engagements in the game, and he makes some really clutch saves. The Dawnbreaker ulti doesn't hit a lot of the times because Yuma was just there in the right moment, so it was just really nice to see, and you can see why he wanted the Venge. He had this idea in mind. I don't think we saw it in this particular clip, but I think we're going to see it in this one.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is going to be the one. Gets his clutch save. Beautiful.
Saving Private Thompson.
Saving Private Thompson.
And always waiting until the full committal is there too from Xtreme, where they're like over committed. LGD definitely in this game, actually previous two games, the way that they played fights looked beautiful, which it's a really difficult thing to do against a team like Xtreme. there are very few teams in Dota that can team fight like this one. When they got second place at TI, this is what we were always talking about. The way that they fight is flawless. Maybe like Spirit Falcons are up there in contention. So to beat them in this way is very impressive.
Yeah, and it looks good for them for the longest time already. But of course, you will have to have a moment in that game where it was really cemented that they were the better team here. And one of those moments, Purge, is going to break down.
Thank you, Cheever. It's always a big moment for teams when they can take those small advantages and compound them and turn them into bigger wins that ultimately win them the game. And the first one that was really significant, other than those early clips that we just saw, we'll see this team fight one more time here. 23 minutes in, this is that great team fight where they barely keep King Jungles alive. They're able to kill both the Tusk as well as the Tiny. This is a nice team move. This was good for them. It gave them a little bit of a 2K advantage, but what they did after with it was the most important part of the game here. They end up pushing, taking the tier 2 towers. Glyph gets popped. Whisper's going to cut the next creep wave as well, while they also rotate over to kill the mid tower as well. So take a look at this, killing the tier 2 mid tower. So now they won that team fight. They got 2 tier 2s. And look what happened on the map really quick. It's a little bit hard to spot, but I'm going to zoom in here. Look at this. So you're going to see no, never mind. Sorry, 1 second. I'm going to fix this here. I have to change my tool. There we go. Okay. Ame just cleared this creep wave here, basically, and they were going to see a little lingering vision of him going this way. And what happens is Yuma pings saying, he's over here. Look how fast they smoke. They were mid just now. They're instantly going this way. They're going to cross past this creep wave here because they know that Tiny was over here. And they got here before he kills both camps. This wave of terror is really important because it interrupts the blink dagger. So then he can't blink away. They manage to roar him before he gets BKB off, and they get this kill. And what do they get out of this? 2 sets of racks just because Yuma made this call and they had a smoke ready to go. These are the crucial moments that happen in these games to make the game much easier. Once they're up 2 racks, much easier game for them to play. So very clutch that he was able to spot that and they were able to get there in time.
I need an honest take here from the 2 pro players on my panel. Is this a blunder from Ame? Like, was this LGD?
Thanks, Purge.
Thank you, Purge.
Thank
I
you
forgot about
very much, Purge.
Extreme thanks.
I'm just watching that and I'm thinking like, surely he can farm somewhere else, right? He sees the Caudal using spells on the creep wave from the high ground. Does that give him like this false sense of, oh, they're up on the high ground, they're not smoking to kill me here?
Well, I would say Dota map, it's a little bit like a pendulum. Like it goes this way. Well, you could also do it like this, basically. Like you push one wave and then the other wave gets pushed into you. So then the wave that's pushed into your base, you suddenly want to outpush it because the enemies are not going to stay there and the other wave gets pushed. And you kind of just keep doing this the entire game. But the problem is that at some point, these guys, they get too smart and they camp the wave that's pushed up here, right? So this was one of those cases and he got caught with his pants down.
Gentlemen.
It's a 6-7 thing, but that was a real analysis, actually.
It was
I appreciate
real analysis.
that.
Gentlemen, I need you guys to all look at your watch. What time is it? It is advancement time. It is advancement time. We're moving on to our next series. It is time for a Team Vision taking on Team Spirit. Yes, everybody was looking at their watches. Very good. Is it working, Sabre?
It's 2:15.
Mine just says Hello Kitty.
Mine says Hello Kitty 2:15. Is it 2 already?
Doesn't matter. We have got ourselves 2 teams that are 3-0 right now. So one of these teams, guaranteed after this one series, will be the #1 of the entire group stage and make it to main event. We got Vision, we got Team Spirit, Sabre. These are 2 top-tier world-class teams.
I can't wait. I feel like we've had so many good games this TI, and I feel like these 2 teams, they just seem unstoppable, especially Satanic, but also Yatoro. I feel like they're both playing out of their minds, and seeing them against each other, one of these teams finally being a 4-0 team, is extremely exciting. I can't wait to watch this.
Yeah, focusing our attention first on Team Spirit. Fly, I'm going to put you on the spot that you have them in the top of your predictions.
I think I put them as the 4-1 team?
Okay.
I think I put them as 4-1.
Oh, there's still a chance,
I have Vision as 4-0.
Ah,
so
okay,
This we kind of had an appetizer, a great appetizer.
Yeah.
This is kind of like a main course right now. That's how it feels like to me.
That's fair enough. Team Spirit has been on fire. A lot of people have been calling them, back in Team Spirit form. They are also the overall youngest team here at the International, which is mind-boggling that 3 of these guys have 2 rings under their belt already, even though they're only like 23, 24, 23 for the guy that you see on your screen right now. So super impressive. And I think the most impressive guy, though, on the team, it has to be not me, Jenkins.
Well, you're not on the team, Shiver, so it doesn't make any sense. Just going to keep doing that joke for another few years here. While Not Me is, every tournament he shows up to, he's been absolutely popping off. I think people kind of questioned, is the pressure of TI going to get to the guy? It's his, first TI ever, the Dream Leagues and these online tournaments. It's whatever, you're playing in a boot camp scenario with your team. You can have that comfort. Nah, the guy just loves Dota. Like, he's just super into Dota. He can make these clutch plays that is kind of part of the Team Spirit identity. And this is something that I'm very excited about when it comes to this matchup, is that you have a team, Vision, who is kind of crushing people and just, they look like these giants. And Spirit, on the other hand, they're winning a lot, but their games look hard. Like, they're stressing themselves out. I saw Mapochka and Milan in the hallway in the hotel, and these guys are like, they got more gray hairs than I've ever seen before. They're losing their hair because they're watching their team, and it's so stressful. But the players, they just don't buckle under stress.
They don't. Focusing our attention on Vision, they also indeed don't. They don't care about this pressure. They're performing at the top level regardless of where they are, and maybe even more so with the pressure. I feel like, Fly, the guy that we just saw a moment ago, we have to start by highlighting him because he's been around forever. And we mentioned him earlier today because he is the oldest mid laner here in Shanghai for TI. He has been on top of his game. Or he's back on top of his game even.
For sure. So, I just realized we have No One versus Not Me, which is 2 of the greatest names.
This is going to be great for the casters.
This is an epic battle for the casters. Enjoy. No One has been... He's had such a cool story, I think, because he's been, at the top of the Dota chain, really. He's won a bunch of events. He has not won TI, but he has won a bunch of other big tournaments. He sort of goes under the radar, disappears for a while, and now he's back with Vision, and he's been looking amazing. It never looked like he was not one of the best mid laners in the world. He's just up there. I think a lot of mid laners will say that No One is one of the players that puts the most pressure on them. He's also, he gives off the vibe that he's like kind of a big spirit leader for this team. Right? Like, he's kind of the heart of the team almost. When he talks, how he leads the team in the game. When I play pubs with this guy, you can tell, like, this guy is a leader.
He for sure is. I have had the fortunate privilege of, getting to know this guy better, and he is just a through and through philosopher, psychologist. He loves life. Yeah, and from the oldest player on Vision, we go to the younger Satanic, very ready for this upcoming best of 3, of course, as he's been quite the trendsetter, quite the record setter, Jenkins. He has, and you could look at No One as maybe he's teaching him these lessons and, molding Satanic into the player that he is, because he started pretty good. Everyone thought that the kid had potential. And boy, were we all correct that, he is setting a ton of records. At the top, we have records for this TI. He has first place for pretty much everything. GPM, so you might think, he's just last sitting a lot, right? First and last hits. No, he's also the biggest killer and has the least deaths. And by the way, the only person doing more tower damage than him is Mickey, so he's also hitting towers. So he's doing everything. He's doing everything in a game. And how does he do it? We talked about it in the opening panel. He just has that raw talent. That's it.
He's got that dog in him, I feel like.
He's him.
He is him.
He is
actually him.
And he is him against Team Spirit, Jenkins, which is another thing that is extra special for him.
Yeah, this was from Fissure Playground. Satanic was notoriously, I'm just going to say it out loud. Everybody knows it. Really hard to interview. The kid, we would get nothing from him. You would ask him some long question, set it up for him.
It was like 16, 17.
You would get a yes or you would get a no. But basically, this was the one time he grabbed the microphone and just said to the crowd, like, I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to have beaten these guys. But also, he puts that respect on them and says, I would not be where I'm at without these legends on stage. So he has that respect. I don't want to set up the story like, oh, will that pressure get to him? I don't think it will. I don't think this kid feels pressure anymore, but it is really cool to see this clash because you have the team that kind of put him in the spot that he's at the biggest tournament in the world.
Yeah, and we are in the draft for game 1 of this best of 3. Let's see which one of these two teams can, for now, call themselves the best team in the world. We'll see if that changes, of course, by the end of next week. But for now, both of these teams 3-0, and one of these teams instantly making it to the main event. We got Team Spirit on the Radiant side, Vision on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Vision as well. And in terms of bans, definitely a bit of change of pace compared to what we have been seeing. Still Lone Druid, Treant banned out. Yeah, I know that. But Bane, Undying, Wind Ranger banned out by Vision. So they're going the support route, I'd say, in terms of bans. Fly, are you happy to see that?
I think it's an interesting approach. Puppy is kind of notorious as trying to also break metas. I think he's done this historically as a drafter for, who knows how long at this point. He always wants to test ideas. He does this a lot in practice games against him. He would always leave a bunch of different heroes, try different ideas. In some ways, we saw Calf's drafts, and I think Puppy is a bit similar, maybe like a little more restrained in terms of how many heroes he's going to pick, but the idea of trying to bait people into stuff. So it's good to see that he has some approach with these bans. And then I think it's interesting to see that we have Lina in the pool, but this game they're going to prioritize something else with their Earth Spirit, which I think no one has looked really good on. It's a hero that he can control the tempo of the game, he can scale into the game, and I'm sure they had a plan on Spirit side as to what they're going to respond to each of these picks. If there was a Lina, I'm sure they had an idea in mind, but they see an Earth Spirit, they take the Slardar. Slardar is just a good matchup against Earth Spirit in the mid lane, because Slardar is good against other melee heroes. And he can if he can shut down the Earth Spirit, he can control the early game himself, because it's a hero that can get faster on the map, he can take the runes, and he scales well as well.
Yeah, at the start of Poppy taking the seat for drafter, which was like about 4-ish months ago, one of the things that he was doing, and they were open about it, is putting 9 class in a box of, in cage. No more weird heroes for you, only playing normal heroes. One of the quote-unquote normal heroes he got to play was Earth Spirit, and we have seen him play it quite a few times. So is that still an open option for them, or is that kind of no longer worth because he's just so strong as a mid laner?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think so. I think the Blink Aether Earth Spirit is really good. It's just that it's so good on mid that's why we see it. But if there's some awesome mid pick for our boy, then yeah, I think they could swap it up.
I mean, I know when we played with the Hellscream, he also likes playing Earth Spirit 4, and his idol for as far as Earth Spirit is concerned was always 9 class. He would always use him as an excuse, like, Wolba, bro, 9 class is playing it, please let me also pick some Earth Spirit. So I'm sure they could do it, but yeah, the mid Earth Spirit just seems super strong. Especially now that we have the draw picked as well. I think mid Earth is very powerful. You can get on top of her. I am expecting Cruella's Crozier, perhaps even first item. Well, okay, maybe not first, maybe after Vessel, but it is already a really nice Ghost Scepter games. Team Spirit have 2 heroes that deal a lot of physical damage, so you already have Wyvern on Vision, which is extremely good against physical damage. You have your Cold Embrace heal. Very, very nice draft from both teams.
I think it's going to be interesting because there's some ideas where you can put this Earth Spirit as a support. Usually Darkseer is the best pairing, which is banned, but maybe there's an angle for like an Enigma here. Enigma Earth Spirit could lane well together. It's a hero that Noticed really likes. And then you can pick a different matchup against Slardar mid just to punish the Slardar. Like, for example, Alina. Alina could punish the Slardar mid and make his game very sad. But never mind, they just go for a Willow. Looks like they're just going to keep the Earth Spirit mid, so they kind of reveal their hand about this 9-class Earth Spirit. Nothing wrong with it, because now on the next pick for Vision, they're going to have a lot more information to work with.
Yeah, we'll see where Team Spirit wants to take this as well, because I'm sure that they are aware that right now they're heavy on the physical damage. I'm sure they want to spread that a little bit. It will be Team Spirit with the overall last pick at the end of this all, so they will be able to find the missing puzzle piece when all is said and done. We got the Ringmaster coming out as their first pick here.
I know we're big haters on this panel of this hero, but I would...
Which hero? Ringmaster?
I would love to play Night Stalker into these 3 heroes. It's like 2 squishy heroes you could silence. Earth Spirit rolling in into a silence feels pretty bad for him as well. It's a bit awkward because it does mean you would be... Well, I mean, they could pick it later on.
Yeah, they would probably last pick it, I think, and keep flexing the Slardar. I'm expecting them to pick the other support here and just keep the Slardar open.
Some clockwork, like something to go with the Drow.
Yeah,
in the safe lane.
Preparing for that.
Yeah, that would make sense. Just a melee hero for Rue to play with the Drow Ranger. Not that much left. Yeah, Clock is probably the next in line. Maybe there's something we're missing for melee heroes, but Undying and Treant are both out, so...
Yeah.
Tusk feels kind of bad to play into like all the AoE.
Maybe Ogre Magi? It's your time to shine. That would be fun.
I'm wondering if you will go Midas.
I would love to see it if they do that. It's a very good Bloodlust game for both Slardar and Drow. Just saying. Just giving it out, laying it out there. Channeling the Ogre right now.
Yeah, manifesting. Let's go. They are not having a lot of time left. This is already their bonus time, which is unusual to see for a team in this position to only have 10 seconds left. So a lot of thought, and maybe then also Vision maybe posing a little bit more problems for them than they thought they would need to solve at this point. But they'll just go with the stable, tried and tested true Clockwork.
Yeah, it's a classic. You basically just need a melee hero that will protect the draw. It's nice to have a second form of initiation. They have the Slardar Blink eventually, but it's also good to have Clockwork that can set up with the hook shot.
I'm thinking, what does Satanic want to play here? Because they're not going to have the last pick of the draft, so you kind of want to pick the best possible hero here, like your win condition, because you see everything.
I feel like it's a really nice Spectre game once again. I feel like whenever we see this draw, then the other team ends up picking Spectre.
I know there's two range supports already, but why are these teams not going for Lina? Like, it's completely ignored, and we've seen it be so dominant in so many other games.
It's got to be something like both teams are dangling it, you know, and they just... or they expected it to be banned, but they don't want to change the prep that they have. Like, they planned on going with something else. But I don't think it's a bad hero, or either team thinks it's a bad hero by any means.
Yeah, I also feel like these teams, they have like their own meta, kinda. Like in the previous series, I feel like both LGD and Xtreme liked the Lina a lot, and also the Lina won the first game. So then it kind of just becomes the meta of the series. Whereas for these teams, they have their own ideas, and you know, I'm sure it will develop from this game onward.
Are we happy with the Nature's Prophet? It's is it a flex to offlane? No, really.
No, I think this will just end up being the carry.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. I think we've seen some really good performances from Nature's Prophet during this event so far. It's a hero that scales really well into the game. It's also a hero that can speed up the game by teleporting in to kind of collapse on the Drow Ranger. Because once again, you know, Team Spirit is creating this turret lineup for the Drow Ranger to be able to hit with all these different initiations from Clockwork, Slardar. And a way to break that is to attack her early in the game. Bring heroes to her lane, Earth Spirit with his Magnetize, Nature's Prophet with his ulti and TPN, try to slow down the Drow Ranger before she hits like critical mass, and create chaos in the fights. I think that's kind of how you beat these lineups who want to group up. So Nature's Prophet falls in line with that. It's also a strong laner into Slardar in case Slardar goes to his lane. So I think they're trying to cover as many angles as they can.
Does mean that we get a lot of offlaners, potential offlaners, getting banned out in this phase. We still don't know exactly where the Slardar is going to go, but at the moment, we do see Vision respecting it as a mid, as they have been banning out offlaners with the Centaur and the Underlord removed. Spirit removes Largo.
Yeah, that would have been really nice to counter the stuff that Tal is talking about, where like Vision is clearly going to be collapsing on the Drow at some point, and so to have an offlaner that can respond to that with this global Portal would be really nice, and it also would have done fine against the Natures in lane. I'm not so sure how I feel about the Night Stalker anymore, just because I feel like you should get kind of dumped on by a Nature's Prophet in the first 5 minutes to a degree that might be like very problematic.
Timber Song.
Interesting. So more damage for Team Vision. I feel like they already had plenty of damage from their Earth Spirit, Willow, and Prophet. But, you know, you can never have enough.
It puts a big smile on Collapse's face, seems like. What do we want coming out here for Team Spirit? They, again, don't have a lot of time to think about this one.
This would be such a sick Batrider game if it was not a bad hero.
It is a bad hero.
That's true.
Sorry. Can't help myself. It's a Doom at the end of it all. And yeah, that one's going in the hands of Collapse on the offlane.
It is a good matchup against Prophet. You have your Scorched Earth that kills the Treants, so he should be able to just free farm in the lane. It scales very well. So, you know, as we said, if this game goes long, I would say the Team Spirit is slightly favored. So they already drafted for it, and it's like set up very nicely.
Yeah, I think I like the Doom. I think it's one of the offlaners that is also good against Timbersaw in the game, because you can always Doom him in the fights. You don't have to worry about him killing you as like a strength hero killer. So I think overall I'm liking Spirit a bit more. I think both teams have definitely good drafts. It's not like one is completely like outdrafted the opponent. But I do like Spirit more, and a lot of it's going to come down to the Drow lane and how it's going to work out. Is she going to get collapsed on? Even though Collapse is another team, but...
We're really on a roll today.
He can't help himself.
Unintentional, I swear.
That's good.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, both teams definitely have options. When you have these like master tier drafters against each other, you often have situations like this. Like Timber, 1-to-1, very good against Ringmaster. He can put somebody in a box, but all of the pure damage is going through the box. But then on the flip side, Doom can take off Timber, Aghanim Scepter. Doom can counter Timber's, you know, healing. So both teams have options. It just depends on how the early to mid game rotations go.
What are you going to look at this game, Saber?
I'm going to be looking at how amazing these teams are. I am so excited for this. I feel like no matter like how this game will look, even if Vision is winning, I'm sure Spirit will be able to claw their way back in. I'm expecting like a 60-minute, absolutely epic, monstrous game.
Oh, I think you and me and everybody at home is hoping for that one to come to fruition here in game number 1, coming your way with ODPixel and Fogged.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a real treat to see these two teams go head-to-head, Team Vision and Spirit. Two teams that I think a lot of people at home are expecting to see make the whole way to the grand finals here, the International. Let's see how they go when they go head-to-head here, when it matters the most to secure that first spot straight through to the next stage out of this group stage. Drafts in hand, what do you make of this? I mean, nothing's too sort of surprising, right? No. Both teams having some pretty solid stuff. Nothing really that kind of sticks out as a question mark. Everything kind of makes sense.
It all makes sense, yeah. And when you have these two coaches, right, that's going to happen. You've got Pupan on one side, you've got Baposhka on the other. They're going to give themselves the best opportunity for these games. I'm not sure whose I like better. I'm pretty 50-50 kind of broken with it because there's a lot of counters on one side with this like Cold Embrace. They get this Timber Saw too, so they're trying to counter that minus armor, that physical damage that's coming from Spirit. But yeah, this is a really, really fun matchup. I think everybody's been waiting to see these two teams, so I just want to get into it.
Because out of the two teams, from the wins that you've seen so far, is there a team of the two that you feel is playing on that slightly higher level? Like, how evenly matched are they? Who's looked the hotter out of the wins so far?
I would say Vision a bit more hot, but I'd say Spirit, they have that clutch factor where you really can never count them out. They have always ways to catch back up in these games. They have, honestly, some of these like next level new players, not me. We've seen him do some insane plays, stealing that Aegis. He's making a name for himself so many different ways, and he's playing a super high impact hero. Hard to execute sometimes, but if he is playing that ring, he can do so much with it. He's getting counterpicked. We did see that Timber.
Sure, they've got ways to get damage in. The box isn't necessarily going to always be that saving grace, but against a lot of the other stuff, it does have the potential to come in for some pretty clutch plays. Looks like we are just waiting for the game to start, so apologies, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have a little bit of a pause.
Oh, there's just so many different things to look at in this game, right? Because we've now seen these teams a lot throughout the year, and we're seeing more and more teams with like the first pick Drows. Sure, this one wasn't first pick, but the way teams answer versus it. So now they have multiple different ways to close on top of him with all three cores, right? And they have Cold Embrace to be able to deal with him too versus that physical damage, and even Willow. So you could look and you can say that Vision have a lot of ways to address the Drow in a way. But it is Yatoro on the Drow, and he's been able to counter the counters in some of these situations as well. So
he does normally find his way out of some pretty tricky situations and through some pretty tricky periods of a game. Yatoro on his Drow, very hard to catch and find with sort of the farm patterns and just sort of how quickly he moves around the map. It always feels like when he's on his Drow, he's sort of in the place that you were going to look for him next, but not the place that you're looking for him now. You know, you're making the move down bottom, he's already TPing up to the top, and he's somewhere else.
His mobility is excellent. And he's one of the, I mean, not the only player, but he's, you know, when he gets that gust talent, he spams it like crazy. His mobility is fantastic on it. So, yeah, we're in for an absolute treat. And we'll see how much he struggles in terms of the early game, how much they do collapse on him, because Nature's Prophet, this is the one a lot of the teams theory crafted of level 2, level 3, you TP down, you bring that 3rd, 4th hero, you just kill the Drow, you shut down, you get that momentum going, you take towers.
No, I think it's one of the best against the Drow. It's obviously going to be a lot of fun to see here because this is a scenario where we're going to have both carries bumping into each other pretty early in the game, you know, if things go the way that Satanic wants them to. You know, he is going to be looking to turn up and get involved if there's any early opportunities to dive in against Yatoro.
And we got to say it for Satanic again too, right? How many more records is this guy going to break? Because his Nature's Prophet...
we saw the stars like first on everything, pretty much, when it came to all the different stats that we've had across all the games so far. I know a lot of people at home are very happy to have him as part of their fantasy team, getting a lot of points from this lad.
That's me.
Oh, there you
Yeah, he's been absolutely incredible. And yeah, his Nature's Prophet is probably one of his best as well too. Sometimes I have seen him a couple times, like he has died a lot on this hero if they are able to get aggressive onto him early. So that's where I'm looking at this Florida ring, or the Doom plus ring.
So you would say out the carries that we've seen him on, it's not, you wouldn't say it's the most stable.
Not the
carry.
Stable, yes, but just not the safest always. I've seen him die more on this hero than others, which usually averages.
It makes sense, right, when you're playing a Nature's Prophet, because some of those aggressive TPs might just not work out. Yeah, it is one of those carries that you can, even the best in the world, can start feeding on with the TP placed the wrong.
Whoa!
My goodness, I mean,
It's
I know
over.
Satanic's been playing well, but 100% for Team Vision here. I don't know about that.
It'll update after.
Yeah.
No, yeah, there's going to be so many fun things to keep track of. And yeah, how much is this Ringmaster actually going to be able to do to save targets? It definitely doesn't look like the easiest.
No, but this... why do some teams not play that? Is it just some teams just don't have a Ringmaster player?
I would say, yeah. I think
like,
this is a hard hero
There's
to
a lot
play.
of supports that just didn't touch it, or like touched it and then just never wanted to put sort of the effort into mastering it because they felt that it wouldn't be relevant.
Super hard.
When you see the good Ringmasters play, it looks great. What we had so far in all these games, only the 8 picks,
but
it's been good.
Yeah.
It has been good, and 100% win rate on the Radiant side. And well, look what side he's on here. He's on the Radiant side. So as the stats go, things look pretty good for Not Me on his Ringmaster. So as you say, very much one to watch in this game for the saves. And good to see, they're going to have clutch saves from both sides, right? Ducal's
100%.
also with the Cold Embrace. You've got to look out for that when it comes to making big counter plays. So honestly, yeah, both of those supports could be having some pretty huge impact in this game.
There's so many things to look forward in this one, like we were saying.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about the teams, you say overall you feel that Vision, their wins have been a bit more convincing than that of Spirits from their run so far. This game, though, with the drafts, if you're kind of just looking at the heroes in particular, is there a style that you think has been working out better for teams in this international group stage? Like, are you going with this Drow, or are you going with this kind of Drow response that Vision have when it comes to drafts?
I'm not sure, honestly, because I feel like Vision, I would say Vision counterpicked more than the opposite side.
Sure.
Right? Spirit, they just got heroes that they wanted, so not sure. I mean, both teams very happy probably with what they've gotten. We're just going to have to see how these executions come into play. And
whoa!
That's not good.
So we're just still getting things set up. You know, it's a big game. Got to make sure that everything is all working and in place.
Great voice line, by the way. I bought that one as well, the Chinese Dota baby.
That is a nice one.
I like that one a lot.
He
says go. Go. All 5 disconnected.
F9, 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 F9.
Ready to play in, Not Me.
F9.
Good little collapse supporting everybody.
Not Me as well. You, of course, got that Quelling Blade. They've got to get the Quelling Blades out. You don't want to get caught up by these early Satanic Sprout plays.
So this is actually really interesting to point out also for a collapse. I think this is I want to say 2nd or 3rd time I see him do this exact item build. Right? I think he did this the other day when he was playing the Night Stalker.
The 3 gauntlets of the ring.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. He's an avid fan of backpacking the gauntlets and then like eating a tango and walking back in the lane, so he maximizes as much as possible. So, yeah, cool to see that he goes this build.
And as it goes for heroes that we've seen have pretty crazy games, obviously having the Earth Spirit team vision, how are things going to look from that mid lane? Is this one of the answers that you feel is one that we'll see come back against the Earth Spirit, going for something like the Slardar to try and punish the fact that you're playing against this melee matchup?
I like it quite a lot. It's one of the better ones for melee, and then in the mid game too, you have so much control for him and so much extra damage. These Earth Spirits, yes, they build armor, but it comes later, so you can be a bit fragile. So can absolutely see Laurel have a good time versus him there, but that's where the Cold Embrace comes in, right? Lots of these counter picks. So yeah, this is super interesting to see what's going to end up happening in this mid game in particular.
Still just getting things set up. Sounds like we have minor tech issues. We're starting to see some of Team Vision come back into the game. So hopefully it won't be too long on the fixing of it. But apparently just a few more minutes and we should be ready to go. Just having to restart some of the PCs, I believe.
I think we're all okay with waiting a little bit for this. Honestly, this is the series that we've all been waiting for, to see these two teams matching up against each other. So,
and probably one that was in a lot of people's predictions, right, when it came to before the group stage. Do you think a lot of people were anticipating these to be the two teams to come out with the sort of the trio so far to get to this point?
Maybe Spirit a little more surprising, but I think people, like, as soon as you see like their first few wins with Miposhka here, you're starting to see how powerhouse they really are.
That they were going to go kind of this win-win-win and get to this point without any hiccups. And they have looked very good.
Something else I'm happy to see too is, I think for me and you, we started to see a bit of a disappearance of this clockwork, right? Some teams are just like slotting in other heroes to try to substitute, even like these bounty hunters and ETs and things. I'm happy to see the clock back. I still think this hero is super strong, still does the similar job. Of course, not as busted as it once was, but very disruptive, and it's a great protecting hero for something like Drow. All right, looks like we're going to get into this.
Those nerfs, but indeed, maybe the nerf's not enough.
Well, clearly, apparently, for some of the players it is, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
People are staying away from it, but... Okay, so he switches it up a little. He's going to get the Quelling Blade.
Yeah, gets the Quelling to the... He's playing against the Nature's Prophet, right? Yeah, you don't want to turn up and get sprouted. It never feels too good, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience. We're ready to start off with the action here in this Game 1 between Team Vision and Team Spirit to see which of these winners so far are going to be able to come out on top.
And looking at, well, like, both teams having a similar, I mean, pretty much even of who has longer cooldowns, who has better skirmishing, small skirmishing, right? It's pretty even across the board here. Both teams very good at skirmishing, both teams very good at sieging and taking objectives, so ticking all the boxes in both of their drafts. Another pause we've got going on.
Uh-oh.
What happened? The jig is up.
Have a look. See if maybe the old turn it off and turn it on again didn't quite do the job here for no one's PC. Be a hotkey issue as well, though, never know. So could be a quick, easy fix. Both of these teams, do you think either side going to be looking for a first blood here?
Yeah, they probably will do delay smoke.
Is that is that Ducalis, right, putting down Not Me's face?
I think it is, too. Oh, I thought you were going to say the 6-7s as well, too.
Oh, no,
Ducalis said that he loves those.
He's got the Spirits pack here as he's putting down Not Me's face.
That is a nice one, I will say.
I feel like not enough people use the sprays. They are nice and obnoxious, but I don't see them that much.
Well, there was a time. Do you remember? I mean, during the OG, that TI, they were spamming it in the mid lane. Thompson was just dropping the face the whole time. So... I'm kind of glad we don't see the sprays.
The sprays everywhere.
Those were
need more sprays.
Pretty tilting.
No, it's been a good few seconds without a pause. It's a good sign. Looks like everything's working.
Looking good.
Ready to go.
Okay, let's see what we get. Let's see if Visions, as we said, a couple of these counter picks, how it's going to work. The Cold Embrace versus the Drow, the reactive armor from the Timbersaw versus the Drow and the Slardar. You can clearly see the idea that they've gone for with this one. So let's see whose idea works better.
The battle begins.
2 for 2 on the bounties to start things off.
Balance in all things. Collapse switched it again.
He changed it again.
He bought tangos.
Entering the lane with the tangos, but he does have the Quelling Blade coming out on the courier after those bounties.
Nice body blocks. This is beautiful.
Keep it up. The
don't wanna look
whole
away.
world's watching it.
I don't want to look away. This is nice.
Do you still let the range through at the front? Is that the strat? Or does it matter?
Depends on how much you want to fight in the lane. Usually not the case anymore. That is some beautiful body block. It's a nice positioning of the lane there for Collapse. Not going to be the easiest lane for him. Sure, he's got the Scorched Earth to deal with these Treants, and even the Ringmaster E does a decent job of killing them at times, but shouldn't be the easiest one for him. Rare to see these Ringmasters using their impalement art to hit some of these units, but it's actually not bad versus the Treants by any means.
Yeah, you don't mind it?
Nope. Usually feels terrible because you hit a creep and you're like, damn it, I'm pushing, but this is fine.
Might do that little bit extra to just sort of give Collapse that better chance in the CS again. Satanic with the Treants.
Nice last hit there on the range creep too. And he's got the camp open, so very nice there for Not Me to have it available for Collapse. Bottom, Root, Cogs of course have been nerfed quite a bit. They don't travel as far. Still does get connection on 2.
Yeah, right on the edge, that one. In terms of sort of supports that some teams really like, but others are not touching upon them a lot. Is it the Willow,
as well?
right? Willow
Yeah, true.
Seems to be rising in popularity with a fair few of these squads.
It's really nice to follow up with something like the Earth Spirit. You just throw the Terrorize, they just get controlled so much, and you do provide a decent amount of damage if you're able to close gap on some of these heroes. And when you're playing versus a heavy physical draft, right, the Drow and the Slardar, your W has a lot of merits. Being able to just Shadow Realm in and out, close the gap. Bottom lane, I would say, is harder, though, for the Timber than comparison for the Doom. Versus this Drow, it'll get better as the levels come out, and he's going to be able to have stacks eventually, but not the easiest one overall for Notice to just get those last hits. Well, the Doom, he'll just have extra because he's killing Treants. He has, Devour as well, too, eventually at some point. Collapse will be happy in this top lane. Or happier, sorry.
Which sort of lane do you sort of see the chance to try and force for a kill first?
Good question, actually. Maybe it is just going to be Collapse because he is being kept just that much lower, but it also could be like the Drow random lane if the NP TP's over, right? If they do just bring
that's true. It might be actually down to Satanic's first move.
Yeah, it could be something like that.
They kind of had the firepower to take down a First Blood.
But hard for them to harass Yatoro into a position where he does get brought down because of the lane setup that they have with the Willow and the Timber. We'll keep eyes on where the lane position.
Yatoro's pretty much having a flawless starter on the CS. 19 and 6 on his first few waves. Dream starter here is the Drow. Needs to not slow him down at all.
If the wave pushes up too much, right, that's where the risk is for Yatoro. If he's too close to the tower, that's when they can bring the numbers in and just try to take advantage of him. So far, not the case, and that's stacked camp. If Rue's able to get the pull off, that's going to deny even more away from the Timber. He's gonna drag it. Okay, 9 Class is able to actually get those melee creeps. Nicely done. Yeah, full free farm for the Drow.
Bit of pressure on Collapse, but not quite as much as going down on the other side of the map.
They're killing so many of those Treants. Every time that he summons them, every single one of them just get cleared out. Even throwing a Blood Grenade to just get the extra bit. Not me.
I mean, they actually was about like 21 gold or so per Treant, right?
It adds up. TP's out, wants to just... It doesn't want to risk, doesn't want to waste his salve or anything, wants to come back with full HP and full mana.
Doesn't mean he'll have to play careful a little bit, but at least has the wave pushed under the tower, so it will push back into him. Collapse.
Hey, right, look at top. They have 33 last hits. That's a lot. The 2 of them compared to the 12 of the Timber in the bottom. Sure, as you said, a lot of it is trees, but notice, definitely going to have the slower start and slower entry into this game.
That's just crazy, really, how close things are between the 2 carriers, right? You see both Yatoro and Satanic getting literally the exact same CS out of the lane. 26 and 8 on both of them. 4 minutes in. These guys, they're that evenly matched on their laning skills.
Mid lane too, right? Look at that. 25-4.
That's kind of crazy.
This is why we're
both
so excited
of the 2 mids and the 2 carries, they are on exactly the same level. You don't see that. You don't see that, but these, these 2 teams having very, very similar skill level.
Yeah, just the difference with this top lane, right? Just Collapse getting that much more, and he's safe. He's actually pretty safe here with this build. Extra tanky, keeps eating the creeps. They keep cleaning out all those trains, so it means Satanic. Maybe he's like, I don't even want to spawn too many more treants if they're just going to clear them every time.
I mean, that's honestly, that's probably going to get to that point, right?
Because he hasn't used them in a while.
Yeah.
Now he's got the TP at the ready. But you know Spirit, they're going to be ready for him to make a move.
Yes, you're unlikely to catch Spirit by surprise when you look for that sort of early TP play.
Laurel's got the 6 a bit faster here than the Earth Spirit now at the moment. Power Rune is going to be that big point of contention.
Oh, let's have to deal with the pressure.
Oro,
There's
that TP.
TP comes in. First blood for Satanic. It was the most likely time for it to occur there. You know, there's no kills up to 6 minutes in. Where did we have to look? We had to look to where Satanic wanted to make the move, and he makes it. Takes down Yatoro.
It felt like it was going to be that case, right? With how the lanes were going, just that third rotation. Does mean that Laurel doesn't, that no one doesn't get any help securing that rune.
Carlos is on his own. Spirit, they are going to try and dive in, but the Cold Embrace comes out.
They should have him.
And we'll get back in with the Infernal Blade. Collapse is going to take quite a bit of damage from the tower, but should be fine. Not me will tank the last few tower hits. They get the kill, they get out.
Laurel gets the rune. He gets an Arcane. A lot of damage onto this tower here with the Satanic rotation.
It was just a huge move from Satanic, right? You get the first blood. Not only that, but of course you're getting it against Yatoro whilst he was trying to TP out, so he had no way to get back to the lane. Rue's now suffering. Might just die here with 9+ getting the wraparound. You get the 2 kills. You get the tower. Pre-7 minutes.
This is what we've seen most of the times from these Nature's Prophet, right? When we've seen them versus Drow, they're the ones that get ahead. They're the ones that dictate that tempo. Now, he's 1,100 ahead of the Drow just because of that
crazy.
one quick move.
I mean, this is not easy to do, but it definitely a large factor is that Nature's Prophet, I really do feel this is one of the carries you want to run against the Drow.
100%. It does feel like they have some very good counter answers on the side of Vision versus what Spirit wants to do, at least in this early game in particular.
If Spirit can calm things down a bit and keep some of the areas a little safer for Yatoro to try and catch up. Because Satanic already, he's been doing it so many games, right? He's top net worth by a decent amount relative to how early we are in this game.
Collapse. Almost gets brought down there, too. And this pre-6 on the Nature's Prophet, too, so it doesn't even have... Yeah, Wrath of Nature's going to come out soon, too, for increased farm or increased kill threat onto these side lanes as well. And losing the tower this early for Yatoro is dangerous. Just extra access points for the NP to TP down, even the Earth Spirit to make moves onto you, not have to worry about the tower.
But for 9 class,
not the
hard
easiest.
to get. He's got the Shadow Realm if he feels pressured. Doesn't even need to use it.
Notice now at this point has just completely caught up too, just with that rotation also versus the Doom.
Help me try for the wraparound on this. Won't get caught by the Bramble.
Here comes no one.
First crown's upon him though, and no one ready to close in. Trying to save himself with the box, but not getting out of this one. Another kill here for Vision.
Getting that pace going, but Laurel not overreacting. He sees the rotation from the Earth Spirit, just continues to slam onto the mid tower here. He's having a really good start into this game. And he's the one that they have to rally around at least to make that early movements, right? The Slardar, in comparison to the Doom, he's going to be the one to make the moves to bring that game back into this mid game. While for Vision, it feels like they can make more moves with just everybody. A little bit easier. Collapse going to Midas. Going for that greed.
One of those heroes that you can still get away with it.
We
But
don't
even
see it
then,
as much.
I was going to say, even then, it's not the hottest of pickups, but still one that some Doom players do favor.
Maybe indicative of how Spirit wants to play toward, like they want this is one late game, right? They just,
Oh, for sure.
okay.
And normally they're able to get the game
They are.
to that point, right? Especially when Yatoro's on his Drow. You know, sure, they're able to punish him with that early play, but beyond that, it's hard to catch him again. Yatoro...
They probably also feel like they do at some point, like maybe not drastically, but they can outscale in a way. It is tight though, because Vision also does scale very hard with the Earth Spirit and the Nature's Prophet, but the big separation between the Nature's Prophet and the Drow though, and the NP is going to be able to accelerate that much more with this type of start than Yatoro is, unless Yatoro gets some kills handed his way. It's going to naturally be the case that he's going to get outpaced from the farm from Satanic.
Yeah, Satanic's not only going to be able to likely farm faster with the quick Maelstrom into Mjolnir timing, but able to join that much easier as the Nature's Prophet. Not be easy for Yatoro to keep on par with that farm.
Yeah, just losing that tower so early, it's really dangerous. It limits the extra space.
That play was brutal.
Yeah, makes it so he kind of just has to hit jungle creeps. He can't really hit the lane creeps as easy at this point. And it'll be quiet, as we said, from Spirit for the most part until Laurel has the Blink Dagger. Not many moves will probably happen for them. Well, for Vision, yeah, they can make all the moves. Satanic Maelstrom stun.
Gonna farm so quickly on this Nature's Prophet. It's in early days, but likely another game where you're just gonna see Satanic zoom that far ahead of anyone else in the game on the net worth.
Oh yeah. And he has protection, right? Does have kind of 2 pseudo saves. He has the Wyvern, plus he has the Earth Spirit in a way to protect him. Versus this heavy physical damage that Spirit does have.
Laurel sticking around a little too low HP under the tower. They're able to roll in, get the setup.
Oh, that's a rough death for him too. He was having a pretty good entry into this game. They might even be able to just push the tower with this kill too. Here comes Satanic. Got Treants. This tower is likely just dead.
This is gonna be a challenge here for Spirit.
That's for sure. Especially since they're going the greedy route, right? Yep. He is committing for the Midas and all.
Can they live through this stage of the game?
Gonna be the question. And is Yotoro gonna is he gonna be protected enough to get any of this farm too? Because as we said, there's 2 to 3 different things that are gonna be gap closing onto him to constrict the farm. That death for Laurel just hurt. I mean, that one really, really does hurt. Losing the tower as well. Losing the momentum to get that Blink Dagger, which he probably would have been finishing the next 30 seconds or so. Gonna get delayed a lot more here. When they have Rue level 6, they can start to make more of these aggressive moves without Laurel, but he's still just level 5. Nice juke. Nami does have the 6. Couple cogs, Night Class will be just fine. Move up top, no one is looking for collapse here. And they're gonna see, I mean, they're gonna see this Midas, and they're gonna be like, guys, it's go time. It's a Doom with the Midas. We can just go for all of these objectives very early. It's hard for collapse to really contribute too much.
Satanic trying to make sure that not too many of those Koreans get fed away. Bottom lane. The
That's a solo kill.
Satanic's ready to TP over towards Yotoro.
Oh, he's in trouble.
The Sprout's out. Yotoro's got no way to cut out of this.
Oh man, things accelerating quick. Night Class gets
He's
a
still
solo
alive.
kill and he's living.
He's getting away. They will get the setup here with the Wheel of Wonder on towards Notice. They'll have to drop the Doom
Both
down
ults.
to ensure the kill. So they get something, but it's an expensive one.
Laurel gets the last hit, so he does have the Blink Dagger now, but Yotoro again getting gone on, trying to help his buddy. Night Class literally just solo killed the Clockwork. Baited Yotoro to show for the TP for Satanic to come forward.
Oh.
Little pause, okay, whoopsie. AC. Okay. And Night Class back to full HP with the urns that he has down here. These are very good aggressive plays in Vision. They're not slowing down. Laurel does have Blink Dagger finish, so Spirit can react a bit better here at this point, but they did use their Doom. They did use the Ring ulti to finish off that Timber.
And Vision, they've got their ults.
They got everything.
They're ready with the Fear on the Willow, the Curse, Magnetize. They've also got this Vessel picked up.
Early timing for it all. Night Class again getting the catch, looking for Not Me.
Gonna try and push him back with the whip.
Nice cogs.
Let's have Lale ready with the counterplay. Make the jump over towards 9 Class. 9 Class, he'll get the Shadow Realm off.
He's living.
Alive. Finally he falls, but they've already lost 2 themselves, Spirit. They're likely to lose Rue. On top of that, there's notice to no one chasing him down. He has got a hookshot to maybe break himself away. And at this point, maybe it's not even worth the chase. No one wants to go for this.
He'll get him. Oh my god, juking the kick,
He's
juking
making
the
him work
ball.
for it.
Yeah, he tipped him for sure. That was some nice moves, but he will go down. Nice kick there from no one at the end.
They're trying to react to these plays, but it's just too hard, especially when Satanic turns up as farmed as he is.
He's so big.
He's already about 50% more farmed than your Toro. And we're only 15 minutes in.
It's been such a good answer for the Drow Rangers in so many games, and this one's looking like another one of those.
I don't think we're going to see Vision get the chance to get the Nature's Prophet if Spirit are going to want to run back the Drow this series. This is just, it's looking pretty unplayable into Satanic's Nature's Prophet.
He's literally just, look at that. It's everybody else is kind of even across the board, and they're just Satanic. And 9 class, of course, too, having a very excellent opening into this game on this Willow. Very impressive opener here. 4K lead right now.
It's just so hard to kill him at this point as well.
And 9 class in a very sneaky spot. He will get found, but he's obnoxious.
He's got backup.
Oh, they miss it. Gets pushed out of the...
He's going to be fine. He gets away with the Wheel of Wonder. They do have the Cold Embrace coming in to buy him even more time. Surely should die. He's trying to get the fear off. Will fall.
But Laurel dies for it.
Costs Lyle his life. And now more time's been bought for no one to turn up. Rolls over towards Morse. He's going to look deeper for the bigger kill. Fine collapse.
Oh, boy. Poor Laurel. He got the Blink Dagger, turns up, dies. His game has been completely shut down.
I mean, Rune, not me. They're kind of like, well, where do we go?
Yep.
They're kind of stuck in this corner of the map.
Oh, a bit unlucky there with the combo, with the ring ult and the cog pushing him onto the low ground. Gets super awkward there. Yatoro will say, guys, thanks for the space, I guess, but hemorrhaging more and more kills, and this time it's the 2 cores. And notice now at this point, doesn't look like he had that tough of a bit of a lane start, right? Top 3 net worth, he's got the Kaya Sanj already finished up. And overall in the matchup, sure, the Doom is annoying for him, but versus everybody else, this is a great Timber game. Spirit, let's see what they want to do next. Because Laurel probably being like, guys, I don't know how much I really want to just turn up to some of these fights now with just a blink. Can just get popped instantly versus this Timber and all this magic damage.
Not me. Will get found very deep on Vision's side of the map.
And tied. Noan having a very good game also. 3-0-3 in comparison to Laurel. Has a shield rune too for the next fight. Collapse does now have a blink.
Rue should be fine over the cogs. I said that Brambles actually still catch him from a distance 9 class. Rue has to use the hook shot to get away, but notice he's ready to close up on him.
Hook shots through another Bramble. But does get caught in the stun. Vision.
Tough times here for Spirit in this early game.
And Vision not doing any like crazy flashy. They're just kind of approaching it with a straight up approach. Getting all these extra kills, shutting down any of Spirit's moves. Seemingly one step ahead. And yeah, punishing the Midas really. Collapse not able to really get too involved. He does have Blink now. Yatoro not falling too much further behind, though. It's been stuck at that 3K now for some time. How much behind he is, that of Satanic, that is.
Very difficult to sort of take away that lead.
Yeah, and Satanic, he's going to have the Pike finished up before they've able to make any type of aggressive move on him with either the Doom or the Slaughter, so he has a way to just distance himself now as well. Laurel, Shard is done. He does have Medallion, so this is actually really nice that he's been able to get these 2 pickups here. But again, there is a lot of answers for this minus armor and for this physical damage with the Timber, with the Shadow Realm, with the Wyvern. Not easy for Laurel to find the moves, so Collapse, he's looking for something. That's a very early Blink Dagger. 9 class also having an excellent entry into this game. He's got it done already.
Vision are going to be aware that this move's coming in very likely.
It's dangerous for you to make this move. You have to, I mean, if you go for notice, you have to throw so much onto him to kill him at this point. And if the Wyvern's behind him, he might just save him as well.
Not able to make that play. Have to just hit the creeps, try and get these BKBs online.
7K lead though. 20 minutes soon approaching. Nice little deny.
no signs of them being able to find any way out on the map to catch this Nature's Prophet. Satanic.
He's in the safest place possible.
All the space in the world, and almost impossible really for Team Spirit to get anywhere close to it.
Yep, and they can't even hit the tier 1s either is the problem, right? Being able to take any of these objectives to get access to go for this Nature's Prophet just isn't easy for them at this point. They do not really hit the buildings in the same manner. It's got to be the Drow to do so, and Yatoro, no way he's going to look to hit buildings for, I mean, probably next, I don't know how long, depending if they get a fight win or not. Yeah, at this point, Satanic's just going to start popping the ult off cooldown, right? Just to get that extra farm, so we will see that separation start to increase. It went from 3k lead on him over Yatoro, now it's up to the 4k. He's going to go for the BKB. If he's able to just get BKB and AC, I mean, the AC kind of hard counters the idea of Spirit's draft as well, too.
Because what does Spirit do in this position? So they want to
farm the BKBs
themselves and farm their own BKBs.
I think that's the case.
And then what, you immediately have to try and look for a play?
I guess so, but they're hemorrhaging a lot on the map.
Another one there.
And he's just finding them. Yeah. I guess they're trying to find like any type of ways to put any wards out here to get some vision of them, but...
Down bottom. Okay, they will let the backup coming in.
Laurel.
They can't save him. Larl's gone. Rue, can he get away from this Timbersaw? He can. They will at least bring down 9 class in return, but they've got no chance of killing off Notice.
Support for a core. Vision will take that all day. 21 minutes, they can keep pressuring down in this bottom side to ensure that they can set up for that Tormentor whenever they do want to. BKB now done at a very early time, also for no one. They're gonna have to commit so much to kill just one of these cores, it feels like.
It's looking like a pretty difficult task.
Right, because you're gonna have to Doom and Ringmaster. You're gonna have to throw like double ultis on either the Earth Spirit or the Timbersaw to bring them down, which just means that Satanic is just gonna have free reign. And so I'm sure Satanic knows how much faster he's farming than him as well too.
Oh, for sure, yeah. He knows he's pretty much getting very close to being a full item ahead.
But Yatoro's not doing bad at keeping up, right? Like, it's 251 to the 313. He's the same level as him as well, too. So hasn't gotten picked off again, but it's just now Satanic has the BKB. No one has the BKB. They've got their timing a bit faster on triple BKBs. And Laurel again.
They will maybe get bailed out by Rue throwing his body in with a hook shot.
He's taken out.
He's going to fall pretty low. No one heads in to keep it going. Still gets the kill. Larl's gone. And the Root's going to be there to stop Rue from TPing out.
Oh, this game's looking so hard. Yatoro, you've got all the work cut out for you.
Yeah, this is... I think we were all expecting something a little bit closer than this, but apparently Team Vision, they are just that much more ahead right now.
Laurel's rotation's just back to back to back not working, right? And him dying like this has slowed down any progression for him. You can see him battle with the cores now at this point. And Collapse, right? He went for the Midas build, so they know the only moves that can come out is from Laurel. And he's just getting punished time and time again. Tier 2 to fall. 23 minutes in, super early.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Making it look super clean so far here, Vision. Not really any mistakes.
Satanic has not been letting these sort of leads slip away.
Nope. And they're maximizing as much as possible. They're not even going for the Tormentor yet. You see Rue, he's rocketing it, expecting them to go for it, but instead they're actually making the move again to look for more kills on the side of Vision, looking to keep constricting that map. The two supports on the side of Vision also both level 12, so both of them having access to level 2 ults now at this point before the opposing supports do. Yeah, everything just going their way.
Rue.
He's found again.
Not an easy life for the supports in this game on Team Spirit.
Not for anybody except for Yatoro, it seems like. He's the only one having some fun right now. BKB done now for Collapse, but as we said, for Laurel, his has gotten slowed down so much, and Satanic can have that first component of the AC finished up after his BKB already. And yeah, I don't blame Yatoro. Has to go for BKB in between versus the Timber, versus the Earth Spirit, even versus the Willow. Collapse.
Trying to get the Doom down on a 9 class, but 9 class a step ahead with the Blink. And ready to turn and set up for Carlos to come across and help take Collapse down.
That was a sick play from 9 class. He truly is styling this game. kills all over the place. Said it's just Yatoro having any type of game right now for the side of Spirit. It looks like Collapse kind of is too, but that's just, you know, that's Midas farming. That's why his looks so good. No one? It's got BKB. He's insanely tanky.
Taking a lot to bring him down. He's going to be fine. He's even ready to just roll in aggressively. Ready to get in there. I mean,
Taking a lot of damage.
is in a bit of an awkward spot at this moment, but honestly, with as much farm as he has, it doesn't matter. He's just able to casually walk away from them. They continue to win again another trade and lose nobody.
And apply so much pressure.
I mean, you're very much seeing how far ahead they are there. You know, no one knows it. Same to be said for Satanic. He's just rolling in on this Earth Spirit wherever he wants. Satanic's just TPing into the middle of it. He knows they can't kill him. They can't touch him.
And that was, what, 5 Pyros forced from the side of Spirit to try to protect them right around their own tier 2 right outside the base. So the map, yeah, unable to really farm outside of it much. Then that's, yeah, essentially the AC now done there for Satanic. This kid's crazy.
Radiant are scanning. Dire
I mean, what are you sort of saying if you're Spirit in this sort of situation? And if you are indeed discussing kind of the plan for Game 2, what's got to change when it comes to these picks, do you think?
Well, I don't know if they're doing that just yet, so. But
Okay,
overall, maybe it is just taking out this Nature's Prophet if you are going to go for the Drow in some of these situations. But it's not just that one thing that's kind of countering them, right? It's a lot of what Vision has gone for here, so. Difficult to say one or two things.
Try for the Tormentor.
Night Class does, I think he did see it though.
Are you going to be able to time anything? No, they'll be able to finish it off. So, finding the shot here for Rue. See if he can catch anyone trying to TP out. Won't be the case. Everybody gets away.
Not the real one. Throws a blood grenade, throws the spells onto it. Won't be the case. All in all, right, when they're at this deficit, at least they can get the Tormentor, but there's that AC.
Yeah, there's something getting that objective in a game where they are in a very rough position. Timing, yeah, continues to fly out. Ridiculous moments here. The AC done on top of the BKB, of course.
Okay, Spirit. Here we go. This is your triple BKB timing. Let's see what you can do with it versus what Spirit has been able to build, or what Vision has been able to build up so far. Triple BKB versus triple BKB.
They have gotten themselves out of some tough spots before, Spirit.
They have.
Could be one of the harder ones. Looking for no one. That's a deep hook shot. That is a very deep hook shot. They're going to try and follow up on it, but the curse is already down. They went very far for this, so they're going to be able to get away with the play. Maybe they're on top of Satanic. They found him with the Doom. Collapse, trying to chase him down. He's going to opt to TP out, the kick to the side to keep him safe. He's away. Satanic will live.
And now Yatoro in a dangerous spot himself.
He's going to get surrounded here by Notice and 9 Class. Rue and Lyle, can they provide any sort of safety to allow Yatoro to live? They will bully back Notice, but Collapse is dead.
Satanic's going to come back soon.
Yeah, Yatoro can't finish Notice off, and here's Satanic returning to the fight. Yatoro will put the BKB, try and slide away, but Notice and Satanic are chasing after him.
Jukes the
kick. The kick. Lyle comes back in, but the blink forward there. Notice finishes off the kill. They get Lyle on top of it, and they're ready to move straight into the Roshan pit here, Team Vision. They gave it a shot, Spirit. They went pretty deep there, right up until the tier 2. And they still couldn't do it, even though they find that kind of perfect target prioritization. They get Collapse and Yatoro on top of Satanic, but they couldn't kill him off. They get the Doom down onto him, doesn't matter. He's able to back off. I think he got an extra sort of kick from no one to get him a little further away so he could TP out, reset, get back into the fight. It's all Team Vision again.
If they weren't so far behind, right, you could see that could probably have been their fight, but the fact that they are this far behind and how deep it truly was. Yeah, Satanic also very heads-up call, just BKB, TPing out, resetting, come back in. You could see it coming there for Yatoro as the time went on. These guys are good at fighting. They know how to protect each other as well, as we've seen, and no one, as you said, that nice little kick distance away perhaps being the exact thing to keep Satanic alive, because he did drop to like, what, 2% or 3% HP.
It was, you know, as close as they've got so far this game to killing him.
Yep. 24,000 net worth for him. Notice the full Shivas, as we saw, was revealed in that fight too. So it's not just, of course, Satanic. It's also this Timber Saw that is a huge problem. 8-1-4 this game. Collapse.
Brambles are down, he's got a BKB, but even with that, he's not getting away.
Way too much damage now at this point. Small crit has been picked up for Satanic. Yeah, the GPM is just out of control, really. Getting those early kills onto Yotaro, truly setting the pace for this game. 18K lead. As you said, we've seen Spirit do some magic, but this is going to be one of those just extra difficult route.
Gonna try and get away, but Satanic's found him.
The last bounce.
With a vision to set up for the last bounce of the Nature's Wrath. And the curse.
Another catch.
Gonna stop the TP out for not me.
Feels like they just do have too many of these answers, right? Just too many in combination of what they're playing against. The counter picks absolutely working for Vision. And Laurel and Collapse in particular. Just being slowed down so much in this game. Just unable to really find the connections to get that space for Yotaro. Or even get any of these kills to slow some of these heroes down. All 3 cores on Vision just having the time of their day. Yeah, time of their lives, really. 7-0 on this Nature's Prophet. What does no one have? I think he's also got 0 deaths as well, 2 for the Air Spirit. 5-0-8. And then as we said, what, 8-1 or 9-1 there for Noticed.
Hold on. Heading over, maybe seeing if they can find Collapse up here on this top lane. They know he's out, and in fact, he lands the silence straight on top of him. Also the BKB.
He can't go anywhere.
There's nowhere to go.
Looking tougher and tougher. Losing all their wards as well, too, at that gem that was picked up 5 or so minutes ago. They have literally, what, just that one ward on the bottom right of the map, which isn't giving much information at all. Satanic.
Maybe another one for him. Yep, that's another one. Godlike here on the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to go, Fog. There's no way. There's no way after this that Spirit is going to want to leave any chance of playing against this Satanic Nature's Prophet. It
Especially
just looks
with
so broken in his hands.
Yeah.
It looks incredible. Well, that 100 has gone down, but indeed, maybe the algorithm wasn't far off with the 100 to 0 at minute 0. It's kind of looked like this.
Yotaro, oh my god, half HP, almost dying.
Gonna get away with the BKBs. They're gonna try and turn it towards no one, but no one's so tanky.
Satanic just does so much damage. Laurel pops BKB, but it's barely even protecting him or Yotaro. They're just too far ahead at this point. I mean, Satanic's damage is insane. Go for the Lincolns next if he feels like he needs it versus the Doom. They're gonna smoke.
All right.
These desperation smokes.
Yeah, give it some sort of an attempt.
Still a minute left on the Aegis, though. Throw everything onto him.
Drop the Doom on him.
Can they actually bring him down?
I don't know if they can. The BKB's out. The Curse is there to hold him in position. Collapse is going to try and step forward with his own BKB. The right click from Satanic will bring him low, but won't quite kill him. Satanic now turns towards Lal. Lal gets him the Crusher and the bash onto 9 class.
Dies to the neutral.
Neutrals end up killing up 9 class. So the only one that's died this fight on Team Vision has died to a neutral.
And now Yotaro is
Spirit couldn't even get the kill. I don't know how much more of this game they're going to want to play, Fog. This is looking pretty miserable.
It looks pretty done and dusted. The target that they full commit on, he's now hitting their buildings. Notice, still alive. Just beautiful gameplay from Vision.
Yeah, this is...
I know we all hoped for a closer game in this one, but it'll have to be game 2
We've got
and
more
3.
games to go through. Spirit, I'm sure they're going to come back super hard in game 2, but this game 1, they have been absolutely destroyed by Team Vision.
Yeah, fully answered. And a lot of it, right? Not just the farming from Satanic, right? It's the movements that he's been able to do. The pressure on the bottom lane, getting the tower.
This hero is just incredible in his hands. This
It really is.
I don't know how you destroy. How do you beat this? How do you defeat this?
Maybe not giving that and the Earth Spirit as well too, which we've seen no one. It's one of his best heroes as well too. So yeah, there's gonna have to be some adjustments that come out from Spirit in this next one.
Spirit, I'll give it one final shot. And the 5 of them are back up. Maybe Team Vision make a mistake. It's unlikely, considering what we've seen so far this game and so far this group stage. Was a chance.
They're gonna have to make more than they're gonna make like 10 mistakes, it's like 10 pretty big ones. The way that this game state has been, and yeah, they've really made none. Truly have made none in this game. Super disciplined play.
Dire are scanning.
Not me overall, having a pretty quiet game in particular, but it snowballed pretty quickly in this game. And Satanic, level 25 has been hit. He's already hitting 6 slots. He's going to break 1,000 GPM perhaps again, and 1,000 XPM again in this game too.
And making sure that all those averages and records are kept very safely under his control.
It's a moonshot already. I mean, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy what he's been able to do. Oh, Laurel's Courier even dies as he gets his relic
towards the nullifier. Laurel might have to BKB TP. He does.
Okay, I was about to say Wyvern's getting close, but not close enough to stop him. It's almost at that 1K per minute lead, Owen. I don't think we've seen, at least I haven't seen that yet in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We did have a quick game earlier today. There was a Yandex got like a 19-minute victory.
Okay,
so maybe that one. Honestly, in a game that short, you're probably not even getting that much of a goal lead. So the 1K a minute, this might be the only one that's getting close and probably will achieve that.
Buildings are dropping. These trees hurt.
Well, trying to take their attention away from the barracks,
It's
but
just
the barracks are gone.
Level
the
25.
Mega creeps out.
Yatoro? Uh-oh. He is caught.
He's speedy.
He is.
And he's got Rue by his side. He might just be able to run away from this. Meanwhile, back in the base, though, they've lost Not Me. They've lost Lyle. Lyle doesn't have the buyback available. They'll drop a Doom down onto Noticed. I don't really think he cares too much. Or maybe he does care now that Yatoro's turning up, providing a little bit of
Not
damage.
that much damage.
It's not enough, though. Scalap's gone. Triple kill for no one. They'll tap out. They've had enough.
Wow, incredibly one-sided. Vision just putting on a display. This was beautiful gameplay from everybody, not just one player in particular, right? This was all of Vision just styling.
Yeah, one of the biggest stomps that we've seen in probably the matchup that you would least expect to see it.
Why
At
does
least
this happen?
At this level.
Why does this happen sometimes when everybody's like, man, this is going to be
here
the
we go,
matchup to watch, and then
wow, okay.
we just curse it.
Yeah, that was quite something there from Team Vision. Game 2, though, I'm sure we're going to see more from Spirit there. But this game 1, they didn't get to play a whole lot of Dota as Team Vision just absolutely crushed them.
Yeah, this was not close. This was not what we were expecting from this matchup. And Saber, you set this up. You're like, oh my God, this is going to be a great series. We're hoping for 60 minutes, back and forth. What happened?
The only thing I'm better at feeling in the offlane is being wrong on the panel. Yeah, I don't know. This was just Vision is too good. I was watching the game. I was watching Collapse lane in the top lane, and I was like, wow, I can't believe how well this guy is laning. He's like outlasting Satanic. He's just playing so well. But then, I don't know, Satanic somehow even better. He like ganked Yatoro. I think we have a clip for that later. But I don't know, they just lane so well on Vision, and they're one of the teams that kind of lane well, and they just kind of snowball from there on out. They never let go of this lead that they had.
Yeah, this is scary stuff. We talked about it a little bit while we were watching the game, that, you know, Puppy came into this team, and I think he talked about in interviews, he was expecting to come into a team that had a lot of their own ideas about how to play the map, how to play the game, but a lot of them were actually kind of playing intuitively, and they didn't have like a identity when it came to this stuff. And so he not only was helping them with drafting and heroes, but he was also helping them with how to play the map. And boy, you can see it in this game. Like, they got an advantage, and you could see Satanic drawing on the map. Like, okay, here is where they're going to go. We need to smoke and go here and kill them. Or he's doing something with treants there, getting vision. And it was just masterclass Dota, honestly.
It was so one-sided, Fly. Is it just a real result of the early game going so poorly? Because normally you'd expect, especially a team like Spirit, to be able to make a comeback.
Yeah, I think this was a really good case of, you know, true tier 1 Dota, where they get this lead, and the way they position around the map, they're literally choking Spirit, is what they're doing. They have just enough heroes to pressure in the right area, and it was kind of like the Earth Spirit, the Timbersaw, and the Dark Willow. They were sort of pressuring this bottom area. Satanic could join at any time, but when he's not, he's just farming away. He's holding a safe lane tower. They're not giving up this tower for free. Every time Collapse runs up to try and contest the wave, they're going to set up and attack him as well. So it just felt like they're literally getting suffocated slowly, and they didn't know how to break it. At some point, they were so upset, I could see them drawing on the map from Spirit's point of view. Like, I don't know what to do, guys. They keep attacking us bottom area, but we can't get anything on the map. I think also Collapse's item build was a little too greedy when he goes Midas with a Drow Ranger on a losing game. So they were never actually able to combine anything together. And the way Vision played was just really nice to see.
It was a chokehold that Vision had over Team Spirit in this first game. We are, of course, hoping for game number 2 to be maybe a little bit more, balanced and competitive, as some might say, but this first game definitely was in their hands solidly, and a large part of that was because of how early Vision started to make moves, and one of those first moves is the one that Saberlight would like to highlight.
Yes, I wanted to highlight this minute 6 first blood. So what a lot of teams will do is that they will go for the 6-minute rune. And I think what Satanic and maybe Notice realized, okay, Clockwork will leave, I can TP in, Sprout and block this Drow Ranger, get a first blood, and pressure the tower. At that point, the Timbersaw was losing this lane pretty hard, but thanks to the Satanic rotation, they were able to get the first blood and pressure the tower, and later on, they got the tower as well. So even though the Timber was behind, he just got to farm, and suddenly they're all farming.
Yeah, and they're all farming, they're all get big, and Team Spirit, they were farming here and there. Took a little bit longer, of course, but there was a moment, Jenkins, where they had 3 BKBs, and they're like, this is the time, we're gonna try something.
Yeah, this was the timing. We were pretty excited. Okay, here's the comeback that Spirit always, tends to have, but unfortunately, the hero that they do run into is Earth Spirit with the BKB, with the tankiness. They do manage to get a Doom onto Satanic, but once again, just the positioning and then no one kicking him out there. That small play from no one kicking him out means Yatoro doesn't get 1 extra hit on him. And we were looking at his health bar ticking down in the base. It was like legitimately 1 more right click from Drow, 1 more tick from Doom, and Satanic would have died. If you don't kill Nature's Prophet with the Doom, this is like one of the few heroes in Dota that can just get back into the fight instantly afterwards with full resources. And at this point, it's utter devastation of the highest degree for Spirit. They lose almost all of their heroes.
Yeah, I think after that, it kind of sealed the deal. That was like the one fight they had in them, and unfortunately, they mis-executed as well.
Yeah, it was a little sad, that ordeal for sure. And of course, if we talk about this chokehold that Vision had over Team Spirit, a large portion of that came from the Nature's Prophet, and not just the main hero, but maybe also the little tiny treants that were walking around. Let's learn more about that from Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, I'm watching these Satanic games, and I'm always like, how does this guy have all of this net worth advantage over all of these other players that are fantastic? And I have some clips to show that to you. I have the example of that first blood gank. Here he goes, getting last hits, TPing into lane, bullying his opponents. Clock TP'd from close to the rune spot to try to defend, and it didn't end up working out. And check this out, immediately after they get the kill, they go to push the tower. Look what Dark Willow did over here on the right. He grabs the creep wave, pulls it into the small camp as well while they're pressuring the tower. Luckily, Clockwork can get the creep wave past the tower a little bit, but this means that the creeps waste less time hitting buildings, which is good for ultimately taking the tower. Satanic can min-max this. He knows he's not going to be able to chase the Clockwork. He focuses his effort killing the tower. And most importantly, check out these last hits. I mean, last hitting tower is a very common thing, but he's getting 300 gold every single time that he gets one of these. He does not miss them, and that's going to start adding up, because what we're really looking at is how much net worth advantage he has over like his Drow Ranger, the enemy Drow Ranger. When the collapse comes to lane, he gets zoned this by Satanic time, normally a squishy hero, not vulnerable when his opponents are low, and they also commit 2 observer wards to the safe lane here to try to make sure he's extra safe, because if he's just constantly hitting creeps and he gets the TP when it's a good time, it's ultimately going to be very, very good for him. Even when he's defending the tower, he does it relatively safely, pulling the creep wave with treants, waiting to see if his teammates can back him up if needed, and again, harass his collapse to make sure that collapse running him down is just simply not likely to happen. So all very good things, where he eventually TPs again, which is time for the next time to pressure a tower. So he's going to do that, go for the teleport. He's going to pressure this thing. He's going to spawn treants. They don't get there in time, and again, he gets the last hit. Now he's gotten 2 tower last hits. He's now got 2,000 gold 1,500 gold over his opponent. And Jenkins caught this. Check this out here. 17 minutes and he's spawning treants and he's sending these guys across the map for the goal of blocking enemy camps. And this first one he did, look at this, the exact same time Yatoro comes here to farm. And look where he put these little cheeky guys here. He put this treant down here in the bottom left corner and this one in the upper left. And even with Yatoro looking for them, he didn't spot them in time. As a result, both of these camps get blocked, and that's less gold and a lot of time wasted for Yatoro. These are the reasons that he's getting ahead, staying ahead of his opponents, and making the game easier for his team.
You know, if that happened in my game, I'd just be like, what the tryhard, he's so sweaty. I guess that's why he's at TI, you know, but that is, I mean, that's just obnoxious. You're going to see that hero getting banned out. I think that is not normal and too good. Thank you so much, Purge, for that breakdown.
Purge.
Purge.
Thank you, Purge.
There is one other hero that we didn't really touch upon too much. A lot of attention in this game is taken away by Satanic because he is playing a very flashy Nature's Prophet, but we also have to highlight no one. In the mid lane, he had a fantastic time. He's the only other core that did not die, I believe, on the side of Vision. And Fly, he made it work so well.
Yeah, I think it kind of is a testament where you just first pick the Air Spirit. He gets counter matchup on Laurel with the Slardar, but no one's performance was just better this game. He was able to hit the rotations, his net worth was higher, everything he did was just basically better. He had more hero damage, everything worked in his way, and you kind of expect them to be able to play around Laurel, but because of all the pressure they put on this Drow Ranger, I feel like they ended up reacting too much on Spirit, and no one was able to capitalize on that and keep attacking the Drow Ranger. The Slardar never quite found his footing in the game. He was never able to go to the Doom and combine his hero together with the Doom. He kind of tried to react to what the Air Spirit was doing, but it didn't work out. So good job to no one.
Good job to no one. I'm so curious to find out how Spirit is going to answer this because this game was, I mean, this is probably one of the most devastating losses that I think Team Spirit has had this entire group stage. So they're in a position that we haven't seen them in yet. We're going to find out how that one progresses, but I'm sure Vision is also very happy with themselves, and they can be proud of themselves. This was a very convincing win against Team Spirit. Before we head into game number 2, though, we are going to find out how Nineclass was feeling before this group stage even began.
Vision have been widely considered a favourites for this TI, and I'm here with Mr. Nineclass. Hello. So, do you consider yourselves favourites going into this international?
I think so.
Do you feel like that puts a bit of a target on your back?
I think yes, because now a lot of teams watching our replays and trying to play like us.
So every time you play, you're bringing new ideas?
Right now, not. We're just trying to play good Dota. And if meta shifting, we're just trying to adapt.
Brilliant. Well, that's been certainly working for you. Another part of your success this year, I'm sure, comes from your coach. You're playing with Puppy now. I mean, what's that been like playing with the legend?
I mean, everyone respect him. He authority. Everyone listen him. He helping us in game-wise by where we should play, how we should play, and he always preparing to enemy teams. So you can just literally, you can on draft just chill and he will draft good. So it's good, you can just focus on your gameplay.
I see, so he's a very hard-working coach.
Yeah, he always in front of PC and like you coming to practice, he drafting like 10 hours.
Wow. Did you have any difficult points this year? Any big challenges?
I would say no. I mean, sometimes maybe on Birmingham, we was trying really hard to adapt to meta and we had like a lot of problems in team because we was like starting to learn Dota from zero and again. So it was hard and a lot of stress was. But when patch came out and we start to play good because everyone start to play bad. So patch helped us, and when we start a lot of hard working every day, Papi was helping us. So yeah, it was hardest part, I would say.
I see. Well, you overcame that really well, for sure. You're a very creative player, as we all know. Do you have any surprises in store for us for this international?
I have one hero. I cannot say. It's like melee hero, which is good now. And but still, I like some Dark Willow. I think with hero superpowered Rubik.
I want to ask, is there any hero, some meme hero, which you've always wanted to play, and your team just always says, no, you can't play it, you know, it's too cooked?
I mean, I'm trying to ask for patch, but every time it's like hard to pick. I mean, I tried for Juggernaut also, but also hard to pick. So yeah, I'm just playing like casual heroes right now.
All right, well, what hero overall do you think is going to be the most popular hero at the International? Do you think we're going to see something new coming in?
Most popular, I think it should be Lina. But it's not support. From supports, I think some Hoodwink and Rubik maybe. Hoodwink, Rubik, Dark Hero with heroes.
All right. With the International, would anything other than first place be, you know, acceptable, be okay for you, or is that the only goal?
Like last time I was okay to not be first, but now I want to win TI. I think I'm ready.
All right. Well, Mineclass, thank you very much for coming to talk to me. Good luck at the International.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nineclass feels ready to win a TI at his second TI that he has attended. Maybe with a Juggernaut. That would be fun.
That's crazy.
I am so down for that. He did get to play the Pudge in one of the earlier games, so he got his wish there. And I feel like the melee hero that he's referring to, that he thinks will be good, he's, I guess, think that's the Bounty Hunter, or was that the Pudge?
When he said that, I was thinking that it's Nyx Assassin, because he was playing that on his stream. And like Dawnbreaker was a really popular pick in pro level pubs. Nyx counters Dawn. So, and I know he's said this before, and it just turned out to be Nyx Assassin.
Okay. Well, not too surprising.
I think that this guy he ruins a lot of Dota for people because he has these crazy ideas and he can pull it off because he's 9 class and he is one of a kind. It's very rare to have this player that has such a unique view of the game. Maybe Thompson is actually another player that comes to mind. Like, he will pick certain heroes that nobody else plays. He'll find a way to make it work. And then people try to copy him and ruin everybody else's game. So this guy's a dangerous player for a lot of reasons. But I would love to see Juggernaut. That would be hilarious.
I would not love to see Juggernaut. Please, don't let this guy on Juggernaut. Oh my god. I think I've had enough of like Slark Force for like another 10 years. I don't want the Juggernaut for...
Yeah, maybe it wasn't Nyx Assassin. Like, I feel like he wouldn't say that if it was something remotely normal, you know?
Maybe it was like Omni Knight or Abaddon.
You guys think the Bounty Hunter is normal?
Yeah,
Bounty's too normal. Nyx is too normal. Pudge is honestly too normal. Everyone expects, like, 9 class is known for his Pudge, right?
He is known, yeah. Whenever he picks it in pubs, he terrorizes games.
He does a cool build. He goes Null Talisman because with Pudge you just end up sitting in lane throwing hooks anyway, like basically for harass. It's good, very good value. You just need the mana for it. So I would love to pull it out against Spirit. You know, that would be really cool. I thought maybe as an answer to Drow it was something.
Well, I want to focus our attention mostly on what Spirit is going to bring to the table in this upcoming game, because we know Vision, solid, you know, they had a solid draft. I'm sure that Team Spirit is going to try to cook something up for themselves. What would be their best strat? What would you like to see in their hands that you're like, yeah, that's how they're going to win this next game and force out game number 3?
I think for me, especially, like, Team Spirit is a team that more so than any other team picks Slardar and then has a lot of physical damage. And I think Winter Wyvern is super good against that. Not only with the Cold Embrace, like reducing all the physical damage to 0, but also with the ult, that you kind of hit each other and you have a bunch of heroes that deal right-click damage. So I am hoping if they do decide to go for this Drow, or like physical damage build, or let's say draft rather, they don't give Winter Wyvern again. Because not only is it good against that, but I think Ducalis also plays the lane really well, and then Vision gets ahead from the lanes, and then it gets really hard.
Just a heads up, it's been a little while since we've seen this. Team Spirit is this time around Dire and Vision Radiant, but with this also, the pick order changed. Team Vision will be first pick, so that's again first pick. So one of these two teams is either preferring first pick or, you know, they're happy basically with the pick order that they have here, as we don't see any change from that. We get another Earth Spirit on the board, probably for no one. Maybe still some flex potential there, but the answer is there, this time coming from the Ember Spirit on the side of Spirit.
I think that's pretty good. I would assume, I mean, I saw this picked also on the other stream against Earth Spirit, the Ember into Earth. And then in the other game, I saw Slardar into Earth Spirit. So for some reason, on this series, on all of these series, Earth Spirit's being left through. But, you know, you have a Mage Slayer buyer. That's good against Earth Spirit, who's doing a lot of magic damage. You're building Vessel. That's also good against Earth Spirit, who has a lot of HP. And I would guess if teams are picking it like this, it means Earth Spirit's not very good at going through the shield, which means Ember can probably do the annoying stuff where he's like pulling creep waves into camps and like taking space from you.
It's kind of fun because there's this battle of the spirits, and I think Ember kind of triumphs all the spirits in a one-to-one matchup. So when you see Storm, Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, you can pick Ember, and usually the Ember will be the strongest in the mid lane. He'll be the strongest at contesting the runes and thus like getting ahead. So I like this more than the Slardar because I think this is just easier to execute. I think the Slardar requires a little more niche things to make it work. So right now, I think they should get strong supports on Spirit side, supports that play with the Ember, and their plan should be to constantly control the mid wave, attack the Earth Spirit, don't let him get runes, and that way you're going to be able to control the tempo of the game. So could be a good time for like Hoodwinks, like follow-up, any sort of follow-up damage, I think would be good.
Well, I was just about to say, I feel like with Ember Spirit, I don't mind Emerana. That is like the good old combo chains into arrow. They did ban it, however, that's a very good ban from Vision. They'll have to do with something like Talset, some Hoodwink, some nice follow-up for the Ember.
And Willow's not bad either to throw in there. Pretty much all the heroes that 9class mentioned in the interview as the top 4 positions.
Yep. One ban is what Team Spirit gets. The Nature's Prophet, of course, was removed. Any other heroes from the previous game that you'd like to see taken out? Or was it just the Nature's Prophet that was like the main instigator here? I'm thinking of the Winter Wyvern that we have seen first phase banned a lot today. I don't know how important we felt like this hero was. It's gaining a lot of popularity.
I think Wyvern is the support that kind of blackmails you into picking certain heroes. So you pick Wyvern, and now you're thinking, okay, they're not going to pick these heavy physical damage heroes. They have to go for all these magic damage heroes. And it's just a little annoying. That's what it is. So you have to just think about all these factors that go into the game. And we instead see the Largo, which is a very popular hero against Ember Spirit. So maybe this was more of like a, let's just deny pick this. It is a good combo with Ember because you can amplify his magic. And you can also dispel spells from Earth Spirit. So it's not necessarily bad.
Yeah, good against Vessel, good against Silence, Earth Spirit ulti. Pretty nice.
Banning Satanic's Kez in the process there as well, as we get an Enchantress on the board.
Ench is kind of nice against Largo. I'm wondering, do they play Largo on support on Team Spirit? Or is it just Collapse Largo at this point?
I think it's going to be Collapse Largo, because they also banned the Kez, which is one of the carries that people like against Largo, as far as I understand. So I think they just revealed what they're doing, and I don't think it's anything wrong with that. I think now Spirit has the information about what Vision is doing. Vision is picking these supports that can actually contest the Ember in the mid lane, because the Ench can come mid, she can take off the Flame Guard, and if she takes off the Flame Guard, then the Earth Spirit can actually fight the Ember. So I would like to see some kind of response to the Enchantress in particular, so they can fight in the mid lane. I think Hoodwink is still not bad, because it's a hero that can kill Enchantress with her ultimate. And then I'm trying to think what else. Maybe... Actually, never mind. I was going to say Pudge, but it's the wrong team. I was like, that would be cool.
It would be nice.
We do get the Hoodwink. Now we just need one more that makes sense. Maybe even a Crystal Maiden could be okay.
You want to support that will rotate mid to help out with this brawl that might occur.
Exactly. I was thinking about Maiden. I just don't know if Rue really plays that hero or likes it.
Yeah, usually when you have like this Spirit against Spirit matchup, then the early game becomes a lot about runes, like this 6, 8, and 10-minute runes. So you just want to pick supports that complement your Spirit.
Why don't you just go for an Oracle then? Then you know where the rune is.
True. Well, you already have a perch from Largo though.
That's fair.
Then you're just kind of
Oracle kind of suffers against Ench as well, running the creeps at you. And Earth Spirit backline silence.
Well, if you really want to win the rune skirmish, you get Arc Warden and then steal the rune with the magnetic
The ultimate,
field.
yeah.
I think it's a bit too late for that in the draft with having the Ember locked in, but who knows?
Who knows? Maybe it's the secret 9 class hero. He said it's melee, but it's actually just ranged because it's Arc Warden.
I think 9 class might be playing the Willow. But we got a Ringmaster. Does the Ringmaster rotate?
I think he's another follow-up for Ember. I don't think it's particularly an amazing Ringmaster game. I don't see anything that box really changes. I don't see the interaction against the Ench creeps that much. Even with the dagger, it doesn't really kill the creep. I think it's okay. I think they just went for comfort. I don't think I've ever seen Rue play something like a Maiden, which would match the Enchantress better. Nothing wrong with it. I think the idea is still there's going to be a lot of skirmishes happening around the mid lane. So, yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay. Let's see what Vision wants to do with their 4th pick. Oftentimes, a lot of teams, especially when they're in the pick position where Vision is in right now, they spend a lot of time thinking about this pick in particular because you can protect it with the 2 bans that follow.
So, Satanic's hero, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to go for the Drow Ranger. It's a very nice matchup against Largo. And honestly, it's pretty good against the other heroes too. You have your Silence, you have Ench and Earth Spirit that protect you. And you also steal it from Team Spirit, who like Drow themselves.
What about like a Nake's Juggernaut type of hero? Because they cannot really kill Nake's or Juggernaut right now through the Magic community. And I think it also pairs well with Ench. Okay, so they go with Nake's. I think
this guy's good.
Satanic, yeah, he's
he's great. Yeah,
he's so good. I think it makes sense because, again, everything is kind of revolving around this mid lane. And Nake's is a hero that can be left alone.
Yeah.
He should not be under any threat. And throughout the whole chaos that's going to happen around mid, that's what I'm predicting, the Nake's could maybe find openings to infest the creep, maybe gate on Yatoro if the matchup's so good, maybe he can join on mid. So he will have a lot of cool openings in this game that I want to look out for when we're going to watch the game.
Yeah, I love this Lifestealer pick for all the reasons you mentioned. Like, he's just free, and this is where Satanic shines. If you give him a hero that is just totally uncountered and no, pressure on him whatsoever, he will farm the entire map and just be top net worth. So my question is, last pick, Yatoro sees he's playing against Satanic on Lifestealer. He sees that there's going to be all this pressure around the mid lane. Then what is the last pick? Void would have been pretty good. That would have been pretty nasty, like ultimate carry.
And so he does get the matchup, right? Like Vision's going to be picking first.
Yes.
Notice has to pick his hero blind. So Yatoro will definitely try to get some kind of good lane so he can also be left alone. And then ideally a carry matchup against Lifestealer. I'm just trying to think what Notice is going to want to play in this game.
There's still quite a few offlaners in the pool that we saw banned out in the previous game. Big one coming to mind that has been highly contested is the Centaur.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I think like when you have a blind pick like this and you don't know what you're laning against, I think Centaur is always going to be solid. They already have kind of everything they need from their draft. They have like a way to start a fight. They have scaling with the Lifestealer. They have plenty of damage. So he can kind of be anything. So in that scenario, I think you just want a hero that works in any scenario. And Centaur is probably the best for that. Darkseer would have been very nice as well.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking a lot of the heroes that are like good against Lifestealer and fit Spirit's draft would be countered by Darkseer, right? Like Drow still in the pool.
And if you want to have a lineup that is everywhere and is able to jump on people, then Underlord is still in the pool as well.
I was thinking maybe Timbersaw could be good again, but okay, Doom.
Timbersaw was already banned, so that was indeed, you're on the same line there as Team Spirit. They also thought Timber would be great. They end up going for Doom, different route there. What do we feel about it?
It's good. It scales very nicely, very solid against Largo and Ember. The only thing I worry about is that it maybe gives Spirit a chance to pick the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, that's what I was
It's a very nice matchup against Doom. I mean, I'm very worried about this Lifestealer pick, as in like Team Spirit has 2 stuns, but none of them are instant, right? The Bushwhack flies, and then same for the Ringmaster. Like, it takes a little bit before the stun actually hits. So it feels impossible to get this Lifestealer before he pops Rage, and you can try to solve it with this last pick. And yeah, they go for the classic, because now maybe you can get like a random silence, and he can't Rage.
This draft has been really fun to watch because you can kind of see the ideas through both teams, what they're trying to do, how they're trying to respond to each other. There's a lot of like little games happening, and honestly, both teams again, I think they have both winning drafts. Like, I don't think one team got completely outdrafted or anything. I think I like Vision's responses a little bit more. I think the Enchantress idea was really cool from Puppy and Ducalis. I can see exactly what they're going to do, trying to contest the mid lane. I think there's going to be a lot of space for Satanic to rotate under Draw Ranger throughout the whole chaos of the game. So I'm going to go Vision on this one. I like what they did.
2-0 for Fly. He feels that Team Spirit don't have what it takes. They do, just not in this game in particular. What do you think, Saber?
I will disagree with Tal. I think Spirit will win this, and I think I will be correct and he will be wrong.
you wanna elaborate as to why Spirit is gonna do well?
Of course. Yeah, I like the draw. I think it's very nice. It should be a good lane. Honestly, I think it's a lot on Collapse. Like, theoretically, Largo against Nikes is a bad matchup during the game. However, in lane, you have about 10 to 15 more damage. So you should be able to outlast hit him. And maybe if he's able to like snowball it from there, then I think Spirit can get a very nice game going. But yeah, you know, it is against Satanic, so it's not as easy as it seems.
It's not easy. We talked about potentially a lot of rotations going mid, Jenkins. How do you see that going down?
I think it's a really good Enchantress game. He's going to be the dominant one going mid, which should help out in the Earth Spirit matchup. I also think that Ducalis can go through the portal and pressure a Drow pretty hard. But Satanic's the one setting all the records.
Yeah,
you know,
he is.
He was the guy that pressured Drow in the previous game. Yatoro versus Ducalis. Maybe it's a better Drow game for Yatoro because he's not countered by Satanic as much.
Well, maybe the student surpasses the master. Who knows what's going to happen in game number 2 as we're heading over to ODPixel and Fog to find out.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 ready to go pretty soon on your screens here between Spirit and Team Vision. Fogged, are we going to get closer to game 2? Some things have stayed the same. We're still getting the Drow coming out as the carry.
Much better Drow game.
That's the thing, right? That last game, it
got
wasn't
hard
really a game.
countered.
It was just a complete stomp, so I could totally understand why Yatoro's like, give me the Drow again. That game, let's forget about it.
And I'll be honest, like, I was looking at things and I was like, when I was talking about it, right? Like, even though he died twice early, he was doing okay at keeping up. He just had.
If you ignore
all the other
profit farm, yeah, everything else, yeah, Yatoro was getting the farm, but yeah, not enough. But yeah, this time round should be. I mean, if it's a stomp at the same level, that's going to be quite something. But it's unlikely, right? Because Satanic playing a very different form of carry. This time on the Lifestealer, even if they do dominate, you can't really dominate as quick and just masterfully as you can across the map as a Nature's Prophet. It's different.
Also, I don't think that they're going to get into this case where they don't have this offlaner to play around either, because, you know, Collapse did go a very greedy build and it ended up hurting a lot. They didn't have that much to play around. It was just Laro who ended up sacrificing himself. This time it's a Largo, right? So he's going to be more involved. He's going to be pressuring a bit more. He's going to be playing with the Ember rotations too. So let's see what we do get. Vision, of course, they do still have a very strong draft, right? They've got the Earth Spirit again, which I believe is 3-0 on now for no one. This Lifestealer pick also, not too many things that can threaten him besides the Drow Ranger in particular. And Noticed, I did want to talk about Noticed a lot because no one is so good, right? Satanic is so good. I feel like this guy goes under the radar of how good he truly is on so many of these heroes. So I'm looking
last
forward to see
game,
his
right?
doom.
He didn't have an easy lane, but
he
still popped off.
He did, and I'm looking forward to see what build he goes. He's not going to go. You know, he's not going to go Midas. He's going to go much more aggressive type of style build. So let's see what we do get going out here.
So this bottom lane, is there any pressure they can put on Satanic here to start things off? Because last game, obviously, his Nature's Prophet, he had a pretty much, you know, he had very good farm.
Not the easiest to pressure by any means, no. And we're seeing them, they're cutting all the trees as well already, too. So having the preparation to not allow any of these bushwhacks, too. Collapse does have that base damage advantage, like they were mentioning, but Satanic, he's just very good at getting the CS. I don't think I've really seen too many games almost ever where I look and I'm like, man, he's missing last hits, right? He's always able to secure those. And this time they did switch, right? Now Rue is playing the Ringmaster. He's like, move over. Let me try it this time. See if he has more success with it overall with his team. He has easier ways to set up with it this game because they've got the Ember to play around. You know, we did talk about Laurel playing the Slardar, but it's a harder hero to play from the mid lane than any of the Spirits.
See how much more impact he can have this time round. And I mean, overall, do Spirits line up their heroes deal a little better with an Earth Spirit that starts balling at them if he does start to get out of control early, no one?
Yeah, a bit better. I would say they have the Ember that just has Flame Guard built in. They have the Lick in order to dispel the Magnetizer, protect some of their heroes. So I'm saying all this, but the thing is the mid lane, I don't know, no one, I've just seen him dominate some of these Embers as well. Sure. With the Slardar, I feel like actually the matchup is maybe a little easier, at least for Laurel in particular. We'll have to see. Because level 2 Flame Guard, that's when you have that, you know, way to trade as Laurel. But like, no one is just going for almost the kill here. Yeah. Tower swaps onto him, though. Laurel?
He might have a chance to...
burning him.
It's going to get him low. Won't quite be able to finish him. No one's fine.
But now no one's going to be able to get that rune that Laurel did walk past.
That's true. Laurel did focus on chasing rather than getting the refill. So both mids will be able to get a water rune.
Top, Yatoro, he is set up for success, at least to farm up here, right? Playing versus the Doom should be pretty safe up here. The Ring, though, can absolutely get caught versus the Willow and the Doom. And if there is going to be that third rotation, you know, we could see that Enchantress send a creep, and that's where really the fear is for the Drow, if they do bring that creep and they bring like the third hero.
So far on the sideline, it's you know, as you said, it's looking good for Collapse. He's able to easily CS down here against Satanic, so both cores getting something out of the bottom lane.
Yeah, noticed he is getting slowed down again, just like last time. 9 class does have Shadow Realm, will be just fine to trade. Does he get the range creep? He does. Mid disparity continuing to grow, 19-7.
It is. It's certainly a little concerning considering how much no one did do with that early lead last game. Yep. He's going to get the chance to do it again.
Catch on to Rue. Got to stand his ground with Yatoro. They've got the mana burn creep, so they're going to be spamming out. Laurel's healthy, though. And overall, his hero, right, he's going to be, again, the dictator of the pace for his team, and he has 2 great supports to follow up with him. And yeah, something about just these Spirits overall looking just, of course, like the strongest mid, so the Slardar a bit more risky. Level 3's been hit for the Edge. Can start getting these big creeps.
Gonna try and set up onto Collapse.
A lot of damage here. The Collis cuts the tree.
Time before the stun comes in. Stun comes out in return, as well as the slow onto Collapse.
Got the Lick, taking a lot of damage here.
Can survive, he can. He'll get back under the tower, but taking quite a fair bit of damage there from the two of them. And, you know, that sort of play, if it comes in again, it might just threaten him in the mid.
Blood grenade from no one.
Might kill Lal.
Kill, but not going to be the case.
Does still have Tango and a bottle charge to rely on to stick around in the lane, but will be rather low.
I love when I see mid laners use blood grenade. Trying to be as aggressive as possible. Laurel will be okay. Notice top. They get the connection.
This time they're getting him. Last game we saw Satanic get the first blood. This time it's going to be Yatoro's.
And Notice is definitely struggling. They're actually starting to pull the waves as well, too, because of that. That Drow pick, absolutely seeing why they did go for it in this position now.
A great success with it outside of that last game. Yatoro.
And Satanic's chilling. Sure, we did see that for the first few waves. It's collapsed with that base damage advantage, but now at this point, with the phase boots, Satanic under no threat whatsoever. Yeah, similar to last game, though, like you mentioned. Look at the last hits across the board, right?
Very
One
close.
of them is left out. It's Noticed again, who is the one who is struggling.
Yeah, did a lot with the little last game, so likely that we're going to see the same sort of comeback from Noticed, even though he's having the slow start on farm.
6 minutes. Are we going to see those rotations? I imagine so, since it's both of these Spirit heroes in the mid lane. All these supports rotating over. Level 6 is hit on both of the mids. Down bottom.
Laurel gets a pick up on it. Ducalis tried to head over.
He's burning.
He's going to die to this. Can't survive at the moment with the early levels of heal.
That's really nice for Laurel. Gets the refill, has the regen, gets a kill, gets some momentum going his way. And yeah, notice, as we say, not going to go for the Midas build. Usually he does like the phase drum kind of style build. I thought that's honestly what we were going to see from Collapse in the last game too, but perhaps felt like he could go for the greed. Obviously got punished. Here we go. Looks like the lanes are going to start to get broken. They want to contest the Wisdom.
Yeah, they want to see if they can get the steal.
Here comes the Ember as well, too. So they're bringing 4 heroes to Collapse over here, but they will probably sacrifice theirs for this.
I mean, unless sort of they want to send the Largo over to try and deal with the two of them, but... Going for the steal. Vision want to react to this. 9 class.
Very nice.
Get taken out in the combo. They'll get the Shrine of Wisdom, but indeed the trade will occur. Ducalis able to get round and take Spirits.
Spirit, though, this time, they're the ones setting tempo for now. Now no one finds a connection.
Yeah, straight in. Gets the setup on towards Yatoro. He's going to start ticking down into the Magnetize. Get him out of the reach of no one. And at the rotation coming from Lal. Has the chains to hold no one back, but the Magnetize continuing. So much damage for such a long time as Yatoro comes to an end.
And he gets out.
And he's able to roll away. Maybe they can find Notice. Get something out of this one. The Brambles are going to hold him back, though. And Notice he's getting out alive. They don't get anything in return, Spirit.
His Flame Guard was running out anyway. It doesn't feel like he could have continued to chase there. Rotation just a little too far forward there on the Drow. The second he shows under the tower, no one just an immediate TP forward and gets it right on top of him. Also almost gets the kill on the Ringmaster with that kick. Very close to getting it. And easier overall, right, for Vision to go for these threatening plays onto the Drow. Going for any plays onto the Lifestealer, I don't know how they do.
That's true,
right?
but he presses Rage.
Got a free game for himself.
He runs away. He's got the extra point ready to spend if he needs an emergency infest.
There really is no threat in the game for him until the Drow shows up with like a gust and potentially catches that, but that's not something that he wants to do early. So Satanic absolutely set up for success in this early game. Okay.
Got Lal with him.
He was baiting Noticed.
He was, and it looks like it's going to be a success. Flame Guard damage. They'll take Notice out.
They're going to steal some of these stacks as well, too. No one is coming in.
Yeah, he's going to have something to say about that. Rolls in, and immediately deletes Not Me.
Continue to get these trades, even though Spirit's trying to make these heads-up moves. Vision is getting trades every single time, it feels like. It did block the camp, so at least the Ancient will be able to get prevented to get stacked again.
Dire's middle tower is under
No one's got Magnetized.
So the thing is, it's early, but already the Earth Spirit's looking like it's going to be quite the issue.
2 levels ahead of the Ember, and also the Drow overall, right? The threat for the Drow is there in this game from not just the Earth Spirit, but even the Enchantress Creeps, and even the potentially Lifestealer, if he does want to use like an Infest play and make the move up there too. It's not the easiest, not the safest for Yatoro in this game.
I mean, it really just, that's the difference, right? That you look at what the Earth Spirit can do against the 3 cores of Spirit. You know, once he has this Vessel, no one can pretty much go and try and have a kill attempt on any of them. It's just not as easy, not anywhere close to as easy for the Ember Spirit playing into the cores that Vision have.
That's why this Lifestealer pick just seems so damn good for Satanic in this game. He's going to have very good timing on his Relic, and Collapse has continued to get chased out here. High fives going in top. They just want to take out this pesky creep. Was putting a ton of pressure onto the tower there. Power Rune, no one rolls forward. He's able to snatch that one away from Laurel, gets the invis up top.
Toro is definitely going to have to give some of his best carry performance here to out-carry this Lifestealer as the Drought. So many things he'll need to do in these fights to set the team up with a chance of killing off the Lifestealer in the mid-game.
Yeah, at least they have the box, right? They have the lick. They have a couple different ways to protect Yatoro from the Earth Spirit, but he can just keep it going, right? That's the problem with this Earth Spirit lately. That's why it's picked in every single game pretty much. How much you can do even if you're playing versus some of these pseudo counters. And just no threat for Satanic. Nothing that goes through that BKB at all in the game either, right? Even in the later stages, He's just going to be able to rage TP out even if he is going for these split pushes. Laurel.
The mid, they'll look for the setup, but he's quick with a slight into the Remnant.
Doesn't get caught from the silence. That's a magnetize wasted, 100 seconds. Tukalis looking to get some damage onto this mid tower here with this catapult. See how much he wants to persist. He's going to take a creep, but Laurel's turned up. But as you said, much closer this game than the last one. A ring ulti will connect, not fully onto 9 class.
And he's dropped the TP, won't happen. Rue still able to land the damage in.
Yeah, much closer this time anyway on the numbers. 5-2. Yatoro keeping up with the Lifestealer, even though he did get ganked the one time. Well done.
That's going to be a fast Radiance from Satanic.
Oh, yeah. He always gets the weighted dice as well.
Extra little bit.
It makes a difference. It truly does. Look how, like, this is what it means, right? This is because of the rage. Look at how far forward he can play. There's just not really.
What are they gonna do?
Walks in, even farms these. I mean, he farms the Largo camps. Like, usually these are the ones that the Largo wants to be able to take. He's just taking them away. Radiance plus Magnetize. It's going to be a lot of damage in this mid game. Spirit have to be prepared for this. They do have ways to counteract it with the Largo with the extra heals. They will find his courier as well. Going to be just a little extra annoying here, Collapse.
I mean, Lal's coming over towards this bottom lane. But as you say, it's sort of hard to see the play he can make.
Just can't go for the lifesteal ever, and even for Ducalis, it's not easy. You pop your Flame Guard, he just dispels it, pops the heal on himself. He should just be fine, even on the Ench.
Super difficult to make moves as this Ember.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why we see a lot of what kind of Earth Spirit being picked up first, but not really a lot of Ember Spirit picked up as early as it was in the draft.
Good answer, though, versus the Earth Spirit in general, right?
Sure.
Because he can go for the Mage Slayer build. He can start to try to counteract him, but he's not the same beast, it feels like, lately. Tukalis? It's not the easiest for them to just combo down.
Put him in the wheel.
Got it infest.
They're keeping him alive.
He's surviving.
He's gonna live. They'll get a bushwhack off, doesn't matter. Lal's going down, and they can't get the Enchantress. Satanic, he's ready to bail him out.
Every little thing coming into play, right? He has treads, he's got a raindrop. Extra little HP is what makes the difference there to survive. 2K lead now. That's Laurel, that's one of those rotations for him that slows down his
so
game.
hard
Super hard.
To be the Ember Spirit. The pressure's on you, but
it really is.
Where do you look? Where do you go?
And all during this downtime, right? Now the Doom is starting to get that full catch-up. He's going to be able to just sit back and farm. The Devour is going to start to really add up in comparison to the Largo. And yeah, Radiance, it's done. Pre-14 minutes, does have it finished up.
They're going to try for the Wisdom Steal.
They're try for it again
They
here.
might be quick enough to get it. They won't be able to stop them taking that one, so they'll be able to at least secure both of the 14-minute Wisdoms. Team Spirit.
It looks like Rue will just be able to walk away as well, too. They don't want to throw a Doom or anything onto him. They want to save it for the next. Ducalis will be able to get the tower deny. Mid lane again. Oh, God.
It's going to be tough times ahead for Lal.
Or Laurel. Last game also, right? His first two moves, they really kind of slowed his entire game down. This is the same thing. Those moves just not connecting.
It's going to feel so rough playing an Ember Spirit from behind this game.
Yep.
Now, already, if you're sort of level, even if you're a little bit ahead, it's not easy against Team Vision's lineup. You're behind. It's hard to see what you can do.
Okay, and Collapse is doing this build that I've seen popularized by 33, and I don't know if people have talked about the reason why they do it. You know, if you've played this hero, you see the 2-second downtime between singing. It puts it down to 1.5 on top of course, your other abilities being faster.
Okay, well, so you can quickly switch out, get your spells off, but it's a lot. It's a lot of money.
Invested. So I mean, I heard the players talking about it. Sometimes I'm looking, I'm like, is that really that worth it for an Octarine? We'll have to see, especially in this game. Yeah, Satanic, the pacing. And this is a game where you can go back for this armlet, of course.
I mean, I like this.
Lifestealer. I love it versus the Drow, too. This plus armor is super good when you're playing versus Drow.
9 class, they'll catch him out in the river.
He's kind of the only one getting caught, though, right? 3 deaths now for 9 class, but the lead, it is just continuing to grow here for Vision.
Toro, he's hitting the creeps, keeping up on farm with Satanic, but again, as we alluded to earlier, it's going to be a heavy game for your Toro to carry. And
just for Laurel, right? There's just a lot of different ways that he can get caught still. Yes, there's a lick to protect him, but that does mean that, you know, they have to sit right behind him until he's got the Mage Slayer.
Yeah, and then if these two sort of cores are sick by one another, they're
feel good.
Not going to be climbing their way out of this bottom spot of the core net worth.
If he just gets caught into a silence and then just a Willow follow-up, he will just get brought down on the Ember, very likely.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
4K lead. More efficiency around the map. Even the supports, right, getting that much more, especially the Enchantress in this game, just using the creeps to get that extra. He wants a tower.
Oh, that's an easy tower last hit there.
They did get the deny on the mid one. I believe Vision was also the one that got the deny on the top one, so a couple of tower denies coming into play here. Yeah, Yotaro, as you said, he's keeping up, but much more vulnerable in this game in comparison to a Lifestealer. So many different things that get on him. Yep, farm efficiency, up to 5K now.
Not quite yet at the levels of game one.
No, not yet.
So, yeah, improvement for Team Spirit in this game too, in this matchup, but...
So Noticed is doing the build that I actually thought Collapse was going to do in the game, because this is the one that I saw him popularizing. The phase drum, you get the shard, you hope you get a black dragon, and then you're pushing lanes invisibly. You use the fireball from the tree lines, and then you can farm jungle constantly with the cleave. So this is essentially like a mini Midas in a way for Noticed, just to be able to get that extra farm and pull ahead of the Largo. I hadn't seen anyone do it in a while, though. I've been seeing that Radiance more coming back, but I'm happy to see him doing this. Because, see, look, you just, every time you don't have to show yourself in the lane, you just use that fireball. Clears the entire one of it.
Looking pretty nice for him. I mean, all three cores of Team Vision in a very solid spot.
Varro does have the Mage Slayer done. See if they want to look to smoke up with that timing. They will. These three together, very strong.
Maybe. If they catch the Doom...
That's the question, though.
You know, out of the heroes, that's probably the one that they're most likely to be able to take down out of the cores.
And ideally, wanting to get these kills before BKBs. I mean, if they just sit back until the BKB comes down on the Doom.
I mean, they've hit him with the scan.
And the Earth
so
Spirit.
they're going to come this, you know, right round here, look this deep for Notice.
This is pretty deep, though, and they're pinging. They seem to already know this move is happening.
A step ahead.
No one was pinging it before they even showed in any way, so they knew that move was happening.
Just unfortunately wasted time there for Spirit.
The Infest is ready here now, too.
They've hit the scan move. Spirit weren't successful with their attempt. We'll see if Team Vision are.
If Vision's able to get these double BKBs plus the lifesteal rage, there's just nothing that goes through it.
No one's in. Collapse straight away.
Use the lick as well.
Immediately on top of him, Collapses. Very likely dead. And TPs are coming in. Maybe they get to Carlos with the break hit from the sharpshooter. They will. So if they can get more, no one's going to be able to kick back. Lal still wants to chase on forward with the Remnant. No one's got a shield rune up. They will be able to block off the roll. Satanic and 9 Class watching from the side. They have the Wheel of Wonder down. They'll be able to catch no one. That's a big kill. They put an end to no one.
Nicely done. Good reaction. Immediately porting. It seems like they also knew that that move was coming as well, too. It took them a little longer to bring down Collapse. Much needed kill onto no one.
So Satanic watching at the side there, making the correct call not to try and get involved after that initial.
Yeah, I didn't have the. See, if he didn't use the initial Infest for the, for the kill, could have potentially gone for some type of safe play, but not being the case. Now Yotoro's able to actually show up, hit a tower here, so nice little move here from Spirit, knocking back.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And important for them to make this move, as I was mentioning, right? Like, not letting them just sit back and get these BKBs. Because if no one in the Doom get the BKB, then there's just so many limited moves that Spirit are going to be able to do on the map. I could see Notice buying this BKB before the Blink Dagger. This counters pretty much all of Spirit, besides that Drow. Oh, gets the rune. And the nice thing for Laurel also in this game, at least, right, he is going to have the Croak in a lot of situations in this game. Octarine is now finished up.
Titanic, though, still
no threat.
Just cannot be touched.
Mantis going to come up pretty soon.
Going to take some pretty sort of big mistakes from Satanic for him to die this game.
Especially when he has the Manta, right? Yeah. Like that, the Drow Silence was the one to early kill him. With the Manta, he should be pretty free to just survive in most of those situations. But they've kept it steady. 4 to 5K, hasn't increased that much more. Spirit is slowing down Vision. There it is. That's that BKB for the Doom. BKB soon on the horizon for no one, too. And that feels like when it's going to be the case that they really accelerate on the side of Vision here. And Ducalis, as we said, he's been quietly farming. This Aghanim is very strong if you're able to get it. That undispellable grab onto a target.
Super annoying for heroes like the Ember.
Yeah. Also still allows you to have the second creep too, so you can even control the map as well too, so you can send creeps all over the place. This Ags is very powerful. Surprised we don't see it picked up in almost every one of these games on these Enchantresses, but I think we are starting to see it picked up.
Yeah, there are a few players that do like to rush it.
Yeah. It does two different things, right? That's a nice thing. Having the double creeps as well too, you're putting so much pressure on the map.
I could tempt here from Spirit. They're ready to try and get Yatoro involved once more.
Before the BKB on no one, it's definitely important. If they can kill no one once more here, could lead them into getting a Roche, because they do bring it down very quickly. Oh, that's a nice rune too. Able to find an amp damage for the next move.
I mean, with that, maybe they can have a chance for Satanic.
Perhaps. He's still not the easiest by any means, but if they do catch him off guard. A lot of time spent to look for this move, though.
They need to find something with this.
And especially before his BKB comes out, if he's able to get the BKB.
They're heading the opposite direction, unfortunately, for themselves. They'll settle for a Tormentor by the looks of it. They will find, nice and easily.
At least something gained out of all that movement. Brew will get it. Not the best shard in particular, but at least it's something. Yeah, Satanic just going for that plus armor. Since he's playing versus the Drow, just get that AC online. It's going to be very beneficial for himself as in his team.
Well, look towards him.
He doesn't even pop the rage.
Pretty much all they can do. Just look at this Lifestealer right now. They can't go on him.
And there's that BKB. So they've got built-in rage from the Lifestealer, double BKB on the course, and there's just not that much that Spirit has that goes through it. It's just really the Drow's damage that's going to be going through.
Yeah, any fight that Yatori gets jumped and taken out of is going to be a fight coming to a pretty rough end for Spirit.
This could hit really hard here. Spirit, let's see if they can avoid the fight or just cut their losses as much as possible.
Yeah, they've got to run. Just let Root die, get everyone else out of there. Nobody else wants to be a part of this if you're Spirit.
Roche is going to start getting poked, though, and you do not want to give up Roche to Vision when you're the line.
I might just have to, though. Can you really try and take the risk around the Roche pit?
Definitely don't want to be giving it up to them, though, but with 20 seconds down still on the ring, they're positioning themselves as if they do want to contest.
I mean, maybe Lal can go for some sort of crazy play.
Not me. Caught immediately.
As they're holding them away from the pit. There's the BKB picked up on Lal. Fight chains on a no one. They'll force the BKB out from the Earth Spirit pretty early.
Good. That's pretty solid there, actually, from Spirit.
That might give them the confidence to step up towards the Roche pit, and indeed for Vision, they are going to start to fall back a little bit after the BKB is used.
Immediate smoke here from Spirit to look for the fight, forcing no one's BKB there. Pretty massive. No one.
They nearly got him with the slight chains.
Gets the disengage.
Spirit.
I don't know if you want to go for
this. Yeah, that's a bit of an annoying one.
Doom's on the Largo.
Noticed he's going to go straight over towards Collapse. Satanic as well, pushing him with the rage. They'll have the box to bail him out a little bit, but as soon as he's out of it, they still take him down. The Brambles are going to catch on towards Rue. As Rue will try and hide here with the Invis. They turn with the Sharpshooter, able to shoot down 9 class.
Both teams just very good at disengaging, as we see there. Immediate smoke, though.
Now Vision's ready to go.
No one. They're trying to get a positioning here since the Roche is shifting. How long on no one's BKB? Because he had an Arcane Rune when he used it, so it's going to come up pretty quick here. It might catch him off guard.
Notice does have the blink.
Oh, he does. You're right.
So if they get on top of Yatoro...
This could be so dangerous for me.
They know he's around. They're going to see him. They're on top of him. He'll try and slide away, go for the TP out. Is there anything to stop it? There's not. He gets out alive. Yatoro survives. Lal's going to try and battle on. But he's surrounded by the 4 of them. He's going to have to put the BKB himself and start to back away. He cannot do the damage to get any of the kills. Rue's going to get picked off at the side by no one.
Oh, heads up from Yatoro. At the least he survives, but they're just still having to just run away from Vision. Stalling out the Roche longer, though. Gonna be able to respawn with the heroes to try to contest it. Oh, that was mean. Grabs the creep, going to be able to take the secondary one. Bullying from Ducalis.
Next fight round, Ducalis will have that Aghanims.
He will.
Under 700 gold off it.
That will hurt. And no one getting closer and closer to having a Shivas. He'll have that plus armor, so now perhaps in that next situation won't feel as forced to pop the BKB that soon. Just that much quicker on these items coming out for Vision.
A big chance that they have the AC on Satanic for the next team fight.
Yatoro, if he's able to get the butterfly though, that's going to be a pretty key timing for him. It's just the other cores again, they're falling behind just like in that last game. Again, just Yatoro versus the world, it's starting to become. Blink also for the Willow, so just more gap closing. Looks like they're going to go again.
Gonna get the serrated Shiv as well, Satanic.
Oh, he did. Right before they're going to go for this move as well.
There we go. Spirit, are they ready for this?
BKB is so powerful for Vision right now. Not much that Spirit has that bypasses them.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, he saw him.
They get the jump.
Instant.
Straight away on and on. They actually get the Doom down on the Lal, so Lal's going to have to BKB and run. Not me will be dealt with slowly but surely by 9 class and no one. They're still trying to run here on Lal. He should be alright.
He's okay.
He's going to live. So at least able to get Lal out of there despite being doomed.
That was very close to him being brought down. Spirit looks like they are just going to wait for that butterfly, right? Not looking for the fight themselves. They weren't looking to react to it. They immediately just start to disengage as the fight does kick off. 28 minutes, Wisdom. Willow in position for the steal. Laurel's in the area, though. We'll be able to push him away. There's that Ags. Extra bit of lockdown here. Keeping themselves that bit of head, right? Level 3 or level 18 on all 3 of the cores as well too for the side of Vision. And there's the AC finished, so a lot more of an increase for Satanic for himself, but also protection for his allies. 24 armor in the Doom, that's going to be now at, what, 29? Your Spirit as well is going to be pushed up a lot safer too. Butterfly's done.
They're going to get the catch on and not me. He tried to mess around with the Enchantress there, but Ducalis was ready to turn and had the lockdown.
Yatoro's going to do a lot of damage here, though. He does have that butterfly finished.
Rage comes out from Satanic.
It is armored, though. Brew will get brought down. No one will be able to find him on the sidelines here.
I think I can maybe catch Lol there with a fear from the side.
It really is just so much physical resistance that they're going to have here for Satanic. So the Butterfly, it's going to give him good damage, but more than that, it's going to give him some of that extra protection for the Lifestealer until that MKB does come out. Ducalis
should have a good shot at taking him down with the 3 of them. Yatoro, the damage to take him out. So
that's a nice kill. They can maybe start at least like poking at the Roche, perhaps, if they want to try to threaten it. It is 30 seconds until it's going to start shifting. It's risky, but
this is because surely Team Vision are going to have something to say about this.
Oh, for sure.
I think you get away with this one for free if you're Spirit. They're definitely trying their best to. Yeah, 10 seconds until it moves.
Toro's committing for it.
And he's getting close. He's kind of doing it here with the damage that he has with the Butterfly, but Satanic's ready to move in. Roshan falls, but Yatoro gets the kill and he gets the Aegis. He'll succeed. Can they take the team fight though, Spirit? As Vision are ready to fight on, they commit with the BKBs. Doom's been dropped down onto Collapse. He'll back off. Spirit, they'll take that. They get the Roche, they get the Aegis, and they don't lose anyone.
Super smart calls, right? They only have 30 seconds to do it.
Well, that was
gonna die to the last tick of the Doom. Actually does end up dying there. Very smart call, though, right? They get just a kill on Enchantress, and it's enough for them to go for this type of play.
All right, yeah, Yatoro might just have it in him to make the calls to turn this game around.
That was scary. Doesn't have the BKB up. If he gets hit from the roll, he might just die there.
Much more of a chance here in game 2, Team Spirit.
Much more of an exciting game that we've got going on here. Ducalis. Still good? Yeah, looks he's good. Maybe still Something that looked like there for a second here. Do get the Aegis, don't get out fully cleanly, of course. They do end up losing their Largo.
But they'll take that.
They'll take that, yeah.
Taking away an Aegis and a Roche kill from a team that...
Borrow again, though.
Ahead.
This time he does get hit.
Yeah, there's no way out of this one.
He's got to be more careful how he's playing on these lanes. He's got to have the defensive remnant down instantly, and even then, it's very unlikely to save him. Vision still feeling strong enough to just run at them here. Even versus this Aegis, they are not feeling afraid.
Titanic. Gonna dive in. Get a very easy kill against Not Me.
He's gonna have the MKB pretty quick to answer that butterfly. And yes, Yatoro is strong, but as we keep alluding, the other heroes just feel so weak. It's really just Yatoro.
I mean, he does kind of have to do it all here, this game, Yatoro. His positioning in these fights has to be perfect.
His data list definitely going to be very important for him as well, too, if he can get to this timing. He's all the damage for his team, it feels like, at this point. And Vision, all 3 cores continue to get this scaling.
Time
Look how
round,
close it is on the numbers,
yeah,
though.
the GPM and the last, it's much closer as opposed to what we saw last game. I think last game, pretty much this point, it was like a 30k gold lead for Team Vision.
Yeah, actually.
Spirit definitely able to give it a much better shot here in game 2, but still
a hard one.
Quite the struggle.
Full Shivas now for the Earth Spirit, just buying all this plus armor. Natural build, of course, for him, but excellent versus the Drow Ranger, of course. Lotus now at least finished up, so extra things. I think you just have to buy everything you can to buff up this Drow Ranger. You have to hope that he can take this game into his hands. The lead does just continue to grow up to 10 or 11k now at this point. And as soon as that MKB is out, no longer is Yatoro really that safe. If he just gets God on top of it again, he will get brought down very fast from Satanic. 2 minutes left on this Aegis. Not able to do too much with it, though. Not even really looking for a fight. Not able to touch a tier 2. Still looks like they're a bit afraid on the side of Spirit. Tormentor, though. Still be able to get, again.
Nice little shot there for Yatoro, so that timing on top of getting the full Daedalus. Yatoro might just be able to do it.
Is that the MKB done? I believe it is finished up here for Satanic.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Seen these Drows be able to do it. If Yatoro can with this one. Tier 2 is falling. 90 seconds left on this Aegis. Vision's looking for the move. Night Class looking for the back line.
Oh, Yatoro!
He's deep.
They managed to catch him. They'll be able to bring him down to the low ground, slide him out there.
Still has Aegis for a minute, but they're afraid. Looking to reset their position and claim a high ground. No one drops dangerously low. Still has the BKB at the ready, though, and does have healing. Oh, that's a big rune bottom. Amp damage. The Aegis getting reclaimed in about 40 seconds here.
Not going to want to fight into this.
Earth Spirit's farm also just continues to be pretty ridiculous in comparison. He's going to have the Octarine finished up soon.
Satanic still yet to die.
Yet to really feel that pressure.
But both games, the carry pick they were able to get for Satanic seemed pretty spot on.
And overall, the offlane position that they've put Spirit in both games too, right? Collapse having a pretty quiet series, I would say.
Especially C9 class.
For the steel play, but dodges it with the illusion there, Rue. Nicely done. Will secure the wisdom. Might be able to secure a kill as well onto 9 class.
True, he's got the control, and with the wheel down, 9 class.
They caught him.
Not going to be able to run.
Nice play from Rue. Beautiful usage of the... I don't even remember what that one's called, the illusion thing, though. Funhouse Mirror, is that what it is?
Yes, it is.
It is,
yeah,
right?
That is the one
Damn, I
that
can't
brings
remember.
out the funny illusions.
Can't believe I remember that. Oh, Bloodstone. Sorry for the Air Spirit. Apologies. That's the one that he's gone for. So extra sustain that he's going to have.
He's got the Bloodstone. Satanic's got the Nullifier.
Got the Cloak of Flames as well, too. He's going to be doing absurd damage in these fights and healing a lot, too. Aegis is gone, Vision. They're looking for the move here now. Laurel again, careful.
Spirit do have the numbers. They're actually going to try and get aggressive on towards no one.
Force the BKB, immediately reset.
It's a pretty early BKB, so he'll back out now, no one.
Very smart way that they're poking and prodding to get that BKB. Shield Rune also spawns bottom for Laurel. He'll be happy. They've got a gem on both sides, so not that much vision really on either of the sides. Gold lead is shrinking a bit here. So, Yatoro, top of the net worth. The Ember starting to catch back up as well, too, here. We definitely have a game on our hands, Owen.
Yeah, we really do. Toro has managed to carry Spirit through situations like this many times in the past.
Yeah, and Laurel has actually gotten to that next item. I was worried that he wasn't going to be able to really start to break out again here. Now he's got the Aghanims. Speaking of the Aghanims, though, noticed also having one picked up for himself on the Doom. Probably means, hey, does he want to go look for the creep? You know, the congregations that we do see them usually get when they have the Shivas as well. Probably going to be the case soon. Right now, still farming with the Fireball, though. And there's Lincoln's, but yeah, he does have that Aghanims already for the Doom, so does have the way to go for him anyway. Not me. Dukin, hiding.
That could be fine.
Able to get away again. They're not hemorrhaging nearly as many kills as well, too. This time, Spirit, they were losing their supports all over the place the last game. This time, they're doing a good job of just being that much more elusive.
Still want to try and chase on for Not Me this time.
He looks pretty caught this time.
He's not going to be able to hide.
Make him work for it, though. This does get brought down, though. Assange now for no one. Also getting close to these level 25s that are pretty absurd. The Lifestealer and the Earth Spirit having some pretty strong ones, but also Yatoro getting close to his. Roche, perhaps that next point of contention, though. 40 seconds is until we do find out for the spawn.
Neither team's going to let that one go.
Neither team really having that much vision, though, as we've been mentioning. The gems haven't taken out most of these wards, so just one ward on both, or actually 2 wards right now for the side of Spirit. Tense game.
Step up a little bit. Notice the swinging round ready to join Satanic.
Roche coming up very soon. Smoke up. Spirit looking for an angle.
Get a quick jump to start this one.
Would be pretty, I mean, any kill, right?
They're seeing Takalis. It's not a bad catch here. They're going to have the sharpshooter hit. That's going to be Takalis dead.
Start poking the Roche with that kill.
They certainly
48
can.
seconds, no
they
Enchantress.
Kill it pretty quickly with Yatoro.
Vision is going to go in for this play, though. They're looking already.
Spirit's respecting this, knowing that Vision's going to try and take this fight 4v5.
Not starting the Roche just yet. 30 seconds until Ench does come back. So they are a bit afraid to just tap it. It's a similar situation where it's 30 seconds until it's about to start shifting. Looks like that was not enough for them to even start to
last time they did clean it up in sort of the final 20 seconds. I wonder if they'll be tempted to try again.
This time because of the roar, right?
That's true. It's
a lot harder.
It's not happening. They
can't really just commit.
I mean, I say it's not happening. They're tempted to try and see if they can do it. I mean, they do it very fast with the drought.
Where's the roar?
And surely, at this point, they're going to have to let it move to the other side of the river. I say that 5 seconds. Yatoro says,
it's super fast.
I'm going to give him my best shot. But he's going to back off now. There's Vision. Make the jump forward.
Roche is going to start moving.
Ooh.
Nine class.
Going to be hunting for him. Going to have Shadow Realm up in a second.
He's burnt down. They're going to look for the jump, though. Yatoro has to be careful with his position.
They know that he's trying to make his way over to the other side of the river to get towards the Roche pit. They're going to try and block him off. Notice, Tim with the Blinks is going to get the catch onto the supports here. Satanic takes out Not Me.
Vision so quick to claim that high ground there. It's going to give time for 9 class to respawn here. Not much committed. They just jump in, able to get the Hoodwink, and this Roche, it's very low. They could just sneak in and kill it themselves also on Vision.
Not quite as easy for them to hit it as opposed to, obviously, Spirit having the Drought.
Yeah, Drought kills it in like 3 seconds at this point, at this HP. Gonna start doing it, though. Force the roar. Full Abyssal coming on the Courier. Satanic has spent the gold.
So somebody's able to get him in on the front lines, whether it be the Doom or the Earth Spirit. The Abyssal Nullifier, he's killing any of them.
Any target that he gets on will die. Noticed is in.
He's in. He's going to look towards Lyle, he's got the AoE Doom on. He's going to stay on top of the Ember. Satanic moves across, brings in the damage. There's going to be Lyle gone. The buyback comes in from Rue. Lyle does have buyback available. He's going to use it. Comes straight back in with the Remnant over towards him, but the Doom's still there. He's got to be careful, Lyle.
Run.
And no one, and Satanic is just bullying back the rest of Spirit. Yatoro's gone. Lyle will finish off Notice, but the carry's dead. Collapse is going to try for the TP up, but the Abyssal's back up. Puts a stop to the TP.
Satanic just too big, too many wins.
And they can turn back over towards Lyle now. He bought back for this fight. Can he get out of the route? No, the silence is up for no one as a die back on Lyle. Spirit, they tried to put so much into that, but they could not succeed. They lose Lyle twice, and they also lose Yatoro and Collapse on top of that.
The fights for Spirit are just so complicated for them to do. They're trying to protect Yatoro, they're trying to protect Laurel, but it's just
Is he stuck?
Doing so. It looked like he was, but
No,
I don't think so. Yeah, they're just sticking on. Yatoro can't get the liberty to attack targets. You can see he started for a second there, but then as soon as like his Lincolns gets popped, it's
And
just
now,
too much.
I mean, no mid now for 90 seconds nearly. Team Vision know that they can do the damage. Coming down the mid lane.
And we're truly seeing what the difference that we were saying, right? The Earth Spirit versus the Ember. This Earth Spirit is just running the train. He's just getting on top of any targets, 9-1 and 10. No risk for no
And just
one.
the difference in vulnerabilities of the carries, right? You know, Yatoro, for all the farm that he's had and how carefully he's played this game, it's almost impossible in these team fights to avoid everything, whereas Satanic, with the build-up that he's had and as a lifestealer, they can't touch him.
Just the dream pick, really. Sneaky spot here by the
He's
Hoodwink.
still chilling it on me.
He's trying to steal this road.
That would be insane.
Might be able to.
There's no way.
He might. He's done it before.
There's no way.
He's done it before.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. He gets 9 class. I thought he got it.
Oh, now if he got away with that one, there's something pretty crazy about this lad. But this time, he won't quite do it. Great effort, though. Great effort.
This guy is making such a name for himself, though. In just like half a year, everybody's gonna know him. That was such nice plays. Nice attempt there. Knows he has to do something desperate. Laurel, as you said, die back, losing all of that gain that he's had. And Owen now, right, level 26. The absurdity of the Earth Spirit. Even go for the Aghanim so they can have further saves and protection. And just a quiet series from Collapse in particular. Sure, as Largo, it's hard to be really that flashy in particular.
That's true. It's probably the least flashy of the offlane heroes right now.
Yeah. He just kind of sings a song. Just kind of exists. This Lifestealer pick did just seem like the absolute perfect pick for them too, and he's
Doesn't do anything about it.
He's played it to perfection as well too. 0 depth so far, always getting on the right targets.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like both games, you know, we've pretty much seen one of the if not the best carry at the moment in the tournament, on the best hero for the moment, right? Last game on the Nature's Prophet seemed amazing. This game on the Lifestealer also seemed amazing.
Just counters everything, right? You can't make moves to gank him at all with this Rage. He's got to break the 1000 XPM again. Not the 1000 GPM, but the XPM for sure. And now he's got the Ags already consumed, so just harder and harder for Yatoro to be able to have the success. It's just Yatoro now at this point to be able to go for any type of kills here. Level 25 has been hit for him, but the base push is coming in.
Can Yatoro somehow do it? They take down Satanic. That'll be quite the reward for it.
That's the question. Are they even going to bring him down to once in the game? Doesn't look like it.
Wait inside the base here, Spirit.
trying to think of these ways for them to go for these wrap. It's just, yeah, they're too tough to kill. They're very tanky on all 3 cores as well too, is the issue. And they have nothing that goes through BKB Owen. It's just the Drow, so they can pop those BKBs, disengage in most scenarios, as we've seen. Level 25 for Notice has been hit.
And they just can't get him off the barracks.
Quick little infest, able to disengage. No one even there, just in case. Looks like he was trying to bail out his buddy, if anything, but Satanic, more than safe enough. He just hangs on to this dragon the whole time. Didn't end up switching the neutral creep at all, just really likes it. It does make you farm absurdly fast with the cleave, so can't blame him. Also still has plus armor, right? I think, right? Does have like that little bit of plus armor, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am. Oh well.
Spirit.
Trapped in the base.
See if they can pull together some sort of defense here on the top side.
Mechanic just walking in.
Get the bushwhack onto him. With that Aegis, Satanic not breaking a sweat.
Rage is just the answer to everything. Really does, I mean, it feels like it's almost getting to territories of Rapier for Yatoro, I'm thinking, but he just doesn't really have the slots to be able to go for it either.
It's not, yeah, it's a bit awkward to sort of fit into the build as a Drow.
Maybe eventually for the Lincolns, but it feels like he needs the Satanic instead still.
Roll for no one.
Magnetize.
Got to get the silence onto the 2 of them. Turn with the chains and the wheel, but he's still able to get the BKB and the Bloodstone off. No one's fine, and Spirit, they're just getting bullied back to the fountain.
Be ready for the 1 minute duration Magnetize at the least. He's going to continue to keep it spreading. Maybe he'll stop it here for now since they don't want to keep pushing forward.
Aegis is about to expire.
They'll reset, wait for the cooldown again. And this guy's farm just continues to be absolutely crazy. He's getting tankier and tankier by the minute, right? Just getting all these extra last hits. 709 now at this point for that extra HP.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke up, Spirit. Looking to try to catch Vision off guard, because I think they're just knowing, right? If it's just going to be these 5v5s, there's just no way that they can do it. They have to do something to split them up. But again, just so difficult for them. They just can't threaten these cores. No real disables to keep them controlled.
All starting to come out on the bottom lane. Eyes on not me. I want the silence and the kick.
Push coming in toward top again. Satanic.
Dire are scanning.
And they're just farming the whole map.
Pretty much farming their sort of 7 items, really.
Pretty much already at this point. Looks like they'll find the Enchantress. Taking them some time, but they will get him. Are getting punished a little bit for being fully split up here.
Not me.
Also gets caught. Just trying to get out on the map, Spirit. Trying to open up extra farm opportunities for their cores. No one did see Yatoro for a second there, but not going to be able to just push forward for him. Panic. Wants to look for the infest. Noticed a Wind Waker also picked up now at this point.
Incredibly comfortable spot here. Team Vision, not really a whole lot they need to do apart from just ensure that if anyone heads out the base on Spirit, they don't get back home alive.
They have a clear path to success, while for Spirit, it's an incredibly complicated one. Aeon Disc even being picked up for the Earth Spirit. They've got a lick to get rid of it, kind of, but yeah, BKB plus Aeon, 5,000 HP. Good luck bringing him down. Only been able to do it once this game.
Scanning.
Or considering his next time, probably looking at the Satanic.
Yeah, I guess that is going to be it.
Or you just
I don't
get
know.
rid of the Lincolns for the Satanic?
I mean, it has to probably be that, but... Does he need a second life is the case, right? I just feel like they need more damage, but I don't know.
There's still
it's
a
hard
chance.
To say.
I mean, there's still a chance that that does get replaced with something else.
He also can just die, right? Like, so easily. So maybe he just needs a Satanic, too, because the Magnetize could just, like, tick onto him forever and bring him down, too, so probably wants that extra protection. It's hard to say. It really is. Roche, it's up. Vision. In a very good position to be able to go for it here. And yeah, he's just going for the Satanic. Being safe. Satanic, though, as you said, his 7th item. The Daedalus.
Yeah, Daedalus is ready to put the phase boots in the backpack.
Now they actually have a way to catch. I was waiting until somebody bought it. They have a Hex now on the side of Spirit. Before this, they've had like no way to actually stun and lock down the target. Maybe this will be that extra thing that allows them to maybe go for one of these cores.
Stopping this Aegis Lifestealer, though, from taking a base.
Yeah, and there's only one Rax left. Refresher shard as well, too, on the Earth Spirit, so infinite magnetize.
Even more stones, even more magnetize, yep. Gonna go throughout the duration of the fight and more.
Look at this wraparound they're looking for here.
No one's ready to go in, get some information. It's gonna start things off, making the jump over towards Not Me. They get the close on towards the Ember Spirit. Lars out of the fight. He's got buyback back up.
Wrap around.
Indeed, they get the wraparound over towards 9 class. Will manage to take him out. Yatoro's in a pretty decent spot to start doing the damage. He's going to look over towards Satanic, but Satanic's able to jump in towards him with the Infest. The bashes come out. There's Yatoro surrounded and in trouble. The box comes in. They're trying to get Yatoro out of this, trying to keep him alive, but no one rolls in with the BKB. Yatoro's gone. He has got buyback. He's going to almost certainly have to use it here. Root dead outside of the base. Satanic back onto the barracks.
It's just too much for them to
They
deal
have
with.
got the Hex on a notice, but the Infest comes in, be able to heal him back up.
Got the cheese as well, too, if he feels necessary to use it.
Back up to full HP. The buybacks come out from Yatoro. Look at the Satanic. Satanic still with the Aegis. The Hex is there. They will take him out the once.
No one's back in.
They're up against the Mega Creeps now, Team Spirit.
Magnetize spreading.
They're having to get back over towards the Fountain Collapse. We'll be able to take it off the 2 of them. Notice still in with the jump. Another link to try and get Lyle back to safety, but the Root catching on him. He'll get the Slider Fist off. He'll remnant away, but there's an impetus chasing on forward. Lyle's gone for good. Dead for the 2 minutes. It's down to the 3 of them to try and hold back against Satanic, but Satanic moves in, tears apart Collapse. As this game, this series, it is over. GG is called. Team Vision today turning up and getting the 2-0 against Spirit. This game 2, Spirit able to give a little bit of more of a punch back, but barely still. They drew it out to the 53 minutes, but my goodness, Team Vision, they knew exactly what to do against Spirit today.
On top of just playing so perfectly, right? This pick for this Lifestealer is just so insane, and honestly, this Earth Spirit, it's got to go from no one. You can't be giving it to this guy.
Yeah, well, Team Vision, my goodness, what a show they gave us here. Spirit could not quite keep up with them in either of their games. It's a 2-0 here for Team Vision.
And with that, they are the first team to get their place in the main event of the International. Congratulations to them and to having such a clean road to make it there. This was spectacular stuff. And against Team Spirit to do it like this as well. Yes, Game 2 was more competitive than Game 1, but still very much in the hands of Vision for this one. Saber, what do you feel about Team Vision? This is, I mean, it's just, they're just a step above the rest, I feel.
They are. I don't know. I don't know how they do it, especially against a team like Spirit. It just feels incredible. It's obviously not only Satanic. I think no one showed up in a big way. And also no one did, you know. They all did in a way.
Yeah.
Yes, his Earth Spirit is incredible. The supports, they're always like enabling them in lane. They're always winning lanes. It's, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and speaking of lanes, there's one moment in the lanes that was already kind of like, we kind of knew what was going to happen potentially. You wanted to take a look at that.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight, you know, usually I personally don't care about my support's life. This Eng is dead if I am on the screen. However, that is not the Vision way. They bring everybody, they infest, they help him, and after Spirit bring heroes, they bring the Ember Spirit and waste so much time trying to get a measly Enchanter skill. They can't even get that, and Ember dies instead.
Ember dies instead, and I mean, that was already pretty bad because Ember was already down on that bottom lane for quite a while, waiting for an opportunity. Luckily for Team Spirit, there was a chance for them to be a little bit more on the ball and on point later down the line, as we are going to take a look, Jenkins, at what happened at around minute 19.
Yeah, this was pretty cool. I mean, you can still see the Team Spirit magic in this game, at least. Like, game one, in my opinion, was way more of a stomp. There was no chance for them whatsoever. Spirit was at least like clawing back in this one. You see the double remnant block from Laurel onto no one. Like, this is the sort of gameplay that you have to do to stop no one from rampaging you on Earth Spirit. I guess we can kind of angle it like that. I agree with Fogged and my boy Saberlight that I don't know if you can play against this team and give the dude Earth Spirit again. Not just because mechanically he knows how to play it so well, but also because his team is super capable of playing around it too. Like, they use him to the highest degree possible.
Yeah, and after that, of course, it was a little bit back and forth, mostly fourth, though, in favor of Vision. But there's one deciding fight where we're like, okay, you know, it's time to pack up for Team Spirit. Towards the later ends of the game, 42.
Yeah, this was about the second Roche fight. I think there was a lot of cat and mouse kind of gameplay going around the Roche, moving around. It was really cool. And then what we realized is, you know, this is a Drow lineup. And how do you beat a Drow lineup? You get position on her. So Notice gets the jump in first. He goes on the high ground. Drow is immediately forced to low ground, trying to run away, but the positioning is already compromised here because you need to be able to stand and hit people. But as soon as the Doom does that with the Aghanims, the fight is just chaos, and when there's chaos, the Drow Ranger is going to lose. So this was a really nice way of taking command of the game, getting the second Roche, and from here on out, it's just about closing out the map slowly.
I want to have a special mini shout out to Not Me, who was trying a little cool play there, of course, cool. With the Hoodwink, trying to sneak in a Roche steal. You gotta try it in moments like that. You gotta. I mean, Saber, you try out, and successfully so, Roche steals frequently.
I love stealing the Roche, but not in this way. This was incredible. Like, abusing this little pocket of vision. I feel like after this, Valve is for sure fixing it. Even though he didn't succeed in the steal, I just think it's incredible that this is his first TI and he goes for plays like this. And yeah, he could have easily gotten it, and then maybe this game looks completely different.
Yeah, we went for the MVP on the Earth Spirit for no one. Yes, the hero is very strong, and I'm sure we're going to see it addressed in many drafts in the following series to come and in the main event as well. But on top of it all, he was just everywhere, and he was playing it to perfection, Fly.
I think it was very well deserved because both games he got his hero first picked. Laurel gets a counter pick. In both games, I actually felt a little bit like of a mid diff, which is pretty rare to say. He won the lane, I'm pretty sure, and he got most of the runes from the 6, 8, 10 runes that we were talking about. He made better rotations. He forced Laurel to go to one lane, then he attacked the other lane, and just a stellar performance from no one, really.
What is the counter to Earth Spirit? Because on all the streams, we're seeing Slardar, we're seeing Ember, and watching these performances, I don't feel like these did enough. Is it really just mid-diff? Like, is it a skill thing between these two players right now?
I mean, from my knowledge, this is supposed to be Ember favored. Maybe not a stomp, but just slightly Ember favored. It could be a lot of different things. We also saw the Ench rotating a lot, trying to help out. So maybe it came down to the supports. There was a lot happening in this game. So, you'd really have to break it down. But I do think no one just overperformed today, for sure.
Do we feel like there should have been more rotations going into the mid lane? Because we talked a lot during the draft about there needing to be rotations. More?
I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to rotate against Ench. This hero is very strong on runes. And the problem with this Ember hero is that you have your E-spell, your Flame Shield, but you need to press it beforehand, and it's just going to get purged. There's no point saving it like some other spell. Because sometimes, let's say like a Quap ulti, right? You'll just save it for the moment where it's needed. Whereas for a Flame Shield, you just you pop it and then it's dealing damage over time. However, then the Ench can just choose whenever to purge it and your entire kit is just gone.
I do wish they played a little bit more around the Draw Ranger, because Yotaro won his lane really hard, which is what should happen against Doom. But as soon as they made that rotation to the Lifestealer and it failed with Flower when we saw the highlight, I think that actually completely cooked the game. It seems very minuscule, but those types of things actually matter so much in these high-level games. That gave Doom so much space, it made Lars' game really bad. All of these things combined, they did not recognize the correct pressure points for themselves.
Yeah, and that's just slowly, it was Vision taking the lead, keeping the net worth gain and lead the whole game through. And they take it and they get themselves to the main event. And we are going to find out how they're feeling right now as we head over to Nomad.
I'm here with Ducalis from Team Vision, and you have just qualified to the main stage of the International with a 4-0 record. How do you feel?
We are feeling good, but I think we still need to improve some stuff because we start playing better from start of the tournament because we was kind of jet-lagged and we was having a really hard trip. But now we, I think, improving from day to day.
I mean, if you're looking to improve from here, then, I mean, you're going to be unstoppable by the time the main stage comes. But I want to talk about the series versus Spirit. I mean, game one kind of looked like everything just went to plan for you guys.
Yeah, I think game one was kind of easy because we got a Furion and he threatened them on map. Like minute 5, he TP kill draw tower, so they are a bit lower on map and we have kind of unkillable heroes everywhere. I'm playing Wyvern, they have Slardar, so they doesn't have that much amplification for physical damage. And Edgar devoured all the vision, so yeah, I think we was just doing everything well. Yeah, we could pressure more, but yeah, it just 5 or 10 more %. Yeah.
For real, I mean, that first game was really, really solid. Game number 2, also very good. They pushed you a little bit later, though. How were they able to do that?
I think we just didn't hit our smokes, and I think we was a bit as well not good on the buttons. No one said after the game that he a bit mispressed BKB, so if he don't do it, we could kill them all and all the stuff. So I think yes, and I think also I died quite times, 2 or 3 times on important objectives where my team could take fight if I'm alive. First rush, I think we lose because I died. So yeah, I think we just a little bit was not on the proper state to destroy the game, but we still win. Yeah.
Still win. I mean, there were a few Roche moments that game. Also, when Not Me suddenly comes out of the cliff seemingly from nowhere and bushwhacks you and almost takes that Roche down, which would have been a disaster. Didn't quite get it, but what was the team's reaction when that happened?
My reaction was oh fuck. Because against this team, if you're not ready, they will always try to steal Roche. They will I don't know, force stuff, steal with chain, fist, steal with hiding in the broken spot. And it's insane to be true. I mean, they are good in it, but I think it's one of the key things. If they don't steal your edges, they are not that good on map. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, there were some really interesting moments in this game, but also Satanic. I mean, this guy is just playing absolutely insane. Every single lane, it feels like he's coming out ahead. How you managed to achieve that in every single match?
I think it's because he's very young and very talented, and it's half of the thing why he's like this. And I think the other half is Papi, because he teach him a lot how to play Dota, how to play aggressively, and they are talking a lot. And I think that's why he also improved. And I think one more thing, it's the atmosphere that we try to all bring. Sometimes we don't do it. Sometimes we have bad days. I mean, I think every team has a bad day, but basically I think when we coming to the official, we are all in good mood and we try to cheer up each other, and yeah.
Certainly working out for you guys, absolutely. I mean, was there anything in this group stage which caught you guys off guard that you had to adapt to?
I think first match was really hard because of jet lag, and I think Team Resilience is a really good team. I am waiting them to go to playoffs. And Falcons played well. I mean, I kind of fucked up third game with Falcons, and because I feed on Titan on lane. And first game we was also kind of winning. I think Team Resilience was a really hard opponent to be true. I believe they're a really good team.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more from them as well, to be honest. But now we're through to the main stage. How does this change things for you guys going to play in that arena?
I mean, we are really appreciated to have this opportunity to play in front of Chinese crowd. And I wanted to say sorry one more time, guys, about last year. And I'm waiting you to come. And I'm really sorry. So come, cheer for us. We will try to do our best. We love you.
All right. And any word to your fans out there watching from home as well?
Yeah, and I can say it like on my language. Спасибо большое за поддержку, друзья. Приходите болеть за нас. Я знаю, что здесь будет много русскоговорящих фанатов на стадионе. Мы будем стараться, ребят, для вас. Спасибо.
Brilliant. Ducalis, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at TI.
Thank you.
That was awesome. I loved hearing Ducalis talk about the atmosphere that his team is going through, and that it's just a happy, positive atmosphere. And I think, Jenkins, we can feel that. They're just very comfortable playing in this group stage.
Yeah, I'm glad he talked about it. This is something that I heard from no one, where he said that, Satanic in particular, this guy had a lot of like intuitive feelings on the game, and, would take a tower because he's just really good at last hitting, gets the advantage in lane, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot of the time he didn't really have like theory on why these various things were good. And it was a little hard for them to get through to him because he's just so good setting all these records, right? But then Puppy comes in, one of the Dota legends of all time, and also, with the machete, he's able to actually get through to Satanic, and now we see like this kid is on another level, dude. It's like Satanic is an S tier, and everybody else right now seems to be A tier at best.
Yeah, it's super impressive. Also, already talking about, they just won. No one hasn't died a single time that game, Fly, and he's already, guys, I mispressed my buttons here. That also is, it's hallmark of a stellar player.
I love the mentality, because even throughout this entire interview, Ducalis is just pointing out all the mistakes he's done. So they're just clearly just thinking about all the things they could do better, and they're not that satisfied with, what seems like kind of a really great win over Team Spirit. And I can definitely sense their expectations as a team. Like, he didn't seem overly excited or anything after, making it to the main event, but they're expecting more. They're expecting to win the whole thing, even from 9class's interview earlier. And it's cool to see that just resonate, within.
Very true. There's, of course, a flip side to this story, because we knew that in this first half of the day, we would have one team making it to the main event. But we also knew that during this time, there would be one team that would be eliminated, and that has happened. HULIGANI has taken leave of this group stage as the first team to be eliminated from the international. And for some final words, we're going to head over to Pyrion, who's talking to Sayu.
I'm here with Sayush from Team HULIGANI, who've just been eliminated from TI-15, our first team eliminated. Sayush, commiserations. We're very sorry to see you guys go home. Talk me through that series. What went wrong from your perspective?
Олег, выражаю тебе свое сочувствие в связи с вашим поражением. Расскажи, что не так произошло в этой серии.
Да на самом деле, что разочаровываться? Впереди еще нас ждут очень много крутых игр, да, мы вылетели, но это еще не повод расстраиваться. Впереди еще целый сезон, этот сезон закончен. А в этих играх первую... Что там произошло не так? Первую нас закрыли на линиях, то есть у нас и по пику было плохо. Ну, то есть первую мы плохо сыграли команду. Вторую, как вы видели, мы победили, то есть мы там сыграли лучше линии, у нас лучшая стратегия. А в третьей, мы ошиблись по героям. То есть ошиблись по героям, ошиблись вначале, мы хотели убить Энигму, чтобы лучшая линия была, из-за этого легкая линия пошла хуже, и поэтому у нас в боте начали сильно давить, а у нас была надежда, что дровка у нас будет большая. И, как-то все нас засноуболили, мы не смогли собраться, мы пытались, держались, у нас был план сидеть от ХГ, но по итогу не получилось.
Not many commiserations are here. This season will be long, and we are looking forward to the upcoming games. And as for this particular series, on the first game we failed in terms of drafts and the strategy for the game. The second one was the opposite, because we had everything done great. And for the third one, we focused on dominating Enigma, and that's why we lost the initiative on the bottom lane, in the easy lane of our team, which resulted in a snowball which we didn't manage to cope with.
Wow, thanks. Great analysis there. You've got first of all, first time at this tournament for your organization. You've got some newcomers to TI as well. Do you think they've learned a lot playing against teams at this standard, and do you think that they've improved as a result of playing at the tournament?
В команде есть ребята, которые до этого не выступали на интернешналах, молодые игроки. Как ты думаешь, многому ли они успели научиться за то время, пока вы выступали на TI?
Да, безусловно, это большой опыт для ребят, для которых это первый интернешнл, потому что так или иначе здесь собираются лучшие команды, которые показывают за весь год очень хороший результат, выигрывают турниры, занимают высокие места. Поэтому я думаю, в первую очередь это очень большой опыт для ребят, которые впервые. Это также пища для размышления для опытных игроков, для нас, там, для меня, для респекта. То есть этот International, я думаю, нам даст в будущем очень много.
Of course, it's a great experience for such newcomers because the best team are being represented here at TI. And for the old guys such as me and Corrupted, this tournament, of course, became a reason for a lot of thoughts moving forward to the upcoming season.
Okay, well, we're sorry to see you guys go. Do you have any words for the fans out there who are cheering you on? A lot of people love to root for an underdog. Do you have anything you'd like to say to the fans?
Есть ли что-то, что вы хотите сказать фанатам по итогам своего выступления?
Спасибо, ребят, всем, кто поддерживал хулиганов. Да, мы попытались захулиганить на интернешнале, чуть-чуть не пошло, где-то могли чуть лучше сыграть, может даже побороться за плей-офф. Но в любом случае результат хоть и грустный, но все равно спасибо, что за нас болели, поддерживайте в дальнейшем. Всем спасибо, всем всего хорошего.
Thank you a lot for cheering for us. The result didn't end up the way we expected it to be. However, yeah, we tried to hooligan up the situation a bit, but we failed in a way, but thank you nevertheless for supporting us.
Great words, and thank you to you for competing. We wish you all the best in the future. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Aperian and Sayush. I mean, it's tough getting eliminated, being the first team to be eliminated as well. And I'm sitting here with two teammates that have been also eliminated by HULIGANI from the qualifiers. Does this bring extra feelings, seeing the team that eliminated you getting eliminated as well, Fly? I feel like I have to ask it.
Yeah, why you gotta do us like that? No. It's it's a bit unfortunate to see them go out this way. I would have hoped they would had a better fighting chance. Reality is they did get outclassed, and it is devastating. You know, you put your entire season in hopes of making it here, which they did, but then you also want to perform. You don't just want to come here and end up losing. So hopefully it is a good experience for a lot of their players, since it was a lot of their first times at TI. So yeah, just use this and come back stronger in the future.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that, Saber, about how important it is to just, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you got to win TI, but to be there at least once, to have to know how to deal with a tournament of this scale as a player. Do you feel like this is a team that will take a lot of lessons from something like this?
Yeah, I think it's for sure helpful to, bang it out for the first time, and then unless you're not me and you're just cooking every single game.
There's exceptions to every rule.
It's a good experience, and I'm hoping that they had a good time despite the losses. It's kind of bound to happen. A smart man once told me that he really appreciates or admires Dota players because there is 16 teams, but only one of them will win.
Yeah.
So there is only one winner and basically 15 losers, and yet the Dota players, they do it again and again and again, and that's just kind of the life, and you sign up for it, and someone has to be in the last place.
Was that Insania?
It was actually Dr. K, the Dota psychologist. Well, gamer psychologist. Very cool guy.
I mean, to be fair, I think throughout a career, you're going to lose way more than you win. Like, that's statistics, right? Make sense?
Yeah, that's true. And I think one of the beauties of Dota, but the curses of Dota as well, is that a lot of the time, the losses feel so much better than the wins. Like, the wins are just kind of relieving, and then you lose and you're like, oof, that's rough. But I feel like it's probably a motivating thing to get back to the tournament, though. You're like, all of these things that I could have done better, I have to get back. I have to get back. I have to prove myself. Almost more than like never having gone there in the first place.
It is a bit like madness. Like you end up losing, and then you watch the other teams competing. You watch somebody win, and then you have this like fire that comes within you. Like, I want to be there. I want to have another chance to compete against these guys. I want to be the one lifting the trophy. So I totally understand.
Yeah, now there's going to be more series coming our way today, and there's 4 teams that will, because we saw HULIGANI today, they played against OG. That was the 0-3 versus 0-3 matchup. OG is now 1-3, there's 3 other teams that are 1-3, so that makes 4 teams that are 1-3, and they're going to go up against each other, and 2 more teams get eliminated. So I'm going to tell you guys those 4 teams in case you are not aware, and I would love to hear you guys' thoughts on how this will go down. So, of course, we got OG that was able to beat HULIGANI this morning. Other than that, we got GamerLegion Fly, I'm sorry. Resilience, that we heard the callers talk about just now, and Xtreme Gaming.
That's crazy. That's a crazy one.
All 4 of them you can make cases for them to just make it through because they have taken games off the best of them, but two of them are going to get eliminated. I need your thoughts on this. We don't know the matchups.
I hope it's not Team Resilience because as we heard Ducali say, they took a game of Vision. They took who did they beat today?
They took a game of Yandex.
Yes, Yandex. So that's like two incredibly talented teams. And Resilience was so close to beating them both. So I really hope they make it through.
Mm-hmm. They also took a game off of LGD.
Yeah.
They 2-0'd OG already earlier on. So
there's also this like trend of the third best Chinese team being the one that like clutches it out for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I remember it was always like, two Chinese teams, whether it was LGD Xtreme, and then Yakult would always be the team that would pop off in the tournaments and be like the team to look at. So I'm kind of getting those vibes from Resilience a little bit, and it would be nice to see that actually happen.
I'm with you guys. It would be really fun to see Resilience do well. Of course, I'm also rooting for GamerLegion. Just, I really think they have it, like they have a chance. They just had some really hard matchups. Got to root for NA, so I would look out for those two teams personally. I just want to see them do well. You can make a case for OG, you can make a case for Xtreme, but I'm going to go for Resilience and GamerLegion.
But also, since Shiver said that Resilience and OG already played together, does that mean there's a high chance that Resilience will play either GamerLegion or Xtreme?
Oh, well, let me just say, the wait, for the matchups is over. We can take a look at what's coming your way. Let's take a look at there's 4 streams again, so we're gonna go down the line. So we're gonna start with Stream C. So our upcoming matchup is known. The other ones we don't know yet because of some teams still playing, but we do know the series playing for elimination. OG versus GamerLegion there, Fly?
Yeah, so, well, I'm actually sad about the coin flip of this. It's 2 Chinese teams, but we'll get to that in a second. So OG versus GamerLegion, I don't even know if they faced each other anytime recently. Again, I'm rooting for NA here for sure. Hard to say who's going to win. I thought GamerLegion looked more promising throughout this tournament. I think OG looked a bit shaky. They did look a little better today with their win, but I think GamerLegion had more impressive performance so far for me.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, I look at OG and I see the team that kind of set a lot of the meta for this season of Dota. And then after everybody caught up with the things that they were doing, they've fallen behind and they haven't really gotten back to that point. Whereas I feel like GamerLegion is cooking a lot of new and fresh stuff, and we're even seeing them do it in this tournament. So I would have a little bit more faith in them being able to pull it out here.
I'm also leaning towards GamerLegion. Not only because of, I agree with what you guys said, that they do seem to have a little bit better grasp on the meta, but also from the insider info I have from OG is that I talked to Yopash today at breakfast, and he didn't even smile at me.
Aww.
He's such a cheerful... Okay.
He is a smiley guy.
He gave me like a...
Oh.
And we all know Yopash. He's a cheerful guy. So I just hope that, it's always very taxing to play at TI and to take these losses.
Yeah.
So yeah, if he doesn't hit me with a full smile, then I'm just worried about him.
On the bright side, OG did just come off a win, and that means that maybe momentum has shifted and they're happy and jolly, and we'll see how that series goes. But as Fly already alluded to, that means on Stream D, interregional elimination, and it is sad. It is LGD Vici Gaming. My bad, team. That's
I was looking at it for a while. Technically speaking, it is 2 Chinese teams. Technically.
My brain just melted a little bit there, but this is 2 teams that are 2-2, so this is happy times. This is fine. Nobody's going home.
Well, okay, hold on a second. Hold on. I'm not happy about this.
Oh.
I want both of these. I have both of these teams in my
No, that's fine.
top
They still
8.
can.
I know they can, but one of them is going to be some... I just wish it was easier, for my predictions. I wish LGD just did what I said they would do, 4-0, and Vici would, at this point, have some team that they could stomp, But this is going to be a close one. At least LGD looked really good today. If Vici has looked really good, we started this whole narrative of like, oh no, the Chinese teams are getting knocked out, whatever. Not Vici. They're just doing solid. Like Vici looks like Vici, and I think they're matching the expectations going in as the strongest Chinese team. But yeah, I mean, they're playing against
There you
LGD and
go.
Thompson. Like,
Here you go.
what can you do?
It's
And
this one.
now we got the resilience.
Now we
versus
can be
XG.
depressed.
Yeah.
Which is sad. It is sad to see a
is.
Chinese team have to leave us this early, and you know, I would wish both of these teams make it through. I think Ame, with the stat earlier that he's made it to top 6 every single TI, this looks like his hardest road yet.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
It must be.
It's possible, but I actually would not mind seeing resilience going through and you know, some new faces out there. I also, after Ducalis hyped them up, I'm even more excited to see how they play, because if Ducalis says that these guys are good, like, you know, these guys are beating everyone in Vision, so.
But I'm very interested to see, because I feel like Resilience are probably doing a little bit better this TI than Xtreme. Like, I think if you watch their games, they're probably a bit more cohesive. However, these like China against China matchups, it might be completely different. I think
true.
Xtreme, they're probably much more confident in like their own play, especially against another China team. So I don't know, they might just be able to like roll them with their confidence.
I think for the most part, interregionally in the tournaments throughout the year, that has been the case. Like, Xtreme beats the Chinese teams for the most part, maybe barring the last part of the...
I thought earlier this week, I've heard someone say that Xtreme actually normally does better internationally, but not as good regionally.
It's flipped. The curse has flipped then.
I don't know who said that, and this could just straight be, you know, lies and all that. But I mean, we're going to find out. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
That is the thing. Either way, heartbreaking for one of these two teams, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, 3 teams total have to be eliminated today. It also means 3 teams total have to advance today, and we already got 1 on board. We don't have the rest of the matchups yet. There's still a series going on as well. So I would like to speculate a little bit, though, on who we think is gonna make it through here, as there's still quite a few options. But we got 2 teams that we know guaranteed are 3-1, and that is, 3 teams actually, because Spirit just joined them. Aurora, Nigma Galaxy, and then Spirit.
NGX. That's cool.
I didn't catch their games really on NGX, so it's a little hard for me to say how they're doing, but if they're 3-1, they're doing well. I think Lorinov has probably been popping off.
Yeah.
That sounds like, you know, up his alley. Like, he's been playing amazing throughout this whole season, mostly as a stand-in, but now here.
So. Where did you guys put them in your predictions?
I put them either winning the tiebreakers or in the 4-1.
The elimination phase?
Yeah, like they would win the elimination phase, yeah.
I had them in the 4-1s, but I was doing it like emotionally based on what I wanted. I wasn't doing it based on what I thought as an analyst, if I'm being completely honest. I think I put Liquid in the getting eliminated because I was like, well, to have NGX up there, I got to put one of the likely teams down, you know? So I was like, yeah, Liquid's going to choke, NGX, they're in.
It's funny because Liquid is playing against Ironwing right now. I had Ironwing choking. But
that was going to be my other choice for choking.
That's funny because you have to put other teams down in order to push teams up. I had Vici Gaming up. Nigma Galaxy still had down though, so I was wrong on that. We'll have those series later. We'll have those matchup later. We'll get all the information to you when we have that. But of course, you now have seen what is coming your way. We are going to have Xtreme Gaming taking on Team Resilience. Before we get there, we're going to hear from 2 separate players from those teams. We're going to have YSR, but first we are going to listen to FY, who's talking to Tsunami.
FY, you're a legendary player, but we have not actually gotten to see you at TI in quite a while, not since your 4th place on Azure in Seattle in 2023. So I wanted to know, how does it feel to be back?
我觉得重回赛场和以前差不多吧，就是给我带来一种很熟悉的感觉。
So I know that in your past TI journeys, a lot of fans have looked at your path as coming close but not quite getting the Aegis, but I know there must be happiness in those tournament runs. So I'm wondering, what is your personal favorite moment from a TI?
对我来说，最开心的 TI 应该是 TI 4吧，因为当时是我第一次去参加这么大型的一个比赛，就当时自己很兴奋吧，然后也很激动，就后面就还好。
Do you miss that feeling of the anxiety and the energy? Because now you've been to so many big lands, I'm sure it's not as intense as it once was. Or do you like that you are now more calm coming into events?
肯定会怀念以前的状态吧，就是我肯定希望我每一场比赛都会很兴奋，但是现在 DOTA 和以前 DOTA 不太一样，就是以前的变数很多，但是现在的变数很少。
Okay, so I guess the game has changed, but maybe your competitive spirit still remains strong. While you have been competing for many, many years, you have had the same teammates for quite a bit of that run. You've had history with Ame, Nothing to Say, X-Nova. I was wondering that over the years of playing with them, has your dynamic with them changed at all?
感觉我的队友都跟以前差不多吧，就大家可能几年没见，然后就再见的时候，还是会自动回到以前那个阶段，就回到当时的做队友啊或者做朋友那种阶段。
So it's almost as much of a friendship as it is a teammate relationship.
对，朋友和队友5-5开吧，就是各占一半吧。
Nice. Happy to hear it. My last question is, I saw that you got 16K MMR recently earlier this year. It is rare to see support players that high on the leaderboard. I wanted to know if you had any secrets or advice to give.
专注好每把天梯吧，然后其实比我高的辅助有很多啊，就感觉自己的分其实不是很高。秘密的话也没有吧，就是认真对待你的队友。
Okay. That's something that most Dota players do not do, so it'll be a hard road for them to follow, but FY, hopefully that respect carries you far here in Shanghai. Best of luck to you and Xtreme Gaming.
Thank you.
YSR, welcome to Shanghai, and you're bringing a new team to the international, Team Resilience. You guys found success quite quick. You guys formed, and then immediately reached the final of ESL ACL Challenger. Did you know, like, right away that this team was something special?
没有吧，就单纯大家在一起比较熟嘛，可能有点化学反应吧。
How long have you known some of your teammates?
都大概长的可能4-5年了吧，短的2-3年吧。
So you've known them for quite a while, but still, in terms of TI attendances, you're the one with the most experience. Do you feel more responsibility being the biggest veteran of coming to TI?
不好说吧，主要现在确实那个国外队的水平普遍强一点嘛，就还是多学习，自己肯定要多进步才能打得好一点吧。
How are you dealing with that regional difference? Obviously, the past few years at TI has been quite Western dominated, but we're here on home turf in Shanghai. Do you feel more pressure, or is it exciting you?
能在上海办肯定是比较开心的嘛，就因为毕竟干什么都挺方便的，就差不多。
How about making it through the qualifier? I'll admit, I was surprised to see you guys take the first slot. But it seems that you're not really underdogs within China. You're quite strong.
我们算是比较有特色的那种吧，就有的时候我们也看不懂我们自己，但就是赢了。
Wait, so are you saying that even like the heroes you're picking, the strategies you're running, you don't really pay attention to the details? You're just along for the ride?
也没有吧，就是选点大家打得好的吧。就是然后组在一起发现，哎，有点像国外阵容了，那就出发吧。
Do you think part of it working out is this patch favors your team and your players especially?
也没有吧，感觉就是可能就在我和我兄弟不见的几年里面，大家的理解都进步了吧，然后就打到一起了呗。
I was gonna ask, have you filled out your predictions in the game, and if so, where did you place Team Resilience in the group stage?
我填了，我填在那个淘汰赛胜出。
Okay, why not 4-0?
哦，就是在这边被其他队虐了。
Okay, taking a realistic approach. Well, I hope your prediction comes true, at least making it through to the playoffs. Erica, YSR 04E, thanks for joining me, and good luck here in Shanghai.
Yeah, thank you.
We're halfway back for day number 3 of TI in 2026 here. And of course, getting a little bit of insight before TI started from both the two teams that we're going to be seeing right now. It's Team Resilience up against Xtreme Gaming. And joining me here on the couches is going to be none other than Lacoste, Gunner, and Monkeys Forever. I was starting with you, Gunner. I feel whenever I do my introduction. So how are you feeling?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. I'm hoping for a long day of Dota.
Yeah.
Yesterday wasn't long enough for me.
Oh, right. Sorry, the 9 hours that you had just wasn't enough.
No, I want some 60-minute games. I feel like yesterday was a bit lacking. I think the average game time went down a minute or two.
Minutes,
so
yeah.
So let's just bring that back up. Maybe we get towards that 60 minutes.
I was hoping 70 actually. I think 70, 72 would be my preference.
Sure.
Yeah,
That's good for me.
What about yourself, Lacoste?
I mean, excited. Like the last few days have been amazing with the Dota, with the picks. Like teams are crafting new ideas. For some, it's working out. For some, it's not working out. But they will have to dig deep. They will have to bring their best strategies here, especially in this series.
And Monkeys, I would ask how you're feeling, but I know early today, unfortunately, your dark horse, GamerLegion of the tournament, ended up not getting the dub against Falcons.
I mean, as far as teams go, for them to lose to Falcons maybe was a more expected result. But I mean, hey, they took a game off of them. So, I definitely, look, nothing to feel bad about in my opinion. Definitely showing promise.
Of course, the pushing them to the limits. We can have a look, though, at our Swiss bracket so we can see how all of our rounds have been shaping up. Because as fun as day 1 and day 2 were, day 3 and, of course, tomorrow is where we're starting to get to see our teams qualifying, teams eliminated. Already one team qualified today. That was in Team Vision. HULIGANI, unfortunately, being our first eliminated team there. But there's still so much more on the line. 2 more teams to qualify today. 2 more teams to say goodbye to today. And this is how it's shaping up. Our 3-0s having played. Our 2-1s still having to decide for themselves. Our 0-3 there for that 0-4 unfortunate elimination we talked about. But it is also down to round number 5, where we look towards those 1-3s, those 3-1 teams, where you're just on the verge. Yeah, you might not have been necessarily the best in groups, but you're right up there, Gunnar.
Yeah, and you can make it through, you can not make it through. I think the exciting ones are all the teams at 1-3 is the scariest because you're so close to just having that extra chance of extra life for that elimination or going out today.
That was what was said, YSR, Erica, however you would like to call him or remember him there, was we put ourselves in the elimination round winners. He knew that they weren't going to be off to a strong start, but I have full faith, Lacoste, in a roster that's willing to believe in them powering up through the learning stages of a TI group stage.
I think this team is definitely better than what the score says. This is the best team, even when you look at the score, because right now they're 1-3, but they're also 5-6. And this is also a team that did manage to take the game off Team Vision, showing the strength of the team, but I feel like they just needed that extra bit of oomph in some of these situations. They also got stomped, like they lost in 17 or 18 minutes. So definitely a team that can look really good, and sometimes they can look really bad if things don't go their way early on.
Yeah, by no means has their run throughout the group stage been easy. It's Vision, LGD, OG, and Yandex for the Monkeys. When we look at it, a lot of these teams are either coming in as the hot shots or have proven themselves in the group stage as being hot shots.
Yeah, I mean, as Lacoste said, I mean, taking a game off of Yandex and Vision, I mean, the 1-3 definitely doesn't reflect Resilience's potential. or resilience, yeah, that also works. But definitely, I think going against Xtreme here, Xtreme kind of they've been trying a lot of new things. I feel this tournament. We've seen a Tinker mid, we've seen an IO carry on Ame, we've seen a Mag mid as well on Nothing to Say. I feel like Xtreme are kind of testing the waters. It feels like to me at TI. It hasn't exactly worked out for them. I think a lot of their tests have kind of gotten punished more so, but it will be an interesting matchup to see, because I don't believe we've seen either of these teams on the A stream yet.
No, we haven't really gotten to follow them too closely, and that was the rough thing I think about Xtreme Gaming ending in this 1-3 slot for themselves, is their previous series up against LGD. They had a great performance in game number 1. Game number 2, you could chalk it up to, okay, this one's rough, but we at least can still learn a lot from it. But in game 3, it felt like there were more question marks, Gunnar, around what exactly they wanted to do for themselves. Because as Monkeys mentioned, trialing out that mag in mid, yeah, that's worked in previous patches, but for now, that easily could have been a better mid matchup for them.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer them. They had the Tinker game for Nothing to Say earlier in the tournament, and I thought they lost, but it looked promising. I want them to go more towards more comfort. Again, the IO carry did not look that good for them. I would like them to, Nothing to Say, play like his Ember, his Tinker, his Puck, the stuff that over the years has been his bread and butter. And then Ame, again, to play his bread and butter. I feel like both of them have kind of tried to do something new, something special, and has not had the results yet. And, you know, maybe there's something we don't know. Maybe the scrims have been good for them, but it's hard to argue for scrims when it's not working in tournaments.
One good thing for Xtreme Gaming is they have been known to play longer games. This is how they played in very meta that, you know, the average game time is around 50 minutes right now. So this is their territory. If the games are going to be going late, I think this should be the upper hand, because a lot of the times this is the team that, you know, when it comes down to team fighting, the spell casting, they're very, very good. A lot of the times in the early stages of the game against some like these European powerhouses where the games go like relatively quickly against team like Boom Boys, Team Vision, then can close out the games, and they're focusing heavily on the lanes. They might struggle against some of these teams, but maybe against Team Resilience, I would say that their chances are definitely better, but also do not underestimate this team, because if you look at the names on the team, I think for me at least the one that stands out the most is Neo. He was the one who got a really high placement at TI 2023. He got a 3rd place with LGD, and he also, you know, he was kind of missing in action. He was the assistant coach for Team Tidebound. He was the main coach as well, but really glad that he's back, because back at that TI, he was breaking some records. He was always in like top 3, top 4 when it comes down to all of these major stats.
It's crazy to see this team v team comparison right now for their showing in group stage for the international. Their average duration, very similar, shortest duration within a couple of minutes. Obviously, their longest duration is a bit of an anomaly there, but their heroes played as well, having such a wide hero pool. Sometimes that's a big detriment to teams when you're trying to fit in too much, that everyone is out of kilter. Everyone's just trying to experiment that little bit. But both of these teams fit in similar columns of that. And so now it goes, okay, you rein it in, you lose this best of 3, you're out. You win, you get to go to the elimination round, you get to have that extra chance for yourself. So how much experimentation, Gunnar, are you hoping comes out, and which roles would you want it to not be in?
I remember back long time ago, years ago, 7 years ago, last time TI was in this very city.
Whoa, showing your age.
I was playing with March, and he told me this quote. He said, "You only need 5 heroes to win a tournament." And so for me, I've always thought that basically per player.
Okay, I was
not as a team. Not as a team. Like, yes, obviously a team has 5 heroes, but each player kind of needs just a 5 hero pool that they're kind of experts at. And sure, maybe you have like one guy who is going to play 15 heroes. Like you have some random carry player who can just play everything. But if the majority of your team, even all 5 players, if you just have that very limited pool, you just know what works together, what you need to fill in the draft, how you need to play the games. And again, for me, you look at a lot of these top teams. Sure, again, you can see like Satanic, like, oh, Satanic can play everything. Why can't we? But you look at the rest of their players, and they have such a consistent hero pool. They have like 3 or 4 different heroes that they get every game, that it lets that final guy fill everything. And again, for these 2 teams, sure, they're experimenting as teams, but when you don't have the results to follow up that experimentation, I think it's just better to just be like, okay, guys, these are the top 3 heroes for us. Let's just try to get these heroes and have really solid drafts with them, and not have to worry about our drafts. Just have to worry about the gameplay, have to worry about the stuff in the game that we can change rather than the stuff we can't out of the game.
That makes a lot of sense. When you said that quote, I thought it meant, you know, you only need 5 heroes to win it. It was more about these 5 heroes that get immortalized every single time.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Win with. But, you know, March definitely had good reasoning when it comes down to picking, because this is exactly how it works for the most successful teams.
We're also seeing more predominant heroes coming out as the group stage develops, and that's the thing. Everyone starts with a wide pool, a big net. You try and catch as many fish as possible, as many wins, and now you just got to narrow down to focusing on ensuring you take out what has been giving success not only to your team, your opponents, but other teams there. So Earth Spirit being taken out, Shadowfiend as well, Treant Protector. None of these are big question marks at all as to why they fit into that first phase. Bans there, and we're going to have Xtreme Gaming with the first pick too. So we'll see how they would like to end their ban here and set themselves up for a good foundation.
Yeah, earlier today, it was the second game in all the first series of the day. It was a Centaur in every single game.
Yeah.
And then in every single game, I believe there's also Mirana. So those are the heroes that have just been popping up a lot, and they're slightly flying under the radar because they don't necessarily have the strongest win rate, but you can consistently just get them in any draft at any point in the game, and it's like, okay, we're moving past. Because a lot of drafting is not necessarily, every pick can't be broken. You can't just have every single one of your 5 picks be like, this is the best hero in the game. We're winning because this hero. Some of the picks are, we just need a way to have something that's solid. Like, it's okay if it's not the strongest, but it gets us past. And I think that those heroes, Undying, has kind of
I was going to say Undying. That's the one for me.
But even for me, I feel like that guy's more in the S tier, like broken supports. So I think that one's likely getting banned. But if not, yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see him.
I'm really glad you mentioned Centaur because looking at the Xtreme Gaming, they're the team that they haven't played Centaur. XXS,
Really?
he's been notorious to play Centaur, what wasn't really a Centaur meta. And if you look at the games that they lost to, they lost all 3 games that they played against the Centaur. So I don't know if this is also on their radar, because I would definitely love this hero to be potentially either banned by them or picked by them, because they are the teams that have been known to utilize this hero really well.
I also really wouldn't mind to see a Nature's Prophet right now. That hero has been a standout hero for me this tournament. I think it currently is at an 8-1 record. So I think Nature's Prophet is one of those heroes that just provides that tower push. It provides that kind of more aggressive play style. It allows you to, move around the map and connect a lot of heroes. And I think that's just a hero that could really work for. Well, honestly, I believe either of these teams are able to play it. It just hasn't quite come out yet.
It's also pretty cool. It fits in this like tower carry meta of being that guy that just stands there and right clicks. But because he has this global teleport, he can teleport on top of the enemy ranged carry and out right click him. So it's this weird thing where he's like he can set up his turret wherever he wants in the fight, whereas ever the carry, you think of like a Drow, it's like, this guy's got a Shadow Blade, find the right position to get these right clicks in. And he's like, oh, no, I'm right on top of you. Yeah. I'm with my mid laner. My Earth Spirit just rolled on you. I'm here. You get the kills. But as of now, that Invoker, that's also been pretty popular today, paired with the Centaur, getting picked up.
This is, I think, the joy of getting to look at some Chinese teams is that they don't open like everyone else.
No.
Like a broken leaner is still in the pool, whether you want to talk about that Centaur as well that teams like to open up with.
This is why I always love Chinese Dota, because they always had their own ideas, their
own identity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think because they have the pick out of the phase on side of Resilience, I would love to see either Centaur. I would love to see maybe Bane coming out. I think this hero, not going to say has been forgotten, but this is the setup like we've seen. If you have a guaranteed Sunstrike, it just automatically wins you the lanes. Like it's like, oh, you're getting this pure damage on the side lane, any kind of a setup. Like we've seen other teams go for like Shadow Shaman. It was popular more in the previous patch because the hero was better overall, but we'll have to see. The Centaur gets banned and removing Invoker because, this is a bit of a tougher matchup for Invoker.
I would be worried about the Bane here. For me, when you pick Invoker, you have to ban Puck. I think that matchup's super bad for the Invoker. But then now if you pick the Ringmaster, or the Bane, you set it for a Ringmaster, which is a terrible matchup for the Bane because you can always just remove the grip no matter what. And it is pretty nice to protect your teammates from the Invoker combos with all the magic resistance. So
I don't think they need to necessarily pick it out of the phase, but to just later down
I think
the
later
line,
if they can get a Bane.
If they see a second support already picked by Xtreme Gaming, it would be pretty good. They could go with a position 4 here, and or if they can find maybe something for the off lane, because we are seeing a bit of a different picks coming up from these Chinese squads.
I mean, I really wouldn't mind like a Bane plus Mirana or a Shadow Demon plus Mirana, because I think both the setup works. Well, Undying, we were just talking about that hero too. One of the better pause 5s. It can flex to offlane. We haven't really been seeing much Undying offlane this tournament, though. I think part of that is just there's so many, just solid offlaners right now. Yeah, I feel like typically teams are looking for more of that, like either really high like burst damage out of the offlaner, like a Timber Saw, or more of that, stun setup as you were talking about earlier.
I think you definitely want physical damage now for the side of Xtreme. I was thinking Slaughter or Pango. Slaughter is more of an Invoker response, and Pango is a bit more of an Undying response. The Swash kills the zombies, so it kind of helps in these like either the lane or the team fights. It pairs really well with the Hoodwink if it ends up being offlane, so it's like a bit of a flex. And then now probably you just want to pick another lane securing 5. I think Mirana for Xtreme is good. It's fine versus the Undying. You get right click like attack speed from the leap, and you don't have the greatest arrow setup, but we've been seeing people just pick
they just
Mirana, for
value
fun.
Mirana highly because of the 2-minute smoke for free. Like a lot of the times, every single time this ability is off cooldown, you use it, you're getting something out of the map, and they will get the Rubik. Not the best abilities to steal in this game right now. Like stuff from Undying can be good with the Soul Rip. This is going to be the setup for them on side of Resilience. With the Axe, they don't see the carry-to-carry matchup. They have a bit of a soft save later on with the Rubik. You have like the roll. These heroes can build into Yule's Scepter to try to remove some of that damage, but once Axe goes in, but I don't feel like... I don't know. I'm kind of digging what Team Resilience have at the moment.
Yeah.
I would really like Slaughter for Xtreme. I think you have the detection versus Mirana with the ult. You have the minus armor that pairs with both the Hoodwink and the Pangolier. It's a good matchup either mid versus the Invoker, or it can even lane offlane into the Undying. And not many carries have been banned. It's just like the Shadow Fiend, the Lone Druid. So Ame's hero pool is still kind of going to be there on this 23 pick, on the next pick of their draft.
I think I want to see more of a Dawnbreaker. I feel like this hero has been underutilized. It's also a save once Axe goes in. It's one of the stronger laners, depending on the matchup. But we have seen so many games, maybe not so much in this patch, but in the previous patch, in the previous tournaments, where Dawnbreaker's like top net worth. She's the lane bully as well. But this is nasty. We've seen some 18 picks Phantom Lancer, and against Axe, it can be, tricky, but I've also seen PL experts pick Phantom Lancer into Axe.
It's good versus the other 3 heroes. The Undying, Mirana, Invoker are pretty sad against the Phantom Lancer. Invoker, in some situations, pretty cool versus him, but most of the time he just runs at you and you get hit by like a Scotty Org and you die in the Invoker. So pretty good game for the PL. It definitely is a bit worrisome to play into the Axe, but again, we're talking about these world-class players. They definitely have the potential, and like he has the understanding of what he wants to do in the draft.
I'd be okay with Sven. I've been very impressed by Sven performances so far in the tournament, especially with the Alacrity. They have no BKB piercing abilities that once he goes in, like he can also kill Pango with the call on the edge. You have the setup, and I think all of these heroes are kind of just straight up dying to him. That's one of the reasons why they are removing Tiny.
Just a small little, the hub gone there, but the picks are still all there, guys. The extra bands that have come out now, Tiny and Slaughter, and it is up to Xtreme Gaming to give their final ban there. So you can just use your imagination, pretend that the profile pictures of Tiny and Slaughter have been slotted in there.
I will also say the Axe versus PL matchup, I think Axe does scale really well against this hero into the late game because of Ags, because that removes the counter helix cooldown, and it can cause PL to, burst himself very, very quickly if you're ever able to Berserker's Call, the real one. And also, obviously, I do think PL is good against Invoker, but Invoker does have that all of these AoE spells, and it's definitely a hero that can do the damage against PL if needed, and like as the game goes on.
Trying to think if there's any particularly good mid or offense, because the Pangolier can still flex, so they have a lot of different options. They're going to take the Timber Saw, which to me is pretty good. I think it's good for seeing Undying the Axe. It is scary sometimes into this last pick, but again, the Shadow Fiend is the biggest one that's out. You would think of Luna is another popular one if it's a Timber Saw, TA, and those heroes you don't necessarily want into the Phantom Lancer. So it's kind of cool that they're protecting each other with these last 2 picks for Xtreme.
5 seconds remaining.
One final pick to come out for Team Resilience here to try and answer that, to feel that they are going to have the carry-to-carry matchup. Not going to put themselves on a timer, even though you want to close out a game faster against Phantom Lancer.
There's no way they pick Faceless Void, right?
You say that, but you've been calling for it for a while. It did get picked earlier today as well.
Okay.
Did you see the game? It was GamerLegion up against Falcons. It was pretty good.
It's pretty good.
They also have the Invoker combo with it, with Cataclysm.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that's the main reason why I
to
think about it. It's decent with against Timbersaw, because all his damage, at least on the lane, is like single burst, and you can just heal it back up with your Q.
Do you still feel too volatile about the hero? Is that why?
Yeah. It's just worrisome. And interesting. I don't.
That is not a convinced interesting.
It's a very not convincing interesting. I worry about the matchup versus pretty much all the cores. Like, sure, it's extremely good versus the Pangolier, but Timbersaw completely doesn't care about the Ethereal. He'll just go through it. PL loves buying Bloodthorn, loves buying Nullifier, just being able to burst the Necrophos anytime he walks in. And I think Invoker wants this carry to use Alacrity in the mid to late game.
I was about to say the same thing. Like, who are they going to Alacrity? Because Axe doesn't get it. Necrophos doesn't get it. Maybe it's Mirana. She starts to scale all of a sudden.
Well,
I've seen that before, right?
If we go the Monkeys route and the Axe does get Ags, I believe you get the spin counters every time you right click.
Okay.
So if he does go Ags on the Axe,
Is this like we want to rush Ags now? We're seeing the vision come to light.
Yeah, I'm thinking like maybe you go Helmdom Ags, stack for yourself so you just get the most farm on the map.
Reminds me of that old Axe build where you go Manta Silo.
There was I think it was Aurora the other day who did have it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did have.
Not so old after all, huh?
Yeah, I think they too. I don't know. I gotta say that didn't expect these two last picks to come out. A little bit of a different draft. That's what we have been seeing. And maybe this is the reason why these teams didn't have the greatest success. I did really like what Resilience has up until like Necro. He can be okay against PL. He's definitely great against Pangolier. But the problem is they don't really have ways of just going in and closing out the game because there's literally no tower damage.
I worry about it being... Sure, maybe Xtreme has a rough early game, per se, or, the mid game is rough, but I don't really see Resilience closing the game out with this Necrophos for me. Maybe the Invoker does pop off. He goes to the super scaling hero, and he has a Meteor Hammer. He can take 50 minutes to end the game, but in my opinion, I think it's going to go a bit too late, and Xtreme's going to have a good time in the late game.
What are some of your final thoughts, Monkeys? Who are you hoping to see come out on top with their lineups?
I feel like I have to lean towards XG. I think this PL, even though the Axe can get that Ags and have this decent matchup against it, I think this PL is going to run rampant, and I think the game will just get harder and harder for Resilience.
So I'm going to read between the lines. It's Xtreme Gaming with the caveat that if this Axe goes for an Agnums, then we're going to see Monkeys change his mind a little bit there. Maybe. He's still hesitant there, but we're going to take away that hesitation. We're going to jump on into game number 1 of this elimination best of 3 between Xtreme Gaming and Resilience with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Oh my God, I can't wait to see the PL. It's so exciting. Trent, we've got a great game here. It's elimination time.
Elimination.
Oh my goodness.
Finally.
I can't wait. But yeah, an Axe gets taken, a little bit of some strange picks as we're already into the game, some Sunstrikes being thrown. Was there anything that really stood out to you in the draft that the panel didn't cover that you really wanted to highlight here?
I mean, I'd say they kind of hit all the notes. This is one of the better drafts Mirana-wise, I'll say, for having some friends. I feel like the Miranas have been kind of missing some of their buds for the arrows, but they got, got the Axe, maybe some Invoker setup a little bit. That's kind of nice. The constant maneuvering across the map. And I think they need that maneuvering across the map because I think the strategy must be good for, as the panel said, I think their draft looks difficult to execute on the side of Resilience.
Yeah. Execution is always a bit of a trouble, and with Sunstrikes, with arrows, you want that extra setup. And to me, the main thing I'm seeing is just the first way in is either Necro walking into people or an Axe call.
Yeah. So some drafts, it's like, how do they end this game? This draft is kind of like, when do they end it? When do they get their big lead? Like, all the little windows seem quite small.
Arrow goes out from behind, finds the Timbersaw, a tricky one to kill, and Sunstrike, comes in just a second too late. X-Nova gonna draw first blood. ISR also gets that other kill there. And a 1-for-1 exchange as they also take out that ward.
Yeah, the Necrophos was a bit of a showstopper there at the end of that draft, huh? I mean, obviously, you might be watching and be thinking like, all right, well, I mean, Necrophos is in like half of these games. Isn't the hero really good? Well, yeah. But typically, the hero is picked on the earlier end, and maybe you wind up in a game where the matchups look kind of weird. This is such a late Necrophos to be looking at a draft and being like, huh,
yeah.
Necrophos. It just means that YSR is hoping to hit some big sites and essentially roll with the team into an early advantage, I would think, onto the other side of the map. But I think the panel bringing up Mew and his history at TI and the strengths that he has shown before when the games really matter, if he can harness that power on the axe, Ags or not, he does have a way to help carry this game because of these Sunstrikes. Like he's essentially a like a bonus axe when you have Invoker on your team.
Sunstrike lands onto FY. CQ trying to chase down there, realizes he's not going to be able to make anything else happen, and so FY will, for the moment, be able to TP out of there. But you can see how much pressure this Undying is already just putting onto this Timbersaw.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't get the kill, but then he kills the Courier, which forces his FY to TP all the way back home.
Right.
And he gets to just still stick around right now.
Menace.
We love a good Undying 5. One of the best position 5s this tournament for sure, especially out of the melee heroes, so don't expect to be running out of this hero anytime soon.
All right, but back to the axe, the thing that I was thinking about with it too is it's very much like a TI hero. You know, when all the chips are down, when there's a big moment happening, you try and go for that big call to turn it all around or make a kill happen, and we've seen it many times before. You know, no.
Yes, that'll be the next one.
Not today. Doesn't hit the same. I don't know why.
I don't know. Planet gets taken down there. Behind the tower. I mean, shenanigans abound, of course, to try and get your axe set up for a good lane. Once the levels start to build up on the axe, once he's a little tankier, he can do a little bit of creep cutting himself. Wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing some stacks getting built up as well here on this Radiant side, as Planet's first action upon respawn is to immediately arrow one of the creeps.
Yeah.
Typical Mirana player.
I mean, you know, you want to get your mana back. That makes sense. FY rejoining the lane, likely going to go stack right now for his Timbersaw. Well, see the mid lane matchup, Pango versus Invoker. A tale as old as time. So far, by the way, it does look like Necro's having a really good time out of this laning stage.
I mean, think about the space that ZZQ's been giving him. Like, he is chilling. I mean, Timbersaw can't really, you know, I mean, he's starting to get some levels, to be fair, but he spent so much of his mana on the Undying that a lot of freedom is being given to YSR, and now they're going to drop the Tombstone down bottom. Wow.
Back down, forcing everybody away from this area and keeping the pressure on. Now, there's still a ways away from another creep wave coming in, but XG are going to need to deal with this. Otherwise, there's going to be zoned completely off of a wave. Another double decay there. And yeah, this wave is going straight into the tower.
That was a crazy Tombstone.
I mean, look at this.
Back.
They're bullying him all the heck.
Dynamic duo of green. Lean, mean, green fighting machines.
And you got a salve up from FY, but that entire wave, they're almost being pushed. Like, it's out of XP range.
Yeah, to be clear, they are fully out of the XP range of that wave, which means they are getting 0 experience from those creeps, and XXS is back at the neutrals.
This is crazy, and I don't think that they can stop this. I think this just stays. Like, they need more levels to be able to come and contest.
Tombstone's back up in 18 seconds.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, problems in the bottom lane. So that's what we're deciding right now.
This is how you win with Necrophos.
Yeah.
In their eyes. This is what they foresaw, and they appear to be quite correct at the moment.
The freaking ghost zombie lane.
Do you see a line was just drawn by XXS for FY? He's like, bro, FY, I know that this wasn't from your era. I need you to go run in circles with a creep wave. It's this new thing we do.
Yeah. He's like trying to queue up boots right now, and now the Tombstone is down. XXS trying to stay survivable here. He cannot afford to lose another wave to this. And now the Sunstrike gonna be a little bit off the mark, but it almost doesn't matter as XXS is just gonna die. Back behind the tower, they're dropping tombstones. Nobody here to help. I mean, FY is grabbing that wave, but...
No, he's not. He's grabbing the bounty rune.
Oh, no, he didn't get the wave.
No, he did not go for the wave. He started moving it towards mid, and now he gets scanned out coming mid.
This has to work. You got to find a kill onto the Invoker here.
But he got scanned. He's out of there, man.
Yeah, he's gone. Jeez. What an oppressive lane.
Well, FY's taunting. She can't be feeling too bad, at least. That's a good sign.
It's the smile through the crying behind the mask.
Exactly.
Is the taunt.
Yeah. That's how you know someone's still having fun.
Oh, no. Yeah, that tower is about to go down bottom.
Yeah, that is insane. The Catapult was doing some work here. And, of course, a Necrophos this far ahead of you as Timbersaw means that he can just threaten with Scythe for such a long time. And then if Timbersaw doesn't get to, like, live on his lane with the threat of, I have level 6, so no one can come that close to me,
right?
Then he's not really a hero.
No, I mean, honestly, the tower going down now means that Timber can maybe have a little bit more of a lane. Necro is going to be incredibly farmed hitting jungle camps, but he'll at least be able to farm and get experience under his tier 2.
Yeah, now the question becomes, what power do you have as Undying in terms of lane bleed? Where else can you go on the map now with this upset balance in the bottom lane that you can further improve your team's chances?
And look at this now, going immediately onto mid, seeing if they can find that kill, and indeed, they will.
I mean, while we've been going crazy over this bottom lane, the Invoker, he's got the same last as the Timber. Now, that being said, the Timbers are neutrals, so it's a little bit worse. But he's not having a fantastic time mid here. He's doubled up by nothing to say.
Second leap away, FY spots him out. Again, everybody's so low HP that it doesn't really work. Now, that is going to be a boots kill, but they're setting up for this. Like, you're going to need to bring numbers if you want to secure this wisdom. And they need at least one.
He gets canceled.
They're not going to get it.
Yeah, he was trying to TP into the tier 1 there, and Nexnova kind of walked on in, so. All right, I like this counterplay from the side of XG. Seeing how poorly things were going, they just immediately forced stuff mid. They slow down that Invoker, and so some equally frustrated cores here between the two teams.
I mean, the flip side, though, is they did get double wisdoms on resilience.
That's true, yeah.
And Timbersaw, I mean, I guess he's getting some levels now for XFS. He's getting closer to 6. It's just a big hill to climb.
Oh, wow. CQ coming in here. He just drops the Tombstone. They're going to farm up the Dire Ancients as they lose
Planet. So that's enough to bring him down. New making the rotation. Nothing to say. Lift it up. They have any way to kill him off here, though. Not an easy one.
And YSR, as you can see, yeah, he used the Tombstone to farm through this big stack that was in the Dire jungle. They can't commit for the Ancients or anything because they just don't have the damage or the efficiency for it. And ZZQ wanted to come join mid. FY. Well,
he took that from him.
Did. Rune gone. Planet returns. All right, Echoes. What's the plan here? Trying to get in towards the good old-fashioned Meteor Hammer. It needs a little bit of space, some breathing room here.
Right.
XG. Sad to see that they have lost the stacks they were prepping.
I mean, yeah, you do see that on the one hand, yeah, Timbersaw is definitely behind. Evoker also hurting, but it's just how far ahead the Necro is. That's the real story for me, at least. Like, yeah, Ame is going to come online, but if you see a Necrophos, YSR gets into like a Radiance early and starts keeping that pressure. I mean, he's already got the Talisman, 2,300 gold.
Yeah, this might be the fastest Radiance for a Necrophos this tournament. I would not be surprised with how this is going. But, you know, typical XG fashion, we all know what we're waiting for.
Yeah.
You know, the big show, the ringmaster himself, Mr. Ame. You know, we gotta wait to see when the items come out for him, when he's gonna get to that big carry mode that they're so well known for. They're so very good at playing around, you know. They have two states in their game, getting Ame there and then playing around Ame once he gets there, you know.
I see, yeah. That's an interesting way to think about it, because it's definitely true. Like, if there's a hero that you would want to have him on, it's one of these like late game, carry the game type of heroes. The Phantom Lancer, if you can get to like 3 items or something, is going to be a menace to deal with. And probably you could end up seeing like a decent time nullifier on one of these heroes. And this is another big kill to get. They try and bring down New, will manage to finish him off.
XXS was so ready on that TP too. He really wanted to be a part of anything that went down near a tower to try and boost himself back up. So, I mean, he's now ahead of the Invoker.
Yeah, no, it's true. Timbersaw playing catch-up. ISR very uncontested though. They are letting this last pick just sort of get what he gets, and I think that's the right decision because honestly, there isn't another way to do it.
Yeah, it would take too long to try and contest him. Obviously, your position 1 can't do much, and nothing to say is not at the point yet to help out because he's gone for the 4-4 build on Pango, so he doesn't have the ultimate, and obviously, Pangalier's ultimate is not that effective versus Necrophos in general because he can just resist, or well, rather be immune to all physical damage.
Right. Well, and I'm sure at some point in this game, they're going to try and go for an all-in play onto the Necro. As FY in trouble, Sunstrike lands, the Zombie Man is going underneath the tower and will kill off the Rubik.
Wow. Moonlight Shadow used here too.
Start coming to finish these ones off.
They're trying to moonlight their way over to Ame. This is a very hard move to make, though. All right.
Hey, nothing to say. The hit isn't enough. Not quite. He manages to get out of there, and now maybe an overextension.
Oh, wait.
Oh, a chance. Ghost Shroud, fine for the moment. Ame, in the meantime, does die to the Sunstrike.
Oh, yeah, dude. They were making plays up top.
Can they get anything here? The follow-up, if they can bring him down to YSR falling. So it's a one-for-one exchange, and ZZQ going to be the last one down. XXS, a little bit of redemption.
Yeah, so there was a lot happening here. So during the interview with YSR, he talked about how, like, sometimes we make these plays, we don't even know, like, how they're working or why they're working. I feel like this was kind of one of those moments, because they went for the Moonlight Shadow. While they were making that play down bottom, they were setting up on Ame in the top lane. They get on top of him with a bunch of illusions. They go, once he starts to TP to try and join that fight, New is already on top of him, invisible, calls. That's where the Sunstrike went, which meant that, you know, you're not using the Sunstrike to help out with that big play that YSR is doing, because you're thinking, yeah, I'm going to have Scythe and Sunstrike.
Yeah.
You know? And then we can connect on anything we want. So maybe doing a bit too much at the same time here.
Oh, an important moment right there in the game. Still shutting down Ame, but losing YSR. At the very least, he was able to finish off the Radiant, is now queuing up into the Boots of Travel. But you can see, like, 1,066 HP. This is still a very killable Necrophos.
It's true. Just, it's finding that damage that they need.
Right.
It'll be a little bit difficult. And New already has Blade Mail and is halfway to a Blink Dagger. So we're going to have Scythe, Blinking Axe, and Sunstrike. That is a horrifying combination to have in a game like this, especially because you're talking about, like, the HP of the Necrophos. I mean, this PL has, like, less than 1,100 HP as well.
Yeah.
They're both 1066 right now. So pure damage onto the Necrophos, very good. If he doesn't get a chance to heal. Pure damage onto the PL, very good as well. And we got our two pure damage heroes that are relevant right now.
But I think it does speak to the thing you're talking about, which is that, like, for resilience, the Axe is the difference maker.
Yeah.
If he's able to get that Blink Dagger online, get into some early fights, there isn't sort of an equivalent hero for XG. You know, Timbersaw can run in and just sort of go ham, but oh my God.
That's tough.
Oh, that is frustrating. Where'd he go?
And they're on Ame right now, too.
Oh, this is the perfect Sheever line moment. Oh, no. Ame running, will get away.
Ame's farm, not bad. I mean, the hero that needs to make stuff happen, it's got to be nothing to say on the Pango. This is always one thing on Pango that I think is difficult, is when you feel like you're really forced to make a bunch of moves. It can feel very telegraphed, I feel like. You know? Like, a Pango who gets to follow someone, like, pushing a tower feels very good. You feel like a tower pusher in your lineup, and Pango just shows up. Like, towers feel like a great place to fight. Rolling around, the TPs are coming in, and they just can't contest you. Because everyone who TPs in just instantly gets rolled on top of. Trying to, like, find a random hero to go for a gank on this, on the Pangolier can feel pretty ugly sometimes. Like, he's just been walking back and forth down here by this tower.
Yeah, he's hoping that somebody's going to make a move down because they saw the Zombie Man go through briefly. That's why Hoodwink is sort of posting guard over the gate. And now Hoodwink will go through as Ame pressures forward. New Blink Dagger, just a couple hundred gold away. And with bots, this could potentially be a moment. I mean, again, you really want the Blink Dagger for Axe before you go for that.
But even starting a fight right here, XG is dangerous versus the Undying if he gets off the Tombstone.
And in fact,
and now
he
there's
does
no
get
steal.
it off. And now the move, he steals Decay, not good enough. ZQ very low, ooh, burning down to the urn. He might be brought down eventually, but they will take down FY. Able to survive, it looks like, at the end. And that is Blink Dagger for New.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's very difficult to get the Tombstone from the Undying, because he can just, like, pop his ulti as well, you know? Like, he's going to play around that constantly.
Yeah.
Ame, back to the jungle. almost has the Manta style done, but this is the first big test. As it's the TP down bottom, they're kind of going to try and chase after Nothing to Say here. Oh, yeah, that's easy.
Jump in, Sunstrike, good damage. Is it going to be enough to get him killed, though? It does not look like it.
No scythe available for this one, so that was a test run, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty good dodge there for him on XG. It does also mean, though, that now they know no Rolling Thunder is available. So this smoke up with Mirana Axe gives you a little bit more inclination about where they're going to try and go. And they're in the Ancients right now, wrapping around towards Pango. Now it looks like they're going to start heading back down south. The only hero in this area is the Hoodwink and the Rubik. And as Axe runs down, looking for the big jump, finds him immediately. Arrow follow-up dead. FY also in the grave.
You can kind of feel that the XG supports are just trying to like push this game further and further away from their base and their towers. To try and give this space to Ame and XXS to just keep farming and keep trying to get to a really relevant part of this game. The best place for XG to fight is going to be their own structures or any sort of an objective. Because Pangolier and Timbersaw, they don't have the best ways to start these fights until you're going to have a Blink Dagger on Pango, but Nothing to Say is going Diffusal into Ags. So they need Resilience to go for a play, and they have to be counter-initiating for something good to happen. Right. That's pretty much the only way it's going to go their way.
And I mean, at least for now, until Ame comes online is the goal. No, I hear you there, and I think that, well, actually, it does look like they're going to smoke out now, maybe thinking there's only a couple heroes here, but there are many. New blinks away. It's like with that Moonlight Shadow, do they think about re-engaging? Saw's in the area. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, right? Is sort of Panel is talking about this too, this like lack of push coming out of Resilience that they have and like kind of being on this ever-present clock, which is why the Necrophos pick works so well when they take that early tower. But what happens now? Like this stall that happens, it's looking good, and these kills are so important to keep that momentum, but then we got to turn into objectives.
Yeah, they have to keep these things going. We did just see a Crippling Crossbow picked up here.
Oh, yeah.
From FY, so he got the greedy on it as well. Very nice. That could be something that catches them a little bit off guard, perhaps.
And the reduction in healing coming from the Crippling Crossbow against these heroes, very important.
Yeah, trying to maybe surprise the Necrophos when YSR is trying to play on that edge. And you just looking for the consistency of a BKB to cover himself when he jumps in. Likewise, for Echoes, like getting their BKBs, getting the big objectives of Tormentor and Roach. They just want to check those off the list, and then they want to close out these tier 2s, as many as they can with that first Aegis. Obviously, not a massive Aegis lineup here. Doable, but it's not super simple.
A lot of heroes waiting nearby right now to help in case there was a jump. Again, it's like, how do you really even start the fight, though, for XG? It feels very tough. It has to be through, like, either a Rubik lift or the Hoodwink, getting some bushwhacks off.
Trying to bushwhack or just, like, throw it at the random telekinesis is not it right now, for sure. Like, that's a bad time, so... I mean, Nothing to Say, I think, had the correct read that he couldn't just go Blink, right? If he goes Diffusal Blink, his teammates are not ready to fight.
Yes.
So he gets the Ags. They survive. Like, a 5k lead's not bad right now. This is actually kind of okay. And the Ags are going to allow him to keep scaling and keep farming in this downtime. And now, when he gets to the Blink Dagger, he's hoping that that's going to be the same time where Ame's ready to join the fight, and he can set up for him so he can get these ridiculous engagements with the help of the Aghanims. Because if you think about how you play with the PL Ags, having a bunch of stunned targets means you can get like maximum value out of it.
Able to bounce to and from in the fight, definitely important. And sort of being able to go in and out of it. Now this could be a good one again. They spot the creeps heading away and will not actually be able to find anybody there. It is a smoke up. Feels like XG had an inkling that this was happening as everybody retreats back.
They've had this very deep ward for a long time in the mid, which I think they're trying to smoke towards, hoping someone crosses back across it maybe.
Oh yeah, by the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and now they see where Ame, and they see his illusions coming down, so they know Ame's up here. So this is going to be their target. Sunstrike is currently not locked and loaded. Oh, There he is.
Spotting him. Doppelganger already used. Can they get there in time? Looking for the real one. It's not there. Ame getting some separation, just barely away from them all. And X-Nova going to try and dodge an arrow. Will be able to, as he's going to scurry off into the woods. I mean, even if he dies, he's fine with this.
Yeah, he definitely saved Ame there.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. So Ame immediately back to jungling. Don't see him get croakered. And very close to his Agnes.
And this is nice too.
All right, bit of a freebie. All right, New's still coming through.
What?
I mean, he's got YSR there, so.
Finds, does not get him, but will find FY. Another Reaper kill. 11-8, 7,000 gold lead. Resilience. Very much taking the lead in this one and not looking back. For everybody that thought this was just going to be a walk for XG, Resilience has something to say.
You know, isn't it kind of crazy that when Tsunami was doing the interview with FY's talking about like past TIs and his favorite moments and stuff, and he's like, yeah, the 2014, you know, TI4, it's like 12 years ago, this guy was playing Rubik, you know?
Yeah, some things never change.
And he's back.
It is very much an interesting time seeing the younger squad come against the older squad, and at least for now, seeming to be on edge in this somewhat unorthodox draft.
I mean, step 1's done. They got their Tormentor, so just thinking about step 2, which could be the Roche, or could just be straight up pressuring these tier 2s.
Such a high value get for ZZQ.
Yeah. Yeah, it does a lot for the big save plays. Already playing a bit of a frustrating matchup versus the PL2, though.
Right.
Tombstone a bit spooky.
Lane on the map there. Echoes. Gonna shove out that lane. Roche, definitely something that teams are thinking about at the very least and wanting to ensure they have good vision over. But as you mentioned earlier, it's not easy to take for Resilience.
No, they don't got like your Slardar buddy or something to make it really fast. They have Alacrity, so, you know, they can do it if it's really advantageous and, like, you know, there's a dead hero or something, but there's also some frustrating heroes to do it against, like Pangolier and Timbersaw and Hoodwink, as we just saw a very noble attempt from Team Spirit in the last game to maybe steal with the Hoodwink.
Right. Well, and also, I think this is just one of those types of games, too, where you get one little flub and things could start snowballing from there.
They know that Echoes is ghost walking up here. They saw the wave. There is a sentry here from X-Nova, but it doesn't look like he's going to go hunting.
New finishing the BKB. They're running into this area and might find Rubik as he is right by them all smoked. New able to find the call. And another death for FY.
I love how Planet is just always there with the arrow, you know? Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Just wait for the arrow to hit. And every Mirana player, by the way, they got to get it. They get their one excuse item, like the urn, and now the Aghanim's already done for Planet.
Yeah, that's nice.
He is really firm.
They're having a good time. Sunstrike's in to help finish off Roche. You've got all the heroes in and no interest in coming to contest this on XG. So we'll take the Aegis for YSR. Have what it takes to try and close this game out. He got hit by the little guy. It always feels so bad when it happens. You're looking somewhere else trying to do something, suddenly I'm not moving anymore.
Oh, yeah, yeah. The Ogre Club. Getting broken by one of them, too. That's always a random one. Just, oh, right, yeah. I wasn't paying attention.
1,000 gold lead smoke up. Both heroes that are not in the smoke have bots. Can join the fight very quickly.
All right, here we go. Echo's walking through the wave.
They see him. BKB used. Is that enough of a win? Do you run away now?
I mean, they're looping in behind right now.
XXS. Oh, it's a little bit scary.
This is some great.
They spot him, and there's the call. Got him immediately. No chance for any response to this.
These are the kind of plays you need, because if you look at that death recap, this is where the Mirana is disgusting. When you get this Aghanims, she just did 1,300 damage to that Timbersaw.
Pretty crazy.
It happens real fast. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
Like, the axe jumps in and you are the secure, you know? It is absolutely ridiculous what you can do if you have these guaranteed arrows that are going to hit when you have this Aghanim, so that is the value. And it's not just that, though, right? It is the use of that Moonlight Shadow. It just boosted that smoke attempt. You have to have the strategy and the macro to make the good value out of it, but the way they played that with that wraparound, like, this lineup, the reason why the panel and us questioned it at the start is you can't make any mistakes.
Yeah.
Things cannot go south when you are playing this strat. And not only did they absolutely obliterate that Necrophos lane, they haven't made any major mistakes since.
Yeah.
Now, all being said, I still think it's hard to go high ground with this lineup. I don't know when they're going to do it. I would still be a little nervous as Team Resilient right now.
Yeah, I mean, the moments when nothing can go wrong do not stop now. It is, for a while, nothing can go wrong.
Yeah.
And a TP away by FY. And sneak himself around a tree, get out of there. Another Sunstrike connection. New, just building up armor. It's actually not as much as I would have thought. He's missed a couple dunks there, but helped to secure the kills for the Necrophos.
Of course.
And he's going bots too on Necro next. Never wants to be out of a fight.
Yeah, that's great. I like that. That means like they're trying to end this, I feel like.
FY found again, caught and killed. I mean, if you kill both the supports, maybe you start to feel comfortable. Go up high ground.
No. This Aegis
right
is
there.
kill all the tier 2s.
It's fine.
Also,
yeah, YSR. Now you get it.
Look at this insane ward down bottom too. I love a good high ground ward.
Yeah.
This one's okay. Well, this one's probably gonna get D-ward to be honest. It does spot where Ame's going, but
the creep wave.
They were a little obvious. I feel like. I think that one's getting removed.
I love YSR being like next to the tier 3, waiting for the creeps to spawn when there's still the tier 2 up.
Yeah.
Like this is his gameplay today.
Dude, X-Nova, where are you going, bro?
Gotta run. Gotta hide. Gotta get out of there. The Sunstrike. Ooh, wait a minute now.
Is this the turning point?
FY. I mean, look if it's not now, then when? You gotta get something with that. Surely.
Ame's trying to look scary. All right, make a bunch of clones. Look at him running after ZZQ right now. Tickling him.
All right. For an opening.
Again, they have this high ground ward. Oh, baby!
Not like that! Jump in! Got him! Dead! Ame gotta run. There's no chance for you here, sir. Brought down. Gone.
I didn't think that ward would last lyrical, but it sure did.
It definitely did.
That was crazy. Of all the places to get a 2-hero call, and a team so desperate to go high ground, you find that is insane.
Perfectly played, getting the kill, making the most of that ward, and they've solved the problem. Now move in, seeing if they can get some more here. They did get the BKB off on XXS. Are they going too far now? Lift. YSR still hunting, already used Ghost Form. They are in pretty deep. The high ground, it beckons, but might be a siren call for them if they're not careful. Now find another catch. New, onto one. They're trying to bring him down. Will they be able to? Yes! Nothing to say is gone. They do have buyback on Ame.
He's still cooking on Necrophos.
Goodness, he's full back up to HP. ZZQ is finally going to be brought down now. And immediately going to respawn again as they set their sights onto these racks.
Yep, TP's right to the outpost. He's a ceaseless dirge indeed.
They got another one. There's the call, the Sunstrike, the finish. Yes, another dunk. New, you can't stop him. Bring me some more, I want that armor. FY trying to survive through this is going to ice wall down, try to force away, but no, he too will be brought down and killed. 18,000 gold lead, Resilience. Keeping it strong in this game number 1, trying to pull themselves an upset.
I mean, these little windows. Like, you have to find so many of these plays and these moments and really get the jump on them. And they've done a fantastic job, Resilient, this game. Another glyph used here. Why, sorry, he doesn't even walk down.
No,
he just walks over a little bit. The MVP ward somehow still stands.
Who placed that one?
Oh, it was good old ZZQ.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. Good old Moogle ward.
Love that. So with that, tier 3 tower goes down. A little bit of a miss on the tornado. X-Nova able to get away. Can they hold off at all? Oh, dude, jumps again. Sunstrike there, lands. Reaper Sight out, gone. Nothing to say, not able to play Dota. And with another racks down Shirley, this is just such an enormous lead right now for Resilience. They can just back out if they want or keep pushing for more. I mean, the thing that's stopping them is there's a tier 2 top.
That's good thing you didn't finish that off earlier. X-Nova sacrifice to the previous site way up there maybe is what did it for them. 2 Chaos Meteors now available for Echoes.
What a beatdown. This is crazy.
Ame has to find someplace to farm. He comes out the bottom part of the map here, gets tornadoed. Arrow coming through. Oh, that was close. Oh, he almost landed back in it.
Yeah, just barely getting away there. Gets some vision, runs. Now finding Q over to the side. New tries to find a call. Absolutely the MVP so far this game. Can they get anything done, though, to try and turn their fortunes slightly? Hoodwink, gone. YSR is still stunned. There's so much damage, but nobody is dying. The spells are there. The control is there. They don't have enough to kill anybody, though, it feels like. As Planet tries to back out.
Deafening Blast to protect Planet as well. And now he's got the Blink to try and guarantee some of these arrows through all the PL illusions and the general mess that is going high ground. The Blink really helps for finding arrows that aren't blocked.
Resilience just taking the path forward, burning bridges behind them and saying, we're not crossing the river again. We're staying on your side.
They burned the boats. They're gone.
24 and 10. No need for a Roche, apparently.
The comforting hum of Invoker ghost walking and destroying all the creeps.
It is silly. It's very silly. Yeah, struggling to find answers, XG. I mean, they're just huddled in their base, and you can't really blame them. What a brilliant performance from Resilience here in this game number 1.
I mean, XG, they basically have to just look at this map right now and think, okay, what item can we get for Ame that maybe could win a fight? And they're thinking maybe get into the Orchid.
Right.
You know, the good news is that they've been fighting so much that the BKBs are getting somewhat low. Axe is at 7 seconds, so you know, maybe then he can find the Orchid.
There you go.
Yeah, finding the positives.
I mean, they also have, like, no stuns.
Yeah, don't worry.
There's a lot of them.
Pango has twice as many stuns now. He's got Basher.
Yeah.
You know, he's got his Blink.
True.
He's got a little Lucky.
So tough. I mean, again, like, so many of these games have been going to, like, 50 minutes or something like that. You imagine in your head, okay, PL, you're going to be so strong. But what happens?
Try again.
What happens if you don't get there? The arrow lands amongst all the illusions. Come on now, you gotta be kidding me. It's crazy out
here. That's a Blink Dagger, baby.
Sometimes you're just not meant to win the game. As New pulls back that Timbersaw. Now there is gonna be a buyback from Ame. Have they extended too far? BKB's used. Nothing to say, Roland. Trying to find some damage on the Echoes. He's just gonna TP out. And now New finds himself another call. Immediately they're on to XXS. XXS caught with the Sunstrike and the finish from the Axe. GG is called. What a beatdown.
Everything went according to plan. And of course, as expected, they dropped the Zhao 8 voice lines.
Ooh.
Who I believe is also paneling on the Chinese stream right now, which is very hype.
Such a good performance from Resilience and a team that at this point right now, you know, wants to be able to pull back in and boost up their fortunes right before, you know, we get into this main event. If they can find their way there, it would be huge for them. We're going to head back to the panel, let them break down that action from that game number 1.
What a fantastic game number 1 that we got to witness here. We had faith that there was going to be something coming out from Xtreme Gaming in the later portion of a game number 1, that this PL was going to be able to run a bit rampant. What we didn't factor in for was the 3-man axe calls, the Necro being able to invade Triangle at like the 10-minute mark. It's just insane to think what they were able to do on the side of Team Resilience here. But for yourself, Gunnar, how amazing was it to see a game 1 like that for them?
Yeah, so I was worried. I was like, they can't end the game, but you can end the game if you're like 50,000 gold ahead.
PL
just
has
getting
like
kills
one
off
item.
them. Yeah, and I think New for me had a really good performance on the axe. It was like there was way too many calls I think weren't like he shouldn't hit.
It wasn't even a group call; it was a group meeting because everybody from Xtreme Gaming were kind of into it throughout the whole game.
Yeah, I think I was counting. I was counting at the end there, and I think New got like six jumps with the like 6 blink calls at the end, and I mean it was just chain feed after chain feed from Xtreme. So definitely had a very decisive ending there.
New being such a, I want to say sacrificial offlaner. I don't know if we saw it in the clips just quickly there, but he sacrificed his dunk for the Necro to get an extra side stack. That's what you want in an offlaner. That's what he needs to do.
So selfless.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd one as an axe, you know, because Necro, he gets priority, so you never get to get the dunk if you're going on the same target. But I feel like in this one, like it never came down to the late game. Like one of the biggest issues was they're playing this kind of unbeatable lane, like we saw that with Treant Protectors, with Shadow Fiends. This time around, it was Undying plus Necrophos in the safe lane, which is just insane amount of harassment. XXS, he didn't get to play the game, and they also killed the tower 5.5 minutes in, which did open up the map so they can go for the enemy XP shrine, and also had the access to the enemy triangle throughout the whole game because they killed the tier 1 tower in the mid also relatively early on. And then also Necrophos, like your carry doesn't need to care too much about the rotations because you don't have that tier 1 tower to TP to, and this has to be like one of the fastest tier 1 towers that the safe lane did kill in this TI so far.
Yeah, for me, it's some combination of the Pangolier and the PL picks. Like, it's the Timber, sure, but I think it's because they don't take the Slardar in that end of the phase for them. They take the PL instead. It gets banned. They end up not really being able to... Sure, they get the Timber Saw, which looks like it's good in the draft, but I think it wasn't enough for them. It was a bit too slow. And I can see the potential with their draft. I don't know if they were able to execute it.
I also have a question, Monkeys, around the Rubik too, because I was looking, it's not getting picked a crazy amount. It's kind of seen 11 games for itself, and it's mostly our Chinese teams that are all playing it. Xtreme Gaming and Resilience both love it. Planet played it earlier today, and I know FY does play a good Rubik, but it's more when it gets picked in this draft, what it was really offering in this game, and why it is only predominantly these two teams that like it. Why are we seeing it there, and what impact is it really having?
I mean, I definitely think it's just a comfort thing. I mean, Chinese teams historically, they've always been Rubik player, or the Pos 4s have always been Rubik players. I think I believe you even mentioned there weren't the best spells to steal in this game, so you know it.
It wasn't me. It was Gunnar, but I'll definitely say it was me. It was, yeah, thank you.
sorry,
No,
we do look very similar.
Yeah, we have same ideas about
yeah,
Dota, same
exactly.
skill. No.
Similar MMR.
Similar amount of TI appearances.
Yeah. Actually, I think I've done more than you, but it's okay.
It's close enough. No one's counting.
Of course, I wasn't counting. Yeah, no.
But I think also a big issue that Xtreme had this game was they just didn't really have a hero to go in. I mean, the Pango, obviously you have roll, then you can change some people with that role, but that was pretty much the only thing they were relying on to make plays on Xtreme. And while I also think the inverse is true for Resilience, they kind of were only relying on this Axe to have these blink calls and set up the Sunstrikes and whatnot. The Axe had a much better early game. He was, active. He was able to, find those blink calls, and obviously that Sunstrike follow-up damage was way more than enough to, send Resilience like way in the lead.
One of my bigger questions when I see a Timber and a Phantom Lancer Lacoste is it too greedy? And Connor was telling me that Phantom Lancer plays a little bit differently and how much farm he needs to be able to join, but there's still that question mark. And then you have a Necro that opens up the game so easily, is able to invade triangles so often, and is just milking the dire side for all of the gold that they're worth. And now it's like, how do you have both a Phantom Lancer and a Timber make space for themselves?
I mean, usually it can work fine. I just think the issue is that he got dismantled in the lane. Phantom Lancer, of course, being a bit of a slower hero, but I think Timbersaw is very similar to what Necro wants to do. He wants to be like super oppressive, take over the certain area of the map, then continue to farm up, like push one hero out of the lane completely. This is he was kind of on the receiving end this time around. Usually he does this to other heroes, and he never managed to actually recover. Like, we didn't really feel the influence coming out from him. If you check the damage number, like the lowest damage number were coming out, the numbers from Ame and XXS in this one. Ame only dealing 6,000 damage, Timbersaw dealing 8,000 damage. So very, very difficult, I would say, matchup for him, and never made the comeback. But these are the massive differences that we are seeing. Like the start, if you look at just the itemization at this time, like one guy has 5,000 gold worth of item, the other carry doesn't even have a component of a relatively small item, which is just Yasha at that time. And he was also putting quite a lot of pressure. Damage, of course, PL doesn't really deal that much damage early on, and he was involved in a lot of these kills because they were diving behind the tower. This is where the massive difference comes from.
At the 11-minute mark, right? This is that head-to-head, how the early game. But there was a moment just after Gunner where I was a little bit worried that maybe Team Resilience had overextended, that they were feeling a little too confident for themselves, that this Necro was at a point where, yeah, we're not going to be able to stop him. And they were in that dire triangle.
Yeah, they try to make a kind of cheeky play where they're playing on the very limit of their spells with damage amp from the Undying Ult plus the Scythe. And little miscalculation, not enough. And I started to get a bit worried for them right here because, like I said, I thought they did need to close out the game early. They needed this early game advantage for Resilience. So being able to kind of bounce back from those 2 deaths in the enemy triangle was really good for them. I was pretty impressed. And you wonder, it's like if their draft can't fix a gold lead with these massive kills in the early game, because the Necro's up 2,000 gold on the next highest hero at that phase. It's 11 minutes and he's up that much gold, and killing him felt like it was kind of non-impactful. I don't even think they lost any of their gold lead. So I'm just definitely wondering, like, you have to look at the lanes, you have to look at the draft, you have to look at a lot of these kind of bigger picture things, because that mid game that you just experienced isn't going to happen again if you just have the same early game.
And what about yourself, Monkeys, when you do look at this as well, when you go, that should have been more to capitalize on top of 2 big kills on an Undying and a Necro? We should have been seeing more from Xtreme Gaming. Like, what role needs to take charge of that a little bit more in a lineup like that?
I mean, I think it's between mid and off lane. I mean, if you want to have this PL, you need to give it the space to come online and, you know, like, eventually be able to do PL things, you know? But I think after they did die twice in the tri-camp, Resilience, they still just kept going back to the dire tri-camp, and they kept stealing stacks, they kept taking this gold away, and there really just wasn't... I don't know. There's just not there was no space for the PL to you know, become this
and no punishment from Xtreme.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ame just never really had a chance to do Ame things, you know. So
if you go back and look at the draft, I think seeing this Timbersaw, because they didn't see what the matchup is going to be because they close out the whole draft with this Necrophos. Maybe they thought, okay, he's going to be able, maybe they were expecting a different hero, didn't maybe expect that YSR is going to be playing Necro in this one, that he's going to be getting more out of the lane, because Pango, he was doing quite okay in the mid lane. He's playing into Invoker matchup. They also made 1 rotation early on and made sure that they are grabbing the kill on Invoker. They tried to go for it the second time. Problem is, like, the side lanes, Phantom Lancer, he doesn't join. Your offlaner got completely sacked, so you had to play with the 2 supports, which are okay in the damage, are okay with playing with the Pangolier at the time. It's just the other 2 side lanes fell apart. And again, it comes back down to this Invoker that we are seeing completely dismantling the side lanes, even without the real proper setup early on, because they didn't really have stuns. They had Undying plus Necrophos. Axe doesn't really get the call up until like 5, 6, 7 minutes into the game, but they still did extremely well.
I mean, I want to bring it back to the very, very start of the draft.
Okay.
We go back to the Hoodwink. It's like the very first pick overall. And sure, very good hero. Most picked hero of the year, but it doesn't feel like it has like the draft impact you'd want from a hero you're first picking. First pick, in theory, is your strongest pick of the draft outside of that one like at the very end. And I don't think it really utilizes it. You could take the Undying there instead, secure a safe lane. You could take Centaur, basically secure off lane. And they don't.
Lena was still in the pool as well.
That secures mid or safe lane.
Yeah.
And they're not really, like, Hoodwink is not what she used to be in terms of just guaranteeing a 1 lane. She's like solid, she'll do decent, but it didn't really fix their laning stage issues. So for me, I'm hoping that if they end up first pick again, maybe reevaluate what you want in that phase, because the Centaur gets banned, the Undying ggets taken, they end up having to do like, it felt like they were on the back foot the whole draft. It's like, oh, they pick Invoker, let's pick the Pango, try to have a solid lane versus him. Let's pick the PL because it's a carry, we're comfortable into the Axe, and then now our Timbersaw is getting banned. Like, they're never forcing Resilience to be the ones to be like, oh, this is what they're doing, maybe we need to solve the problem. It's all constantly Resilience is going, we're going to do all of these things, solve it, and Xtreme didn't.
Sometimes that is a very strong narrative for Xtreme Gaming, where they are just a little bit too reactionary, and when they play their game, that's when they look the best. Hopefully for game 2, that is something that they're going to take in mind, because again, it's an elimination best of 3. But on a slightly more joyous and lighter note for you guys watching at home, our secret shop for TI is open. There's so many fun things that you can grab for yourself. Obviously, every day you've seen me, I have had this giant frogling plushie, and I refuse to give it up to anyone else on the panel here, because I think it is by far the best thing that you can get.
She's very aggressive about
disagree.
it.
I am
Look
very
at
aggressive.
This small fella. Look at the child.
Largo.
This is the real Largo.
Can you do your best Largo impression?
I don't know if I hit all the timings correctly.
I was getting a New Zealand accent, but that's even better. I think you got to work on your rhythm, though, Lucas. And you guys have the two sides of the cookie cushion?
Yeah, mine's still better.
One's in chat for Invoker, two's in chat for Mortimer.
You're saying Invoker's better than Mortimer?
What did we just see in this last game?
We didn't see Snapfire. What do you mean, what did we see in this game?
Yeah, we don't see Snapfire for a reason.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. Come on.
Literally best hero of like the entire year.
Yeah, but times are gone, old woman. The time is now for Invoker. The time is now for Resilience to potentially make a 2-0, which I want it to be 3 games, but after that first one.
Well, before we see if it's a 2-0, before we see anything else about game 2, we're actually going to see what Echoes had to say coming into this year's TI.
Echoes, thank you very much for joining me. Looking forward to talking to you and looking forward to celebrating your first ever TI. Congratulations. You have been playing since 2019. And you're finally being able to show up to a TI. What was winning that qualification game like?
感觉很开心吧，就是多年的辛苦终于有一些回报。就回想以前在之前总有一些预选是有机会来打到 TI 的，但是在今年终于打进来了吧，只能说很开心。
Who was the first person you called, or who was the first person who congratulated you after you qualified?
我的家人吧，还有我的朋友，就是最先恭喜的是我的父母。
Amazing, so happy to hear it. How long have you been watching TIs?
最开始看应该是 TI 5吧，到现在应该是9年了差不多。
And now you're finally getting to be a part of making history. Do you have a favorite all-time TI moment from since TI 5 to now?
应该是 TI 9吧，因为那个时候我刚进入职业圈，然后当时学习了 Top 上的很多打法，我觉得，而且当年他们的 TI 是最有观赏性的，我觉得。
So you must be very excited that Thompson's showing up to this tournament now.
是的，就是在过去的几年，他退役之前，我一直是他的粉丝。然后，不过到现在，可能就是我不再就粉某一个人了，但是我还是会喜欢某些中单的打法吧。
Okay, mainly believing in yourself. I like it. Your team name, I wanted to bring it up. In English, resilience means being able to, be sturdy or recover easily. How accurate do you think that is at describing how your team plays?
在很多局，我觉得在游戏中的很多局，我们打到长局的时候，其实我觉得我们的韧性不算特别足，但是我们的目标是朝着 resilience 这个目标去的。我希望大概这个队名就是我们对自己的期望吧，我觉得。
I asked your teammate earlier, I asked YSR if he filled out his predictions and where he put Team Resilience in the group stage predictions. Where did you put your team?
我填的是胜者组晋级吧，就是对自己的一点小期望。
Echoes, congratulations on making it to your first TI. It's going to be an amazing experience. Can't wait to see how Resilience do.
谢谢。
谢谢。
Team Resilience and Xtreme Gaming in an elimination best of 3. And right now, Team Resilience have a 1-game lead. They had a fantastic game number 1. At no point did it feel like Xtreme Gaming had a foot in that one. And coming into game 2, we're hoping there's a little bit of a conversation and a change of tone around how they want to not only open their draft, but also progress it, because we weren't really too fond of the Hoodwink being their opener monkeys. But of course, that Rubik had a bit of a question mark, a PL a question mark, and then closing their draft with a Timber 2.
Yeah, I really would like to see a more aggressive lineup from Xtreme, something that, you know, allows them to play or set the tempo and kind of play their own game. You know, maybe consider an early pick Centaur. We've seen some teams doing. I think Earth Spirit was first phase banned last game, so can't really go that direction. But, you know, just have this hero that, you know, is a menace and is able to go in there and kind of force the enemy team to deal with you, you know?
I think like they're still trying to find the identity.
Xtreme Gaming?
Xtreme Gaming,
Yeah.
like, especially with the recent changes, with the coach situation and everything. It seems like most of their ideas are not really working. And
It's like individual ideas almost.
yeah, it feels like there's a lot of you know, chefs in the kitchen, as they like to say. And if you look at the games that they won against Huligani 2-0. This is the only team at TI that went 0-4, and they also managed to win only 1 game against LGD. So that doesn't give me too much like confidence coming into this series, because I also chose Team Resilience as my dark horse. I feel like I've been watching these guys in different teams, in many different iterations of the teams, and individually they looked very good, and they also looked very good in the qualifiers.
Yeah. Before we focus on this game, number 2 draft, I do want to remind everyone else that another elimination best of 3 is happening. It's over on the C stream between OG and GamerLegion. I won't give you any results, but I will tell you what's going on, as well as our 3rd series happening between VG and LGD on the D stream, and the B stream soon to begin their series. But now we could focus up on our Xtreme Gaming up against Team Resilience. An Earth Spirit, a Shadow Fiend taken out, a slight adjustment, not letting the Invoker through there at all, a Trian, Lone Druid, Ember Spirit, and Hoodwink ban, which does mean Xtreme Gaming are forced by their opponent to have a different opening pick. This time around, it's Wyvern.
I was going to say, it's crazy to me. 2 things are crazy to me.
Yeah.
One is they banned the Hoodwink.
I just don't understand.
Why they're banning the Hoodwink. And then second is like they're taking the Wyvern, which again, to me, is not this like draft changing hero. I think a lot of the time in the drafts, you really want at these kind of breakpoints in the draft, there's in the second phase, that like final pick of the second phase where you basically get to pick a hero, ban the counters. First pick overall are the 2 big ones, and then the last pick of the game. For me, those are the 3 biggest kind of breakpoints of the draft of how you want to maneuver it. And for me, Wyvern is sure, it's good.
It's good.
It's good this patch. It's solid. It's good versus a lot of the physical damage that we've been seeing. But is it worth taking over all these other meta heroes that you see them in the game and they force such a reaction? To me, when you see Wyvern, you can kind of just pick any hero in the game. Especially, it opens up the magic damage, which we see a lot of the time. Vessel is a very popular item. The Krellas, very good versus the Wyvern, because not only it gives you ethereal versus your ult, well, I guess technically it purges, so it doesn't work that way, but you remove the healing from the Cold Embrace. So it just, to me, feels like effectively Xtreme's playing from second pick on first pick. They're just delaying whatever they have to deal until Resilience picks heroes, and they're like, okay, now we respawn, which I feel like is the second pick's job in the draft.
Especially because you don't even get the oomph of having overall last pick that.
Yeah, so it's like you're missing the reason why second pick has some advantage in the draft.
Yeah.
While playing second pick.
Yeah.
Sounds not very good to me.
Yeah.
If we look at some of the openers that they did have, the most successful they have been is when they got the hands on Trin Protector, which has been banned. They played against Huligani when they opened up with Darkseer. They immediately responded with Tiny, which is fine because it did, like, you can't die, you don't create a strong illusion out of the wall. They had the casual Marana opener on 8, which I'm also pretty fine with because you're not revealing too much, but definitely gotta agree because we are seeing these meta heroes being popular for a reason, and I don't think they are getting the good trades in this first phase.
I will say though, even though Resilience do have the Coddle, the Ember and Beastmaster are already removed, 2 very good Coddle combos. So,
and we've seen this hero a couple times. I know Boom Boys is still picking Keeper of the Light, and it wasn't to much success, I would say, at least from the games we were able to catch. So I do want to see what Resilience plans with this hero. Potentially, it could be mid. I don't think it's particularly angled towards that in this patch.
It is a hero that echoes plays from the mid lane if needed to, because you talked about the Spirit Vessel. It can get it like extremely fast, 6, 7, 8 minutes into the game. You will pick up this item no matter what. You can stack for yourself. It can speed the tempo, and maybe that's the reason why they also went for the last pick Necro in the previous one, being this unkillable body in front that's just going to be soaking up all the damage. Coddle, in a sense, does provide you with the insane amount of sustain, with the blast, with the Spirit Vessel. For now, it's just, you know, a casual Coddle, but yet to see where it's going to go.
With the way that they kind of grouped up last game, Keeper the Light does fit in that sense. Like the games where you're winning if you have a Keeper the Light, sure, it's like you want these combos, you want to be able to Chakra Magic some mid-ember who's like running around the game doing everything, but at the end of the day, a lot of the drafts you end up seeing, this guy just presses ult and presses Q and heals his whole team.
Them, basically.
You just give your team health, you give them mana, you just sit there in the back, you're really fast, you're hard to catch. So if that's kind of the playstyle that they've determined they want to play versus Xtreme, which is kind of what they did in the first game, right? They picked the Necro and they group together, they just run at you. And Xtreme didn't have a solution to in the first game, so they could be it as like, all right, just kind of run it back with a different flavor.
I really wouldn't mind seeing the Centaur come out for Xtreme here.
I like Centaur and Darkseer a lot, particularly versus the Keeper of the Light. They're two heroes that give like some sort of haste, so you kind of ignore the slow that Keeper of the Light that is super annoying to deal with in this mid game. The other solution is Largo potential, because you buy the Lotus versus the Keeper of the Light, and you have the Lick to dispel all the debuffs, and it pairs well with the Puck. So I think they have a couple options of how they can.
I'm surprised that you picked the Puck here for Xtreme Gaming, because you don't really get to protect it too much in any way, shape, or form, and then you let Resilience have the counter pick in the mid as well as potential strong pairing with Coddle without having to feel like you have to blind pick into the mid.
So in my mind, they're already aiming towards a Darkseer for Xtreme.
I see.
They see that the Keeper of the Light, it was the first year we mentioned, it's like Darkseer has Surge for Keeper of the Light, it's good. So they want to get this melee position forward to pair with it. Puck, I would say when Puck is countered, the biggest thing you have is a damage issue. Usually, a lot of the times you see the Pucks like will go neutral in a lot of the lane matchups, and they can always do something, but they look weak because they don't have damage. And Darkseer almost always fulfills that from the offlane, can super, like more than enough cover this damage issue. And so it's now forcing Resilience to basically pick what 2 cores are you revealing into the Puck. And if you pick your carry into this Puck, then Darkseer gets a free game. If you don't pick it, then you get to pick Darkseer with 2 bans.
They used this Earthshaker as a response as well when they played against LGD. I feel like this hero is very, very good. Right now, they don't see the matchup. They don't see what Ame is going to be playing. But these heroes are very good against any carries because you have this instant stun, instant lockdown. You can one-shot him pretty much if he's sitting in the creep wave, going for the extra wave. And then you also have Doom on top of that. Great matchup against the Puck, instant lockdown. Maybe not so good against Wyvern. Once you go in, your combo gets split. And maybe not the best against Spirit Breaker. Like, if you don't see him, I want to see... Because the support duo is okay-ish, but this is not on the stronger side on Resilience. Mirana rotating, Keeper of the Light rotating pre-level 6 isn't really as good compared to Spirit Breaker rotating, and we're still even Winter Wyvern on top of that. So I feel like the support duo plus the mid lane, in terms of the early engagements, definitely goes to Xtreme Gaming, in my opinion.
I'm still thinking about both the Darkseer and the Centaur. They're both... Darkseer sometimes is bad versus the Doom if he's the one that gets himself, but he has the Surge for it, and I don't want them to repeat the same mistake from last game, which is in this position, they took Ame's hero, they took the carry. I know as a team, they do value Ame having a good pick. They play around him in the game, but specifically drafting-wise, I think that it's much stronger for them to take the hero, especially when they're setting up for it with the Spirit Breaker. It can get more awkward if they take the carry, and then now they're last pick, like, ooh, Darkseer's banned. Do we have to take some random Viper off lane, some Death Prophet, which don't even feel particularly good into like a Doom? And it's just hard to say what they're going to do. Maybe if they have a lot of confidence in a Medusa or some extremely strong carry for Ame.
Do you think there's any potential for Avenge against the Doom?
Yeah, for sure. I think this is the counter. I don't know why it took them so long to pick these two, like pick Centaur here, because I feel like both Centaur and Darkseer that you mentioned have been, throughout Dota history, one of the best heroes against Doom, because you're either tanking the Doom yourself, or you have a save for whoever is getting Doom. You have that surge. So in the end, they go with the Centaur. I'm really worried for Resilience in this one. I feel like their damage output isn't really gonna be there, and we could also potentially see maybe Centaur picking up a pipe depending on the last pick overall. I do like your idea about the Vengeful Spirit. I also like the idea for potentially get the Medusa on side of Extreme. This is something that Ame did play a lot in 2025. This was his kind of go-to hero, and he did have insane win rate. So removing Spectre, which means that they are opting to go for the range carry in this one.
What if we run back the IO?
Yeah, sounds very good against Doom.
Yeah. Well, it's like you bait your puck into getting doomed, and then you relocate him out. And then you get back in there post-doom, you win the fight.
The old bait your teammate strategy. Yeah, that's a really good one on an elimination game at TI group stage.
Well, sometimes you just gotta do your. If you do the craziest draft here, they're not going to expect it, and then it's a curveball.
If you don't know
they have
what
the puck
you're
already.
doing, the enemies are not going to know even more. Like, they're going to get super confused. So they can't really counter it, even if you don't know. So stay one step ahead.
That's like 3 steps, I think, that you're full circle at that point.
I like the Drow a lot so far. Yeah, Drow's not bad for them, and it's decent versus the Doom in the lane. They can even pair it with a Spirit Breaker as the 5 and put the Wyvern as the 4. It gives them this like high damage to chip through everything Resilience kind of has for them. And there's no, I would say the thing for Extreme to think right now is there's no carry that's going to feel good. Okay, it's banned. But it's because Earthshaker and Doom both counter a singular strong hero in the draft, right? Earthshaker can just echo you and you get doomed and you just die basically no matter what hero you are. And so they just need something that is consistently going to be good and help your whole team have impact. And that's a hero that will help your whole team have impact by teleporting around.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned it before the series even began. Nature's Prophet, I believe, is at 8-1 so far this tournament. And I really like this pivot from Extreme. I think this is a much more aggressive lineup that will allow them to play their own game and hopefully have a much better early game. And,
oh, sorry.
and get them into the mid game, not down 15K.
I like Xtreme Gaming's draft a lot. I feel like it checks most of the boxes. We've seen Nature's Prophet own so far in this tournament, the amount of farm that you can get. We saw Satanic, what he can do, blocking the enemy triangle, putting out these treants, and making sure that enemies also not getting that farm in the triangle. Like, what do? You show up in the triangle, you don't get any gold, then you need to walk, so basically wasting your time. I feel like the offlane duo is strong, the safe lane as well. Puck might have been countered by Echoes. I guess that's why he called himself Echoes. Well, he wants to play Earthshaker, especially at TI, but I feel like something is missing with this Team Resilience draft.
I do think Kez has a very good game for himself. Like, he's been set up to have he's a good matchup versus the Nature's Prophet. He's very good into BKB carries, has the percentage damage for Centaur and healing, has silence for the puck and stun. So in my mind, this is kind of a Kez versus the world kind of game. Sure, he is backup from Earthshaker and Doom, but to me, it's a very big carry impact game, which a lot of the games is TI are, but I think this one in particular, because again, on the other side, Ame could just run the map, just kill everyone off cooldown, but I'm definitely looking towards the Kez to be the impact in this one.
And who are you looking towards, Monkeys?
I gotta believe in the Nature's Prophet. I haven't seen this hero falter yet, both on core and support. So I think this is just one of those heroes that it opens up T1 towers very quickly. You can start to choke out the map very quickly, and I think that's something that will just benefit Extreme, a lot this game.
Especially compared to how game number 1 went for them, where it felt like they had no map for themselves. Hopefully this time around, the Nature's Prophet aiding in them being able to have a much stronger start to game 2, a much stronger game 2, but will it be enough to avoid elimination? We'll see with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the panel. And Trent, man, this would be crazy. If they lose this game, this would be the lowest placement for Ame ever. Oh, it's crazy.
It's early.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to happen, though?
I mean, with this draft, they have given themselves a better chance.
Okay.
I would say this feels a lot better. That being said, actually, wait, hold on. Let's not rewrite history. I liked their first draft. In fact, I might have liked their first draft even more.
Yes.
I will say I actually like this draft even more than Game 1. But liking their draft in Game 1 did not help.
Yes.
That is the problem.
I think one of the things that stands out is that last game there was like this X factor of, okay, what's going to happen with this Necrophos? And then we saw bottom lane, we're like, oh God, oh no,
Yeah.
this is a catastrophe. I don't anticipate that we're going to be seeing NP between the mid tier 1 and tier 2 there, or likewise Kez doing the same up top.
I mean, I think part of it, looking back with the power of hindsight, which is one of my favorite abilities.
So good.
You think, when XXS drew that line for FY, I was like, hey, can you grab the wave? And he didn't. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like a quicker reaction was necessary in that.
Right.
I don't know if they were set in their ways and they had a certain plan of how it was going to go, but outside of just, Resilient doing that lane extremely well, I feel like XXS and FY just did not have a solution quick enough.
Right.
And to their credit, it was over at 3 minutes.
Well, also a lot of times you saw him queuing up the boots. I mean, again, we're not going to relitigate last game the whole time, but I think all of this to say that there is a sort of reset button you can hit with a mentally strong enough team, which I think XG is, which is that last game was a wash. We messed up. Let's go in with something completely different here, and we're just going to run it back. And I think that this is, if they're able to sort of channel into that mindset, it's going to be a healthy way moving forward for them.
Yeah, and if you were going to try and harness some of that same momentum that you saw out of Resilience last game, I would think it would come from heroes like Spirit Breaker, Puck, and Nature's Prophet. Those, and then the quite literal momentum and speed of a Centaur War Runner to truly give it to your entire team.
Yeah, I think
it's GG. FY just walked up and first hit bashed twice.
Oh, let's go.
That's just a good sign. You just know the game's going well once that happens.
I mean, I think it is telling after how many times FY died that he's like, give me Spirit Breaker. It's like, I don't care if there's a Darks here or not. I'm playing this hero. And is immediately going to start Dragon Waves. They don't want to deal with YSR and CZQ. Get out of here.
I mean, the thing that you and I are both hoping for is the potential for the planar pocket.
Yes.
If they can get a bit of a lead maybe on XG and they get the Tormentor, we get a planar pocket, I want to see some impact there.
Obviously, an incredibly valuable and weird spell, to be fair. You need to anticipate who New is going to doom, and then you cast it on his dooming target, and then Spirit Breaker gets doomed.
Boom. Yeah, you simply just get to shift reality and take spells away from their intended targets. X-Nova will be the first blood. The Treants are not threatening enough to drive back the side of Resilient, and Planet gets first blood.
And a very, very important part of this lineup here. If he can start getting some stacks built up for that Earthshaker, we've seen that level 1 Echo Slam that you drop just to clear out and get all the farm in the world. And Planet's going to take this one on a long walk around.
Yeah, he takes advantage of the fact that X-Nova dies to get in there and grab this wave, because oftentimes versus the Wyvern, this can be a difficult task to do with the Arctic Burn. Another thing about that Shaker, as you were mentioning, getting these stacks to give him a good game, he's into this matchup versus the Puck, which has been one of his better matchups. One of the reasons you even see Shaker picked, the Embers and the Puck's mid. So Echo's not even really expecting to be that poor this game, so it could get off to a very good start if those stacks go his way. We've also seen, I think it was in BZM's game, that he did not get his stacks on Shaker, and it was an outright disaster. I believe even one of the ones we were casting. So you could maybe expect to see some vision placed down from XG or Resilient themselves to ensure that they get this stacks set up for Echoes.
Certainly is going to be already off to a nice start for denies against the Puck there in the mid lane, and XXS and FY just going to be holding on to this creep wave back behind the tower, making things a little bit annoying. And it's actually Mirana running all the way over there to pick up a large creep with an arrow. So stealing away some farm.
There you go.
Oh my God, are they just going to do it again? There's no way this works.
They have solved laning. They're like, man, if FY's not going to go... I mean, FY has solved it as well, though.
Yes.
Yes, he's like, I see.
These people don't want to lane against each other, I guess. Silence there. FY connects the waves. Some extra damage onto the Spirit Breaker, making him feel a little bit bad. But yeah, this will be a double wave pushing into the tower, and we'll have to see how they deal with that. We'll come back and watch it in a second.
Yeah, waits out his salve as well from all that damage over time with the Kez. Very annoying, but he'll heal back up, and he can keep bullying up top. Keeper of the Light, we have not seen all too much of this tournament, mostly just due to bans. I mean, this hero is incredibly strong right now, but you and I have not had many opportunities to cast it. As that salve, instead of continuing the pressure up top, rotation mid from FY, classic move from the Spirit Breaker, does cost them the top rune, as EZQ tries to move down in time to have an impact. So at least he removes that. And likewise, Planet took the other water rune, so nothing to say gets the kill, but is low on resources now.
Yeah, it's nice though, like getting that little boost after, you know, several of his creeps being denied out by the Shaker. I would say Shaker would probably be hoping to be a little bit further ahead than this right now.
Yeah, he's now behind, nothing to say gold-wise as well, obviously, with the kills, so. Try and slow him down some.
Also, of course, the other thing you need to be wary of, if you're any dire hero, is the potential for Ame to rotate. As New is going to get on top of him there. They're going to bring in FY. Some good damage out onto this Doom, who eventually is going to be brought down by Ame.
We're used to the Nature's Prophet making the move, but the Spearbreaker TP's down instead. Spearbreaker very free for rotating across the map. You can just use your teleportation scroll to go help into the lane, then just charge back to wherever you wanted to be in the first place. So super helpful to be ready and willing to go for these engagements whenever you can. And X-Nova, he's coming up here. He's going to run into Planet because they have the stacks on the mine.
Yeah, shut this down whenever they can. And Planet going to be in some trouble, wants to get the deny, and will find it from the neutrals. Very nice. Can X-Nova get the same treatment? We'll see. There's a lot of creeps around here. Come on, please hit me too. Yeah, no. I thought it was for a second. That was still the old one.
The creeps are not that bloodthirsty, it appears. 2-2. And not only did he die, he obviously didn't want to plant down a ward right in their face, or he's probably just going to lose it, so they will not gain any vision.
Echo?
Echo on a hero, level 1!
Oh, and the arrow follow-up is enough for the finish. Nothing to say.
It's a rare sight. I mean, it is his namesake. It makes sense. But finding an opportunity to use an Echo Slam at level 6 is pretty out there these days.
I mean, unless you're using it on the creeps.
Yep.
X-Nova denies the regen. Fissure, does he have enough to get over the side? No, not going to happen. FY trying to stop the bleed, but it's just not going to happen. Resilience, this team is looking good early game. Can they keep it up as time goes on? I mean, obviously getting that kill on the puck is huge.
And I think the panel's discussion about Kez was very accurate as well. This idea of it being a real Kez game. Like, Doom and Shaker are such good heroes to enable your carry. They can either set up a little bit of a fight for you to jump in on, and if you get gone on, they're great counter initiators. So the various tools and options that a Kez player has, those are all hoping to be utilized as much as possible just through the overall just safety and also just stun and lockdown control that you've got from the side of Resilience. Likewise, though, on the side of XG, they definitely have the potential for a complete just blow up on someone, right? It's like Blink Silence, Blink Stomp, into the Spirit Breaker charge, Nature's Prophet TP, Wrath of Nature coming through. You can very quickly lose 1100 HP out of nowhere.
And the mid game I'm thinking about just looks terrifying, right? Because you've got Spirit Breaker charge with an NP TP in, and like Puck is very mobile too. The ability to get away afterwards with the Centaur, all these things like you're talking about is really scary.
And that all comes down to Echo's Blink Dagger, really, because if he has the Blink, that puts a little bit of fear in those rotations.
Right. Well, his eyes are on it.
The stacks are starting to be built up a little bit here by Planet as well. So they're working on it. Going to try and go for another round here, and it doesn't look like XG are going to be here to interrupt it in time either.
I'm trying to think of what this would mean for this Resilience team to be able to get the victory here. You know, this is a squad, like we saw in that interview just a second ago, that players started playing in TI9, and to be able to take down FY, to be able to take down Nothing to Say, to be able to get these kills like this early, what it would mean for this region even, have a young up-and-coming squad. Kind of crazy.
I mean, I'm sure it would mean a lot of new fans in the region, that's for sure.
Only if they make it to the main stage.
One step at a time, buddy. All right? They're taking what they can get right now.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, attempting to go for play in the bottom rune is bold at this point in the game because you know there's going to be one additional hero here from Resilience because they're always going to be stacking for Shaker. So that play did not work out too well for XG, and the stacks were also secured again by Planet. So we're building it up. That being said, he did also utilize the Echo, obviously, for the kill. So, you know, there's the plus. Oh, and I think the stack got messed up because of one of the creeps. Classic.
Oh, yeah.
That's all right. They're going to go now. More gold.
Got to get a ward down there so the NP ulti can come through. That'd be pretty
Oh, I love that play.
They do it. Planet runs into a lot of heroes. XG decide they don't want to be here anymore, and the TPs are actually going to be canceled. Nothing to say. Almost gets caught right there.
All right, Xnova has spotted the stacks. He places a sentry down first.
Okay.
He was also nearby, and has a Doom.
Careful, they now see that sentry and immediately take it out. Finishes the charge, wall doomed. But this is going to be a very hurt Spirit Breaker, and no Roche nearby to help him out. Meanwhile, though, they dropped the coil. Nothing to say. Going in to fight this does not have that much backup at all. Maybe thought NP was coming through.
Yeah, maybe with the Wrath of Nature hitting earlier, he was thinking.
But it is not going to be enough there.
Now here comes Echoes.
Looking, hunting, arrow out. Gonna be able to jaunt away. Nothing to say, trying to play himself out of this, but this is very scary.
He is out of spells.
Yeah, he does not have mana either. But they're going in on Echoes. Excuse me, maybe a chance there to kill him off at least. Oh, they do manage to get that kill. So mid for mid.
Necessary TP in there from the NP.
Yeah.
Okay, that does salvage a lot, for sure. Good bash to hit as well. Man, nothing to say was dancing in there for a while. Of course, upon his respawn, he will be coming right in there, most likely for another stack and a dunk. And you do see immediately the difference this game, though, for the Mirana, is they don't have that same setup for the Arrow.
Yes.
You know, there's no Axe Blink Dagger or something. Throwing out Fisher into Arrow is not really that real. So they're very confident in their ability to make good use of the Moonlight Shadow, is what I read on this.
Yeah. New spot FY. Falls off the charge before he goes
Look at the scans the Dire just dropped as well.
Yeah.
They're ensuring that no one's nearby, leeching into this XP when he goes for that big play in here.
And he does have the Blink Dagger coming out on the Courier now. So Echoes finds his window, and we'll see what they can do with it. It's worth noting he can make like some plays happen with, you know, the arrow follow-up. Once he's got the Blink Dagger done, it's easier.
Yep.
As Xnova is going to be hit mighty hard and no chance for any turnaround here.
All right, Blinken already at 500 gold on top of that, so feeling pretty good as he's catching back up to nothing to say. We'll be building into the Witchblade first, as your standard puck wants to do. And Doom is returning soon here onto New. Ame not finding any aggressive potential lately.
Right, and we keep on sort of, you know, pinging back up there to YSR, the untouched Kez at 12 minutes now. How much danger is he going to bring a little bit later on? FY cancels that charge. Decides to call it off and back away. That's 2,000 gold lead for Resilience. XG, how are they going to respond to this slight lead?
XXS is kind of in passive mode a little bit, right? He's got his Helm of the Dominator on the Centaur, so he's just kind of dragging the waves around. He's farming up a little bit while in the jungle, and has his Dark Troll Summoner up here. It's going to be a while before he has much of an impact in these engagements. I don't know. I feel like he might have to go Blink first this game. We'll see. It depends on how active they really want to be, I suppose.
Right.
But I wouldn't say, like, he's lowest on the net worth. I don't know if you can greed your way to one of these hearts. Like, sometimes it's not necessarily greedy. Like, sometimes you can go Helm into heart because you're sitting at the top lane, the tier 1 tower has died, and you own that zone.
Yeah.
They do not own that zone.
No, he is not able to sort of deny anything to the Kez right now.
Oh, and speaking of which, look at this. This hiding in the tree line there. ZZQ pops a smoke for YSR, and they want to bring him towards the mid.
Getting involved with that Mage
They're
Slayer.
gonna try and Blink kill the puck by the looks of it. Centaur will be tougher, but they're not leading.
He backs away. And maybe understanding what could be coming in his direction.
Helm creeps are kind of value. Oh, but that puck is back.
Nothing to say. They're thinking about it. Jump forward. Echo lands. Arrow follow-up. Gone. Nothing to say, is just it's not able to have a good game right now.
No, there's nothing you can do against Blink Echo with an arrow coming. That's for sure. And FY, as you can see, he's taking this opportunity to try and get this really deep ward down, because that's how you can keep playing the Spirit Breaker to enable your Nature's Prophet. But I think he was spotted running in here, so this probably gets de-warded.
Charges out. See if they're able to find him. Now TP's away. Arrow flying, hits onto Roche instead. Okay. That keeps him alive.
And that is Deso. It's about 1,200 gold away here for YSR.
You know, the Kez NP matchup is something that we've seen a few times. And obviously, you know, you can get on top of Nature's Prophet quite easily as Kez if you're able to find him. But there have been a couple of times where I've seen like Kez's use all their mobility items and then get stuck in Sprout for a while.
Yep.
Particularly after like we've seen people basically go away from Battle Fury. So that could be something to watch for as well, as you know how YSR manages his mobility abilities.
He does. I mean, he's got to be one of the heroes with the most tools to deal with it too, though. So they really got to be rolling their face on the keyboard to have nothing left, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point.
But you're right, it does happen. Sometimes late game with the Aghanims as well, because that little bit of lockdown can really mess up a Kez, obviously.
Well, they're trying to set up on him now, it looks like, as you know the farming patterns for these cores. They're pinging back in those creep camps, but maybe an idea that they could be coming his way. YSR hiding in the trees.
There's no Echo for 24, so if they could find this right now, it would be great. They use the ward to instead just go for the freebie on the ZZQ, but and that's not worth it, especially if they end up
losing. Hunting, looking for FY. Now they get the dust out. Throws another round. There's the Winter's Curse. Some good damage onto this Earthshaker, and now the Stampede after the Doom. Backs away. Wyvern might go down here. I think that you're going to be thanking your lucky stars if you're XG and not losing any more after that.
Yeah, so many heroes rising up here. I mean, Echo's still coming. I may be still under threat here.
Backs away. More space for Ame. Currently taking over the top net worth chart.
Oh, the scan? Oh, that orb comes through.
ISR still hunting. It's ZZQ. Wyvern is going to be nearby there, too.
And he is running through Radiant Vision right now.
Very active on the Kez, which has given NP now a little bit of an advantage the last couple of minutes in terms of farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See how it goes. Trying to cut into this lead.
Deso complete right now. That is a lot of damage on YSR. And you know Echo's getting hungry.
Yeah.
Close to level 12. Smoking up. They're going to go for a move.
Charge going onto the Coddle. The TP coming in is able to get the pushback. Nice. Yeah, FY not able to stay on a target. Supports for XG struggling to pull things together here.
Yeah, and Planet just like pushing this wave back from the safety of the shadows. Meanwhile, this long smoke down bottom, they have just been lurking with Echoes and ZZQ for a long time to support YSR taking this tower.
This is nice, though. They can find him and kill him. Spiritbreaker is still a ways away on the charge. As New tries to escape, they manage to find that stun. Dust out. Ulti used. Planet moving in. Gets the heal off there. Are they going to let him go now?
No way.
With the fear of Echoes coming in, yeah, they let him go.
And here comes Echo. Imagine.
Oh, man. Tried for it, but not quite able to get it. Echo Slam lands onto X-Nova.
They didn't want to drop the curse on you. They were trying to bait out a bigger fight.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're just like, let's wait, let's wait, let's wait. If they come back in, this is our chance to get into it. But they fail the gank on the Doom. It gets turned around to lose both supports. Doom has a Radiance, is just going to tear up this jungle now. This gap is going to keep growing in favor of Team Resilience right now. And XG are looking all out of sorts this series.
Yeah, they have not been able to get things going. They are struggling to make these kills happen. And if they are not careful, they are going to be eliminated from the International.
And it's not a free puck game. You know, you get Witchblade Blink. It's dangerous. You know, you get the benefit of the supports aren't great, but it's the Shaker. And you know he's willing to wait for it every time to dunk you.
XG needing a little bit of resilience for themselves. As Echoes jumps in, doesn't even need the arrow, just making it happen, owning.
Yeah, and you can see this with the Maranas, right? When you have these games with the bad arrow setups, like you don't really want to have to use 2-minute echoes to set up for arrows. He's going for the Yules earlier instead, just give himself a little bit of freedom. It's also just an amazing item versus Spirit Breaker. See him charging at you, you just toss him up. You can dispel the bulldoze. Feels good. Lyrical, I don't know if we're going to get a planar pocket this game there, bud.
Doesn't feel like it.
It's not looking hopeful.
I mean, if it goes late enough, you never know, but they are going to need to really pull some things together here. I mean, this just cannot afford to happen. XXS Stampede tries to get away, does get some separation, and it looks like Resilience are going to let them go there. No further chase.
All right, Echoes is going for the, I'd say, somewhat greedy choice of Ags next.
Yeah.
I feel like BKB is like the mega safe one, but Ags is the like, we are dominating this game and want to keep dominating this game, but it can cause problems.
Gonna say, gets the blink away. I mean, look, they're still farmed, right? You look at these net worths, it's not like anybody is getting completely skunked here. It's mainly the difference in these supports and how much extra value they're getting out of the Coddle and the Mirana, it feels like, and how much more farm they're getting. But it just feels like they haven't been able to find a good fight for XG. Good vision for how the fight takes place.
FYO, no.
Yeah, how do you deal with New?
He charged into a dangerous part of the map here, buddy.
Gonna drop the Doom down. Tries to double back. Denied a Tormentor. Not gonna happen.
Oh man, I could have had the Tormented, you know? Still no Tormentor death side. Was not the right call, it turns out. All right, for the next, I heard the next stage of Fantasy is open, speaking of which.
Oh, hey, there you go.
So make sure you guys read a guide or something first. Just my personal recommendation. Turns out it helps a lot.
Absolutely.
Or you just click the button a bunch if it feels good.
That's a good one.
That's what I went with.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to set up here into YSR. NPTPing in.
It's 50 gold from Ags.
The charge. Jump in, Leash, got him. Do they have enough to bring down this Kez? Hoping, hunting, wanting to find the finish. It's not looking like it's gonna happen yet. The parry, the walk away, the charge, finally landing. FY goes in, they just need a little bit more damage. Somebody kill this Kez! And finally, nothing to say, gets that kill. XXS shows up, now onto ZZQ, finding more damage. The heal out from Planet, this Coddle is very annoying. And as they find another signs of life for XG, desperately needed.
Yeah, that almost didn't happen, you know? Turnaround was there. Well done. Planet almost finding it with the Holy Locket saves to top him, but it wasn't enough healing. Also, the way they Delta split away from the Raptor Dance, I think was the big determining factor in that one. He just couldn't heal himself back up at all.
Right.
And for once, they weren't able to just like connect and insta-gib someone with the Echo Slam this time. So it also gives him a little bit of a window here. 75 seconds of no Echo Slam. And feeling pretty strong. Again. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, all right, okay. Charge, lands, or Shaker way up in the sky, and now Ame onto him, gets stunned. New trying to get some damage in there. A little step back away from the arrow. Moonlight Shadow, do they have detection? They do. The Sentry Ward is already down. They don't have Puck in this fight though, and now they have to TP away. TP out, TP out. Oh no, they got him! Echoes is hitting pretty hard. They have the Winter's Curse, but Ame is going to be brought down.
And you know, there are some risks to the Ags build, but if it's a chase down situation, it's hard to beat. Like, Echoes just keeps chasing and going after them, and then a beautiful Fisher to catch too, puts them into a free Tormentor. And now you get an increased heal, already something they're struggling with. That's going to get boosted now for Planet on this Keeper of the Light.
That's one of those moments too, right? They had 3 heroes there by the Tormentor. They didn't bring nothing to say or Ame, and then they end up being forced into a weird fight.
Yeah.
Tough situation.
And Echoes is going to have Echo Slam back up in a second, so they could also just go for another aggressive play. Could go for a smoke. They got one ready on the Coddle.
It does feel a little bit like 1 step forward, 2 steps back a little bit for XG. They're going to have the Blink Dagger on XXS, and that feels to me like where they've got to make something happen. And Resilience on the other side have been very clutch, although they will find a kill there. Nothing to say with the amp damage, takes down ZZQ.
I feel forced to use the coil, though. They could probably go for a move, honestly, even without their Mirana. Speaking of a move,
Stomp. Goes just taking a little tap and then the back away.
Right here by the side of XG. Okay, so deep breath. All right, you know, life looking a little bit better right now for XG.
Yeah.
Now, they don't have that same, like, momentous buildup of the PL where you're like, yeah, if we get to this point, this game is easy.
This man has a heart. And apparently it does not matter.
Yeah.
Even a little bit.
Yeah, that's something else, eh? Max health as damage, 2.5%. That sounds really good versus heart. On that Kez hero, huh?
You're not wrong.
Yeah, that's pretty solid stuff.
He just TP'd on Ame. Can he get here in time? Nothing to say. Throws out some silence, some damage. Ame cannot be here yet. Needs a little bit of extra time, but they're going to charge through. Finds one. YSR lands. FY hitting. Winter's Curse connects. Can they do enough damage right here to take down Echoes? He's low. He's low, but he's not low enough. Not dead, and Ame cannot be here.
The heals, man. It's too much. I mean, I don't think the plan was to fight. Well, I don't know. The communication has been an issue for XG. Clearly, there's some sort of a problem there. Like, I think what's happening is that I'm not going to fight until Centaur's back up. I don't think anyone thought that. I think FY was trying to drag it out so they could take the fight when Centaur returned. Because they can't win this fight without Centaur.
Fair enough.
So the plan was delay, but they don't get the delay long enough. A fight begins without Nature's Prophet, and then it's really a problem.
Well, that does also mean that Ame was at least able to get into his BKB now. And there's been a good amount of gold gained for XG. Resilience, though, are still on this windy path right towards moving on in this tournament. A 7,000 gold lead at 25 minutes.
Yeah, and they're just trying to clear out this mid wave. They're willing to throw FY's body just under the bus right now because he's going to buy back and just insta-charge back into the fight. And they're just hoping to set up any sort of a good engagement. Unfortunately, now there's an Aegis, so it's getting harder and harder. And they're willing to just hang out YSR here.
Jump forward, find one.
Good start. Oh, they gotta get this one. Come on.
Mules, there's still a charge through and they'll get him.
Planet even tried to help him out with the Holy Locket.
Nine to 19. And we'll see what they're able to get done with this Aegis. Last game, Resilience completely took over the map. They took down all of the outer tier 2 towers. It feels like XG is in a slightly stronger position than we saw last game, though. But it could all come tumbling down.
Yeah, part of that is their ability to push out the lanes is a bit stronger as well. Just the fact that they have the Nature's Prophet and the Centaur with the Helmet Dominator has been doing a lot of work this game. Amassing a lot of units down bottom here. They're actually going to find Planet with the helm.
Thinking about it. XXS, the charge through, lands onto 2, and now the puck damage out, finds 1. YSR, oh! The Echo, though, comes out just in time.
Now onto the Wyvern.
Down FY.
Go back.
Still surviving. Ame turns, wants to hit, needs to get away from Kez. Trying to get some separation, but he gets out of that Sprout. Has the BKB. Ame, you can't just run, you gotta fight, but there's gonna be no fighting in YSR. Trying to bait this out. The Ghost Scepter does some good damage. We don't have detection! And now the Doom is there. Still damage out, and they're gonna lose the Aegis. Core's gone, nothing to say, has to hold this one for himself. As they're trying to stay alive on X-Nova, will not happen.
See how insane that BKB was from YSR? That was
nice.
Nasty. He like turned the corner into the Centaur, and as the Stomp's coming down, he just clicks it. You know, it's the Aegis BKBs. You don't really want to use it necessarily, but he saw the moment. He saw that he gets the kill on Ame with that BKB and just went for it. Now,
Can
Echoes.
they do this? Can they have enough damage? The Plasma working well. Echoes tries to get away, but they're going to let him go on just nothing. 260 HP.
That would have been a fantastic pickup, and now he has the BKB too, so a lot harder on the next go.
It's been the story of this game, it feels like, for XG. Just slightly not enough damage, slightly too late in these movements.
Yep.
For Resilience. A couple more towers, they can start to build up that lead. Gonna be feeling mighty good.
It's just the speed at which they're building these leads, these two games, is not something we're seeing a lot in this tournament.
No.
Many of our leads do not get built up and created until like 35 or something. We're like, oh, okay, someone's ahead. And then we still don't know who's going to win because it has been quite back and forth in a lot of these matches. But you can feel the control where it feels like XG are just like fighting demons It feels like it's unfair.
Yeah. Smoke up from 3 now on XG. Simultaneously, another smoke from Civilians.
Yeah, one from each team at the same time.
Ame thought about TPing to the tier 2 bottom. Now, they can smoke into their vision. There's a good ward over here for XG.
It's being pinged by Resilience, though.
What does a good fight even look like for XG right now? What's the best that they can hope for?
I mean, it's got to be the curse. Like that fight where they had the curse on the Shaker with the Kez there. That would be a fantastic thing to happen again.
Okay. See if they can make it happen.
Well, they might not have a winner's curse available soon, buddy.
Moonlight Shadow jumps in, stun, lands it onto the puck. He's low, but is he gonna die? Yes! He gets brought down. Echoes finds the kill and gets another one. They did take down the Mirana, but it's a hell of a Pyrrhic victory. And do they have anything to break it? Yes, they do. The man of the match, Echoes, finds another one.
Guys, popping off this series. They are dead for a long time. The wave is marching down mid. Do they have any counterplay they can do? I mean, Ame, much like he has been for the past 60 minutes, is hitting neutrals.
You're not wrong.
That's been his series so far.
I mean, we saw his damage numbers at the end of the last game. It was like 6,500 or something, and it feels like this has been the way that XG has won in the past.
Yep.
You can see more definitely this time around, but they need him to really be able to carry that load towards the end here.
And he is going for an item to try and deal with that, the nullifier. Just like, if we can just find a target, I'm hoping that we can actually kill them.
Right.
Ewell's on the Mirana, there's the Glimmer and the Force Staff on the Keeper of the Light. This might allow him to actually take down one of these two supports before it begins, especially Planet.
This is nice.
Clutch, though. That's very good.
They needed that real badly.
Yeah, no BKB available for that Earthshaker, so good timing.
A Lincoln's is going to be on the Doom, though, and that will start to solve some of those issues, right? I'm sure that that was a charge at some point that they managed to take out.
But you see what's here on FY. The planar pocket's ready to go.
Okay.
All right, so if we see him get doomed,
yeah,
it might not have been intentional.
Jump forward, XXS. Right there on top of him. Pops the planar pocket.
The planar pocket!
It looks so cool. Look at that.
Can you guys tell? We don't get to see it very often. Oh, wow.
They're thinking about a jump, though. New up on the high ground. Nothing to say would be a great get for them if they could find him. Gets away just barely. Now the Blink tries to run.
Well, we couldn't charge him because of the Lincolns, though.
Nicely done there. Backs away on the Kez. And XG, they're going to hold the high ground. That Ghost Scepter has been so valuable for the Centaur.
Yeah, that was a really smart pickup. Breathe just a little bit right now while the Shaker's dead. That next Roche potentially be up here in 1 minute and 10 seconds. So if you start thinking about that, you start thinking, okay, where's the fight going to happen? Is it going to be bottom of the map, top of the map? How can we prep for that area with some wards? If we get them down now, that would be great. We do get a pretty sneaky one played by FY right now, in fact, by the bottom Roche. This has become a bit of a classic Roche ward right now, where you can just see the little like curves underneath the Roche pit. Ame continues to battle the Croakers.
He's winning. At least
you know
that
what?
battle.
There is one team he's beating, and it is the Neutrals.
Going towards that Daedalus.
I mean, the Neutrals got, what, 1 kill this game? He's got 3. So he triples up on that.
Fair enough.
He clears Neutrals.
Nothing to say.
Oh, okay. Moonlight Shadow with the evasion now, by the way.
Okay.
Nice little 15 talent. Could come into play.
Ooh, buddy. Give ISR a chance.
Don't give him a reason.
There are the smoke up with 3, so it looks like they want to try and fight around YSR. ZZQ is nearby. They also have Coddle behind.
Part of it is that X-Nova has no tools to make
jump in,
better.
stun, nullified, but he got the Lincolns off. He's chilling there, surviving, and charge back. Will it be enough to get any type of a kill? They have the Winter's Curse onto the Kez, but he is still very survivable. New walking forward also. Echoes jumps in. Echo on to 3.
Okay.
Oh, he did it to him. Echoes, have mercy. XXS is found. And Resilience playing like they want to keep going on at the International. Has nothing to say. Nowhere to go.
Planet lives.
Getting destroyed. What a beatdown!
The Glimmer Cape keeps him alive just barely as he taunts his way off on the merry-go-round. YSR on the high ground. What an Echo Slam there from Echoes. I mean, what can you do? You're on the run back to your base, nothing's working, and you're just thinking, all right, we'll try again next time. Boom!
Not the only one that's going to need to try again next time, as Resilience are on the verge of knocking out XG right now, and it has not looked particularly close. This entire series, they have been one step ahead. They have come up with the answers. And this lineup, I mean, again, I think the panel talked about this. You know, they were, 1-3 going into this, but their, map score was 5-6. Yeah. This is a team that you do not want to face in the elimination round.
Yes, but we do know they can, mathematically beat anyone since they beat Vision.
That's
in one
true.
Game. So that's, the power of transferring him. Not OFY.
They find him in the trees. Where are you going, sir? New is godlike, trying to cut off any hopes of a comeback before they're even beginning to coalesce. Resilience. This squad in this game has been absolutely stellar. XXS jumps in, stuns onto 2, trying to make something happen, anything here at all. They move forward, Winter's Curse, but already dead on the Centaur. Ame trying to do what he can, but they're all over him. Run, back to the fountain. It's the only place safe, as he does miss an Echo. So maybe an opportunity there. The buyback comes from the Centaur. Trying to keep this last Rax alive, but YSR is not going to be spared as they chase forward, find X-Nova, kill him off too. The Centaur is done. Your Rax are gone. Resilience, they want to move on. GG is called as Resilience take the 2-0.
Man, respectful tips back and forth YSR to FY, surely. And Resilience victory indeed. Man, what a fast win. Both of these games, they just took over and they never let go of control whatsoever. I mean, we knew they could beat anyone, but I wasn't expecting it to look like this.
Unbelievable performance as they move on. Resilience, dominant in the 2-0.
An absolutely outstanding 2-0 from Resilience there. A game number 2 in which we thought there was so much more for Xtreme Gaming to be able to bring to the table. Their draft offering so much more compared to game 1 as well. But at the end of the day, they didn't really show up. And unfortunately, that's their run at TI 2026 done and dusted for them. And a big congratulations to Resilience to move on to look towards that elimination round for themselves, that they're avoiding the 1-4 scoreline. They're sitting on 2-3 here. More importantly, Gunnar, the way that they were able to do it. It looked fantastic despite what we would have thought was, a marginal outdraft to the favor of Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, we definitely liked Xtreme's draft more than the first game, so I was expecting this game to be at least closer, but if anything, it was worse than the first game. The Earthshaker, I think, had really good performance. He killed a puck solo level 6 mid, and I just think their whole draft kind of came together in a really nice way. And also, I want to say Ame's Nature's Prophet didn't really have the map maneuverability that we've usually seen this tournament. And
the
reason
bar has been set too
yeah, we
high.
have seen a couple of Satanic Nature's Prophets here and there.
Yeah, we saw a number of fights being taken that the Nature's Prophet wasn't at. This isn't one of them, but it is just that question mark of how is that really possible? Because how is the Nature's Prophet so far behind that the farming priority is really taking place rather than the fighting priority?
I think it comes down to Earthshaker, what the Echoes was able to do in this game, what he wasn't really able to replicate when he played it earlier in the series, where this time around he had the full freedom, and we could see this early Aghanim Scepter being picked up. I think Nature's Prophet, he's farming in the triangle, and then if they make a rotation with Earthshaker, with Kez, who has been very active, YSR, he has been active early on. We've seen this more and more. These Kez players who get into the enemy triangle, especially if they kill an early tier 1 tower, they take over the map. Sure, NP, he can be anywhere on the map, but also with one bad move, you can definitely feed, and I don't think he felt too comfortable getting out on the map, knowing how many stuns and how much control they have, plus also the impact of the Moonlight Shadow. You can never underestimate that, because if they're missing, you don't feel too comfortable playing on your side of the map. Maybe there's going to be some defensive vision, what we call anti-tinker vision on the other side of the map that is going to be catching Nature's Prophet.
There is a lot around what Xtreme Gaming unfortunately couldn't do despite having that little bit more of an advantage there. And Monkeys, the Nature's Prophet, you were the one giving us the stats, giving us all the hype too. You were the one that was setting the benchmark too far up.
I mean, Xtreme, I think they picked Centaur and Nature's, two heroes I wanted to see from them, and they weren't able to play this more aggressive style, I feel. Even when they did have signs of life, they just weren't able to group their heroes in a way that allowed them to get these pickoffs and accelerate the game in the way that we've seen players like Satanic do on Vision. And I mean, I think they didn't even take this the safe lane tier 1 tower from Resilience until 15 minutes or so, whereas you watch Satanic play this hero, it's around 6, maybe 7 minutes. No meme intended. But yeah, I mean, what can I say? Resilience was just the better team today. They did everything they had to do, and I think they've kind of proven that they were better than their 1-3 score going into the series.
We can point a lot at the draft for me, but I think it's a lot of individual stuff that happens in the game. Like, they're just outplaying Xtreme in every single fight. There's so many times you see, like, they're going on Doom and he lives with 300 health because his team's helping protect him. Or Earthshaker getting really nice echoes. You saw in that clip, you got the 3-man echo right outside the Radiant base. And for me, it was just a big testament of their skill level. We've been talking, like, they're not losing their series, like, bad. They're 1-3, but it's kind of not showing the full picture. And I definitely saw in this series that it wasn't we outdrafted them, we outbrained them. It's we out-clicked our buttons on them. And I think that's really good going forward because some of the teams here have looked a bit shaky in this like 2-3, 3-2 kind of area. And I definitely think that this is a team I'm expecting to make it through.
Yep, I think so too. I think whoever is going to be sitting at that 3-2 score and will be choosing the opponents, I don't think you want to be choosing this team because I think this might be the last. Depending on some other series, there are maybe higher caliber teams. But as I said, for me, this is the dark horse sort of the tournament. This is the team that you said it, the score didn't look too good for them, but this is the team that in every single game, it was a very competitive Dota that they played. Maybe that one game against Yandex where they lost in 20 minutes, they understood that they lost it, but every other game has been pretty competitive.
I do think that there's the inverse to that as well, where there might be some 3-2 teams that got there in different ways than what we would have expected some of the other 3-2 teams to get there, but that's all for later, right? Later in the day when we get to break it down a bit more, but focusing back onto this game, one of the pivotal moments that you mentioned, Gunnar, and you wanted to look at, Monkeys, was this Doom really living on that sliver of health? Because we thought a great move was coming out from Xtreme Gaming after they finally took that tier 1 tower at 17 minutes. They go through gate. This is going to be a fantastic pickoff on the Doom, but at the end of the day, they don't get that Doom pickoff and they end up crumbling.
Yeah, I think that was the main point in the game where Xtreme could have gotten that momentum and really, snowballed into the game a bit more. But as you can see here, the Sprout comes out and it blocks both Centaur and the Nature's Prophet from chasing the Doom. And, Spirit Breaker comes in, you think there might still be some hope, but the Coddle heals, the Holy Locket, the Doom, they use everything on this Doom. And not only do they not kill him, FY goes down in addition to that, and then they keep chasing, and they get the Winter Wyvern as well. I mean, this is the most disastrous turnaround. That could not have gone worse for Xtreme there.
You feel so bad because it's like, okay, surely we've got this kill, and then your poor Spirit Breaker has to overextend before you know it, but your supports aren't really able to have much impact. And looking at the two sides of it, the Wyvern is that question mark, right, Lacoste?
Yeah.
You compare it to what was occurring on the side of Resilience.
Something that you said, Gunnar, was that they didn't really click the buttons really well. They started off by losing Winter Wyvern immediately in the lane, which did transition into them having that good of a lane. Keeper of the Light was the one getting the first blood, and we could see in the clip that you played, the turnaround potential that you are getting from the heals. I think this is the big healing meta that we are seeing at the moment, and you could see the blast coming out, you could see the Holy Locket. So if we bring out the comparison between the two of the supports, there's going to be a massive difference in terms of what they were able to do in this game, because Planet, he did play with ZZQ. They were moving around the mid lane, putting quite a lot of pressure onto that puck with the arrow, but the big number for me here is going to be the healing numbers, because if you look at the Holy Locket, if you look at the blast that he has, the defensive capabilities that he does have compared to Wyvern, X-Noah did really not have a good game. You have 170 heal coming out from Winter Wyvern, which is basically nothing. It's at least that's what it says on the page. And
no way.
Yeah, and then you have a Keeper of the Light with almost 18,000 healing coming out. So massive difference between two of them. And this is something how they played in that game number 1, where they group up, where they keep using the sustain from the Necro. This time around, it was Keeper of the Light, completely blasting, using the 4-staff Glimmer Cape, just resetting the fight multiple times. And a lot of the times, one team runs out of steam in these like longer engagements.
It's rough to see it, especially like now putting that into comparison of just how little that Wyvern was healing. Yeah, you love to use the curse that way, but to not really be able to sustain in a fight, to do what feels like the counterpart of Coddle should be doing for your team as well. It is a really rough way to say goodbye to Xtreme Gaming, Gunnar, but there's still somewhat of a silver lining here for them, looking towards the next season and what could hopefully be more TI appearances for these players.
Yeah, all these players are very experienced, kind of like you were saying. They've played in these events, they've lost in these events, they've gone through the cycle of this before. But we can look at resilience as kind of hopefuls for me, because I think there was some worry. I think a lot of the Chinese teams have been struggling in the event, and I'm pretty happy to see resilience look solid. I was getting to the point I was worried it was going to be like, oh, they're all question marks going to the elimination phase. But again, I'm pretty confident feeling for resilience. So overall, sad Ame's not making it to the main event, but happy for resilience.
What about yourself, Monkeys, here looking at the elimination of XG and the resilience continuing on there?
Obviously, it's always sad to say bye to Ame. I mean, he's gotten second place so many times at TI. So in early exit, not even making it to the main stage is definitely sad to see, because he is one of those legends for the Chinese scene. But I mean, hey, room for new blood, or, well, some old blood as well.
An old blood in a new roster, because going through qualifiers.
New name.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, at what point do we say, I mean, look, I'm sure you've seen many iterations of older players rebranding, joining new teams, going on to surpass expectations.
Yeah, I mean, we have Po-Yo-Yo, Erica, YSR. So there's, you try to rebrand a little bit, and eventually you come out on the top. Of course, the shuffle probably is going to be coming, because this is not the result where these players are kind of want to have, especially at TI. So we'll get to see, but very happy for Team Resilience that they are very resilient, and seems like they are the strongest Chinese squad so far left at TI.
There's always that double-edged sword of getting to see a qualifier team go so far. It's unfortunate that it is at the cost of Xtreme Gaming here, but you would have seen a brief flash in there. We got Purge standing by to give us some details about what's been happening in our other elimination series of GamerLegion up against OG.
Thanks, Nat. It was a big deal for these elimination series. Both these teams want to go as far as they can. GamerLegion did win Game 1 relatively one-sided, but Game number 2 here, very even at the 15-minute mark. They had Natsumi's category or standard carry Wind Ranger. Went for a nice power shot, almost killed Centaur from long range, but as a result, he overextended a little bit. The Ember came from behind, and this was the first really big fight of the game that went well for GamerLegion here in Game number 2. Next clip up here, a little bit later in the game, they've now amassed a 7k gold advantage. And if you take a look at how much net worth there is for the Necrophos on top, it's a huge amount. So the fact that they can go aggressive and continue to find the enemy carry is very, very bad news for OG. And it wasn't just him. RCY is also hunting for Tims on the mid lane. He's going to even get a solo kill after this. So it was kind of a series of train cars hitting a wall in some moments here after the first couple kills happened, because GamerLegion just kept compounding their advantage here, finding pickoffs on the map, their heroes backing up, and OG not necessarily responding to it in the perfect ways. Another kill here for Ghost, and very cool little moment here. We'll back up just a little bit. Check this out. The little Necro creep here ends up getting stampeded and slows the Slardar, which allows them to follow up and get a second kill after that first kill. So they did manage to kill Ember Spirit here, which was fine for OG, but just a series of defeats as GamerLegion got more and more advantage and eventually closed out game number 2, eliminating OG.
Who would you say, Purge, was your MVP or your standout of the whole series for the side of GamerLegion, getting a 2-0?
I mean, Ghost has almost double the net worth of some of the enemy cores. How can you not give it to him? Pretty straightforward, yeah.
Sometimes it's just as straightforward as the numbers there. Purge, thank you so much for keeping an eye on what was happening in the other streams. They're giving us that update as well of what was happening between OG and GamerLegion. So now we have our 3 eliminated teams. There's no more eliminations happening today, but it is a goodbye to OG, Xtreme Gaming, and earlier today, HULIGANI, which is a really tough pill to swallow. And I had high hopes for OG. They started this season off to a start. No one really expected Lacoste. There was a small dip for themselves, but I thought that this was going to be a corner they could turn coming into a big event season with a newer idea after that trial with Toronto Tokyo, going back more to some of the SEA blood for themselves.
Yeah, that roster didn't really work out. They were not happy with the results, decided to go with Raven instead, which did give me quite a lot of hope for the roster. They looked good in some of the series at DWC. They also bombed out relatively early on, and you could already see some of the struggles, but it seems like they just didn't have enough time to fix the issues that they were having, because I've been seeing the same issues in this one. But unfortunately for them, we had to say goodbye. But I'm kind of glad that we saw like HULIGANI as well, who were pretty happy like with their performance, even though they still lost. Like, it was a good experience for them being at this TI.
Well, when HULIGANI got eliminated, we got to have a chat with one of their players before they departed TI, and we're going to do the same right now with Xtreme Gaming. It's nothing to say in period.
Yeah, heartbreaking loss there for XG. Knocking brother out of the tournament, if you like. And we're here with nothing to say from XG. I'd like to ask, first of all, what do you think went wrong in that series in particular?
非常遗憾，但是还是希望可以跟我们简单总结一下上一场比赛的失利的关键原因在哪里？
就可能从选英雄开始就有点把自己玩的英雄都否了吧，然后所以把英雄就选的英雄就不是平时练的，然后对面也玩的比我们好多了，所以就输了。
So perhaps from the draft, we denied a lot of the heroes that we are good at, and we picked heroes that we're not used to playing, and the opponent played really well.
They did play well. Follow-up question, I suppose, is, other than this series, what went wrong at this TI overall? There were a lot of expectations. You put a lot of expectations on yourselves. What went wrong at this TI for XG?
就你们队伍其实有观众对你们很大的期待，你们对自己也有很大的期待。就回顾一下整个比赛，你觉得队伍最大的挑战或者问题在哪里？
就可能前面输了2场后，就每个人就状态都下滑很多吧，然后也没发挥好我们就该发挥的水平。
After losing the first 2 series, our form might have dropped and slid a lot more than we thought, and we just didn't play at our top shape.
Absolutely. And obviously, there's a lot of fans of XG out there that really wanted to see you guys make it to the arena. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the XG fans out there watching?
最后有没有什么想对你们粉丝说的呢？
就很抱歉今天就打得不好啊。
We're really sorry that we didn't play as well as we wanted to this year.
Fair enough. Well, we're sorry to see you guys go. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Period. And of course, nothing to say, taking time out even after the elimination and a heartbreaking loss there for Xtreme Gaming. And it is really sad to not get to see them play in front of a Chinese crowd. You know, it's been so long since we've had a TI in China, and this felt like an Xtreme Gaming that was pairing up, an Xtreme Gaming that could have made it to main stage, played in front of that crowd. But I know fans out there still cheering for them, still happy to get to see them, even if it wasn't necessarily in the form that they were hoping for, Ghana.
Yeah, and it's also sad because I think their tournament results recently have been okay. Like, it's been good enough that I put them to make it to top 8.
Yeah,
I was hoping for them to make it through, and definitely seeing them, especially with the 1-4, not even making it to that, like, tomorrow, the elimination day is definitely very rough, because at least if you make it to that final day, like, okay, we went 2-3, we went 3-2, and we have this, like, one final shot to make it, but going out, I think in that 1-4 spot definitely is probably one of the worst feelings you can have.
It definitely hurts because you don't know like what the scrim situation was. Maybe they had like a very good results in those, which gave them hope. And maybe one of the reasons why NTS said in an interview was that after losing like first 2 series, they kind of dropped. They kind of felt maybe like this is not it, because all your ideas have been working. We only see like the part of it. We only see what they show us here at the international. But kind of a little bit sad that we're not going to be seeing them in front of the crowd, especially because these are like Chinese legends as well, and they're always easy to cheer for.
They definitely are. And like I said, moving into the next season, we'll still be cheering for them. But we're going to change and shift our tone right now and move on from our 1 and 3 teams and look towards our 3 and 1 teams. Right now, the only team qualified to the main stage is Team Vision. But we're going to have a look at Liquid up against Aurora, because one of these 2 teams is going to be joining them there. Liquid having such a great showing earlier today for themselves, despite it being a long series, Monkey. They put themselves in this position, a 3 and 1.
Yeah, and their road to getting here has not been easy either. I'm trying to. I know they played. They
Vici, Yandex. They did end up losing to Spirit, but then they won this morning against Ironwing.
Yeah, which I mean, all of those are great teams. I mean, as you can see here, you can follow their road. And Liquid is one of those teams that I believe that they've been TI champions before, you know, and I think they're here to prove themselves again. And I think the fact that their road, or the fact that their bracket has been so difficult, I think it's a really good practice for them, and it kind of makes them warm, you know, for moving into the 3-1 matchup here against Aurora.
This is a very different Liquid as well, right? I feel like there is a new hunger in the remaining players of the roster compared to that are over from last TI. They didn't make it out of groups. We didn't get to see them at main stage. And so for those remaining players, we want to reprove ourselves that we are a team that is a TI winner, that TI form. And of course, them having Ace and Tofu join, it was a rough start to the season, and we weren't really sure if the longevity could be seen in their roster across. But having won the previous online tournament leading into TI, having some good showings at previous events leading up to this,
that gives them quite a lot of confidence, showing that your ideas are working again, where pretty much it's, I'm not going to say the most important tournament before TI, because it was an online tournament, still considered a tier 1 tournament. But
for mentality and confidence.
Absolutely. Like, it's a big confidence booster in a sense where you know that, like, first of all, the vibes are going to be good because you're just coming off high off of that win. And if you look at the results of 2026 season, Aurora, they definitely have the upper hand in terms of like getting so many top 4 finishes, especially top 2 finishes, which they ended up in multiple of those tier 1 events. While Liquid, they're always kind of there. I think they missed some of the tournaments as well.
They're almost rubber banding for Team Liquid. It's like first place, second place, first place, second place, and then
didn't qualify.
Didn't qualify. ninth place. Whereas Aurora's definitely more in that like 2nd through 6th consistently. So I guess for me, when I compare these teams, when Liquid's on a good day, they can be the absolute best, but on a bad day, it's really rough for them. At least that's how their year's been. Whereas
so it's like their floor is quite low, but their ceiling is incredibly high.
Yeah. Whereas Aurora's definitely, I would say, consistently a top 6 team, maybe even a top 4 team.
Listen, Liquid didn't want to reveal any strat.
Oh my gosh, okay. Are you going to get a Liquid jersey on under there?
No, but I could use some Liquid right now.
Oh, he's going to take a drink for himself there. Well, then we can talk about Aurora. We can flip that conversation because we've talked about it so many times. Second places have always been on the menu for them. It's something that they're no longer satisfied with. And of course, now being in this interim in the group stage, you're 3 and 1. You're not yet qualified to main stage, and you could still see yourself in elimination. This series has so much on the line for them.
Yeah, it's the one both teams want to win the most. It's like you prove a lot, right? If you make it to this 4-1, you know, we're one of the best teams of this tournament. We're one of the teams that they get to look forwards to. You could argue it's like, it's a break day though. Some teams don't like their break days.
Yeah, some do and some don't.
And I've even heard in previous tournaments, like the teams who win too early and make it through, but every team I think has 3 break days. So 3 break days, 4 break days. It's about the same.
I got to go a little bit back to the previous tournament as well, previous LAN tournament. That's EWC, where some of the teams, due to the format, also had insane amount of like 5 or 6 days of a break. I think Falcons being one of the teams, which Amar in the interview did say that they really did not like that because they had a lot of momentum.
I think he said it in way harsher words.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can repeat those words, but they went up and then just immediately went back down because they felt like other teams definitely picked up. So we're definitely might be seeing the same thing happening with these teams.
I did have to recall, which team went 4-0 last TI and where did they end up placing. It was Xtreme Gaming. They did come second. So I feel like 3 or 4 days might be quite negligible in that regard. But refocusing up for Liquid and Aurora here, looking at the carries and their head-to-head, I feel like that's quite a strong narrative gunner for how we could see the importance of a draft or the importance of a playstyle come out for the two.
Yeah, they share some similarities for heroes, but I think actual playstyle is very different. Mickey leans more towards he'll show up to every single fight. He'll play these heroes that like the Luna, the Monkey, the Kez, where he's buying some Desolator. He's showing up to the fights. He's this explosive early game damage. Whereas you see Nightfall's unique hero is PL, which we said it's like, we try to say it was like an earlier game hero, but it's still, end of the day, 3 items, 4 items, then he shows up. And all their kind of common heroes, it's like Spectre is late game, Sven is late game, Tiny Shadow Fiend, they're all late game. The closest to an early game type of hero is the Wind Ranger. And when I see Nightfall, I think of scaling to mid game to late game. He's making all the calls. He's winning the game for his team there. Whereas Mickey is the guy who's like, I'm at this tier 1 tower at 6 minutes. I'm killing you. And so it's definitely going to be for me if Aurora is able to kind of endure that early game versus Mickey versus if Liquid is able to kind of utilize that carry potential, make some saves for Nisha with this draft. It's going to be a lot on how they... For me, I think the draft will matter a lot in this series compared to most.
Well, we do have our game number 1 draft of our qualification best of 3 underway and a couple of picks already. What has been banned, Largo, Centaur, Bane, Treant, Earth Spirit, Shadow Fiend, and Lena, leaving the Coddle to be an opening pick from Liquid, and Aurora's response being the Ember Spirit.
It does 2 things, taking the Ember here. First off, it removes that Ember Keep with the Light combo, and then it also gives you just a really solid mid. The Lena's already banned, the Shadow Fiend is banned. Even the Largo, I think, we've seen it as an Ember mid response, so it's already somewhat soft protected. You get another ban to protect it. You can ban maybe like a Huskar potentially from, because I know Makoto can play it. Yes. And it's also just good versus hero pool. Like he wants to play the Pucks, the Storms, the Ember itself, so just he's getting that early for him.
One thing Liquid has been doing more recently is picking up auras from the offlane. They're like, you know what? Screw this. Like, we don't want to be playing, let's call it meta. We're picking up Darkseer. We're building Guardian Greaves. We're getting pipe. We're building like pipe from the offlane as well on other heroes, on a Centaur if necessary. Picking up Tidehunter, that hero that we haven't really seen many other teams trying to utilize this. And removing this Ursa, this is going to be the question, because Nightfall Ursa, it has been a menace. This is something that he loves to play, but this also opens up some of these heroes that I mentioned, especially maybe the Tidehunter, like the Centaurs, like the stacking damage against some of these very tanky heroes. Ursa, in theory, is very good.
Yeah, I find that one
a bit odd, right?
Yeah, I would have to assume it's because Aurora is the final pick of this phase. So Liquid's planning on picking that tanky hero.
Sorry, Slark ban. Monkeys and I look at each other a little bit confused. Like,
I mean, the Slark ban, I know sometimes
it's a Ember.
It's a mid. Yeah. So, sometimes these teams have been doing Slark mid in response to Ember, but still kind of surprised to see the second phase Slark ban.
Maybe they're assuming Nisha's not gonna want to blind Huskar. That he just pick it early in the draft and get countered.
They left Beastmaster in for that, the Coddle Beastmaster combo. I know Ace likes playing Beast.
I'm a big fan of this combo. I think every single time I see Coddle, I mention that hero. It's just way too good. There was one game where Boom Boys played this combo. It was the fastest Helm of the Overlord ever. He got it at, I think, before 10 minutes. The game is just completely over. There's no way you're killing that dragon or whatever creep he decides to pick up, because it is just way too strong. You don't have enough damage to kill it. It's constant vision, constant ghost push, tower damage on top of that. So we'll see if they decide to go for it. And there's going to be Mirana. Super cheap, super easy combo with Ember Spirit. Like we've seen this combo 10, 15 years ago. Ever since Ember Spirit has been added, it just feels like it's easy in the mid-game fights. It feels really nice. So I want to see if maybe they're going to be picking up something to potentially break the combo, so that because we've seen these arrows as well. Like you land a 5-second arrow, suddenly that hero is just straight up dead, especially at the late game post BKB. So you're kind of always getting the value out of Mirana.
Yeah, for Liquid now, for their mid pick, it's a bit hard because of this.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, maybe you can Storm Shirts, not great into Ember, but then Slight Chains Arrow, you're dead. So thinking about potentially Puck can survive that combo. An Invoker, not great, but you can block the arrow with the Forge Spirit. So for Nisha, if they pick it here, I want something that is able to kind of exist in the mid lane and not just get killed guaranteed. And then the support we've seen pretty much every game, it's unbanned at some point, another Hoodwink.
Also, I mean, mainly it's Boxy playing Hoodwink on Liquid, right?
It's Tofu.
It's usually Tofu
it is
in
Tofu?
the safe lane, but they have done lane swaps. Both these players have played 4, so it's kind of, I think the...
Oh my gosh, Tofu was a position 4?
Yeah, at one point.
That's crazy. Sarcasm, in case anyone couldn't hear that.
He can play Hoodwink a bit, I
A
think.
couple of position 4 heroes here or there.
So I think that it gives them nice flexibility. I would assume it's just Hoodwink in the safe lane and then Keep the Light in the off lane, because Keep the Light doesn't really fulfill that like safe lane position 5 role with all the like wave pushing. It feels pretty bad for your carry to steal CS. Your offlaners you're used to not getting the CS one way or another, so just getting it blasted by your position 4 is A-okay. And then taking the Underlord, so avoiding that mid pick to later in the draft, but securing definitely a good hero versus both the ones we see.
Yeah.
Root's very good versus Mirana and Ember mobility.
And he's the hero that's going to be utilizing Chakra Magic, because 2 of your spells, if you get another Firestorm, another Pit of Malice, it's not like you need another Pit of Malice, especially at the later stages of the game where there's going to be Aghanim Scepter, sometimes even a Refresher that you're seeing. It's the whole screen covered up. Very difficult to approach it. I think the stonks for Underlord definitely went up ever since we changed the Refresher, because this was the item to buy on carries and mid laners, even some off laners where you had double BKB. Now with only one way of dispelling things, now we're seeing like even Manta. Manta plus BKB combinations, sometimes seeing like earlier Disperser. I think it was the other day Juggernaut, Satanic, that played against Underlord and picked it up relatively early on. It was also a response to Necro in addition, but very menacing hero to deal with in the mid and late game.
Also, they protected the Underlord with the Ursa ban earlier too, because that matchup is no fun for Underlord.
We saw it quickly on the screen as well, some stats come up. Underlord being the 3rd most picked off laner at this tournament so far. So it's up there with Darkseer and Centaur.
Yeah, I think it just provides a lot of, again, generally for offlaners, you want a neutral lane. Something you can pick blind and in most matchups is going to do acceptable. And then some sort of like almost global presence, if you think about it. Like Centaur has this global presence. Underlord is the obvious one as well with the ult, but the unobvious one would be the Darkseer. I would say he's global by being able to Ion Chill his teammates, and then they move from him. So it's like, even though he's not specifically in every single fight, he helps. And I think that's kind of why you see them as like the big 3 of this tournament.
Rubik's still available if they want to pick it up.
There it is.
Like, I don't know why it took them so long to pick it up. Usually it is banned. There was a meta when Hoodwink and Rubik back at the start of 2026 were 2 like best position 4 heroes. And then during one of the Valakias, there was a little bit of a meta evolving where like people understood Underlord's a very good hero, so every single time you either like picked one, banned it straight out of the face, picked it to put a lot of pressure onto the enemy team, picking up Rubik, knowing that they can't get Underlord, so they need to ban it. A lot of mind games have been happening, but...
and everyone knows Rubik is just the enemy,
like you can
but
legit
better at
solo
home.
win the game with this hero, with the Firestorm, especially at the later portions of the game. If you can get to the Aghanim Scepter, become better, you become a better Underlord.
Yeah, I would say the 2 best heroes to pick Rubik into would be Underlord and Drakiro. And Underlord, I mean, yeah, as you said, Pit and Firestorm. Firestorm allows you to shove out waves from fog and never showing. And Pit is just Pit. I mean, who doesn't love giant circles on the ground?
What about the... Oh.
They do take the Huskar. So
I was going to say, it's
always there. Anytime you see an Ember, there in the past, there's like, oh, there's Necrophos, oh, there's Monkey King, but both of those heroes have fallen off a bit from the mid lane. But Huskar has not. He's been pretty popular at this event, relatively speaking for Huskar, I would say, with all the bans, just because he's a pretty solid hero. Not a high win rate. He's 1-3 so far in the tournament, so not doing the best, but it always.
There were a couple of them that were first phase picked. I think that's the caveat you have to put when you look at that stat. There were a couple of first picks.
And this is where he sees Rubik that does nothing into him, Mirana that does nothing into him, Lifesteer, which honestly is not the greatest because you're playing into a silence that forces you into this like Manta or BKB, and then Ember, which is the most basic, Ember Huskar. Ember's going to be sad, not know what to do.
They have one more ban left on Liquid. They removed Viper, which would be very good, of course, against Huskar, having a break mechanic. Great against Underlord in a sense, the same way, because you can break his Atrophy aura. Doom, still in the pool. I assume that's going to be the last ban coming out from them. But there's also maybe something trickier that they could get from the offlane.
I think of Timbersaw. Sometimes when I think of Huskar, you have pure damage, and since it's like anti-strength, you basically kill him with 1 Q when he's around that like 20-30% life total, which is what he wants to play.
I think it could also be a good Axe game, because late mail, Buyer, you're on a low HP, there's no saves whatsoever on side of Liquid.
I don't think it's necessarily going to be a 100% free Huskar game because he doesn't have save on his supports.
Yes.
Like Keeper of the Light, for most other heroes, is that form of save because they play full health and you heal them back to full health. But for Huskar, he dies in half a second, and you want that like Oracle in the past. You want that Shadow Demon. You want something like the full committed. You save this guy, let him get his BKB off, and I think healing save is not the greatest. So it's going to be a lot on Nisha how he is able to play this hero. And for Mickey, I'd be leaning towards definitely an active carry, wanting to play with the Underlord being that kind of stun mid laner. Not the strongest hero of the patch, but like Monkey King has looked good. And if you want to go that double global ability, there's still Nature's Prophet in the pool.
I do love me some Natures. Maybe even a Sven.
Well, what's his record now, though?
He is 8-2 now, unfortunately.
I like the Sven suggestion. I feel like this hero is good. It gives you protection, gives you explosive damage. They have no BKB piercing ability. Tiny's also
He's a strength and stun. And with cleave. He's basically the same hero. If you
same hero, just different model.
Ult gives you bonus damage. Feels like permanently. And then finally, we just have often for Aurora. Seeing Tiny, there's not many that jump out. Is Necro's in the pool, right? So that could be a possibility. Okay.
It's going to be an inevitability, apparently.
I was surprisingly there versus the Tiny, which I don't know if you'd rather play that versus the Timbersaw, to be honest, if you want the Tiny. I thought that I think Necro's just a stronger hero than Timbersaw. Sure, it's like Timbersaw versus 3 Strength Horse feels bad, but Necrophos is a stronger hero and pretty much feels as bad.
They have like good amount of magic damage. Tiny is a mixed type of a carry. You have Underlord of Firestorm, which is a percentage-based damage, Hoodwink, break mechanic, maybe like... But most of the heroes are strength, and it is a very good Necro pick, I gotta say. Looking at some of these mid-game or like maybe more early-game engagements, Mickey, he has been known to make these rotations through the Twin Gates. Like we've seen Tinies rotate, like they don't necessarily need to sit in the lane if they can backstab the enemy carry. I think Lifestealer is that type of a carry that can't really be ganked by Tiny, so probably Mickey is going to be sitting in the lane, and it needs to be Ember Spirit, because Necro is going to be sitting in his lane. He's not going to be moving. Same for the Lifestealer. So it's just going to be 2 supports playing around Ember Spirit, and the supports are very good to play with Ember.
I've seen the mid game in the Tiny Necro matchup go kind of before a Shiva's timing. Necro has really low armor, and the Tiny can kill him in a burst if he gets that like really fast Silver Edge Blink Dagger timing. So for me, it's kind of, is Liquid going to be able to abuse their early game? Like the Tiny, the Huskar, the winning lanes, the running around the stuns, playing as 5. And for Aurora, I like their drafts because it's simpler. For me, if they just play a chill game where they don't make too many mistakes, they'll just eventually win the game naturally. Whereas Liquid's like, you're on this timer, you have like 1 or 2 mistakes. Sure, if you don't make them, great, you're going to win the game. But a lot of the time at TI, teams do make mistakes.
Yeah, and also I think while I do think the Huskar-Ember matchup is very Huskar favored, Embers typically they can do these lane dragging shenanigans. They can try to find ways into the lane by doing that. In addition, the Ember does have this Mirana to set up the arrows, and I think the Ember has an avenue to find a way into the game with these arrow setups and hopefully finding kills to get into the game.
So not all is lost for Aurora, even if they don't necessarily have the winning lane matchups for themselves here. But we'll see which team puts themselves in a better advantage to be our second team qualifying to main stage as we head on into game number 1 of this qualification best of 3 with Lyrical and Trent.
Lanes. Who needs them, right? We don't do that anymore.
We don't play the lane. Grab a creep up. Come here. Come here. And just lure them in. They follow you around. Exactly. I mean, it's kind of what you got to do, though, if it's Huskar versus Ember.
Totally. Well, I'm super excited to get into this game because last one, a little bit depressing to see teams leave. This time, we get to see teams move through. It's the excitement, the exultation, the glory of TI.
And a Huskar.
Hey.
Yeah, so it's Ember versus Huskar. That really is going to be the story of this game. I would say it's definitely the first truth that could come into being, right? Like, if the Huskar destroys the Ember, that's kind of just that's a big part of it. It's just like, oh, our game has now gone from somewhat even to just disaster mode. So,
but it's Makoto though.
It is Makoto Ember. I mean, he's very good at it. And on the other side, it's Nisha Huskar in the sense that this is not necessarily a Nisha thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, obviously, Nisha, one of the best mids in the entire world. No doubt. He's bronze, yeah.
I hear you. I think that for those that don't know, Makoto, I think became one of his first big heroes that everybody started to know him on was the Ember Spirit back in his C days. And also getting to see WS with the last pick is always really nice. For those of you that missed it, oh my God, his Lycan the other day was so sick.
Yeah, that was very impressive stuff. And this obviously a slightly more popular hero right now in the Necrophos, but for a good reason. Hero's kind of busted, and as the panel was kind of telling you, it feels like he's walking into a pretty good matchup up here.
Mira getting body blocked by Tofu. They move in. Mickey wanting to find the finish with the avalanche punch. Oh, the heal. He's going to be able to get some separation, and now Tofu's so far now. Tofu going down, but he gets the first blood. Oh, take that one.
Very good trade there from Tofu. It was looking rough for a second there, but figured it out. So it's going to be the Mirana up top, playing with the Necrophos, and we're going to have Carry on that Rubik in the bottom lane with the Lifestealer. So some, two relatively weak laners overall, you could say, for Aurora. That might be the one downside with their support duo. It can be tough, as Carry's also getting bullied in the river.
Oh, wow. And yeah, it's been brought very low. Needs to get in there, but not going to be able to get away. So Ace taking himself another kill as the creep waves pulled through into the river.
Yeah, I thought it was the mid lane we were looking at a little bit of a beatdown, but so far it's the side lanes where they're struggling a little bit.
Apparently. Support's just dropping like flies. Meantime, Makoto, 4-1 versus the 6-2 of Nisha. Be careful with his positioning, obviously.
I like the tiny decision here in terms of carries for Mickey. I think it makes a lot of sense with the pacing that you want to go for in this game. The ability is just to be scrappy.
Oh, getting close. Looking for the finish, the solo kill. Makoto. Oh, he's so good.
That's so necessary. So necessary. You find a little moment like that.
Oh, if they didn't know, now they know. That is for sure.
Man, that is fantastic stuff right there.
I mean, look, you don't need to be a fan of either team. It's just cool to see somebody that knows their hero so well that they understand the exact moment that they can play forward like that.
And, Makoto comes back level 3. He's still holding that skill point. So he hasn't resigned himself to I'm jungling yet,
No, he's leaving open the possibility of going for another kill onto the Huskar there.
Yeah, if he dives, maybe I get a friend. Something could happen. Wants to keep his options open. Now, one thing we haven't mentioned, of course, the all-powerful Nightfall built in the Nightfall. Has the Rage available this game.
That's true.
So he is the world's greatest player at using debuff immune teleportation.
Can do it again here as Ace, in a little bit of trouble, is going to be brought very low and forced to TP back to his tower. In the meantime, looking back towards mid, Nisha getting somewhat low. Makoto thinking about things.
He's doing great. Gets the wave in under the tower, grabs the bottle for with the rune.
He's full HP and mana right now, but this is where things get rough. You can see what Nisha's doing, right? He instantly walks out.
Oh, Makoto, are you going to do it again?
Nah, he's good.
Oh my god.
He's fine. He has to do that because the bully's coming.
Yeah.
You know?
100%. I'm getting too hyped. I gotta chill out a little bit.
Hey, it worked last time, man. I don't blame you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ember about making that move. But yeah, has taken that second point in the shield now also. And that does signal that he's going to be able to jungle if he needs to. Wow. Mira.
But look how aggressive they're playing with this big green wave.
Yeah.
Like, Necrophos just feels like at one with all those units. So he tries to bully and pressure. This forces a TP in here. That leaves Ace
completely alone. He is definitely dead. Trying to get a last hit before he goes down. But Nightfall comes in for the cleanup.
Tough. I mean, it did secure that wave coming in for Mickey, which is very important for their game, but a little bit of a giveaway there from Ace.
Now he's going to have to be the sacrificial one, it seems like, as Tofu almost gets enough damage there, takes down WS, but it will not happen. And as the hits come in, Mira finds the kill.
Okay, I mean, again, we're throwing bodies to try and let Mickey see us under the tower right now.
And towards mid, Huskar being brought somewhat low by the Ember as he's diving underneath the tower, has a sleight of fist again. Nisha is
he's got Wand and Fairy Fire.
I mean, he's still right-clicking underneath the tower. The tower is hitting Makoto. Did he do the math right?
I'm sorry.
No.
I think Nisha was confused on that one. Makoto's laughing, by the way. All right, well, he's in high spirits at least.
Okay, this is the problem, you know? You get too hyped up about a kill, and then it ends up going the other direction, as Mickey is going to eventually be killed in that safe lane. The pressure coming from WS is real. Tofu, can you get out of here? Kaori's stuck around, trying to find a kill on Mira. Oh, the 3 down. And Mira lives through it.
Swag, TI winner, doing his thing.
So far from Aurora, they have been able to pressure this mid tower, and this is the second series in a row where we've seen a Necrophos lane get a tower at this like 6-minute mark.
Yeah, the catapult pressure is very real with this hero. And that's going to send Mickey to the jungle on the earlier end with a bracer and a glove of haste.
Not the hero you want to be doing that
This
on.
is a depressing hero to watch jungle.
Feels bad for Tiny. He's going to need that wave to shove into him as soon as possible.
And it's going to be on Tofu to kind of run through this jungle and spot attempted harassment coming his way.
After the death, Makoto has retreated back to the jungle himself. Mira hits Tofu with Starstorm.
And Makoto level 6 as well, so if he spots an opportunity somewhere, they can maybe go for something, but everything's pretty far pushed in, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, if anything, he's going to need someone to come mid. And ideally, it's going to be Mira, right? Like, he's opened up top. He's not here right now, though, so...
Goes on to Boxy and forces out the TP. The Remnant behind, he's going to be able to pressure that out. You can see Nightfall thought about making the move over for the Wisdom. Does not do it on the other side of the map, of course. Mirana,
Makoto.
Their own Wisdom.
Makoto runs through and grabs the wave because he's got level 6 now.
Oh, yeah.
So he's able to come up here and abuse this, counting on knocking Chain down. Don't really think it's possible. So, just going to gather the wave and do a little bit of farming up here.
They're coming to try and stop that. In the meantime, WS is killing Tofu. Over to the side, does even use the Reaper Scythe. Tofu trying to play his way out and actually doing a good job, but with the slowdown, eventually they will secure the kill. In the meantime, Ember forced to jump away, TP'd out away from the Huskar and the Coddle that were chasing him.
I mean, bright spots for Nisha, obviously, but he is a Huskar. He's going to have this lead.
Yeah.
The Ember's not that far behind, and he's still ahead of the other 2 cores on your team as Huskar. So that is not a good sign at this point in the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Means that Nisha is not going to have that many friends to play around with. The good news is he does have a Hoodwink, but Tofu's obviously taking a real beating up top, so that level 6 isn't coming anytime soon.
Yeah, they have a ward, so they spotted this move coming in, and can they punish? That's the other question now. Looking for Kaori, finding him now.
I mean, he knows he's dead.
And a quick jump. And, well, he TP's out, actually.
All right, fair enough. I mean,
one of them was.
Sacks his Mirana instead, I suppose. Someone's getting stunned. Delta split was successful. As Mickey begrudgingly gives a camp over to Nisha, who finishes up his armlet with it. So now he's got some serious damage available, and Makoto continues to abuse the fact that he has remnants and no real worry about being caught out here.
No chance for a jump. And Nisha have the armlet being brought out to him now.
So you can see Nightfall off to a totally fine start right now. Second highest on the board, only behind his own Necrophos, and this is going to be a solid Radiance timing. The farm will keep on rolling his way. WS, would you believe it? Also building a Radiance. And, I mean, we've gone over this. I'm sure many people have. We don't care about 2 Radiances anymore, guys. It doesn't matter. It's even, like, more fine. At first, it was kind of okay anyway because the map is so big.
Yeah.
But now that the evasion is also only on you as the Radiance holder, it's even more whatever.
Listen,
you know?
people are still going to be typing LOL 2 Radiances. Okay?
And as they should, as is tradition.
Yes.
I'm not saying to stop doing that. I'm just saying don't let it stop you from buying a second one. Oh, you know what? I never stopped them anyway. What am I talking about?
You're right.
2 Radiances every game, 2 Shivas every game. That's what we're going for here, folks.
WS gets the whole wave, and Nisha deciding he wants to get a little aggro here. Now, you do have to be careful. There is a Reaper site that is ready to go. And yeah, TP out. So, wisely dodging from that one. On the other side, though, Mira, ooh, he's burning, but gets the heal in. And WS might need to heal him one more time.
Help.
Nah, he's fine. He's fine. So no chance for a kill. Liquid failed to connect on that movement.
Yeah, Nisha really needing those right now.
And look at Makoto, just completely free.
I mean, how is it that this tower is the one that's struggling right now? There's a Caudal. There was a Huskar. Why are you losing your mid-tier 1 first? Right? The Radiant tier 1's not even touched. It's barely grazed.
How many games do you think Makoto has been like last picked Huskar against December in the pubs?
I've played this a million times. Yeah, I'm sure he's very used to it, that's for sure. I mean,
feels so comfortable, it looks like.
The way he instantly started going once he was 6 as well, recognizing the complete lack of catch of any sort of threat, and also the value that it was going to give compared to doing anything with his teammates, was very good.
Another move up to the north. Can they catch any of these heroes here? Mira so far has been the sacrificial lamb. They do find him. And with the bushwhack, it's enough. Can they turn this into a WS kill? Does he want to walk around the corner? A Reaper site turnaround is a very possible thing. Nisha turns, Reapers. How you doing, sir?
I don't know what to say.
Okay. If I could see it, he could have too. WS is laughing. He doesn't know what happened.
No. You know, he's gonna make a name for himself, you know?
I guess.
I don't know. My guy was just rejecting reality and hoping to substitute his own in there, but it did not happen.
Wow. Okay, Aurora in a very comfortable position after that. Nisha finds Makoto again. The silence is there. Arrow a little bit off the mark. But the lift, the push back, and now he's gonna go through the gate. You can't get me. Kaori just gets out of there. Saved by Ace. We'll see if they're going to be able to chase him down, but with the Moonlight Shadow, he's getting some more separation. Tofu still on the hunt. Spots him now. The bushwhack not quite on the mark. Dodges away again. Can he sidestep it? Oh, yes, he can. Aurora, he goes back for it. Oh, come on now. Come on now. There's no way. Steals away the sharpshooter, kills Tofu.
Liquid, you gotta lock in.
Aurora is just running circles around him.
They have got to focus up right now, the side of Liquid, because this is getting way out of control. You are the Huskar. You are the ones who are supposed to be cheesing this early game. Fastest this tournament.
Oh,
12:28.
It's going quick. It is going mighty quick. Every lane winning now, including just about the Ember. In terms of impact, that's for sure.
Yeah. No, we counted as an Ember win for sure. Once the scythe happened, that was that was an Ember dub. And again, they're on this hunt. They're trying to find... Earlier, it was Mira who was just standing guard, right? Like, whenever WS was up here still farming, there was this annoying Mirana in the way who they didn't care about feeding away. Now they're smoked up. Okay, this time? Maybe this time.
Sir.
All right, no. He's got the illumination.
Sir.
He's got the heal.
Sir!
Got the
Not
heal.
again! Not again! Not like this! Oh, no! WS, have mercy! Oh, jeez. And now they're running in for more. They're going to find Mickey. Mickey 2 is going to drop. WS just keeps getting hand and Reaper sight kills.
I really believed that time. I
So did Nisha.
In my heart of hearts, thought, the heal will be enough. They've got it this time. Oh. But here's the thing. They are desperate to make something happen. They know that the game, they have to do something as Huskers, right? He can't play with his Tiny right now. Mickey's busy. I mean, he tried to join, to be fair. The Underlord's going to be a while, so he feels pressured to go and do something. The Necrophos feels like the logical target, but that ain't happening.
This is so needed. Can they get Makoto? No. No, he's away. Everything seems to be running for Aurora, and Liquid just trying to catch up.
All right. Have to find a plan here if you're Liquid. It's going to be Aghanim's first for Ace. That is definitely going to help have an impact for some of these Huskar plays. Mickey, yeah, I mean, it's the Echo Saber into the Blink. That's got to be the timing where they can be like, okay, we have to try something, right? Like, the problem is it's going to be a very tanky Necrophos at that point. He's going to have the Death Seeker as well, which is... I feel like that's where the Necrophos just gets really crazy. If he dodges, he's already so tanky and annoying to kill that if he dodges a spell with Death Seeker on top of that, it just feels like the fight's over.
Yeah, it's...
Makoto, almost level 12 here, but...
Oh, no. Are they hunting? Yeah.
Surprise inside.
Yeah, finds Ace. And not an easy way out of that one at all.
Man, I mean, the Ursa ban comes out, but then you just end up with a Life Stealer anyway, and it's like, I'm still miserable as Underlord.
Dire are scanning.
Oxy gonna try and pressure out these lanes. I mean, it really is just got to be in mass dodge territory now. You're not seeing them make moves to try and find kills. They're a full item behind on some of these heroes. And for Aurora, I mean, what do you do to try and, like, cement this lead that they've built up?
They've got the Essence Distiller on Mira, right? That is the we're hunting item. They have the Spirit Vessel, obviously, on Makoto. Like, how do you play this game as Nisha right now?
Yeah.
You have to get a BKB. You have no game right now.
Yeah.
You need a BKB. You need a Shard. If you plan on existing, right now, he ain't Huskar.
No.
I'm not sure what hero he's playing as, but it's not Huskar.
And it's going to be a while. Finished off their Dragonlance first. And working towards whatever he can get. But Aurora, who are they going to find as the smoke comes out? Tofu getting the Lotuses. They're running into Mickey. He's right there. The poor old Tiny, they catch sight of him just off the mark. Mickey needs to run now, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. Avalanche, toss, hit, down to half HP on Nightfall, but the arrow follow-up is there. Ace tries to stop it, but it's just going to be more damage going their direction, and now they steal also the Q. Ace fallen, dead. Nisha, again, when it rains, it pours for Liquid as they kill Boxy 2. They are owning right now.
They are very confident with the that's it, call it, own team voice line being used.
They know.
They might not be too far off right now. You can see the ideas that Liquid are going for. You had the Coddle pushing out the mid wave, the Hoodwink pushing out the top wave, and then you're trying to find this safer farm in your own jungle for Mickey, but they weave their way through, right? Between the Mirana with the smokes, like it's very hard to lock down exactly where the enemy team is playing, and they're using that to find where your Tiny is, the one hero that gives you hope when he gets Blink, and just keep chipping away at that hope until you're broken down.
I will say this.
Oh, they even smoke under this ward right now.
Yeah, they know. I will say that this Aurora lineup is also so cool because it's one of the ones that, like, also a truly international lineup. Players from all over the world coming together and just absolutely owning, making it work. A lot of people had their questions about how it was all going to function, but they're absolutely showing up. And look looking damn good.
Yeah, definitely one of the most volatile, I would say, picks coming into this. Like, I think most people would agree that they could beat anyone and also maybe even lose anyone in their recent form.
And they find Ace, kill him again.
Ember in a game where your team is leading and dominating like this is just so hard to deal with. He has so many good allies who want to be in these engagements right now. Just zooming all over the map. It's also one of the more successful Rubiks I've been witness to in this tournament. You know, Carry, the laning stage started a little bit rough, but obviously so much success pushing across the whole map and now just threatening with the steals, and obviously having a level 4 Firestorm doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big one. They got a completely free Rubik game in a lot of ways, and looking so solid as they're immediately onto the Coddle. Boxy going to be chased down by this Ember. Free kill.
Yeah. I mean, if you just remove the Huskar, it's a free Ember game, and that's what's happened.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I mean, he's so far away from everything. All the items that he needs, he is not going to be able to get them before all of the tier 2 towers are down at the very least. Decides to go for the shard first. It's the sort of smaller step along the way. Now, the flip side of that, we have seen some crazy comebacks happen before. I think at this point it would definitely require Aurora for some like pretty massive overextensions.
Yeah, big time. I mean, right now they're keeping the pressure up with this very deep vision. They've got a ward inside the base. They've got a ward up top where Tiny's trying to farm, and they're ready for this. Okay, this is Liquid's big chance. They are gonna bait out Mickey and hope for the best. Oh, but they see them with the wards. It does get dewarded by Tofu. It was about to expire anyway, so Aurora not going to walk into this trap, but there's still a ward up on their high ground for Liquid.
Yeah.
There's still a ward inside their the triangle down bottom by the Ancients, so everything is seen.
I mean, they have complete vision over all of it. Look at this. The entire map is open for him. WS is farming on the other side. It's going to TP in now, but the smoke up.
Manta, Radiance, Necrophos.
It's going to be a smoke to try and find a fight. I mean, probably not without Nisha.
Nisha's under this ward right now.
Yeah, he's got to run. But Mickey going up the high ground. Now they are going to see WS here. They also see the Ember, and Makoto, well, maybe he saw them as well. Cuts the tree immediately, and they land the kill onto Mickey. Managed to get the lift onto Tofu, and yeah, why not? Let's just go for the Roche.
I mean, Boxy's in the mid lane trying to kill the creeps as they leave the base. That's the point they're at right now. Don't look, though. That definitely hit the wave, I promise.
They already letting them know about it. Oh, jeez. Yeah, he is having a damn good game on this Rubik. 4 staff done now. And with this Roche, you got to imagine they're at least thinking about high ground.
Boxy still just blasting waves as they leave Aurora's base.
Yeah.
Really desperate plays happening here.
I mean, look, you know, he's killing the waves, gets a courier for his trouble.
Nice.
TP's out, that was the shard.
Okay. Can't really ask for much more from your support, I wouldn't say.
Honestly. Everywhere they go, they're just getting max farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Nightfall looks like he's having fun.
Oh, yeah.
That creep is a very satisfying running animation.
Nisha, a little bit less so. It's been a tough game for Liquid here. No doubt about that. The game did not go the way they wanted it to. Ace tries to finish this off. And yeah, you can see where we're at. 2% feels about right.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Nightfall. Where does he decide to go? They're going into mid. They find him. Another stolen Firestorm. And Nightfall will start to hit the tower. Does not have that AC. Oh my god, he jumps in and gets him! WS is crazy! Oh, okay, no Underlord. Yeah, that's a problem. Aurora, no mercy right now.
I mean, the Underlord's outside. He's on Aurora right now, you know?
Dude, WS might be playing the best off lane in this entire tournament. Necro performance has been super solid. And thinking about that Lycan that he had the other night, Aurora is last picking him heroes to win the game for them. Yep. And he is doing it.
And you look at the other cores of Liquid and where they are, right? Like, Nisha's farming the bottom side of the map. Mickey was off pushing a tier 1 tower up top, and they're losing their middle racks. WS still in your base, knocking on the door. 66 HP regen with a life stealer inside of him, so he's hanging out.
He's almost got a heart done now, too, and they just do not seem interested at all in fighting.
Yeah, I would say he doesn't have enough HP regen. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Makoto thinks about a jump. Boxy hides in the Shadow Amulet. And as they take down another...
Makoto's got a meteor hammer.
Another tier 3
Let's get this rolling.
I mean, they've known for a while. Ace leaves the base for just a moment. That was never going to work as they jump in, find their man. Now, have they left anybody behind, though? Toss back, not fine. Okay, they got him. That's going to be Aegis down. Can they do it again?
There's no toss.
I don't think so. Tries to find that kill onto Rubik, not going to happen. A heart delivered. The buildings, time for them to start to get hit.
And the problem is their Force Staff is dead right now, so...
Oh, Nisha. Just be very careful there.
I gotta be real cautious. If you get hit by the Searing Chains right now, you're gonna get arrowed. Well, I mean, Boxy's back up now with the Force Staff, so slightly safer.
My goodness. Aurora coming into this one looking incredibly good.
Yeah, the devastation of the top lane really cannot be understated here. And obviously just the lifesteal becoming complete free farming down bottom.
I mean, there wasn't a particular move that really, I think, put the seal on this game, if we're going to be honest. And it might have been Huskar diving into WS. That was definitely a standout moment.
It was bold, Lyrical.
It was. Now they've got a pipe done. They're going to need a whole lot of that. Nisha, they find Ace again. Ace in trouble. WS right there. They're still saving the Reaper's sight, so Nisha can't even feel comfortable right here. They walk in, find themselves another. Big hits, but still everybody surviving. He's chasing. WS on to Nisha, goes in the Ghost Route. Gonna chase him down, wants to TP away. Does he have a way out of there? Yes, he does. But it's still looking quite bad. Double kill for Nightfall as 3 are gone. And they're just pushing in all the waves simultaneously, trying to end this game.
Yeah, get the hammer up right now. Nisha daring to step down his stairs.
Did get a BKB, but had to use it to escape. And now does not have it, so if WS can catch sight of him, he's going to be hurt.
Nightfall's just hitting jungle camps, trying to heal back up so he can rejoin with his AC right now.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Doing his own thing. You know,
you guys want to end the game? I'll just do this thing.
Makoto's going to do it slowly.
Yeah.
He's got his meteor hammer working.
Yeah, one step at a time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Aurora, 27-7, and ready to fight if they feel so inclined. A haste rune, a nice little cherry on top there, of a delicious sundae for Aurora. You like sundaes, Trent?
I think most people do.
Tofu, they get him. Maybe there's, okay, no, not a chance. Mickey gets brought down low, the catch onto both the two of them. And Nisha trying to escape from this one also. He doesn't have his BKB for another 7 seconds. He needs 7 more seconds. Not going to happen. GG is called with the Reaper sight to finish it. Aurora.
Yeah, big smile.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, Mira tips WS. He's got a big old smirk on his face. Oh boy, I will say there is some good news for Liquid, is that you get to look at that and be like, you know what? We left in the Necrophos. The Huskar didn't work. We tried some of the other bands. The other bands made sense as well. Oh, but I think there was a clear issue that contributed to this loss for Liquid, and it was definitely draft related. Unlikely something so catastrophic happens in the next game.
We'll see if they can pull themselves back and find some other solutions, because they're going to need it. Liquid go down 0-1. Aurora moving forward so far.
Normally Usually we don't like to chalk it up to draft issues if there's a little bit of a back and a forth, but in this one specifically, I'm going to say it was a draft issue. KP, ex-coach of Liquid, out-drafting current coach of Liquid and Blitz. That's it. That's all you need to know for game one, at least. Of course, there is still a lot more on the line there, but that Necro last pick, my goodness, what a last pick. That's always been our question about, is it an impactful last pick? Is it exactly what the team needs? I don't think you have any questions about that one at all.
Yeah, that was 3 strength cores, 2 low damage supports. It's like, it's a free day for this guy. And it's also one of the heroes that has been almost feeling forced to be picked early because it's so strong, and getting it on that final pick of the draft almost feels illegal.
Yeah. And also, I mean, right here is a perfect example. Necro versus Huskar. Huskar loves playing at this low HP, below half HP. Just walks into Necro, gets Reaper Scythe, instantly disappears. It's one of those matchups where Huskar is a hero that wants to snowball, play really aggro, and when you're playing against this Necro hero, you have to have this BKB. Otherwise, this just happens over and over and over.
You could see it on camera that they were having way too much fun. Like, WS is like, okay, guys, let's go for it round 2. Let's see if you learned your lesson, because this time around they were even ready to bring more people to this engagement. And one thing I really liked is how confident the Necro, he's doing way too good, and they just didn't have enough to handle it. Plus also Nightfall, I felt like he didn't really get to play the game, even though he ended the game with 6-0 and 8. He was just, casual. I feel like this hero could have been anything, considering how well-rounded this draft was. I think the outcome would still be the same.
Well, you say that, but the Underlord didn't really have much of a game for itself, so surely there's something to be said.
Yeah, I think he did his job of winning the safe lane. It was the counter pick. He was also blind in a sense that there's 2 cores that were able to deal with him, with the Huskar and the Tiny. But when you're saying a life steal, like, do Huskar and Tiny really deal with this hero in the safe lane? In my opinion, not particularly. So Aurora's draft felt really good. And I kind of want to give a shout out to the first phase picks. Like, the first picks overall, you have one team, they're picking Keyword Light, which we've seen mixed results. Like, some games it looks decent and some games it looks pretty bad. And then the other team just picks a core. Like, straight up, they just first pick a core for them. They pick this Ember Spirit, looks really good. And so in my eyes, it's like, we've seen a lot today of these first pick supports by a lot of the teams, and it hasn't really looked that good. I'm feeling we're at that stage in the tournament where there are these very strong cores, heroes like Necrophos, heroes like Ember, and maybe you kind of want to lean towards just taking them early in the draft and leaving the supports a bit later.
I think this Coddle hero, Keeper of the Light, it can work as this first pick, but you need the combo piece, and we're just not seeing this really prominent combo piece. I mean, Underlord can work. I mean,
Tiny's fine, but it never.
They're not the Ember. They're not the Storm. They're not these guys that are really like will win you the fight the second that you get Chakra Oh, you press it on me, I'm gonna get 2 kills instantly. They're more like, oh, I'll toss my spells out. Maybe I'll get that 1 kill in the fight because of it, but we won't win due to it.
That is such a difficult part, especially when it felt like for Liquid, they had the perfect setup. You guys talk about it so often. The Beast being a great counterpart, it was there, but instead they're going for a much more, I would say, scripted archetype of how they like their draft. I mean, they're 3-1. It's worked for them so far. They've gotten to this point for a reason, but in this game specifically, it just doesn't work out that way. This Necro is way too difficult to deal with that you do end up regretting what you start off with, especially when it's as early as a 5 minutes look cost that a double kill is
you can
happening.
feel that like this lane was over when you saw the icon, but in the draft. But what it shows is that they don't have the damage to kill this hero. This is not going to be like Tiny early on, doesn't really have the damage. Necrophos playing against a melee hero, he's going to be pushing you out, so he gets a kill. A couple of seconds later, he's going to be getting another kill. They're going to be diving the tower and also playing with the catapult. Like, you can see the other support also coming up, making sure that they are going to be having that damage, which is going to be resulting in the tower kill relatively early on. This is 6 minutes we're talking about. Something similar happened in the previous series as well, which they killed the tower, and it did open up the map a lot. This time it was from the off lane, so Necrophos, knowing that they really don't have enough damage, you can easily push through. You can easily connect with the supports as well, try to punish this Tiny, and so they did multiple times.
Yeah, and I do worry. I think their last 2 picks for me were just kind of flops. It felt like, sure, Huskar in theory should be good for Ember, but again, Nisha's a great Huskar and they've had success, but it doesn't feel like that's what they've kind of done good with at this tournament. I think that they've
success is on different
Yeah, it's like they've looked better when he's on these spirit heroes, these active heroes, the ones that do stuff. Maybe the closest to that genre would be the Lina, that a lot of teams are seeing success with, but that hero is just kind of on another level, whereas Huskar, I feel, it was really popular day one, but it just has not seen the success of all these other mids.
And I also think while Huskar is definitely good against Ember and can be considered an Ember counter in lane, Ember is this natural spirit vessel buyer, and he's able to scale into the mid game very well against the Huskar, I feel. And as Lacoste said, the Ember is trying to even dive the Huskar in the laning stage, which while he did die, that's really not the how you want this laning stage to go for what's quote unquote a counter matchup.
The balance is definitely shifted when the Ember feels that it can dive a Huskar there, but there is so much more than just what was the draft, what was the early game, or a laning phase, I should say, because it also felt like Liquid Lacoste were overextending themselves in some way. They were making those small mistakes when you're on the verge of qualifying and you get a little too big for your boots.
Yeah, they were also getting quite outplayed in this one, which we've seen some great plays so far at TI. I think Not Me on Rubik has been amazing, like that Aegis steal that did happen yesterday with the slight. This is also a funny sequence that did happen. It's something that usually you don't see. Underlord uses twin gates, and then Rubik's like, oh, thanks for that. I'll just come to the other side of the map. Immediately gets tipped. Mikoto notices that, he's doing a really good job. And then Tofu, he's like, I'm going to try to get a kill. Moonlight Shadow is about to end. And then you see Tofu missing, and then a little bit of a sidestep. He tried to go for the vision play, but then misses. And what happens in the end, he steals the sharpshooter, and they still going to be able to throw the blood grenade, gets the sharpshooter on him, slows him down, which does allow Nightfall to get the kill. So like the whole sequence of this event, like you can play any kind of funny music, it's going to be probably 10 times better. But I got to say, one of the better plays that I've seen in PI.
Benny Hill music.
Yeah. Dude, that's the mental damage when you come up against the Rubik. When you die by your own spells, you're like, I'm disconnecting my keyboard, I'm logging off, that's it, I'm done for the night, and the game's not even over yet.
Yeah, it's been one of the heroes I think that the supports have been able to show the most, off their skill. Like you said, Not Me. He had vision for a second, steals Sleight of Fist, gets an Aegis. Here, he jukes basically two different spells: dodges the ultimate, dodges the bushwhack, even dodges the acorn shot to some extent.
So gang going through the gates.
I like when supports have the ability to show off their skills, because a lot of time we get to be like, wow, this carry player was so good, he outfarmed everyone, or the mid's playing some spirit, he dodges death, but you shine some light on the supports. They're pretty good too.
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to be shining any more light on the supports because our standout player was WS on Necro, had a phenomenal job for himself, but he was also one of the players that sat down with us before TI began and gave us some of his thoughts and feelings.
With WS from Aurora, and we're going to be talking about his team coming in to TI. WS, first of all, I mean, what's it been like playing this year in this very international team on Aurora?
It is a super good experience. I like the vibes in this team. Like people, like they are from Europe, and like different culture, everything.
Brilliant. So, who was the most different to how you expected coming into the team?
I think it's Nightfall.
Yeah.
Yeah. From what I remember, my memories, he's like kind of toxic guy. But after I went to this team, it's kind of different. Like he's actually a good guy, kind person.
And in what ways does he kind of show that kindness?
If people getting like lose in scrims or losing games, they normally like people getting angry or tilted. But he's like kind of chill guy.
Sounds like a super healthy team. I'm jealous. So what's been your biggest highlight of the year so far?
Maybe the X Rampage on Blast. I forget which Blast was that, but it's against Liquid, I guess. Feels so good to just slam 5 heroes, get Rampage.
Pretty sick, yeah. I mean, is Axe one of your favorite heroes to play at the moment?
Yeah.
Is there any hero you don't like playing at the moment, but you kind of have to because of the meta?
Right now, I would say it's something like Necro and a lot.
Is that sort of your playstyle then? More sort of mobility, initiation, and is that how you got like really, really high MMR?
Basically, in this meta, I have to adjust to current meta right now, which is like Necro offlane or some Underlords. it really depends on your team. If your mid lane goes bad and your safe lane goes bad, basically you can just AFK and farm and you cannot do much.
So a lot of people want to know, you're really, really high MMR playing offlaner. What is the secret to gaining MMR and climbing the leaderboard as an offlaner?
First, have a good communication with your teams. Okay. Second, I don't know, just ask your post for pick a strong laner and you just win the lanes every game. It will make your life a lot easier.
Okay, so don't be toxic and have a good pos 4.
Yes. I mean, pos 4 is very important. If you get a random guy playing some patch pos 4, definitely you will not win MMR.
Brilliant. So what's your personal goal for this international?
If the goal for sure is champion, but I would say like top 4 is not a bad result too. So top 4 is fine for me. But for the final goal is still you have to win. I don't want to get second place, another second place.
There's been a lot of second places for you guys for sure. Why do you think that there's been, is it a problem with grand finals, which you think you guys have?
I don't know, I think we just get like Night Focus. Like he just I think he attend like 9 grand finals and not win a single one. So I think we just get cursed by him.
Just a curse, nothing you can do about it. Okay, well, you doing any like superstitious things to try to break it for this TI?
I would say like, because 2 years ago, also Liquid, they just get like a lot of second placement, and in the end they win TI. So might be it.
Maybe it. Yeah, this is the place.
I hope so.
This has been the place where curses are broken. I wish you really good luck, WS. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the international.
Thank you.
WS alluding to what Liquid went through a couple years ago, all these second places. It felt like victory was never going to be theirs until they ended up 1 year after that getting a TI win for themselves. Maybe this is it. Maybe it all starts for Aurora by beating Liquid, and then you take their energy of being able to break curses and break one for yourself. And that's how it starts with a good group stage, with getting to go through qualifications now in this best of 3 and get an extra day off, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this team, they've been nailing it. A little surprised he said top 4.
He said 4-3, not second, first.
Yeah, okay. Because I feel like this team, definitely with the mentality that they have, something might be like a mental thing, being able to win the tournaments because they came in so close so many times in this season. But I did put them in my top 4, I believe. I think that this team can do it.
4-1? You put them as your 4-1 team?
Yeah, I think this team can definitely even go clean. They did lose one, but I'd also want to talk about WS because this is the guy that is, I want to call it relatively new to the scene. He came into the professional Dota in 2021, which in Dota terms is still like relatively young. Yeah, this is when you came into as well. But because he had he played for Boom shortly. He played for Talon, Vici Gaming, where he didn't really have the results that he wanted. Got a 1/3 place in a tier 1 tournament during the Talon time.
It was about the Copenhagen TI.
Yeah.
When I think he made a really big mark.
100%.
On his, I think it was like specific, his Timbersaw was really big. I know even like Liquid was potentially like looking at him for an option for off lane. A lot of the teams were looking at him at that time.
Yes.
And since then he hasn't really had the most success until Aurora, which then this year, sure they haven't won, but again, consistently a top 4, at worst top 6 team in the world, which for your second year after making it to this like international stage on the scene, it's pretty good to be there consistently.
Yeah, for sure. I think I called him multiple times the most improved player of the season, even though he was still good.
Not even just off-laner. You think out of every role, he's by far the most improved?
Yes, because before he didn't really have the results, and then he came into the scene, and he's just the shining star of the team as well.
Also, I just want to say, listening to that interview, he makes winning pubs sound so easy. Just good communication. Tell your boss for to pick a strong laner, and he'll do the rest from there.
He also talked about Necro as well, where it was in that weird realm of like, you kind of just have to adjust to the meta, and like I guess he was so blasé about playing Necro. brother's getting a 5-minute double kill in game number 1, and I'm like, is it really? Are you really not that excited to play
Necro? Broken the heroes. It's like, I just have to pick this hero.
I
guess I'll just ultimate.
Such a good performance on. I guess I'll play it.
I guess we can qualify as the main event of TI. It's like, whatever. I mean, it would have been cool if I was Timbersaw.
Right.
Unfortunately, they did ban it there in that final phase for Liquid. So.
Well, he could get it for game number 2,
Maybe.
though. It's not like it's impossible for him to qualify to main event without the Timbersaw. So there is a potential there. But we should also change our conversation to Liquid a little bit here, because this wasn't, again, a Liquid showing that we expected. So often it feels like if they have good early game aggression, they win the game. If they get a playmaker on Nisha, they can win the game. They didn't have any of that for game 1.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking towards. I almost want to say like our entire switch up of their draft. Like I really don't.
Every single hero.
The
maybe.
order.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think a lot of it for me is the order. Sure, it's like the keeper, the underlord. These heroes could make sense in the draft, and I don't think they're necessarily bad. But I don't like the way that they order and their kind of responses to everything. Like again, sure, Huskar is a response to Ember. It's very good. You count him in the lane. In theory, you should snowball off of that. But you're playing into a last pick off lane, counting your carry. And just like for, again, the first pick, Keeper of the Light, I think that they have a lot of different options that they can have this draft that maybe the heroes will end up similar, but it'll feel a lot better because maybe now instead of this Huskar, you first picked some Ember Spirit, some Earth Spirit, some really strong core in the first pick, even maybe a Centaur first pick just to give them a very solid offlane because Ace kind of struggled in this one. So just I'm hoping for just a big changeup, and then for Aurora, do the same thing. Just pick a strong core early, pick supports that enable this guy, pick a carry that's going to be stable in lane, and it seems like you just give WS whatever he wants on last pick and he'll cook.
Yeah, I also think that this was not the lineup that they wanted to go with. There's a lot of counter picking coming into the series. You do quite a lot of preparation, what they're going to be picking, how you're going to counter it. But you can't cover all the angles. Sometimes you end up with like, oh, this really looks good here. Maybe in that moment, in those 30 seconds up to a minute. And then you end up with a lot of counter picks, but you don't really have like the cohesion, maybe some of the strats that you were preparing for it. You don't end up going for it because there is this like casual first 2 supports that they picked up, Keeper of the Light and Hoodwink, and then Underworld was kind of response to the Ember and Morana, and then Huskar in the last phase was a response to this Ember Spirit as well, and casual Tiny. So I kind of feel like we're going to be seeing 4, maybe even all 5 different heroes from Liquid.
I do also want to give credit to Aurora because, I mean, while you are saying give Nisha this playmaker, I believe Earth Spirit was first phase banned and they first picked the Ember, which Nisha is known for. So Aurora kind of taking these avenues away from Nisha and, you know, making them kind of draft the way they want to, or they want them to, you know.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Ember as a response was really smart by Aurora. It's, again, kind of what we were saying. It's you're taking it away from a Coddle pairing and you're taking it away from Nisha with the Earth Spirit ban. The mid pool to me definitely feels limited at this TI. I would say there's like 5 or 6 heroes that are extremely strong, and then they all get banned because they're so strong. And then you have to go to this next like tier, which doesn't feel that good. You do have to reach in that like Huskar pocket. The Snap used to be very popular, but it's still picked with a decent win rate, but people don't feel the confidence to it. It's not the same as like this Ember, Earth Spirit, Lina are like these big 3, and then maybe an Invoker you throw in there. So I just want to see Nisha on something that makes me feel like I want to wow us, right? Liquid does the best as a team whenever Nisha's almost like the star of the team. And he makes everyone look good around him because they all not necessarily rely on him, but he does the playmaking for them.
Yep.
We are seeing a game number 2 draft here coming up on our screens, and before we dive deep into it and look at it, we want to remind you guys that there are other streams going on. I know Yandex and Iron Wing have their series going on. Boom Boys and Falcons still have theirs. I believe Nigma Galaxy and Spirit are just about to begin theirs. So there's 3 other streams for you guys. But when it comes to this draft, we're going to do something a little bit different on the main stream. We're going to jump to our casters. They're going to walk you through the draft as we do of Lyrical and Trent for Liquid and Aurora.
Thank you so much, Nat. That's right. We're just going to talk a little bit about what we're seeing, Trent. And my goodness, they get the Lina. This was banned out, I believe, in the last game. But definitely, to me at least, this is the type of dynamic where you feel like you need to just sort of put that entire game behind you, call it a draft loss, and then we're going to do better next time.
Yeah, that's certainly the name of the game and the draft here for Team Liquid. In terms of Aurora, I mean, first pick, this has ended up being a very powerful hero, obviously. You guys have seen many inspiring performances on the Lina, especially today. And when you pick her this early in the draft, you can't really counter her mid. And then the entire draft, you're just thinking, all right, this might be the carry Lina.
Right.
So, most notably, I was just about to say, this guy is still in the Treant Protector because for the, when you have the Lina, this is one of the #1 heroes you want to get for yourself. As a melee support to help her in the safe lane, or even just to aid her in the mid for any sort of like dives and trades and whatnot. But Team Liquid with quite the signature hero for this team for sure.
Yeah, a nice one to pick up. And I think that also kind of sets the tempo for your game, that you can, run this in there. You're going to be able to eventually get into a Blink Dagger, most likely stop that Lina that just wants to be this turret. And it is interesting, right? Because there's that duality of like, is it a turret Lina right-clicking from all over, or is it going to end up being like that sort of magical burst type of hero? And in either case, you need to find heroes that can both get on top of her and then also hold that hero in place.
Yeah, it's also interesting when you have presumably Makoto being shown so early here in the Lina. One thing, like Liquid, I feel like have two strategies. One is like get Nisha his like winning lane, and Nisha goes crazy and does Nisha things. But I think their more successful, more common strategy is often showing Nisha's hero earlier and worrying less about him being countered out in this idea of just, Nisha will get his stuff. Let's focus more on enabling our two side lanes.
Yeah.
That's the opposite, obviously, of what happened last game. Last game was that we're picking the Huskar. This is like, you gotta win that lane.
Yeah.
Their supports aren't necessarily that used to like going mid, I feel like.
Well, and this is the other thing too, is like they've been really trying to, it seems like, secure Ace's hero early, hence the like Ursa ban last time into the Underlord pick. This time they're not going to be able to run that same strategy, and there is still the potential for the Lina. So it's sort of weird, right? Because like I think that there's a pool of heroes that Ace is really comfortable on and looks very good on, and when he's not on those heroes, what happens then? So you kind of got to get him early too.
Yeah. Well, much like the success of WS, though, Ace has got a pretty mean Lycan. Maybe they could find something a little bit more out there. As you can see, he's got a decently wide pool. So many of those heroes still remaining here. Your Darkseer, Bud, was seeing a ton of play today. I feel like for a while there, every stream I looked at, there was a Darkseer. But not being relevant in our last two series so far.
Stepping away from it a bit. I will say that any of those types of heroes, you end up in a situation against Alina where you just get blown up. Can be very susceptible to that. They're spending a lot of time on this. Look at this reserve time.
It's got to be the Centaur. Like, they got to be thinking, like, what's happening with Centaur? So they're willing to leave the Centaur. They ban the Mirana, despite having presumably a mid that has no impact with it. So that's a ton of respect just to the way that Aurora are using it.
Yeah.
I mean, Mira was insane. He played so well last game, specifically against the Hoodwink. He had so many nasty Quelling Blade plays to chop the tree down before the Bushwhack could take hold.
Right, and I guess if you already have the Lina, then you can just take one other setup stun for the arrow, and then either you're going to get arrowed or you're going to have to BKB on whatever the core is from Liquid, otherwise you could get exploded. So it does make sense. There aren't many other heroes that have that, like, if you get caught by it, you're probably just dead.
That stat maybe coming to play that we just saw there, the 2 and 3 for Tofu and the 1 and 0 for Boxy. It's looking like you got to pass the controller over to your older sibling on this one, and Boxy might be taking the Hoodwink for a ride.
There is a chance that might happen.
And okay, we had a Kaori game, guys. Okay, he's playing this Jakiro. They got no stuns. No stuns. They had no way to start a fight. It was impossible. And I was like, Lyrical, man, this game looks really hard for Kaori. Like, what are they going to do? They had Mirana arrow. Yeah, Kaori just ice pathed everyone.
Yeah, just blind.
Just raw. He just caught every important kill the entire game with just a raw ice path. My guy, he was like a shadow in the woods. He was the Hoodwink.
Honestly.
He was like playing Hoodwink but having ice path.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Another thing that I think has been talked about a bit, but is always also nice, is the dynamic here of KP facing off against Blitz. Former assistant coach facing off against the main coach again, and at least so far, Aurora have come up with some very good answers. They're going to take the Lion. Again, a hero that we don't see all the time.
No, he's been quite absent this tournament, despite being relatively consistent, I would say, throughout most of the year.
Right. And there it is. So they do get back around and manage to pick the Centaur for themselves.
I think that's kind of a miracle, honestly, that you still managed to get the Centaur at this point. I think they've got to be very happy about that. Sure, they're 0-2 with it, but you guys have all seen Centaur. This hero is absolutely ridiculous right now. And it's great versus the Lina, too, in terms of just like how Lina wants to play the game. You know that the entire team collapsing in on you is going to be a bad time. They're going to combo it up with the Invoker, a timeless duo, Centaur Stomp into Sunstrike, got a little Bushwhack, got Overgrowth. They have a lot of tools to enable the Invoker this game.
A tremendous amount of team fight on Team Liquid. On the side of Aurora, they have a decent amount as well. I mean, if they paired together like a last pick Darkseid,